Year 58 of Konoha. This was a year destined for the annihilation of the Uchiha. Yet, in that very same year, within the Hyuga branch family, an exceptional talent was born. Hyuga Tsukimi, bearing 7 authorities: humility, forgiveness, gentleness, diligence, contentment, temperance, and chastity. Forgiveness. You choose to forgive the sins of your kin, to absorb their power into yourself, using it as nourishment to evolve the strength of your own eyes. The heavens howled, thunder spiraled, all was shrouded in darkness. The prosperous hidden leaf village was engulfed in flames. The Hokage rock reduced to dust. Boundless anguish descended upon the strongest ninja village in the world, betraying the village, slaughtering your own blooded, inherently evil child of the Hyuga clan. I shall end your life with my own hands. Tobirama Senju, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, spoke with killing intent, as frigid as winter frost within his eyes. Human beings are distorted by their environment, and they change within it. Tobirama Senju, the evil one is not mighty, is Konoha. It is the Hyuga. With arrogance, I shall bring peace to this world, and you all shall in time become the very evil recorded by history. Suspended in the air, clad in a loose black kimono, bare-chested, with short white hair, Hyuga Tsukimi looked down upon Konoha. His pale golden eyes were indifferent and merciless. Then he raised his right hand and whispered, "Golden wheel, reincarnation, explosion." A radiance of gold that eclipsed all else burst forth across the earth. The story begins. Year 58 of Konoha. This was a year that would be etched into the history of the ninja world. Kneeling before the Hokage's desk, Hyuga Tsukimi thought this. Yet even though he knew this was a pivotal year, what did it have to do with him, a mere member of the Hyuga branch family? He was nothing more than a slave of the main family. A hint of self-mockery flickered in the depths of his eyes. At that moment, the aged yet steady voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi came from behind the Hokage desk. "Hyuga Tsukimi, based on your performance, after being promoted to Chunin, the village has decided to elevate you to Jonin. From here on, do your best." Tsukimi raised his head, the self-mockery in his gaze already completely restrained, replaced by resolve. He answered in a steady tone, "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tsukimi will never betray the will of fire." Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing the Hokage hat, picked up his dark brown pipe. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling a ring of smoke, the wrinkles on his face folded into a smile. "The future of Konoha will still depend on young people like you. Have you decided whether to serve as an instructor, join the Anbu or the police force, or handle intelligence outside the village?" A trace of hesitation appeared in Tsukimi's eyes. "Hokage-sama, I have not yet decided." Seeing the hesitation on Tsukimi's face, Hiruzen nodded knowingly. Tsukimi's promotion to Jonin was not only due to his own merits, but also the influence of the Hyuga main family. Only after passing smoothly through the Elders' Council had the promotion been approved. After becoming a Jonin, there were many possible positions to take. After all, a Jonin was already a high-tier combat force within a village. Such a status carried not only military power, but also considerable political significance. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, Tsukimi naturally had no right to decide his future direction himself. That belonged to the main family. "It's fine if you haven't decided yet. You've just been promoted. Go back and rest for a couple of days. You can tell me once you've thought it through." Hiruzen exhaled another smoke ring, smiling. Gratitude appeared on Tsukimi's face. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Then you may leave and rest for now, as you command." Tsukimi replied respectfully, then turned and exited the Hokage's office. Watching the outstanding young member of the Hyuga branch depart, Hiruzen's eyes revealed a trace of regret. If not for being born into the branch family, he was quite optimistic about the boy's future. Unfortunately, as a member of the Hyuga branch, his destiny was to be a servant outside the towering red-painted Hokage building. Tsukimi's eyes flickered with disgust. He did not wish to be promoted to Jonin. Such a promotion meant more trouble, more work. Yet he had no right to refuse, because that was the will of the main family. Even if he tried to conceal his strength, he could not escape the sensing of the caged bird seal. The purity of his Bakugan, the amount of his chakra, all of it would be transmitted clearly to the seal's master. In all these years, since transmigrating, he had been forced forward by the main family. Any slackness would be met with reprimand or, even lashes. This was the Hyuga clan's system of rule over the branch family. Unless the caged bird seal was broken, as a branch member, he would remain a slave for life. Even though he was only 15 this year, the same age as the genius of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, when he became a Jonin, nothing would change. At most, he would earn a sliver of superficial respect, but the moment the main family required it, he would still be forced to give up his life, just like Hyuga Hisashi, who was once compelled to die by his own hand. To the branch family, their lives were merely expendable tools. These thoughts flashed through his mind. To the left of Konoha, near the forest, lay an area spanning several labi, entirely occupied by the Hyuga clan. As one of the village's founding families, possessing such a vast, quiet, and secure estate seemed only natural. Hyuga Tsukimi looked up at the endless white walls. Each section marked every few meters with the Hyuga clan emblem, grand, imposing, and subtly indicative of wealth. This was the bearing of a great clan. A trace of mockery stirred in his heart as he walked toward the gate. 2 Hyuga guards, stationed at the entrance, immediately straightened and saluted. To Tsukimi-sama. Tsukimi nodded, then continued inward with a calm expression. Those guarding the gate, like him, were branch members. The noble main family would never deign to stand watch. Walking along the central path, rows of residences lined his way, becoming more luxurious the deeper he went, because branch members lived outside, while the main family resided within. Eventually, he arrived before the most luxurious estate in the clan grounds, where several main family ninja stood on guard, vigilant, not a single branch member among them. Hyuga Kaede stood at the entrance, looking at Tsukimi with indifferent eyes. To Tsukimi, Lord Hiashi is waiting for you. Understood, Kaede-sama. Tsukimi replied respectfully, though impatience stirred faintly within him. Hyuga Kaede was merely a chunin. Outside the clan, someone of that level would not dare treat him this way. He would have been killed on the spot. But within the Hyuga compound, Kaede was main family, Tsukimi was branch. No matter how powerful he became, even if he reached super cage level, he would still have to show respect. Otherwise, the caged bird seal would activate. Every time he felt this, he wanted nothing more than to slaughter every member of the Hyuga clan. The constraints of the seal had already driven his heart into a suppressed madness. Kaede glanced at Tsukimi, then signaled with his eyes. The side door of the main estate slowly opened. The side doorways reserved for servants or for transporting unclean and impure things. A Jonin, a high-level force, even among the 5 great nations, now stood before the Hyuga main house and could only enter through a side entrance. The fury within, to Tsukimi, surged further. He understood. This was the main family's demonstration, their discipline, their warning. No matter what power or status one gained, before them he was nothing but a servant, a slave. His expression remained humble as he stepped into the side entrance. Satisfied, Kaede watched him enter, yet in his eyes flickered a trace of jealousy. Hai was already 20, yet still not qualified to become Jonin, while Tsukimi had already achieved it. Passing through the side entrance, Tsukimi followed a maid through the somewhat cold estate, heading to meet the current head of the main family, Hyuga Hiashi. As he crossed the courtyard, a lively voice reached his ears. Hanabi plant, this here. He glanced sideways. A girl with a yellow scarf, short bangs, and pale white Aishinada Hyuga. Beside her was her younger sister Hanabi Hyuga, both noble members of the main family, born to command others like cattle. Watching them happily tending plants in the courtyard, smiles bright on their faces, a faint urge to destroy everything suddenly rose within Tsukimi's heart. Why could they live so happily? Yet this was the Hyuga main estate had neither the ability nor the right. He turned away indifferently and continued forward with the maid. Soon arriving at a spacious tatami room, the maid stepped aside, expression cold. Tsukimi removed his shoes, then knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground. Tsukimi has come to pay respects to the clan head. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Ding. Authority loading. The authority currently available for activation. Forgiveness. Forgiveness. You choose to forgive the sins of your kin, absorbing their power into yourself, using it to evolve the strength of your own eyes. Activation condition for forgiveness. Personally forgive a blood relative of your clan with your own hands. Listening to the mechanical voice echoing within his mind, Hyuga Tsukimi swore that in both his past and present lives, he had never heard such a beautiful sound, evolving the Byakugan. It was not that he had never imagined it before evolving his own Byakugan into the Tenseigan. Perhaps then, there would be a chance to break free from the caged bird seal. But it was impossible, because there were only two known paths to the birth of the Tenseigan. 1. The fusion of Tensutsuki chakra with the Hyuga Byakugan to give rise to the Tenseigan. The second, the convergence and evolution of numerous Tsutsuki Byakugan into a Tenseigan, setting aside the difficulty of even locating the lunar transmission pathway. Even if he did find it, could he possibly defeat the Fetsutsuki clan on the moon? That was a power capable of easily shattering the moon itself. Neither path was within his reach, but No had a system, and a third path had appeared. According to the system's prompt, as long as he activated the authority of forgiveness, he could forgive his kin and seize their ocular power to evolve his own eyes. But how does one forgive? He silently asked within his mind. How am I to forgive my kin? The mechanical voice echoed once more. The authority reflects the host's heart. The method of forgiveness is determined entirely by the host. Hearing this answer, a trace of mockery appeared in Tsukimi's eyes. Forgiveness, he responded coldly in his mind. My forgiveness of them is to make them leave this world. The mechanical voice responded again. The host's intent and actions are as clear as a mirror. All actions are deemed righteous. Quantifying forgiveness conditions. Forgiveness, mercifully erasing your kin from this world to cleanse their sins, after which the host shall obtain their power. Hearing the system's mechanical prompt, a trace of madness and cruelty surfaced in Tsukimi's lowered gaze. If he had not been kneeling before Hyuga Hayashi's tatami room, he would have burst into laughter. So this was it. This was what his heart had always meant by forgiveness. How perfectly it aligned with his intentions. Those pig-like members of the main family should have their ocular power used to evolve him. Once he awakened the Tenseigan, he would finally obtain true freedom. Freedom. The word made his body tremble slightly with excitement. To leave this village that preached the will of fire while sending 6-year-old children into the great ninja wars. To break away from this endlessly oppressive clan that drained him dry. What an exhilarating possibility that was. At that moment, a deep and heavy voice came from within the room. To Tsukimi, enter. Tsukimi's expression swiftly returned to calm. He stood respectfully, answering. As you command, clan head. He could begin planning. This life of humiliation and suppression finally had the hope of ending. But for now, compared to the vast Hyuga clan, he was still weak. He needed to continue pretending. He stepped into the tatami room. What entered his vision was Hyuga Hayashi, sitting behind a low table, wearing a loose, white kimono, his hair meticulously arranged. His sharp gaze and pale Byakugan eyes carried an immense pressure. Beside him stood a figure in a black ninja vest, wearing a forehead protector. Silent and composed Hyuga K. He possessed highly pure Byakugan, and his father was an elder of the main family. He was one of Hayashi's rotating personal guards. Tsukimi bowed respectfully. Greetings, clan head. Greetings, Katsama. No need to be so restrained. Sit, Hayashi said, with a faint smile, raising his hand. Only after receiving permission did Tsukimi kneel at the opposite side of the table. He raised his head, his expression humble, as he looked at the clan head. Deep within, greed quietly stirred. He wondered how much his Byakugan could evolve if he absorbed Hayashi's and Kachi's ocular power. Hayashi spoke with a gentle tone. Tsukimi, becoming a Jonin at only 15, such talent is rare even within Konoha. Now that you can act independently, what are your thoughts regarding the village? Which department would you like to serve in? Tsukimi replied respectfully. I leave everything to the clan head's arrangement. A faint sneer formed in his heart. Could he really choose? Without his system, what he would most want was to be assigned to external intelligence, deployed outside the village preferably never returning. But would Hayashi allow that? A Jonin was already a political force within the village. For the Hyuga clan, the best option was to keep him in Konoha to strengthen their influence. Since you have no preference, I shall decide for you. You have been traveling frequently and must be tired. Now that you have become a Jonin, why not serve in the Konoha police force for a while? You may also rest, Hayashi said with a smile. Hearing this, Tsukimi sneered inwardly. The Konoha police force, that was the Uchiha clan's territory. Assigning a Hyuga Jonin there was clearly meant to probe the shifting political winds. He understood very well why Hiashi had made this decision. It was year 58 of Konoha. The village leadership had already reached a consensus. The Uchiha clan was unstable and harbored rebellious intent. Combined with Uchiha, Itachi, the higher-ups were likely already drafting plans for the clan's annihilation. Even though Hiruzen, Sarutobi, as in the original timeline, was still hesitating, the Hyuga clan, being one of the great families, was already aware of the elder's movements. Sending him to the police force was likely an attempt to seize power after the Uchiha's downfall. But for Tsukimi, this was dangerous. No one knew what the Uchiha might do. If it were a guaranteed opportunity, they would not send him but Hyuga Kasha instead. His role was clear, a pawn, but he could not refuse. This was the order of the main family, and he had no intention of refusing. The police force position suited him perfectly. Tsukimi replied respectfully, "I will report to the Hokage tomorrow that I request transfer to the police force." "No need to rush," Hiashi smiled. "The Hokage has granted you a few days' rest. Rest first, as you command," Tsukimi replied. "Then go back and rest." "Yes, clan head." He stood bowed and left the room, departing the estate under the guidance of a maid. After his departure, Hyuga frowned slightly. Clan head, intervening in the police force so early, will it provoke the Uchiha? Could Tsukimi be in danger? Why worry?" Hiashi said calmly. "If anything happens, Lord Hokage will handle it. We are merely assigning a talented clan member to a post. This is our contribution to the village. If Tsukimi dies, then he will have died for the will of fire. The village will give him a fair judgment." His expression remained tranquil. In truth, he even hoped the Uchiha would act out of Tsukimi. A Hyuga Jonin were to die at their hands. The Hyuga clan would gain justification to intervene in the police force. No one was more suited for that role than the Hyuga clan. A breeze lifted the white sleeves of Hiashi's kimono as he picked up his tea and took a slow sip. White mist drifted across his Bakugan. That gaze was cold, like frost.
The cold moonlight cast its pale glow upon the land of the Hyuga clan. Scattered throughout the streets and alleys, members of the Hyuga clan strolled leisurely, engaged in casual conversation, while the ninjas guarding the clan's territory concealed themselves in the shadows, blending seamlessly with the wind. Inside the Hyuga Tsukimi residence, a modest single-family home, there was but a narrow living room, with the bedroom separated by only a single wall. Hyuga Tsukimi sat upon the tea table, his gaze fixed upon the clock hanging on the wall. The hour hand pointed to 9 o'clock. He had remained motionless in this position for 4 or 5 hours. A flicker of fear gripped him. He feared the system in his mind was nothing but an illusion. Yet, simultaneously, he was exhilarated. So exhilarated that he dared not utter a sound, instead forcibly suppressing the urge to burst into wild laughter. Since returning from the clan leader's mansion, he had studied the system he had just activated. This system was blunt and direct. It granted Hyuga Tsukimi 7 authorities: humility, forgiveness, gentleness, diligence, contentment, fasting, and chastity. Each authority bestowed upon him a distinct power. However, at present only one authority was within his reach, that of forgiveness. The moment he forgave a fellow clan member, he could activate this authority, initiating the evolution of his Bakugan, ultimately advancing it to the level of the Reincarnation Eye. What a delightfully thrilling prospect that was. Once endowed with the power akin to the Reincarnation Eye, all the shackles that bound him would be shattered. Yet accomplishing this feat was no easy matter. The Hyuga clan boasted over 60 individuals possessing the Bakugan, including at least 6 Jonin, with the clan head, Hyuga Hisashi, undoubtedly of shadow-level strength. To seize the Bakugan from any one of these members would provoke the highest alert within the Hyuga clan. Since the clan's inception, the main family had strictly prevented the Bakugan from leaking out. Whenever a main family member ventured beyond the village, they were guarded by at least a squad from the branch family. Moreover, the branch family bore the caged bird technique. Upon the death of any branch family member, this technique would instantly destroy the Bakugan. Under this system, in 1,000 years, only one person had ever acquired the Hyuga clan's Bakugan outside the clan. This man was named Ao. During the Third Great Ninja War, he killed a main family member who had no time to activate the sealing technique before death, thus obtaining the Hyuga Bakugan. To this day, this man ranks at the pinnacle of Konoha's wanted list. Within the Hyuga clan, whenever the opportunity arises, they spare no effort to erase Ao's existence. Unfortunately, over all these years, Ao has remained within the village hidden in the mist, rarely venturing out, granting the Hyuga clan no chance whatsoever. Given such difficulty, To forgive a Hyuga clan member possessing the Bakugan, acquire their ocular power, and evolve his own Bakugan, this was truly an endeavor as arduous as ascending to the heavens for Hyuga Tsukimi. Fortunately, it was now the 58th year of Konoha. The infamous Uchiha clan Annihilation Night would occur this very year. The atmosphere in Konoha had long been brewing with turmoil, and by chance, he had just been appointed to the Konoha Security Division. The opportunity was laid bare before Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes. During the hours he had spent sitting cross-legged before the tea table, he had already devised a rough plan. Hyuga Hisashi wished for him to act as a vanguard to probe the Uchiha clan. Yet Tsukimi could also exploit the authority of the Konoha Security Division to conceal many of his actions. Most simply, by forgiving a certain Hyuga Bakugan clan member, activating the authority of forgiveness, and then shifting the blame onto the Uchiha clan. However, this was a perilous undertaking. Should the plan proceed smoothly, he could pin the black mark on the Uchiha clan. But if it faltered and was exposed, he would have no chance to defect. The caged bird technique would cause his immediate demise within Konoha. He had spent several hours formulating the plan. The first step was infallible. But should he proceed? If he chose not to, ignoring the system's existence, he would remain the talented young Jonin of the Hyuga clan, maintaining his outward dignity. With the foresight granted by his transmigrator's plot knowledge, surviving until Naruto Uzumaki became the 7th Hokage would be assured. Yet once he acted, if the scheme were uncovered, he would not even have the chance to defect like Orochimaru. Hyuga Tsukimi slowly closed his eyes. A layer of memories surfaced in his mind. He was 5 years old. A vast expanse of white snow blanketed the entire Hyuga territory. He ran back home, his breath exhaling thick white vapor. He remembered that at 5, his face still bore a smile, for he wished to see his parents in this world. His parents had been truly kind to him. They had done their best to buy him toys, and when not on missions, they patiently coaxed him to sleep every day. This warmth of family was something he had never known in his previous life as an orphan. But on that day when he ran home, it was not his parents returning from a mission who awaited him, but cold-faced members of the main family. They told him indifferently that his parents had honorably sacrificed their lives for the clan. Their deaths were glorious. But were they truly glorious? As the main family members departed, they left behind 100,000 yen in compensation and a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, which cost 60 yen. His world began to grow monotonous and hollow from that day forward. What truly ignited his rage, what truly etched hatred deep into his heart, was the year he entered the Ninja Academy. He was 6 years old that year. The summer was splendid and boundless, flowers blooming in profusion. Wearing clothes faded from countless washes, he entered the Ninja Academy expressionless. After the opening speech, he was taken by several fellow Hyuga clan members of his cohort into the garden. He would never forget that day. Beneath the abundant sunlight, lush leaves shielded them from the blazing sun, offering a cool shade. 6-year-old Hyuga Rei stood amidst a cluster of Hyuga clan members, arms crossed. He wore an exquisite white feathered kimono. Every feather ornament was worth 1,000 yen, every embroidered flower crafted by their hands. This feathered kimono was worth at least 1 million yen. He was the main family's son. This attire was befitting of his status. He lowered his head, gazing at the expressionless Hyuga Tsukimi, who had been pushed and shoved to the ground. In his eyes flickered a hint of boredom. Couldn't you at least struggle a little? Being so compliant, like a wooden doll, it's just not satisfying. Hyuga Tsukimi's expression was numb. He was too indifferent to bother with Hyuga Rei. It was mere bullying, something he had grown accustomed to in his previous life. As long as he did not resist or respond, this noble heir from the main family would soon lose interest. TSK, boring. Hyuga Rei turned away, sighing with disinterest. Hyuga Tsukimi did not lift his head, his gaze vacant, unwilling to acknowledge the main family heir. Suddenly, the white feathered kimono halted in mid-motion. Nonetheless, I still hope you will diligently study ninjutsu at the Ninja Academy, lest you find yourself unable to fulfill your responsibilities as a branch family member on the battlefield in the future. At the very least, you must be capable of shielding me from harm during critical moments, just like your useless parents. That is the sole value of your existence, Hyuga Tsukimi. A mocking voice echoed into Hyuga Tsukimi's ears. His eyes instantly blazed with fury as he looked up toward the figure clad in white feathered robes. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and seized a nearby tree branch, striking out fiercely. He would not allow it. He would not permit anyone to insult his parents in such a manner. Several members of the Hyuga main and branch families, who had been standing beside Hyuga Retsu, suddenly lunged forward, pinning Hyuga Tsukimi to the ground. Hyuga Retsu turned around, disdain gleaming in his eyes as he slowly spoke. Can't you discern your own worth? Truly, A fool deserving punishment. Before his words had faded, his hands formed a series of seals, and then, ah! A harrowing scream resounded through the courtyard. Veins bulged on Hyuga Tsukimi's neck, the pattern of the caged bird clan symbol spreading from his forehead downwards. The pain seeped from his very bones, as if countless needles were being driven one by one into his marrow. His tendons pried apart and pulled outward. No one could endure such torment. The Hyuga clan members restraining him released their grip, their eyes cold and indifferent. Overwhelmed by agony, Hyuga Tsukimi curled up on the ground like a shrimp boiled alive. Hyuga Retsu's expression remained calm as he observed him. Releasing his hands, the wind fluttered his white feathered robe, accompanied by a sneering voice. Remember this. Recognize your own worth. Without another word, Hyuga Retsu turned and departed. Hyuga Tsukimi lay on the ground, his vision blurred yet fixed unwaveringly on that white feathered figure. From that day onward, he fully comprehended the hell in which he resided. The Hyuga he belonged to was not the same as the main family as Hyuga. He began to behave more submissively. Thereafter, Hyuga Retsu ceased to lay hands on him. It seemed his initial purpose was to make this branch family scion understand the meaning of nobility and baseness, or perhaps, to toy with and humiliate him at will until the act lost its amusement. Suddenly, a pair of icy white eyes snapped open. He loathed the main family member who, in a desperate bid to escape, ordered his parents to serve as rear guard, resulting in their deaths on the battlefield. He despised those main family members who wielded life and death over him simply because of his lineage. He hated the shackles that bound him incessantly, forcing him to stand outwardly while kneeling at every moment. He had endured enough. Hyuga Tsukimi lowered his gaze toward the two black and white framed photographs placed in the center of the living room. The man and woman in them smiled gently. Those were his parents. His white eyes slowly became bloodshot, surging with a tempest of rage. Let all this wretchedness be reduced to ashes. His right hand, clad in a black handkerchief, clenched tightly. A suppressed, deep voice echoed within the room. He would forgive the sins of the Hyuga clan. The Hokage's office. Tsukimi, are you certain you wish to join the security division? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, fingers interlaced, a Kizaru pipe clenched between his lips, speaking in a calm tone. Hokage-sama, I am certain. Standing before the Hokage's desk, Hyuga Tsukimi wore a white ninja vest, a ninja sword strapped to his back. Though a hint of hesitation flickered across his face, his voice was resolute. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. Since the Hyuga family had pushed to promote Tsukimi to Jonin, he had anticipated some stirrings. Yet he had not expected Hyuga Hizashi's objective to be the security division. He understood that for great clans, grasping more benefits and power was instinctual. But did they not realize the current state of the village? The Uchiha clan had persistently teetered on the edge of rebellion, making it difficult for him to resolve the conflict decisively. And yet Hyuga Hizashi dispatched a Jonin at such a time to interfere with the Uchiha's security division post. Was he trying to ignite this powder keg? A flicker of anger rose within him. Sarutobi Hiruzen sharply inhaled from his pipe, then slowly exhaled a vast smoke ring. Looking at Hyuga Tsukimi before him, a smile graced his expression. Tsukimi, do you love the village? Of course I do. It is precisely because I wish to protect the village and my clan that I strive so earnestly to complete my missions. A radiant smile appeared upon Hyuga Tsukimi's face, though inwardly he sneered bitterly. Love Konoha? Love a ninja village that sends 6-year-old children into battle? He had become a ninja, yet he had not forgotten his previous life. He knew what childhood should be. A time filled with laughter among peers, eating sweets, feeling embarrassed about wetting the bed, not expressionlessly wielding kunai, slicing through one throat after another, staining one's entire body with blood. Every day spent here was unbearable. He yearned only for rebirth. 3 days had passed since he acquired the authority system, and during these days he had devised his initial plan. Today would mark the beginning of his resurrection. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze softened, revealing kindness. He could see that, although this branch family Hyuga child must obey the main family's commands, he still loved the village. After all, the human heart is made of flesh. He was confident in Tsukimi's sense of belonging to Konoha. Rising to his feet, he turned toward the Hokage rock outside the window, removing his pipe as he spoke slowly. Tsukimi, Konoha is the legacy of Lord Hashirama. I hold that great man in deep reverence. Because of him, this place is peaceful and happy. I understand you must obey your clan head's orders. But look at Konoha. A place so peaceful and joyful requires the efforts of each and every one of us. Whatever Hyuga Hizashi asks of you, can you promise me one thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, his gaze imbued with warmth and benevolence. A flush of excitement spread across Hyuga Tsukimi's face as he promptly replied, "Certainly, Hokage-sama." He felt a sourness rising in his stomach, an urge to vomit. Senju Hashirama. What was there to admire about that arrogant, foolish man? If, when ending the Warring States period, he had been ruthless enough to annihilate the other 4 great ninja villages besides Konoha, achieving true unification, would this world still be plagued by endless hatred? In the end, he was nothing more than a man intoxicated with his own sense of righteousness. Arrogant and short-sighted. The present decline of the Senju clan has become irrefutable evidence of Senju Hashirama's past errors. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes softened as he spoke kindly. No matter what Hokage Hiruzen commands you to do, you must never provoke the delicate nerves of the Uchiha clan. Do you understand, Hizuki? They, too, are members striving to protect the village. Understood. Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hizuki's face flushed crimson, embodying the unity beneath the Hokage's banner and the exemplary spirit of a Konoha ninja. A wave of revulsion stirred deep within him. Political creatures. Are they all such repugnant beings? Sarutobi nodded approvingly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Though Konoha harbors many shadows, it is precisely because of generations of young, outstanding ninjas like Hyuga Hizuki that this great tree of Konoha flourishes anew. Just as Lord Hashirama once said, "Where Konoha soars, the fire burns eternally. The flames will illuminate the village and nurture the sprouting leaves of new life." With these words, it would suffice to steady Hyuga Hizuki for a time, delaying the Hyuga clan's movements. By then, presumably, the Uchiha clan's affairs would have been settled. Very well, go forth. Here is your security division dossier. A smile adorned Sarutobi's face as he retrieved a file from his drawer and handed it to Hyuga Hizuki. The latter accepted it with due respect and then took his leave. After departing the Hokage's office, Hyuga Hizuki calmly exited the Hokage tower. Before proceeding to the security division, he cast a backward glance at the elliptical, umbrella-shaped edifice. How he longed to set this place ablaze. Truly, it was nauseating. His thoughts shifted swiftly, and with a single body flicker technique, he vanished from sight. The Konoha Security Division, entrusted with the village's safety, was a critical yet marginalized department, situated at the village's periphery. Much like the Uchiha clan that controlled it, somewhat marginalized. Whoosh, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, Hyuga Hizuki's figure appeared before the Security Division building. He looked up at the modest structure, only 2 stories tall, its facade resembling a clasped semicircular cap. At the building's center, a 4-pointed star bore the Uchiha clan's family crest, a red and white fan. It appeared solemn and ancient, imbued with the aura of time itself. Hizuki's eyes flickered before he strode purposefully toward the entrance, while several hostile gazes had been fixed upon him since his arrival. They were all members of the Uchiha clan. Facing these unfriendly stares, Hyuga Hizuki's expression remained unchanged as he proceeded to the security chief's office. Uchiha Tetsuhiko observed Hizuki's approach, his eyes darkening. In a low voice he muttered, "The clan head should take action now. They've sent an elite Hyuga Jonin. Tetsuhiko, do not be so impatient. He is but a mere child." Uchiha Yashiro replied with a faint shake of his head. He knew Hyuga Hizuki well, a Jonin recently promoted by the Hyuga clan's inner workings. In his eyes, Hizuki posed no threat. Hyuga Hizuki had already ascended to the 2nd floor, standing before the security chief's office. He raised his hand and gently knocked. Knock, 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 soft raps echoed in the corridor. Enter. A rich, low voice called from within. "Excuse my intrusion," Hyuga Hizuki said calmly, opening the door and stepping inside the security chief's office. Before him sat Uchiha Fugaku, donned in a black ninja vest and forehead protector, his expression stern and authoritative. Beside the desk stood Uchiha Yakumi, standing upright with a solemn demeanor. Click, the door closed behind him. 2 oppressive gazes fixed upon Hyuga Hizuki. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes scrutinized him with a calculating look. He knew this was a sacrificial pawn sent by Hyuga Hizuki's clan head. He had no intention of harming the young man but wished to warn him of his limits. Interlacing his fingers and resting his elbows on the desk, Fugaku's eyes emanated pressure as he spoke in a low tone, "Hyuga Hizuki, you." His words were abruptly cut off. "Chief Fugaku, although I am a Jonin, I am merely a member of the Hyuga branch family. I would like to request that you summon Hyuga Hizuki, the main family ninja serving in the security division. May I?" Hyuga Hizuki's expression remained composed as he spoke. A hint of puzzlement flickered across Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Perhaps he had misread the intention behind Hyuga Hizuki's mission from Hyuga Hayashi. Indeed, Hyuga Hizuki had come under orders from Hayashi Hyuga, But perhaps the clan head did not intend to interfere directly in the security division. Instead, he might be preparing for something else, something inconvenient to disclose openly. Hence, a branch family Jonin was sent as a decoy, while the actual intent would be revealed through the main family member's words. Realizing this, Fugaku felt he was almost certainly correct as a knowing gleam appeared in his eyes. He was curious to see what kind of arrangement the Hyuga clan head sought to achieve. A smile crept across his face as he said slowly, "Yakumi, summon Hyuga Hizuki at once. As you command, clan head." Uchiha Yakumi bowed respectfully before leaving the office. Hyuga Hizuki gazed at Uchiha Fugaku's smiling countenance, sincerely hoping that this Uchiha clan head might continue to wear such a joyful expression. If he could maintain this smile, surely the freedom he yearned for would soon be within reach. Before long, click, the office door opened. Uchiha Yakumi entered, followed by Hyuga Hizuki. Hyuga Hizuki felt a flicker of doubt within himself. Over the past year, the Uchiha clan had grown increasingly wary of the Hyuga clan. He had not set foot in this office for a long time. What did Uchiha Fugaku want with him? As Uchiha Yakumi approached the desk, his eyes fell upon Hyuga Hizuki's figure, a twinge of jealousy arising within him. Of course, he recognized Hyuga Hizuki. The condescending thrill he had felt when casting the caged bird technique on Hizuki years ago was unforgettable. And the more unforgettable it was, the more unbearable it became to learn that Hyuga Hizuki had been promoted to Jonin. A mere branch family retainer, how could he have advanced to Jonin faster than himself? When he noticed the dossier in Hizuki's hand, realization dawned in his eyes. It meant Hizuki had been transferred to the security division. His heart stirred with excitement. This, after all, signified that. Will he henceforth command a Jonin at will? A smile crept across his lips as he prepared to greet Hyuga Tsukimi with a glance. Tsukimi raised his head, his pale eyes cold and merciless. Suddenly, his body lowered, and the ninja sword strapped to his back was drawn with a sharp hiss. The chilling gleam tore through the air. Swish! A head soared skyward. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the pristine white wall. Hyuga Retsu's eyes still bore a trace of amusement. Tsukimi slowly closed his eyes, feeling the blood that drenched his body. He caught a scent. It was the scent of freedom. Ding! Merciful forgiveness granted to kin. Forgiveness authority activated. Commencing quantification of the host's optimal evolutionary path. Quantification complete. Bakugan Phase 1 evolution activated. Bakugan 113. Hearing the prompt echoing within his mind, Hyuga Tsukimi trembled all over. What a delightfully enchanting sound. With a thud, Hyuga Retsu's corpse collapsed to the ground. Tsukimi abruptly opened his eyes and turned to face Uchiha Fugaku. The figure of Uchiha Yasumi had already appeared beside Tsukimi. A kunai had already been swept toward the bloodied neck, yet Tsukimi did not move an inch. Instead, his pale eyes locked onto Uchiha Fugaku's, his tone indifferent. The Uchiha clan has become like birds trapped in a cage. The one soon to be caged is you. The kunai pressed tightly against Tsukimi's neck. Uchiha Yasumi's voice was bone-chillingly cold as he stared at Tsukimi's eyes filled with fury. He could not comprehend what madness had overtaken this branch family member of the Hyuga. Yet now, with a member of the Hyuga main family dead within the security division, the Hyuga clan's stance towards the Uchiha remained ambiguous, delicate. However, given the reverence the Hyuga clan holds for their main family members, this incident could very well ignite a declaration of war between the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Such a conflict would shatter the fragile balance between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, directly sparking war. Yet the Uchiha were not prepared for such a confrontation. He wished nothing more than to kill Hyuga Tsukimi at that moment, but he could not. Instead, he must deliver Tsukimi to the Hyuga homeland to quell the clan's wrath. Tsukimi utterly ignored the seething Uchiha Yasumi and instead fixed his gaze on the solemn Uchiha Fugaku, speaking calmly. Chief of the security division, you know your son well, do you not? That pride of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, who became a Jonin at 12 and joined the Umbu, now a warrior of great renown. Do you truly believe he would join the Uchiha faction in the current circumstances? And with his abilities, how deeply does Konoha comprehend the situation of the Uchiha clan? How long do you intend to forcibly suppress the volcanic fervor simmering within the Uchiha? Do you plan to annihilate the Uchiha? Uchiha Yasumi's eyes blazed with rage as he gripped the kunai tighter, forcing it deeper, his voice sharp as ice. Silence. Itachi is not that kind of man. The Uchiha will not perish. The overly sharp kunai tore through skin. Blood slowly seeped from Hyuga Tsukimi's smooth, pale neck. A faint sting pierced his mind, but he remained indifferent, staring unwaveringly at Uchiha Fugaku, the man with the Mangekyo Sharingan, formidable yet surprisingly fragile. Fugaku's expression darkened. He found himself unable to answer Tsukimi's questions. Crimson beads of blood welled from the wound, rupturing under pressure and trickling down the kunai to his collarbone. Tsukimi paid no heed to the kunai pressing against his neck, his gaze fixed on the sullen but silent Fugaku. His first step had succeeded. Now, he was to commence the second. Years of a shinobi's life, combined with knowledge from a previous existence, had led him to a profound realization. Once a group is formed, regardless of the leader's sordid selfishness, the interests of the organization, or rather the vast majority of its base members, must be considered. Otherwise, the base will overthrow the leader and choose one who can bring them benefit. Despite the Uchiha clan's current state, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, not a single clan member sought to dethrone Fugaku as clan head. This proved that Fugaku was a qualified leader, one who cared for the vast majority within the clan. His hesitation to confront Konoha was deeply tied to his exceptional son, Itachi Uchiha. Having awakened his Sharingan at 8 and become a Jonin at 12, Itachi was undoubtedly a prodigy destined to guide the Uchiha's future. Yet this genius chose to stand against his own family, against the clan itself. When Fugaku sensed Itachi's resolve, it must have suffocated him. The abundant emotions of the Uchiha clan were, in truth, often a curse rather than a blessing. Fugaku's inability to decide on opposing Konoha stemmed from his profound regard for both family and clan. Raising the banner of rebellion meant facing his son as an adversary, even possibly having to strike him down with his own hand. How could a father endure such a fate? Yet he valued his clan deeply. Otherwise, he would not be their leader. This irreconcilable conflict left Fugaku paralyzed. Between his clan and his child, he refused to choose. Hyuga Tsukimi's intent was to give him a decisive shove, to compel Fugaku to side with the clan, to utterly extinguish the unrealistic hope Fugaku harbored for Itachi. He turned to the enraged Uchiha Yasumi and said coldly, "I have heard that awakening the Sharingan is a cruel ordeal for the Uchiha clan, usually triggered by profound trauma. Yasumi Uchiha, what kind of shock led you to awaken your three-tomo Sharingan?" Glaring at the impassive Tsukimi, Yasumi's eyes blazed further, and the kunai in his hand pressed harder against the pale neck. His eyes flickered with the three-tomo Sharingan as he hissed, "During Konoha's 52nd year, a clan member who accompanied me on a mission was slain by Kirigakure, forcing me to awaken my three-tomo. His death was by a kunai plunged into his neck. Do you wish to try?" Hyuga Tsukimi. A voice laden with suppressed fury and cold detachment echoed within the security minister's office. Tsukimi's grip loosened, and the kunai in his hand clattered onto the floor. The crisp sound reverberated through the room. Uchiha Fugaku instinctively lifted his gaze toward Tsukimi. Golden sunlight glinted upon the blade, reflecting those pale, white eyes. "Then tell me, have you sworn to protect your clan?" The indifferent voice issued from Tsukimi's lips. Veins bulged at the corner of Uchiha Yasumi's eyes. He could no longer contain the murderous intent brewing within him. He yearned to kill the wretched man before him. The kunai in his hand was gripped ever tighter. Standing almost nose to nose with Tsukimi, he spoke coldly. "I will protect my clan with my life. Therefore I will kill you, then return to the Hyuga lands and commit seppuku to atone. The calamity you have unleashed ends here." A faint smile curved Tsukimi's lips. This was precisely what he desired from Yasumi's words. Tilting his head, his pale eyes met the gaze of the Uchiha clan head with serene composure. "Minister, what do you suppose was the state of mind when Itachi first awakened his eyes? Or rather, that prodigy, has he evolved to the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan stage? If he has indeed achieved the Mangekyo Sharingan, do you truly believe the hope you harbor within your heart would still endure?" Impatience flickered in Yasumi's eyes as he prepared to kill the man before him. Twisting the kunai in his hand, he hissed coldly, "Mangekyo? What nonsense are you spouting? The Sharingan has always had only 3 tomo." Yet, he failed to notice the change in Uchiha Fugaku's complexion. Within him, a shattering sound like breaking glass resounded. He felt an indescribable ache welling up in his heart, and a tremor coursed through him. He no longer wished to ponder how Tsukimi had come to know of the Mangekyo Sharingan stage. What preoccupied him now was the very awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha eyes, demands not only exceptional talent but also the witnessing of the death of a close kin before one's very eyes, stirring a profound and tumultuous emotion to awaken. For Itachi's Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, given that he was still alive, and that his wife Mikoto and younger brother Sasuke remained unharmed, only one death could have provoked such an awakening. That of Uchiha Shisui. Only the bond between Shisui and Itachi could have incited the awakening of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, and Shisui had perished 2 years prior. Moreover, Shursui South ideology was dangerously close to that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a fervent admirer of the will of fire. When confronted with the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan, he consistently advocated for Uchiha's concession and peaceful reconciliation. It was this same path of peace that his son, Uchiha Itachi, had embraced since becoming a ninja. If Tsukimi's hypothesis were true, then Itachi, having witnessed Shursui's death and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, would never stand with the Uchiha clan's interests. For the Uchiha would never betray the path chosen by their awakened eyes, even if that path led to the Azura road. The possibility struck Fugaku so profoundly that his breath caught in his throat. Could the dread he had long feared truly be unfolding? Yet, would all of this truly be as the Hyuga Scion claimed? With resolute eyes, Yasumi adjusted the kunai's blade, poised to pierce the pale neck before him. But a somber voice interrupted. Yasumi! Stop! At Uchiha Fugaku's command. Yasumi's eyes flickered with defiance, but he ceased his motion, refraining from plunging the kunai into Tsukimi's throat. He looked at Fugaku with deep resentment. Could the clan head really believe in such tales about the Mangekyo Sharingan? The Sharingan's pinnacle had always been 3 tomo. How could it possibly transform into a Mangekyo? A faint smirk lifted Tsukimi's lips. He had won his bet. He had succeeded in unlocking the door within Fugaku's heart. Now, this head of the Uchiha clan could not avoid confronting that future, the future in which he would clash with his proudest son, Uchiha Itachi. A heavy shadow clouded Fugaku's eyes as he regarded Tsukimi gravely. I do not wish to inquire where you obtained this Mangekyo Sharingan intelligence. I only want to know how much truth lies in your claim that Itachi has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. A smile played upon Tsukimi's face as he replied slowly, Uchiha Shursui. At the mention of that name, a wave of helplessness surged within Fugaku. He had guessed correctly. If this were true, all would be doomed beyond redemption. Instinctively, he fixed his gaze upon Tsukimi's pale eyes and demanded, On what basis are you so certain? Minister, you need only return home and ask Itachi a single question. Would the answer I receive from you be more convincing than the one Itachi himself would give? Tsukimi's eyes remained cold and detached. He could have reconstructed the scene of Shursui's death from the Naruto storyline he had watched in a previous life, then guided Fugaku to verify it. But that was too cumbersome. He chose the simplest, most direct, and most inescapable method to compel Fugaku to confirm the intelligence. What could be more impactful, more decisive than hearing the truth from Itachi's own mouth? Would Itachi conceal Shursui's death and the fact that it had awakened his Mangekyo eyes? He could not. Fugaku himself possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the gaze of such eyes, Itachi's ocular power could not be hidden. Thus, once Fugaku spoke, Itachi's answer would steal the clan head's resolve. This approach was somewhat brutal. Yet, in such a merciless world, what other recourse was there? Or rather, had Itachi contemplated the cruelty of his choice when he resolved to annihilate his entire clan? Shursui Uchiha observed the shifting expression on Fugaku Uchiha's face, and his own demeanor subtly changed. Could it be that the Sharingan with 3 tomo truly concealed a Mangekyo Sharingan within? Yet, given his standing within the clan, he had never heard of such a thing. Fugaku's countenance betrayed a complex array of emotions. He understood the implication behind Tsukimi Hyuga's words. If he were to return home and summon Itachi to unveil his Mangekyo Sharingan, then if Itachi had truly awakened it, his ocular power would be impossible to conceal. Was he prepared to take such a step? His heart was awash with conflicting feelings. Ultimately, he resolved to deal with Tsukimi Hyuga first. He had not forgotten that a member of the Hyuga main house lay lifeless on the ground. Even if he decided to confront Itachi upon returning, he must first eliminate the immediate threat posed by this perilous man. With a calm expression, he inquired, And you, Tsukimi Hyuga, what is it that you seek to obtain from the Uchiha clan? I can conceal the death of Hyuga Retsu for you, grant you time to flee, and consider it a token of gratitude for the intelligence you have provided. Tsukimi Hyuga chuckled lightly. Had he slain Hyuga Retsu in the guard division merely to escape? Certainly not. He spoke with serene detachment, Captain of the guard. Even if I flee, can I truly evade the control of the caged bird technique? Once it is activated, no matter how far I am from the main house, I will be detected, my approximate location sensed, and the main house will inevitably pursue me, leaving me powerless to resist and doomed to perish under this jutsu. What I desire is modest. In the war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, I shall stand with the Uchiha. In exchange, I only require that you, Captain of the Guard, conceal the disturbances caused by each time I slay a member of the Hyuga clan. Fugaku Uchiha regarded Tsukimi Hyuga before him, and for the first time, a glimmer of vigilance appeared in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this man would be so unhinged. willing not merely to kill one or two Hyuga of the main house and desist, but to perpetuate relentless slaughter of his own kin. Such madness was unfathomable. He was about to refuse outright, but Tsukimi Hyuga seemed to perceive his inner turmoil. One phrase he uttered silenced him. The Bakugan of the Hyuga clan surpasses the Sharingan in insight. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan is far inferior in intelligence gathering compared to the Bakugan. The most crucial assistance I can offer the Uchiha clan is this. The moment you, Captain of the Guard, decide to resist, I will, through the Bakugan's insight, relay all intelligence surrounding the Jinchuriki directly to you. Captain of the Guard, will you decline this cooperation? Fugaku Uchiha fell silent. He could not refuse this proposal. For if he truly resolved to rebel, the Nine Tails would undoubtedly become his prize. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could command this tailed beast. Only by securing the Nine Tails could the Uchiha rebellion gain a viable chance of success. Otherwise, given the sheer number of ninja and clans in Konoha, even if the Uchiha rebelled, their odds of victory would be slim. To obtain the Nine Tails, one must seize the Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. Yet the Jinchuriki is perpetually monitored by the Umbu and Root operatives. If the Uchiha truly rebel, they could seize Naruto by force. But in doing so, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would surely command a full-scale assault against the Uchiha clan. Could Fugaku then so swiftly unseal the Nine Tails? Unlikely. However, with the aid of the Bakugan and its spatial awareness, abducting the Jinchuriki could be executed with great stealth. For a time, suspicion would not fall upon the Uchiha clan. By the time Sarutobi reacted, the time lag would suffice for Fugaku to unseal the Nine Tails. The soft golden sunlight filtered through the window, falling upon Tsukimi Hyuga, illuminating the dark crimson stain at his collar with stark clarity. A sharp blade could pierce his neck at any moment. His hands bore no chance to form even a single hand seal. Within this office, he should be at a disadvantage, praying for mercy from the other side. Yet now, Tsukimi Hyuga smiled lightly and spoke. Shall we cooperate, Captain of the Guard? His eyes reflected composure. This was a price Fugaku Uchiha, as Itachi's father, could refuse. But as the head of the Uchiha clan, he found himself unable to decline, for he was the clan leader. Shall we cooperate, Captain of the Guard? Tsukimi offered terms that Fugaku could not reject. A shadow of gloom flickered across Fugaku's eyes. He truly wished to avoid entanglement with this man. Killing one's own blood was taboo in any shinobi village. Moreover, from Tsukimi's words, it seemed the number of intended victims would exceed one or two. Yet the Bakugan's insight could provide decisive, critical aid in capturing the Jinchuriki. If he could successfully release the Nine Tails and control it with the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would greatly diminish the casualties among his clan during battle with Konoha. As Fugaku contemplated this, he froze unconsciously. Since when had he begun considering leading the Uchiha in rebellion, pondering battle with Konoha? He had not yet returned home to hear Itachi's response. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze upon the smiling man before him and, in that moment, comprehended Tsukimi Hyuga's true motive for entering this office. He was certain that Itachi, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, had already made his choice deep within his heart. He could no longer turn back. Tsukimi's desire was for him to embark upon a future severed from Konoha. Watching the faint smile on the man's face, Fugaku knew he had been outmaneuvered. But was he to fall into this trap so easily? He had indeed made a decision, but he might not need this man. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the severed head of Hyuga Retsu lying on the floor. Regarding the Bakugan, there is already one on the ground. The Uchiha do not require your assistance. Oh, Captain of the Guard, you may examine that head on the floor and then respond to me. Tsukimi Hyuga's smile remained unaltered. He did not even bother to glance at Hyuga Retsu's severed head. In the 3 days since acquiring his authority, he had posed countless questions to his system concerning his unique abilities. Among them was how to gain the power of those he forgave. The system's response was that after personally granting forgiveness to a clanmate, he could, through his authority, seize their power in a manner akin to causality itself. This seizure would utterly annihilate all power within the target's body, and the Bakugan, as a vessel of ocular power, would be completely destroyed as well. Fugaku Uchiha observed Hizuki Hyuga's composed demeanor, his expression darkening slightly as he tilted his head to cast a subtle glance at Yakumi, silently instructing him to examine Hizuki Hyuga's head. Yakumi, catching the hint, shot a displeased look at Hizuki before sheathing his kunai and approaching Hizuki Hyuga's head. Squatting down, he grasped the head roughly with his right hand and lifted it up. Then his expression froze. Before them, Hizuki Hyuga's eyes had turned into pure black voids. Those powerful Bakugan eyes were slowly fragmenting into gray shards, shattering bit by bit and dissipating into the wind. Fugaku Uchiha was stunned by the sight. He had never imagined that the Hyuga clan's eyes could vanish in such a manner. This defied all logic. If the Hyuga's Byakugan could fade like this, then how had Ao of the Hidden Mist acquired the Byakugan in the first place? After Ao obtained the power of the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan had developed a technique based on the caged bird, ensuring that upon the death of a Hyuga ninja, their Byakugan would self-destruct. Hizuki Hyuga calmly began to fabricate a story as he watched the stunned expressions of Yakumi and Fugaku. Naturally, this situation was not the result of the Hyuga clan's technique derived from the caged bird. Rather, it was the consequence of his having seized Hizuki Hyuga's power. However, Fugaku and Yakumi were unaware of this fact. The death rate among Hyuga clan ninjas was very low because branch family ninjas always stood in front of them. Hyuga clan members with average talent were even assigned to low-risk posts such as the security division. His explanation was entirely plausible. Thanks to the effect of the caged bird, over the past millennium, this had been corroborated by various great ninja clans. Upon hearing Hizuki's words, Fugaku Uchiha clenched his teeth, feeling completely outmaneuvered by Hizuki. He seemed to have neither reason nor means to resist the terms of cooperation. As head of the Uchiha clan, the power of the Ninetales was something he absolutely had to obtain. Only by unleashing the Ninetales could he minimize casualties within the Uchiha clan. Bearing the frustration of being outplayed, he fixed Hizuki with a frosty gaze and said, "Cooperation is possible, but if you cause too much of a stir, I will not cover for you. The village will not stand idly by while the Hyuga clan is slaughtered to extinction." Upon hearing their clan leader's words, Yakumi's expression first froze, then brightened with joy. He knew that the clan leader had finally made up his mind. Though Yakumi had not openly shown hawkish tendencies and had loyally assisted Fugaku, deep down he desired resistance. The Uchiha had given so much to Konoha. What had they received in return? Exile to the village's outskirts. Granted the important security division. Yes, but constantly monitored by the Umbu and the Root faction established in recent years. Such a Konoha did not deserve the Uchiha's loyalty. Now that Fugaku Uchiha had resolved to resist, whether to reclaim the Uchiha's rightful glory or lead the entire clan in rebellion, Yakumi would support him to the end. Observing the changes in Fugaku and Yakumi's expressions, Hizuki Hyuga understood that he had succeeded. Next, he planned to further stoke the Uchiha's dissatisfaction with Konoha, amplifying the disturbance they would cause. But for that, he needed to add fuel to the fire within the Uchiha. After all, the flame currently simmering within the Uchiha was not yet fierce enough. He required the Uchiha to draw all eyes to the forefront. He would need some time and preparation before personally forgiving the Hyuga clan. Thus, gazing at Hizuki Hyuga's fallen body, he remarked calmly, "Chief of the Security Division, since you're considering cooperation, let us begin by disposing of Hizuki Hyuga's corpse. After all, you wouldn't want others to discover that a member of the Hyuga clan died within the security division at such a critical moment." Fugaku's eyes darkened as he watched Hizuki deftly divert the topic. But there was nothing he could do. He needed the other party's Byakugan. He could only order his clan members to monitor this man more closely from now on. "What is your plan, then?" Fugaku Uchiha asked coldly. "One death can be replaced by another," Hizuki replied calmly. "Uchiha Setsuna, currently imprisoned, is an excellent candidate. His strength ranks among the upper echelons of Jonin. In this way, the Uchiha's power will be further strengthened." Yakumi Uchiha sneered and interjected, "The Byakugan can perceive chakra flow with unparalleled clarity. Releasing Setsuna and having him impersonate Hizuki Hyuga through transformation techniques is futile. The moment he returns to Hyuga territory, he will be exposed." "Your plan," Yakumi's words were cut off by Fugaku. "Hizuki Hyuga, your intentions go far beyond this," Fugaku said, his gaze growing even darker. "You not only killed Hizuki Hyuga, but intend to eliminate all Hyuga clan members serving within the security division. Suggesting releasing Setsuna from prison was merely a ruse to coax me into gradually replacing Hyuga personnel. Wasn't he it?" Fugaku's eyes grew increasingly ominous. He felt that by agreeing to cooperate, he had personally opened the gates to hell. "Clan leader, that's impossible," Yakumi protested. "Such actions would only reveal our intentions to the Hyuga clan prematurely, escalating tensions and hastening a confrontation with the village. The power of the Byakugan lies not only in battlefield perception but also in its ability to clearly discern the flow of chakra within an opponent. Techniques like transformation jutsu are utterly useless before the Hyuga clan." He turned to glare at Hizuki Hyuga, his eyes filled with loathing. He now considered the man insane and utterly reckless. Hizuki Hyuga met Fugaku's grim expression with a calm countenance, never intending to conceal his thoughts. "If seen through, then so be it. This is an open strategy." Fugaku Uchiha, having set his sights on the Ninetales, will not be able to resist the temptation of releasing the clan members imprisoned within the security division once I pointed out. Those hawkish Uchiha imprisoned there are all elite warriors. Facing Yakumi's skeptical and contemptuous gaze, Hizuki replied coolly, as befits the chief of the security division. So, will you refuse? Refuse? Fugaku clenched his fist. He wished he could refuse. But every step Hizuki proposed was the most advantageous arrangement for the Uchiha. What grounds did he have to say no? At this moment, Yakumi, who had long been suppressed, finally erupted. He strode 2 or 3 steps forward and faced Hizuki Hyuga, his expression terrifyingly grim. Did you not hear a single word I just said? Such a notion of yours will only lead to the demise of the Uchiha clan, and ultimately your own destruction, you arrogant, mad, and foolish wretch. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking than he heard the voice of Fugaku Uchiha, causing his expression to stiffen involuntarily. Yakumi, there was nothing flawed about his plan. As long as I issue an order to transfer all members of the Hyuga clan currently serving in the security division to the prison, and then have him eliminate them. Afterwards, by presenting this order upon returning to the Hyuga clan, no one will be able to detect any inconsistencies for quite some time. After all, any ninja capable of discerning such flaws would never have access to the prison, and those unable to see through the ruse would be indifferent to the location. Am I not correct, Tsukimi Hyuga? Fugaku Uchiha said with a somber countenance. He had been pondering deeply in his mind just moments ago and had resolved to proceed according to Tsukimi Hyuga's plan. There was no reason for him to refuse. Since the head of the security division had already seen through my intentions, then let the operation commence. Tsukimi Hyuga let out a light chuckle before casting a glance at Yakumi Uchiha, who stood nearby. His eyes were calm and placid, yet for some unknown reason, Yakumi felt a chill run down his spine upon meeting that gaze. Though utterly devoid of emotion, it weighed upon his heart like a heavy stone. That look seemed to say, he is a fool. He cannot even see through my thoughts. He wanted to speak, but in the end, he sealed his lips and slowly retreated, his eyes fixed on Tsukimi Hyuga as he bent down to retrieve his ninja blade. Clang. The blade slid back into its sheath. Yakumi Uchiha shuddered involuntarily. He did not understand why, though he had heard that sound countless times before. This time it struck his soul with such force that he momentarily lost himself. And that very sound would haunt Yakumi's memories for many years to come. Countless times, he would recall this scene in his dreams, as if it were the inception of an inevitable fate. Fugaku Uchiha's voice then cut through, bringing his consciousness back to clarity. Yakumi, gather all members of the Hyuga clan serving in the security division and bring them to the prison. Clarity shone in Yakumi's eyes as he respectfully nodded. At your command, clan head. With those words spoken, he strode toward the office door. As he departed, he cast a complex look at Tsukimi Hyuga, who stood before the desk. Click. The office door opened and closed behind him. Tsukimi Hyuga looked at Fugaku Uchiha with a light smile and said, Honored head of the security division, please prepare the appointment documents. Fugaku Uchiha remained silent, merely fixing his gaze deeply upon him. Then he picked up pen and paper and began drafting the documents. There were many documents. Among them was one appointing Tsukimi Hyuga as captain of the 9th Squad of the security division. The rest appointed all members of the Hyuga clan as members of the 9th Squad. Following that was an order to deploy the 9th Squad to the prison for long-term custody duty. Thud. The pen was set down upon the desk. Fugaku Uchiha rose, holding 2 documents in his hands. Looking at Tsukimi Hyuga, his expression radiated authority as he declared, You had better see your affairs through to completion. Otherwise, you will witness the wrath of the Uchiha clan. Of course, please rest assured, head of the security division, Tsukimi Hyuga replied with a light chuckle, extending his hand. Accompanied by a cold snort from Fugaku Uchiha, the 2 documents were handed over to Tsukimi Hyuga. One was his letter of appointment. The other, the deployment order for the 9th Squad. These 2 documents were a death sentence for every member of the Hyuga clan within the security division. Within the Konoha maximum security prison, the place where all of Konoha's prisoners were detained, security was extraordinarily stringent. The main prison building, 30 meters tall and freestanding, was a tower-style structure. Its uppermost double floors afforded a full 360-degree panoramic view of the surroundings below. Should anyone harbor ill intent, the vigilant guards could launch long-range ninjutsu strikes from their elevated vantage point. In front of this main building stood a separate, tower-style structure only half its height, providing supplies for the prison. Between these 2 buildings, Yakumi Uchiha stood expressionless at the prison gate. Behind him were 6 Hyuga clan ninja. 2 bore the caged bird curse mark upon their foreheads. The rest were members of the main family. Yakumi Uchiha, You have summoned us here under the orders of the head of the security division for over half an hour now. If you have no explanation, I shall not entertain you further, Hyuga Ichiji said, his eyes revealing displeasure as he addressed Yakumi. As a main family member of the Hyuga clan, he had the confidence to speak to Yakumi in such a manner, even though he was only a chunin. But suddenly, a cold voice echoed into his ears. My apologies for the wait. However, you shall not have to wait any longer. Everyone present turned their heads toward the sound. Beneath the slanting sunlight, Tsukimi Hyuga, clad in a white ninja vest and bearing an impassive expression, approached them. His hand rested upon the hilt of his blade. A golden radiance bathed his figure, reflecting off his forehead protector. Hyuga Ichiji narrowed his eyes, displeased, and spoke. You are Tsukimi Hyuga, are you not? A branch family member. Just a branch family member. Yet where do you find the audacity to keep us waiting here so long? Have you forgotten what it means to bear the caged bird's curse? Before he could finish, a chilling voice reverberated in front of the prison gate. Heartstyle, 10,000 thunders. Heartstyle, 10,000 thunders. The moment this frigid voice resounded, dozens of afterimages materialized between the two gloomy, narrow buildings. Blades reflected the sunlight in every direction, forcing everyone to close their eyes involuntarily. Thunder, an inescapable divine punishment. Boom! Hyuga Ichiji's head was brutally cleaved apart by countless blades. Blood sprayed like rain in all directions. Thud, his body collapsed backward slowly. Witnessing this, the several main family members of the Hyuga clan initially froze, then were consumed by boundless rage. Since when did branch family members dare to attack the main family? Such a lowly creature, ignorant of rank and respect, must be immediately eradicated. Tsukimi Hyuga, you wretched fiend, may you suffer a painful and twisted death beneath the caged bird's curse. Hyuga Taro, a main family member, formed hand seals with both hands, his face contorted with fierce wrath as he shouted. Your hand seals are too slow. A dispassionate voice echoed in his ears. Then, Hyuga Taro watched as his own hands, forming the seals, detached from his body. Blood from his arms gushed forth like a mountain stream. Disbelief flickered in his eyes. When did this happen? Suddenly, a kunai pierced straight through Hyuga Taro's chest. With a twist, the agonizing shattering pain in his heart contorted his face. He looked toward Uchiha Kusabi, spitting blood and roaring. Make your move, Uchiha scoundrel. Hyuga Tsukimi slowly withdrew the kunai that had been plunged into Hyuga Taro's heart. Gazing at the remaining four motionless members of the Hyuga clan, he spoke coldly. He struck long ago. With a swift pull, the kunai was drawn out. Devoid of any support, Hyuga Taro collapsed onto the ground. Within his fading vision, Uchiha Kusabi was approaching Hyuga Tsukimi with a displeased expression, and before succumbing to darkness, the last words he heard were, the clan head consented to cooperate with you, but never promised to aid you in exterminating the Hyuga clan. Thank you. Hyuga Tsukimi spoke with an indifferent demeanor, then, grasping his blade, advanced toward the four Hyuga clan members and snared in genjutsu. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Uchiha Kusabi's mouth. His meaning was clear. The Uchiha clan would never lend assistance again. But what was this guy's meaning by thank you? A surge of frustration, inexplicable yet potent, swirled in Uchiha Kusabi's heart, causing him to grit his teeth. He watched Hyuga Tsukimi's retreating figure, his eyes shadowed with a hint of apprehension. Unlike Hyuga Taro, who was merely a chunin and unaware of his impending demise, Uchiha Kusabi, standing by the prison gates as an observer, witnessed every move Hyuga Tsukimi made in perfect clarity. At the outset, Tsukimi's swordsmanship maximized the battlefield's environment. With his back to the sun while everyone else faced it, he used chakra and his own height advantage to create numerous afterimages. The gleam reflected from his blade obscured everyone's vision, leaving the remaining Hyuga clan's main family ninja unable to react promptly. Then, using shadow clones, he targeted Hyuga Uchiha, while simultaneously employing earth-style ninjutsu to tunnel underground in a flash, charging directly at Hyuga Taro. It was precisely because of this that when Taro finally realized what was happening, Hyuga Tsukimi was already at a considerable distance, leaving him utterly unprepared as he began forming hand seals. Moments later, Tsukimi emerged from beneath the earth and severed both of Taro's arms outright. The other four Hyuga clan members were instinctively subdued by Tsukimi's coordinated strike with Taro, trapped instantly in genjutsu, controlled and immobilized. This created an ideal offensive environment for Hyuga Tsukimi. Yet, Uchiha Kusabi suspected that even without his intervention, Tsukimi could have handled the remaining four Hyuga clan members. However, he dared not gamble. Should Tsukimi be slain by the caged bird curse, Uchiha would be immediately exposed. Thus, he acted on impulse, completing a near-flawless collaboration with Tsukimi. Still, he felt as though all his actions had been anticipated by Tsukimi. Furthermore, Tsukimi's demonstrated prowess was far beyond the level of a newly promoted chunin. Such command and foresight of the battlefield, even among Jonin, marked a formidable warrior. Realizing this, Uchiha Kusabi immediately elevated Tsukimi's threat level by several notches. This was a man brimming with peril. Hyuga Tsukimi strolled deliberately toward the other Hyuga clan members frozen in Genjutsu, his eyes fixed on a cerulean panel visible only to him. Within it, 2 notifications flashed. Forgiving the sins of kin, self-evolution progress increased by 10%. Forgiving the sins of kin, self-evolution progress increased by 8%. Observing these prompts, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. To personally forgive the Hyuga clan, it truly gratified him. Yet, amid the act of forgiveness, he detected subtle differences. Each forgiven Hyuga clan member contributed varying amounts of evolution progress. After forgiving Hyuga Uchiha, the progress bar surged by 10%. But upon forgiving Hyuga Taro, it rose by only 8%. It seemed that the sinfulness borne by each clan member differed, and so did the power he gained. With a slight shift in thought, he now stood before the 4 Hyuga clan members trapped in Genjutsu, unable to move. His expression remained impassive as he raised his kunai. Whoosh! For heads soared into the air. For mechanical prompt sounds echoed in his mind. When the chimes faded, Hyuga Tsukimi glanced at the cerulean interface's progress bar. Bakugan, 174%. Having eliminated all Hyuga clan members serving in the security division, his first stage of Bakugan evolution was nearly complete. Gazing upon the progress bar within the cerulean interface, he felt immense joy. The shackles and restraints of these past 10+ years were loosening at last. With pleasure and a newfound ease, he sheathed the kunai back into the scabbard on his back. Then, Hyuga Tsukimi looked toward the direction of the Hokage rock. Now, the operation within the security division was partially fulfilled. Having activated the authority granted by forgiving his kin, he had assimilated all Hyuga clan members serving in the security division into himself. He had set Uchiha Fugaku on a collision course with Uchiha Itachi's future. Next, before returning to the Hyuga clan lands to report to the clan head, there was one more matter to attend to. His thoughts shifted subtly as he turned his gaze toward Uchiha Kusabi, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of wariness. Calmly, he said, "I'll be off now. I'll leave this to you." As the words fell, Hyuga Tsukimi strode forward. Watching Tsukimi depart without hesitation, Uchiha Kusabi's eye twitched in irritation. What did this guy take him for? He spoke as if on his own accord and just left. Why should he comply? Looking down at the fallen Hyuga clan corpses, he turned toward the Uchiha clan members stationed on the watchtower and snapped coldly, "What are you staring at? Get down here and collect the bodies. Clean up." With that, he headed toward the prison. Excitement gleamed in Uchiha Kusabi's eyes. Today, he would liberate every imprisoned Uchiha clan member within these walls. The day of rekindling the Uchiha's former glory was drawing near. Donning a black ninja vest and fitted trousers, without bearing a kunai, Hyuga Tsukimi now stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing down solemnly below. The veins by his temples bulged prominently. His pale eyes now revealed distinct irises, sharp and clear. He was activating the Bakugan. The reason he was using the Bakugan here was to search for something. Suddenly, his figure vanished in an instant. Swish, in the next moment, he appeared at the eye socket carved into the face of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He steadied his stance with both feet and drew his right hand back, curling his 5 fingers tightly into a fist. With a mighty punch, boom, the eye socket of the second Hokage was shattered by his blow. Countless fragments of stone scattered in all directions. A pit more than 1 meter deep and 40 centimeters wide was blasted open. Then, he reached in and retrieved an object from the hollow. In his hand was an aged explosive tag, its originally vivid red talisman now faded and dull. Hyuga Tsukimi had come precisely for this. 30 years ago, during the war between the Kajiro village and Konoha, the Kajiro village staked everything on victory, converting all their funds into explosive tags and covertly planting them within Konoha by their trapped ninja, Geno. Their plan was to detonate all these tags simultaneously during a surprise attack, seizing a swift victory in the war. However, in that battle, as the Kajiro village's main forces left the village itself was decimated by the Takigakure shinobi, causing the plan to collapse. According to the original storyline, several years later, Geno, troubled by his conscience, secretly removed most of the explosive tags he had buried in Konoha, leaving only a small portion behind to play hide-and-seek with Naruto Uzumaki. Reflecting on this, Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes flickered with a trace of mockery. He could not comprehend why Naruto Uzumaki, who was relentlessly targeted by the village's boundless malice, had never succumbed to darkness and had repeatedly saved Konoha. If he himself possessed the Nine Tails power, the very first thing he would do would be to utterly destroy Konoha. Alas, his strength was not yet sufficient. Over the years, he had concealed part of his power, but at best, he was only a notably strong Jonin. As his thoughts shifted, he used his activated Bakugan to survey other parts of the Hokage rock. The sections bearing the faces of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were embedded with a great number of explosive tags. These tags had undergone special treatment. Even with the Bakugan's insight, one would not notice anything amiss at a glance unless they already knew the storyline. This was because these explosive tags were not only completely concealed in terms of the chakra they contained but also embedded in the rock in a special manner. The only reason he had managed to find this particular explosive tag was his prior knowledge of the plot and his patient Bakugan search lasting over half an hour, finally discerning a subtle anomaly. This slight difference was due to the tag's age. The method used to mask their chakra had deteriorated over time, causing some tags to occasionally leak a faint trace of chakra. He had detected this occasional leakage with his Bakugan, which led him to uncover this batch of explosive tags. Having now obtained this explosive tag, finding the rest of the same batch would be exceedingly easy, as he was familiar with their chakra attributes and sealing techniques. However, he did not intend to remove the tens of thousands of explosive tags embedded in the Hokage rock. After all, it was the Hokage rock. Causing too much commotion would expose him. The Hokage's office building stood not far away, directly facing this spot. What he truly sought to retrieve were those explosive tags buried within the village of Konoha itself. And the reason he wanted to take these tags was that, in his plan, not only did he intend to annihilate the Hyuga clan, but he also sought to inflict severe damage upon Konoha during his escape. He was uncertain whether he could reliably evolve into the Rinnegan after wiping out the Hyuga clan. If not, he would have to go to the moon. Therefore, to be safe, he needed to use these explosive tags to complete the plan the Kadro village had failed to fulfill 30 years ago. Dealing a heavy blow to Konoha and leaving it too exhausted to pursue him, he placed the explosive tag into his ninja tool pouch. Then, Hyuga Tsukimi formed hand seals with both hands, his gaze indifferent as he uttered, "Earth release, earth flow." The shattered rock instantly transformed into a clay-like substance and swiftly flowed back into the blasted eye socket. In a brief moment, the eye socket was restored to its original state. Having completed this, Hyuga Tsukimi turned his gaze toward the residential district beyond, an area once planned by Konoha to become a bustling commercial center. But now, it was nothing more than a scattering of abandoned houses and ancient trees that had grown wild, having become a place where most people strolled during their leisure time. He tapped the ground with his foot. Swish, Hyuga Tsukimi's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as Hyuga Tsukimi began preparing for his plan, in the Uchiha clan's territory, at the Fugaku family residence, the spacious courtyard held a serene scene. Uchiha Fugaku sat calmly cross-legged on the grass. Before him stood a low table bearing a teapot and 2 teacups. He was waiting for his eldest son, the prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, to return. After signing the documents and handing them to Hyuga Tsukimi, Fugaku had immediately returned and sent someone to the Umbu to summon Itachi back. Judging by the timing, it was nearly time. Footsteps echoed. Without turning around, he spoke calmly, "Itachi, come have some tea." Uchiha Itachi stood at the wooden veranda at the edge of the courtyard, watching his father's back. A faint unease stirred within him. Normally, Uchiha Fugaku never interfered with his actions, let alone summon him back directly from the Umbu. Could it be that the clan? Speculating inwardly, he removed his shoes and replied, "Very well, father." After placing his shoes neatly aside, he walked slowly to the low table and seated himself cross-legged. He looked at his father's composed expression, his mind filled with myriad conjectures. Did his father want him to aid the Uchiha in rebellion? Or was he seeking to demonstrate the clan's loyalty to the Hokage through him? Such thoughts flickered through his mind one after another. Then, he heard a phrase that caused his body to stiffen. "When Shursui died, your 3-tomo Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo, didn't it?" Uchiha Fugaku calmly filled the teacup before Itachi with hot tea from the teapot. A faint white mist obscured his vision, making it impossible to discern the emotions concealed within his eyes at that moment. The white vapor slowly rose. Countless thoughts raced through Uchiha Itachi's mind. Was his father the only one who knew that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Has the Umbu and Root been informed of this intelligence? Yet, even after he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he never once employed it, not even in the direst of circumstances. No information about its existence has ever surfaced before the eyes of the world, and even the root, who possesses the most clandestine knowledge within Konoha, logically could not have known that his Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo. Moreover, his father disclosed the precise moment when he awakened the Mangekyo. The magnitude of information embedded in that statement is overwhelming for Itachi Uchiha. Has he been under his father's surveillance all along? Is it time to confront the truth? Is he being monitored by some intelligence organization? Which organization provided this intelligence to Fugaku Uchiha? Whichever possibility it may be, it signifies a terrifying reality. The actions he believed to be secret have long been exposed to everyone's gaze. Amidst such a shattering revelation, he found himself utterly at a loss for how to respond to Fugaku's questions. His expression grew increasingly complex. Fugaku Uchiha gazed upon the child he proudly called his own. He had obtained the answer. His eyes began to whirl, their irises instantly turning a vivid crimson, and then in the center of each pupil appeared a black dot. Surrounding this dot emerged a black ring, from which extended 3 slashes shaped like fragmented willow leaves. Finally, 3 smaller dots appeared between each of the slashes. This was his Mangekyo Sharingan. Witnessing this, Itachi felt even more uncertain about what to do next, as if sitting on pins and needles. "Itachi, let me see your eyes," Fugaku Uchiha said calmly, though deep within, he was racked with immense pain. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the price paid for these eyes, was unbearably heavy. Itachi took a deep breath, casting away every thought in his mind. Then his eyes began to whirl. He knew that everything had become irreversible, yet he held onto his own conviction. No matter what path lay ahead, he would walk it. The whirling eyes soon revealed the crimson irises again, with a hollow black ring at the center of each pupil. From the ring extended 3 sharp blades. "Father," Itachi's voice was low yet infused with resolute determination. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan locked eyes across the table. Both were Uchiha clan members who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, each possessing an unshakable conviction and harboring intense emotions. They were father and son. Their stances were irreconcilable. A white mist of tea was swept by the wind and spread out, blurring the line of sight between their eyes. Or perhaps, they were simply incapable of gazing at each other with such sharp intensity. Fugaku's heart was a tangled web of emotions. He was proud of his son's talent, yet deeply anguished by the inevitable events to come. He lifted the teacup from the table, concealing his expression behind the steam, and spoke calmly. "Can you place the lives of our clan above those of Konoha, Itachi?" Upon hearing this, Itachi looked earnestly at his father and replied, "Every life is equal, father. Whether it be the villagers or the clan members, the weight of their lives is the same. There should be no hierarchy." Fugaku lifted his head. Those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes seemed capable of piercing through the soul as they fixed unflinchingly upon Itachi. He stared intently, then in a voice so calm it was chilling, asked, "Then if you had to choose between the village and the clan, which would you choose?" After uttering those words, Fugaku closed his eyes. He could almost predict what his son would say, yet he wanted to hear it from Itachi's own lips. Only then could he finally relinquish the unrealistic hope within his heart and truly seek a path to salvation for the Uchiha clan. Itachi lowered his head slightly. His choice, perhaps, had already been made when he was but 4 years old. He involuntarily recalled that time, when he first went to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. On that blood-soaked field, he witnessed scenes one after another. Fallen shinobi strewn across the earth like corpses, living shinobi fighting savagely like beasts. In his eyes, the reasons that drove them to wield their weapons so mercilessly were utterly absurd. For glory, for honor, for wealth, for all those reasons they so easily sacrificed their lives. To him it was meaningless. Life was so precious, and to give it up for such causes was laughable. Life should never be so cheap. On the day he leapt from the cliff, contemplating the meaning of life, he realized the purpose of his existence. Peace. He would bring peace to the shinobi world, sever the chains of hatred, and ensure that no one would have to die so cheaply ever again. When Shursui died before his eyes, his resolve only deepened. If the shinobi world were peaceful, resources fairly distributed, and no one burdened by the shackles of hatred, then Shursui would not have died. For the sake of peace, he chose to join the camp of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He could not stand idly by as the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan grew. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood their strength intimately. If the conflict became irreconcilable, this volcano called Uchiha would erupt, destroying countless lives, and he could neither stand by nor allow it to happen. Moreover, he had promised Shursui he would protect the village and uphold the name of the Uchiha. I will protect all lives, Itachi said calmly and resolutely. Fugaku suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly at his son. This was his son. One who would firmly walk the path of his beliefs and follow through no matter how great the obstacles. He was immensely proud of such a son. Yet, he was the head of the Uchiha clan. From today onward, you will live in the Umbu, he declared. If, in the end, it is you who succeeds, then take good care of your younger brother, Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku calmly lifted his teacup and slowly took a sip. Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened slightly. He knew that from this moment onward, his life as a double agent had come to an end. He and his father would become adversaries on the chessboard. But before he left, he needed to know how his secret had been exposed. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Father, before I leave, could you tell me who informed you about my activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Uchiha Fugaku set down his teacup, his demeanor growing cold and stern. The once renowned Uchiha Tiger had returned in full force at this moment. He gazed at Uchiha Itachi with indifference and replied, "The only ones who know this intelligence are myself, Yakushi, and the provider. Root and the Hokage are unaware of this matter. This is the last piece of information I can offer you as your father, Itachi." Observing his father's impassive face, Uchiha Itachi understood that this conversation had reached its conclusion. Before the chess match between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was over, he would never again set foot in the home where he had grown up. A tumult of emotions surged within him as he rose to his feet. He turned his head and took one last look at the courtyard, a place steeped in countless memories. Finally, he glanced toward the courtyard gate. His younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, should be returning soon. Yet, there was no time to bid him farewell. Uchiha Itachi's face regained its serene composure. He then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and said, "Thank you, father." Uchiha Fugaku accepted the gesture calmly, saying nothing. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi turned and exited the courtyard. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, his heart trembling. Was this the fate of the Uchiha clan? The destiny inscribed on the shrine monument? At that very moment, an excited voice echoed through the courtyard. "Father." Clad in a white t-shirt and clutching a kunai, Uchiha Sasuke dashed into the courtyard, his face alight with enthusiasm. Then, presenting his treasure proudly before Uchiha Fugaku, he struck a pose and declared, "I practiced throwing kunai for a long time today. When my brother returns, I will surely astonish him. He'll never look down on me again." Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes. The gleam of the Mangekyo Sharingan had long since faded, and a complex expression flickered in his gaze as he looked at his young son. Konoha's abandoned district. Hyuga Tsukimi walked at a leisurely pace through a shaded grove, his hands tucked into his pockets. He had not activated his Bakugan because, after development was halted, many Konoha shinobi chose this once-planned bustling district for their training. It was also a favored spot for couples to meet. Although it was an abandoned area, it was far from deserted. He intended to walk to the heart of the abandoned district, activate his Bakugan, record the location of some explosive tags, and later return at night to swiftly carry out the excavation. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows ahead. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes narrowed instinctively. A talented member of the Hyuga clan, yet cast aside to serve in the security division as a discarded pawn. "Hyuga Tsukimi, are you resigned to being controlled by the main family for your entire life?" Sunlight poured over the newcomer, casting a long shadow. The nearly iconic bandages wrapped around his head immediately revealed his identity. The head of Root, Shimura Danzo. "I do not fully understand what Lord Danzo has said. Since the clan head insists I serve in the security division, there must be a reason," Hyuga Tsukimi replied respectfully, though a wariness stirred within him. Though he had not activated his Bakugan upon entering the abandoned district, his vigilance remained intact. When had Root begun monitoring him? He had not sensed it at all. Was there truly such a powerful sensory ninja within Root? It seemed he would need to be even more cautious in his future actions. "Hyuga Tsukimi, there is no need for such pretense. I am not like Hisashi. You have long grown weary of the Hyuga clan. Haven to you? Join Root. I can grant you special permission to avoid being branded with the Root curse seal. Do you not yearn to break the caged bird technique sealed upon your forehead?" Shimura Danzo said calmly. Confidence filled his heart. No branch family member of the Hyuga could resist the temptation to break free from the caged bird technique. After all people desire freedom. His presence here was prompted by learning immediately that Hyuga Hisashi had dispatched Hyuga Tsukimi to the security division. His greed for the security division's power rivaled that of Hyuga Hisashi. However, Root's authority was already vast, leaving him little justification to interfere with the security division. Hyuga Tsukimi's arrival presented an opportunity. Hyuga Hisashi was scheming to provoke the Uchiha within the security division to gain control over it. But Danzo believed he could do better. All he needed was to establish a dossier proving Hyuga Tsukimi was his undercover agent within the security division. Then, once the Uchiha vacated their grip on the division, he could claim a greater share of power. Yet, to achieve this, Hyuga Tsukimi must join Root. Just as his confidence swelled, Danzo believed Hyuga Tsukimi would not refuse the possibility of breaking the caged bird technique. Although he had no intention of actually helping him do so, that was irrelevant. What mattered was that the forbidden rumors surrounding Root were enough to lure the young man. Hyuga Tsukimi's expression revealed hesitation. He looked at Shimura Danzo with a flicker of disdain deep in his eyes. If the caged bird technique could truly be broken through Root, I would join without a word from Danzo. But all Root's technology hinges on Orochimaru's developments. Since his departure, Danzo's human experiments have produced nothing but urban legends. The only valuable wood-release technique is only good for building houses. It's truly laughable. Still, Hyuga Tsukimi harbored ambitions regarding Root. After all, within Root were cells of Senju Hashirama. If he could obtain Hashirama's cells and enhance them within himself, thus, his chakra reserves and physical constitution would be greatly enhanced. Even the transmigrated eyes would experience an augmentation. However, previously, he had not considered approaching Root at this moment, for Shimura Danzo was far too perilous, and his strength was not yet sufficient. But now, with Shimura Danzo himself extending an invitation to join, and without the necessity of bearing the Root curse seal, it warranted serious contemplation. Yet, an immediate acceptance was out of the question. He needed to maintain the persona of a Hyuga branch clan ninja who harbored profound reverence for the main family. With a subtle shift in thought, Hyuga Tsukimi, wearing an expression tinged with hesitation, spoke. Lord Danzo, let us leave this matter here. I shall not engage in anything that the main family forbids. Observing Tsukimi's demeanor, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered slightly. He understood that the other party was already tempted. Yet, the long-standing reverence for the main family prevented him from making an immediate decision. But that was of no concern. As a hunter, he was always patient. A smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face as he said, "No need to rush. Take a few more days to consider. However, I am often busy. When you are ready, simply contact Siko. It was she who spotted you today and informed me." As his words concluded, a woman adorned with a painted mask and clad in a short-sleeved gray ninja vest suddenly materialized behind Shimura Danzo. Hyuga Tsukimi's gaze shifted subtly. This woman was the sensory-type ninja who had detected his trail without being discovered. Such a degree of concealment, did it involve some unique bloodline limit? He then turned his eyes toward Shimura Danzo, a flicker of killing intent surfacing within. Danzo's recent words had left him deeply displeased, the condescending tone revealing an attitude of complete control. That arrogance of a superior reminded him of Hyuga Hisashi's manner when issuing commands. He truly longed to cleave these scoundrels with a single strike, but his strength was not yet sufficient. He still needed to maintain his disguise. Displaying a countenance of respect, he looked at Shimura Danzo and said, "Thank you, Lord Danzo." Shimura Danzo nodded, a satisfied expression gracing his face, before turning and departing. As his figure vanished into the forest, the woman named Siko also disappeared from the spot. However, this time Hyuga Tsukimi detected a faint ripple. His eyes shifted subtly. He seemed to have a rough understanding of what kind of bloodline limit this was. Then, with a composed expression, he proceeded deeper into the wasteland. Within the wasteland, vegetation grew with abnormal luxuriance. This, in turn, attracted many animals to nest here, though the more dangerous creatures had long been driven away or slain. Crack! A yellowed branch snapped beneath the tread of black ninja boots. The faint sound startled the squirrels hiding in the grass. Upon spotting a human, panic was evident in their expressions, and they hurriedly scurried away, causing a rustling cascade. The owner of the boots glanced briefly in the direction the squirrels fled, then turned and pushed aside the overly dense leaves and branches obstructing his path. Hyuga Tsukimi's face remained serene as he advanced, refraining from activating the Bakugan. He knew that the woman named Siko was surely observing him from the shadows. This was an unspoken intimidation from Shimura Danzo, a slap followed by a sweet carrot, the common stratagem of those in power. Under such circumstances, activating the Bakugan to search the wasteland would be too conspicuous. Yet, he did not intend to abandon his objective, for such surveillance would not cease regardless. Given Danzo's nature, even if he agreed to join Root, someone would always be watching him. The best way to end this surveillance was to demonstrate strength, to make Danzo recognize that he was a talent worthy of some consideration. In the shinobi world, or indeed anywhere, only by exhibiting one's power does one earn respect. Dignity exists solely upon the blade's edge. Truth, likewise, resides only within the fist. During the 10 or so minutes of walking, he had roughly deduced the bloodline limit ability possessed by the woman monitoring him. Now, it was time to showcase his own strength. Hyuga Tsukimi calmly approached a towering ancient tree, rising some dozen meters. He placed his right hand upon his abdomen. Thanks to his previous life's experience watching Naruto, he knew that performing hand seals with one hand could greatly enhance power. Thus, over the years, he had been studying this technique. However, his talent was limited, and the number of ninjutsu he had developed allowing one-handed seals was scant. Not like those prodigies who could clap their hands and summon jutsu effortlessly. The shadow of the towering ancient tree slowly enveloped Hyuga Tsukimi's figure. Perched on a branch was Hanchuan Siko, her eyes cold and indifferent. Around her, not even the slightest chakra fluctuation could be detected. Even activating the Bakugan could not penetrate her form. Her clan had served a great figure 1,000 years ago, and during that service, a woman bore offspring to that figure, endowing their clan with a bloodline limit. Yet, perhaps due to impure lineage, their bloodline limit differed from that great figure's. After several mutations, the bloodline limit had evolved into something entirely unlike the original power born to survive under any circumstance. It completely erased one's presence and chakra fluctuations. By remaining still, one could blend into the surroundings and monitor chakra activity within a 1,000-meter radius. This was the Amber Bloodline Limit ability. Though the Hanchuan clan had mutated this Amber ability, their bloodline had dwindled to near extinction. Ultimately, Danzo had adopted the last orphan of the Hanchuan clan, Hanchuan Siko. This ability had been developed by Danzo into the perfect covert sentinel, the ideal observer. Without clear knowledge of Hanchuan Siko's bloodline limit, enemies could not possibly detect her. She was one of Rude's top assets. Siko's gaze never left Hyuga Tsukimi. After watching him enter the shadow of the ancient tree, she prepared to move, but in the next instant, her eyes suddenly contracted. For Hyuga Tsukimi's chakra presence vanished in an instant. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Siko's figure disappeared among the branches. When she reappeared, she was positioned on an ancient tree 95 degrees diagonally from where Hyuga Tsukimi had vanished. Her eyes scanned the surroundings. Her body remained motionless as she desperately employed Amber to sense the chakra fluctuations nearby. Yet Hinata Tsukimi vanished as if she had ceased to exist entirely. Her eyes betrayed a hint of disbelief. Her Byakugan could extend a radius of 1,000 meters in a full 360-degree sweep centered on herself. Even if an earth-style technique burrowed underground, she could sense chakra fluctuations up to 50 meters beneath the surface. Yet, in that very instant, Hinata Tsukimi's presence and chakra fluctuations utterly dissipated. Even the legendary 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique could not instantaneously transport someone over a distance of 1,000 meters. That was a space-time ninjutsu, the most potent of the body flicker techniques. Hinata Tsukimi could not possibly wield such a jutsu, and yet, she had undeniably slipped away right before her eyes. Her bloodline limit had registered no precursor to this. Suddenly, a voice whispered beside her ear. "Go back and tell Lord Danzo that I do not appreciate being followed. It makes me quite uncomfortable." Siko Hanakawa whipped her head around sharply. Shock glimmered in her eyes. There, on the thick branch jutting out from the large tree just ahead to her right, stood Hinata Tsukimi. Leaning casually against the tree, he spoke with a detached gaze. Siko Hanakawa was utterly baffled. How had Hinata Tsukimi vanished into thin air? And just as inexplicably, how had he reappeared so close to her? Each of these movements was ghost-like. In the past, there were only two scenarios in which she had lost track of someone. One was when facing superlative powers like Orochimaru or Jiraiya, who, upon sensing surveillance, would instantly teleport away with unparalleled body flicker techniques and then counterattack. Faced with such overwhelming strength, she would retreat proactively. The other was when the target was escorted by a large contingent of ninja guards. Upon sensing surveillance, they would clear the area, prompting her to withdraw in advance. However, as her taijutsu and stealth capabilities had continuously improved, instances of being detected had drastically diminished. Last year, she had been ordered to monitor the Hokage's office for a full 3 months without ever being discovered by the Umbu. Never mind suddenly appearing nearby. For a covert operative, such an occurrence was fatal. Gazing at Hinata Tsukimi's indifferent expression, she spoke in a low voice, "I will report back to Lord Danzo." As her words fell, Siko Hanakawa's figure darted out from behind the ancient tree, stirring a shower of autumn leaves. The verdant foliage, bathed in sunlight, was strikingly beautiful and dazzling. Before departing, Siko Hanakawa cast a long, penetrating glance at Hinata Tsukimi. She committed this man to memory. With a swift motion, her silhouette vanished. Immediately, Hinata Tsukimi formed a hand seal with one hand and struck his chest. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Release the white hand." Bang! Accompanied by a heavy, muffled sound, chakra began to emanate from his body. The veins on his face bulged and flushed with blood. The Bakugan activated. His piercing gaze swept relentlessly in all directions. Only after confirming that Seiko Hanakawa had indeed left did he slowly close his Bakugan. Closing the eyes of the Bakugan, he exhaled deeply. This sealing jutsu was one he had developed based on the chakra flow within his own body as revealed by the Bakugan. It was one of the byproducts born from his earlier attempts to crack the caged bird technique. Although its effectiveness was certainly no match for powerful seals like the four-symbol seal, it worked exceptionally well on himself. Once this ninjutsu was cast, not only could he completely seal his chakra fluctuations, but also his very life force. To any jutsu-based detection, he would be indistinguishable from a mere stone. The reason he had so decisively employed this sealing jutsu was that, after observing Seiko Hanakawa's reactions for some time, he had linked her bloodline limit to a certain individual. That person was Karen Uzumaki. Karen Uzumaki, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a bloodline limit known as the Kamura Shingon. Once activated, this ability allowed chakra sensing of abnormal movements within a radius of tens of kilometers. If the chakra was already identified, it could pinpoint precise locations and movements, even discerning the number of opponents, their features, and movement speeds with great detail. Moreover, it enabled the user to conceal their own chakra when in danger and even detect lies through sensing others' chakra. In essence, it was a supernaturally advantageous ability. The reason he associated Seiko Hanakawa with Karen Uzumaki was due to her ability to conceal her chakra. Yet, Seiko Hanakawa was clearly not a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, this ability must be different. After all, not every ninja clan descended from the Six Paths. When Danzo departed and Seiko Hanakawa's aura momentarily leaked, he sensed a flaw. Subsequently, his seemingly casual movements were actually continual tests of Seiko Hanakawa's bloodline limit. Eventually, he confirmed that this ability, compared to the Uzumaki clan's Kamura Shingon, greatly enhanced concealment but completely sacrificed the other capabilities. For instance, as soon as he entered a blind spot within her vision, Seiko Hanakawa would inevitably move. Any movement would leave a trace he could glimpse. This proved that Seiko Hanakawa lacked the ability to monitor distances spanning tens of kilometers. Furthermore, in his observations, she never used chakra to move. This meant that when utilizing her bloodline limit, she could not employ chakra at all. Having gleaned this crucial information, Hinata Tsukimi resolutely made his decision. Upon entering a blind spot, he immediately applied the sealing jutsu to conceal all his chakra and life force fluctuations, then concealed himself, lying in wait. Unsurprisingly, Seiko Hanakawa took the bait. He exhaled deeply, slightly alleviating the discomfort caused by the sealed chakra within his body. Then, he leapt down from the ancient tree and proceeded toward the center of the nearby abandoned district. He believed that after demonstrating his strength, Shimura Danzo would cease monitoring him. After all, Danzo craved power, not the obsessive fixation on forbidden ninjutsu research that Orochimaru exhibited. If Orochimaru were to approach him, there would be only one course of action: to report immediately to the third Hokage and hide within the Hyuga clan's territory. After all, a clan's destruction could be delayed, but being targeted by a pervert like Orochimaru was a death sentence if one lacked sufficient strength, turning into mere expendable fodder, doomed to perish instantly. The root's location was not upon the surface of Konoha, but rather constructed deep beneath the earth. Within the steel-framed subterranean edifice, a chilling breeze stirred the scattered debris on the ground, evoking a sense of dread. In such an environment, even with lights burning incessantly day and night, the atmosphere remained oppressively stifling. Inside the Rudis office, Danzo sat perched in his chair, leaning forward with elbows resting on the desk, fingers interlaced, his expression composed as he gazed ahead. "Interesting," he remarked calmly. "You didn't even employ the Bakugan, yet you discerned your bloodline limit. Moreover, you countered silently and appeared beside me without a sound." Before his desk knelt Seiko Hanchikawa, head bowed. "I have disappointed Lord Danzo," she murmured, a trace of fear seeping through her words. Despite having carried out countless missions for Root, each failure still filled her with dread. For this was Root, the darkest, most hopeless place. The nature of her punishment hinged entirely upon Danzo's mood. "That's not your fault. After all, if an adversary can deduce your bloodline limit from limited intelligence, then your effectiveness is all but nullified. Amber is merely a power born of extreme mutation, a desperate measure by the Hanchikawa clan to survive." Danzo spoke with measured detachment. It seemed he had underestimated Tsukimi Hyuga's capacity for battlefield intelligence assessment. This was no mere shinobi forcibly promoted to Jonin and then dispatched as cannon fodder to the security division. If the widely accepted belief that the Hyuga clan was not misleading him held true, then Tsukimi Hyuga must be concealing himself deeply. Yet, this suited Danzo perfectly. A Hyuga branch clan member so deeply hidden, would he not yearn to unlock the cage that restrained him? Danzo had likely surmised Tsukimi's approach, to demonstrate his prowess and thus command greater attention and respect, while encouraging Danzo to adopt a less condescending stance in their cooperation. He did not mind this. Talented individuals naturally warranted special treatment. Assigning someone to monitor Tsukimi Hyuga was one thing, he would allow it. Turning his gaze to Seko Hanshikawa, who knelt before his desk, his eyes revealed a faint indifference as he said, "Proceed to the insect ward." Startled, Seko's body trembled, but she quickly bowed her head. "At your command, Lord Danzo." Rising, she departed the office. As she strode through the steel corridors, her eyes betrayed an inescapable terror. Step by step, she reached the door marked with the kanji for insect. 2 root ninjas stood sentinel there. Upon noticing her approach, one, with an expression cold as ice, drew open the insect ward's gate. The heavy door swung wide, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Despair flickered in Seko's eyes as she stepped inside. Once she reached the center, the door slowly shut behind her, plunging the room into complete and utter blackness. Her pupils reflected hopelessness as she gradually removed her shinobi vest. The faint skittering of insects echoed softly around her. After neatly folding her garments beside her on the floor, she laid herself down. Then, the endless darkness swallowed her whole. This was a torture chamber engineered by the Aburame clan. When root ninjas failed their missions, depending on the severity of their errors, they were consigned to the wooden ward, the insect ward or the iron ward. The insect ward utterly shattered one's dignity as a human being. Shinobi confined here became mere sustenance for the insects. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, Tsukimi Hyuga slowly closed his Bakugan, having fully discerned the locations of all explosive tags scattered throughout the area. What followed would be a long process. He would return here nightly to collect the spoils. Yet, before undertaking this task, he intended to first return to the Hyuga clan's territory to tie up loose ends from his time in the security division. A trace of pleasure flickered across his expression. Beginning tomorrow, he could start to mercifully forgive the Hyuga clan. He eagerly anticipated the extent to which his eyes would evolve after forgiving his entire kin. With a swift shunshin, Tsukimi's form vanished from sight. Moments later, he materialized beside an electric pole. Brushing dust from his clothes, he planned to have a meal before returning to the Hyuga lands. Hands slipped into his pockets as he calmly strolled toward the alleyway to the left of the pole. Emerging from the alley, the bustling scene of Konoha unfolded before him. Couples walking side by side, ninjas casually browsing shops in their vests. Such a sight was rare in the shinobi world. Outside Konoha, ninjas were universally recognized as killing machines. Civilians kept their distance, fearing and avoiding them. Tsukimi Hyuga's face remained serene as he scanned the surroundings, seeking a restaurant. "Guests, why not try our place? 2 diners today get 20% off." A sweet, playful voice sounded beside him. Turning his head, he saw a young girl clad in a coffee-colored blouse and apron, cheeks flushed, clutching a menu. Clearly a novice employee, she displayed a shy hesitation at approaching customers. He glanced up at the sign, Gokuju Yakiniku. The sign looked new. It was indeed a freshly opened barbecue restaurant. But he was alone. Just as he prepared to decline, a lazy voice interrupted. "Tsukimi, it's rare to see you out dining." Kakashi, finishing S-rank mission so quickly, impressive as always, copy ninja. Tsukimi turned to see Kakashi, hair fully white, dressed in a deep green ninja vest, black mask covering his face, and his left eye shielded by a forehead protector. "Talking about that s no fun. Tsukimi, since fate has brought us together during your break, why don't you treat me to a meal?" Kakashi's eyebrows lifted in amusement as he glanced at the girl. Understanding immediately, she stepped aside and bowed slightly. "Welcome to our restaurant, esteemed guests." Tsukimi's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. He shook his head and strode into the establishment. "Don't be so reluctant, Tsukimi. This is destiny," Kakashi chuckled. The 2 of them entered the restaurant in single file and then took their seats at the 3rd table by the window on the left side of the entrance. Once seated, the restaurant maiden handed the menu to Hyuga Tsukimi, who, after receiving it, promptly passed it to Kakashi. "You order, Kakashi. I'm just going to the restroom." "Oh, Tsukimi, you're unusually generous today, so I won't hold back," Kakashi said, stroking his chin with a smile. "Before you get too comfortable, You should probably put away your intimate paradise. Not everyone is meant to see that. Hyuga Tsukimi shook his head with a sigh. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. He glanced up at the maiden standing beside their table, who was blushing like a ripe apple, and turned her head aside. Evidently, she had caught sight of the book in his hand. A faint shadow of embarrassment crossed Kakashi's face, and he immediately shielded his face with the menu. Tsukimi chuckled softly before rising and heading toward the restroom marked by a sign. After he turned away, his expression darkened. From what he knew, Kakashi had just accepted an S-rank mission to be carried out solo. Ordinarily, even with Kakashi's prowess, an S-rank mission could not be completed so swiftly. S-rank missions involved matters as grave as wars between nations, assassinations of political figures, or the theft of classified intelligence. Such tasks were never accomplished with ease. Since it was impossible to complete the mission so quickly, Kakashi must have abandoned the S-rank mission and returned. Without teammates, Kakashi would never voluntarily relinquish a mission. The only one who could compel Kakashi to abandon a mission was the Hokage. Moreover, if it was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, recalling a ninja, it would never be limited to summoning Kakashi alone. If Hiruzen had urgent business requiring a Jonin, he could have simply deployed the Umbu. There would be no need to call back someone already on a mission. There were only two possible reasons for Hiruzen Sarutobi to recall ninja. Either the Elders' Council and the Hokage had reached an agreement to begin purging the Uchiha clan, or the Hokage believed the atmosphere within the village had deteriorated to a degree that threatened its very stability. Regardless of which scenario was true, if a large number of ninja were indeed returning to the village, he would have to adjust his plans accordingly. He needed to confirm this suspicion. While these thoughts raced through his mind, he washed his hands thoroughly in the restroom before returning to his seat. By then, the charcoal fire on the table had already been lit, and several plates of grilled meat were arranged nearby. Kakashi was using tongs to place pieces of meat one by one onto the grill. "Tsukimi, when did you develop the habit of washing your hands before meals?" Kakashi asked casually as he grilled the meat. "I've forgotten exactly, but I think it was when I was living with my parents as a child," Hyuga Tsukimi replied with a smile. In truth, it was not so. He had cultivated this habit in his previous life. Washing hands before eating was a must. Sizzle. The thinly sliced beef crackled as its fat dripped onto the flames, sending an enticing aroma wafting to their nostrils, awakening their appetites. Kakashi lifted a piece of perfectly grilled beef with his tongs and placed it directly onto Tsukimi's plate. "Here, since you're treating me today, you get the first piece." "Heh, I suppose you ordered beef out of a guilty conscience," Tsukimi remarked as he picked up the beef, dipped it lightly in mustard, and then savored it. The sharp mustard flavor hit his nose before yielding to the pure essence of the meat, a testament to the quality of this barbecue restaurant. He chewed a few times and swallowed, then began grilling more meat with the tongs as he spoke casually. "Kakashi, it's unlike you to abandon a mission and come back. This isn't your style." Kakashi, flipping meat on the grill, replied nonchalantly, "You already guessed that? Why not try guessing how many people have returned?" Tsukimi's eyes narrowed as he lowered his gaze. His suspicion was confirmed. Konoha was indeed recalling a large number of ninja. He had to revise his plans immediately. Fortunately, he had learned this in advance. Finding out in the middle of executing his scheme would have left him at a severe disadvantage. "By the way, Tsukimi, you've become a Jonin in just half a month. Where are you stationed now?" Kakashi asked as he dipped a piece of grilled meat in soy sauce, popped it into his mouth, and wore a look of utter satisfaction. "I just reported to the security division today. Life might be a bit easier from now on," Tsukimi replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed. He set down his chopsticks and looked at Tsukimi earnestly. "Tsukimi, do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? The Uchiha clan is now at the center of a storm. If the main Uchiha family forced you into the security division, you should find the Hokage immediately and ask for an S-rank mission to get as far away as possible. Do you think all these recalled ninja are here for nothing?" A trace of concern flickered in Kakashi's eyes. He had few friends, and Hyuga Tsukimi, with whom he had carried out numerous missions, was one of those few. As one of the scarce descendants of the Hitaki clan, Kakashi usually appeared lethargic, but he was far from lacking in political acumen. Konoha seemed peaceful on the surface, but as an Umbu Jonin, Kakashi had long sensed the turbulent undercurrents roiling beneath. The root's frequent abnormal deployments, the subtle discord between the Hokage and the Elders' Council, and now this unprecedented mass recall of all ninja. All signs pointed toward the Uchiha. He did not want to watch his few friends, including Tsukimi, perish in the storm. Yet there was little he could do, only offer a few words of caution. That was the limit. Many times I have no real way out, Tsukimi said with a wry smile, pointing to his forehead. Kakashi fell silent, contemplating this. Regarding the curse of the caged bird, he truly had no solution. Alright, Kakashi, enough of those gloomy thoughts. Remember 2 years ago when we first teamed up on a mission? You were so aloof at first, but then you twisted your ankle, and I had to carry you all over the land of wind. If it weren't for a lucky sandstorm, we might have been caught by the sand ninja. Tsukimi smiled warmly. Their acquaintance had originated from an intelligence-gathering operation targeting the land of wind. It was during that very mission that the two began to forge a friendship. Though Hyuga Tsukimi never joined the Umbu, he frequently teamed up with Kakashi on numerous assignments, and their camaraderie gradually deepened over time. However, this deepening bond was merely a facade to outsiders. Deep within Hyuga Tsukimi's heart, from beginning to end, there resided only coldness. Ever since the death of his parents, since he was shackled by those invisible chains, he understood that this world was twisted. Both the Hyuga clan and Konoha itself were distorted. His greatest desire was to break free from the cage that bound him and to exact vengeance for his parents. Everything else he displayed was nothing but a disguise. To claim that he felt nothing for this friendship would be untrue, yet to say he cherished it deeply would be an exaggeration. In his previous life, having watched Naruto, his impression of Kakashi was rather ordinary. Naruto Uzumaki was the son of Minato Namikaze. Kakashi was Minato's disciple. In a world where disciples were regarded almost as sons, Kakashi ignored his master's son and endured torment for over a decade. He did not believe such a Kakashi was particularly admirable. Perhaps Kakashi was gentle. Perhaps in the end he chose a form of pure human kindness. But all humans are selfish. Their paths were never the same. Once he gained authority and could fulfill his inner desires, they would inevitably walk separate roads. This friendship was destined to reach its end. Kakashi shook his head and sighed softly, saying, "If only you were not from the Hyuga main branch." Hyuga Tsukimi smiled and shook his head in return, exuding an air of unparalleled gentleness. At the moment when Hyuga Tsukimi learned that Konoha was recalling a large number of shinobi, the scene shifted to the Hokage's office within the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Itachi stood before the desk. "The situation is as such, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brows so tightly that the wrinkles on his face seemed sharp enough to crush a mosquito. The pipe clenched between his lips emitted a steady stream of smoke. That very morning, he had transferred Hyuga Tsukimi to the security division. Yet by noon, Uchiha Itachi had come to report that Uchiha Fugaku had played his hand openly, outright expelling Itachi from the Uchiha clan territory. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood the implications perfectly. This was a declaration. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan would cease all communication with Konoha. This intelligence struck Hiruzen deeply. Although many voices among Konoha's upper echelon supported quelling the Uchiha clan's latent rebellion with decisive force, Hiruzen had not resolved to take that path. The Uchiha clan was one of Konoha's founding families, and their strength was formidable. Should conflict erupt, unlike the great ninja wars, this would be a battle fought within Konoha itself. With the Uchiha's power, a single misstep would reduce Konoha to ruins. Rather than open warfare, Hiruzen favored negotiation to resolve the discord. Yet now, the previously agreed liaison, a double agent Uchiha Itachi, had been relegated back to the Umbu. Hiruzen took a deep drag of his pipe and exhaled a voluminous cloud of smoke. Raising his gaze to Itachi, he spoke slowly. "Do you believe the Uchiha are prepared for a clan-wide coup d'etat?" Itachi shook his head. "The Uchiha are not currently ready to stage a rebellion, but once the clan leader has made up his mind, it will be inevitable. The Uchiha's anger has not accumulated overnight. It has been building for many years." Hearing this, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Earlier, he had issued a secret order recalling the vast majority of Konoha's shinobi from their missions. His original intent was merely to intimidate the elders, to remind them who truly held the title of Hokage. Yet now, that order seemed astoundingly prescient. If the Uchiha truly decided to rebel, suppressing the matter swiftly would require the full might of Konoha. "Tomorrow I will assemble 2 new Umbu squads, one led by you and the other by Kakashi, to monitor the movements of every Uchiha clan member around the clock." Hiruzen's voice grew low as he fixed his gaze on Itachi. "Itachi, will this cause you any difficulties?" Lord Hokage as agreed. "I must ensure my younger brother's safety." Itachi bowed his head in reply. Of course, Hiruzen smiled faintly, then rose to his feet and looked out the window. His expression darkened. These are tumultuous times. Behind him, Itachi's eyes flickered subtly. In the end, he had not revealed to Hiruzen that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nor did he disclose the intelligence that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the same power. In front of the Kyakushoku Yakiniku restaurant, Gana and Kakashi exchanged warm farewells, Kakashi's arm gently holding onto warm paradise as he smiled. Hyuga Tsukimi's face also bore a faint smile. Then, the two turned away from each other, parting ways. The wind stirred Kakashi's white hair. He squinted slightly, the sunlight feeling unusually piercing today. He almost turned back to tease Hyuga Tsukimi but stopped himself, sensing the presence of warm paradise cradled in his arm. He decided instead to return home and read, knowing there would be ample opportunities to meet again. Yet, little did he know that after this parting, the two would find their positions irreconcilably opposed. But to Kakashi at that moment, it was merely one of countless ordinary days. Fate is often strange in this way. People often bid final farewells to some in their lives amidst seemingly routine, unremarkable days. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes reflected indifference. He resolved to accelerate his plans. The afternoon sun slowly descended toward the west. Hyuga Tsukimi's figure moved swiftly through the shaded paths. Soon he came to a halt, stepping outside the gates of the Hyuga clan territory. The Hyuga shinobi guarding the gate rendered a formal salute, to which he responded with a slight nod. Then he passed through the gates and proceeded toward the main residence of the clan head. Before long, he arrived at the estate entrance, where several shinobi of the main family stood vigilantly, their expressions guarded. His gaze swept across the scene, then shifted slightly. The figure approaching him was not Hyuga Sae from a few days prior, but rather Hyuga Nagi, the sole youthful female among the elite Jonin of the Hyuga main family. Hyuga Tsukimi, you were supposed to report to the security division today. Why have you returned to the clan territory? Nagi's brow furrowed lightly as she spoke with a faint tone. Tsukimi's expression betrayed a hint of bitterness. Lord Nagi, the Uchiha clan reacted vehemently to my appointment to the security division. Uchiha Fugaku has directly reassigned all Hyuga clan ninjas to the prison. I have come back to report this matter to the clan head and to seek guidance on how to proceed. Nagi's eyebrows knitted together subtly. She was among the senior Hyuga who favored wresting control of the security division. The main family had long since reached a unanimous consensus regarding Hyuga Hisashi's ambition for the security division's authority. Otherwise, over the years, they would not have gradually placed Hyuga clan members within the security division. After all, in Konoha, only by acquiring greater power could one obtain more resources. With more resources, one could strengthen their own might, thereby surviving in the merciless shinobi world. The shinobi world had seen wars erupt more than once. No one knew when the next would come. Upon learning of Tsukimi's appointment to the security division, Nagi knew the clan head had already bared his fangs toward the security division. However, she had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the Uchiha. Reassigning the entire Hyuga clan to Konoha's prison was entirely outside any sphere of influence. This act was tantamount to the Uchiha and Hyuga tearing their relationship apart. Now it was up to Hyuga Hisashi as clan head to respond. Nagi's thoughts shifted. She turned to the side and waved her hand. The side gate of the clan head's residence slowly opened. Enter, Nagi said coolly. Thank you, Lord Nagi. Tsukimi replied respectfully, then stepped toward the side gate. Watching Tsukimi's retreating figure, Nagi sighed softly inwardly. She actually held a favorable impression of Tsukimi, who hailed from a branch family. He was talented and outstanding individual. Although his promotion to Jonin was aided by the clan, it still attested to considerable ability. Had Tsukimi been born into the main family, she might have proactively sought a closer alliance. After all, in this brutal shinobi world, a powerful partner could often be life-saving. But alas, Tsukimi was merely from a branch family. No matter his strength, he was but a pawn, a consumable resource in the main family's hands. Shifting her thoughts, Nagi turned back to her duties, her expression hardening into a cold resolve as she commenced guarding the Hyuga clan territory with utmost loyalty. Once again, Tsukimi was led by a maid toward the tatami room. He harbored some suspicions. The Hyuga clan head's residence was typically guarded by rotating chunin. Yet now, it had suddenly been replaced by Jonin. He had to piece together the intelligence he had received from Kakashi. Perhaps the clan head had obtained some information regarding the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's measures. To ensure safety, the guard had been upgraded from chunin to Jonin. Given Hisashi's status and the Hyuga clan's resources, such intelligence was plausible. After all, the Hyuga clan had branched out over many years, with many clan members traveling afar. Ostensibly, they were journeying through the various countries, but, according to Tsukimi's own conjecture, they were likely establishing bases or intelligence networks. The Hyuga clan had survived since the Warring States period. Such a cunning rabbit with three-burrow strategy was surely maintained. If Hisashi sensed danger in Konoha's current situation and thus heightened clan defenses, Tsukimi's plan to quietly nibble away at the Hyuga clan from within would become difficult. He might need to accelerate some of his own schemes. As he pondered this, He followed the maid across the courtyard and stood before a spacious tatami room. Coming back to himself, he stepped past the maid, removed his shoes, then approached the room and knelt on both knees, bowing deeply with his forehead touching the floor, his voice reverent. Tsukimi, here to pay respects to the clan head. After a few seconds, a steady voice responded from within the room. Enter. As you command, clan head. Tsukimi replied respectfully, rising and stepping inside. Upon entering, his eyes beheld Hyuga Hisashi clad in a black kimono. Hyuga Hikaru stood beside Hisashi as before. Greetings, clan head. Young Master Hikaru. Tsukimi bowed in respect.
Sit, Tsukimi.
You have returned so soon from the security division. Has something occurred? Hisashi's gaze was sharp, his tone calm. Tsukimi seated himself cross-legged and responded with a bitter expression. He produced 2 documents from his bosom. Clan head, the Uchiha's reaction to my transfer to the security division was excessively fierce. Uchiha Fugaku has directly reassigned me and the rest of our clan members to Konoha's prison. As he spoke, he laid the documents on the table. Hisashi did not glance at the documents. Upon hearing of the Uchiha's reaction, his expression remained utterly composed, as if all was foreseen. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Tsukimi, his demeanor exuding authority. Tsukimi, the Uchiha exiling all of you to prison is a blatant provocation against the Hyuga clan's dignity. You must restore the clan's honor within the security division. Otherwise, how will the other ninja clans regard us? As the outstanding genius of a branch family, you will also sully your own reputation. Hearing these words, Tsukimi inwardly scoffed. He knew Hisashi intended to stir trouble. Yet he had not expected this man to be so impatient. Nevertheless, judging by Hisashi's reaction, Tsukimi could confirm one thing. Hisashi must have received intelligence about the 3rd Hokage's mass recall of ninja. Otherwise, he would not be so urgent. His haste was to find a reason to intervene in the security division. And Tsukimi needed to cooperate. Indeed, he eagerly wished for Hisashi's intervention. Without Hisashi's move, how else could he uncover more flaws within the Hyuga clan? His expression grew solemn. Clan head, what must I do to cleanse this disgrace? As a member of the Hyuga clan, I shall defend its honor with my very life. Hayashi Hyuga regarded Tsukimi Hyuga's unwavering declaration with a slight nod. This was precisely the kind of resolve he sought in the younger generation. Although Tsukimi might have been feigning some of it, Hayashi was confident that under the dominion of the caged bird technique, Tsukimi, who had conformed obediently for so many years, had no alternative. I want you, within 3 days, by any means necessary, to challenge Uchiha Kasami within the security division. Defeat this Uchiha prodigy, one of the few geniuses of the Uchiha clan aside from Itachi, and with his blood and failure, cleanse the honor of the Hyuga clan. Do you have the confidence, Tsukimi Hyuga? Hayashi's countenance was stern and commanding. Tsukimi's face flickered with struggle and hesitation, then hardened with unwavering determination. To restore the honor of the Hyuga clan, I am willing. Inwardly, he was nearly jubilant. Earlier, he had pondered what task Hayashi might assign him as a pretext to take action, but he had never anticipated such a brutal plan. To confront Uchiha Kasami. Based on the information he had gleaned, there was absolutely no chance he could stand against Kasami. The Uchiha clan was known for their volatile and impulsive temperament. Sending him to challenge Kasami was tantamount to a suicide mission. Even if Kasami restrained himself, Tsukimi would still suffer grievous wounds. This, in turn, would provide Hayashi with ample justification to interfere with the security division. After all, an outstanding member of the Hyuga clan who had been promoted to Jonin at the tender age of 15 would have been grievously injured or killed by the Uchiha within days of joining the security division. The Uchiha would even have moved all Hyuga personnel to confinement. What were they plotting? Rebellion? These excuses were sufficient for Hayashi to launch an offensive, then tear into the security division's authority within the Elder Council. The Hyuga clan had paid a price, and the council would have to placate them. Yet for Tsukimi, this plan perfectly aligned with his own intentions. When he had instructed Uchiha Fugaku in the security division office to confront Uchiha Itachi directly, he had contemplated a certain matter. Knowing Itachi's character and methods, after such a confrontation, Itachi would inevitably report the changes within the Uchiha clan to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sarutobi's response would undoubtedly be to intensify surveillance over the Uchiha. As the security division housed a significant number of Uchiha clan members, 2 would fall under heightened scrutiny. He had been somewhat troubled over how to evade such surveillance and secretly retrieve the explosive tags from the Sunagakure village each night. Now, Hayashi had provided him with a perfect pretext. Having struck a deal with the Uchiha clan, he would not be killed by Kasami. He could feign severe injuries, then be admitted to the Konoha hospital, thereby circumventing much of the Security Division's monitoring. Moreover, he could leverage this information to broker other agreements with Uchiha Fugaku. A plan already took shape in his mind, though it required further refinement. His thoughts raced like lightning. Hayashi Hyuga had nodded, a smile gracing his face. Once this is done, you may rest well. The main family will not neglect you. Thank you, Lord Head of the family. Tsukimi's face reflected sincere gratitude, though a smile played in his heart. The promise from the main family was but an illusion, ethereal and insubstantial. Very well, return now. Perform admirably within the Security Division. Do not disgrace the Hyuga name. Hayashi nodded firmly. I shall obey the commands of the Lord Head of the family. Tsukimi replied with reverence, then rose and left the tatami room. After he departed, Hayashi lifted the tea from the table and sipped slowly. His gaze was resolute. He was on the verge of seizing authority over the Security Division, achieving what the previous generation of the Hyuga clan had failed to accomplish. Once he secured control of the Security Division, entry into the Elder Council would no longer be impossible. Upon joining the council, he might even contend for the position of Hokage. He would lead the Hyuga clan to even greater glory. Sunlight bathed Hayashi's figure, casting his shadow long and stretching far. Tsukimi Hyuga walked steadily through the Hyuga clan territory, his mind preoccupied with a certain name, Hyuga Sae. His original plan had been to leverage control over the Security Division to gradually eliminate those Hyuga clan members operating on the village's periphery. Now, though his plan had shifted somewhat, its core remained unchanged. To kill a large number of Byakugan-possessing Hyuga clan shinobi before they could react, all without detection. Hyuga Sae fit perfectly within his objectives. According to Tsukimi's understanding, Sae's talent was not exceptional, but with diligent effort, he could ascend to Jonin rank. Perhaps intoxicated by his status in the main family, Sae had ceased rigorous training after becoming Chunin. Instead, he indulged in leisure, spending most of his free time at village taverns or restaurants, drinking and socializing with fellow clan members. Today, Hyuga had taken over Sae's guard duty. Tsukimi estimated with high probability that Sae would be drinking. Hyuga clan shinobi rarely stayed overnight outside. Thus, Sae was likely to return after drinking. Tsukimi cast a glance toward the forest bordering the Hyuga territory. He resolved to hunt Hyuga Sae. He then strode away from the clan lands and, upon reaching a densely shaded spot along the road to the residential district, concealed himself. Wild grasses grew knee-high, and ancient trees towered 30 meters above him. Scattered stones over a meter tall surrounded the area. His eyes grew cold and ruthless. White hand seal. With a detached voice, he struck his right palm against his abdomen. A flash of pain flickered in his eyes before dissipating. The chakra and life force radiating from him vanished instantly. To any technique detecting chakra, he was as immobile and inert as a stone. Tsukimi then crouched behind a rock, hidden by the knee-high grasses. From the road, looking rightward, no one would suspect a person concealed there. He resolved to wait until deep nightfall. If Hyuga Sae did not appear, he would collect the explosive tags. If Sae came, he would kill him first, then retrieve the tags. No matter which side, he suffered no loss. Time drifted slowly onward. In Hyuga Tsukimi's ears, aside from the steady beat of his own heart, there was only the chorus of cicadas, until nightfall gradually enveloped the earth. The moon steadily ascended. Several drunken murmurs echoed along the main road. I'm telling you, that bastard Hyuga Tsukimi. When he was a child, I scared him into wetting his pants. If it weren't for the clan head's orders sending him to his death, how could he have become a Jonin before me? Saidago's right. A mere member of a branch family, how could he possibly deserve the rank of Jonin? Claiming to be a genius is downright laughable. With his eyes closed, Hyuga Tsukimi slowly opened them. The bright moon hung suspended in the sky, its pale light cascading down upon the earth. Hyuga Sae staggered along the road, reeking of alcohol, his steps unsteady. His expression betrayed deep dissatisfaction. Flanking him were two fellow clan members, Hyuga Geki and Hyuga Kusuk. The three had been close comrades since childhood. All belonged to the main family. If you ask me, the clan head should never have manipulated things to let that bastard rise to Jonin. Exactly. That Jonin position should have been Sae's. Hyuga Geki and Hyuga Kusuk's faces were flushed red as they slurred their curses. Listening to his friends, Hyuga Sae's expression darkened further. I have shed blood for the main family. I have risked my life for the clan. Yet when it came to sacrificing a bastard, they manipulated a Jonin slot out of thin air. The clan head must be senile. That Jonin position should have been mine. If I hadn't disdained those missions these past years, I would have earned enough merits to become a Jonin long ago. I'm only lacking a bit of merit. Why can't the main family pull strings for me? It's all that Hyuga Tsukimi's fault. He and his useless parents should have died together back then. Hyuga's breath reeked of alcohol as he turned his head toward his two companions, cursing furiously. The wind rustled through the grass tips. A cold, clear voice rang out. White hand release. Earth style, earth clone. Hyuga Sae instinctively turned his head to the right. Before his eyes appeared a pair of emotionless white eyes. Moonlight bathed the figure who owned those eyes. It was indeed Hyuga Tsukimi. Hyuga's face twisted with fury as he prepared to shout a reprimand. 8 trigrams empty palm. In an indifferent tone, blue chakra blossomed upon Hyuga Tsukimi's palm. He bent his waist and thrust his right hand forward, like a dragon emerging from the sea, with unstoppable momentum. Boom! His palm burst through Hyuga Sae's chest. Blood sprayed onto the ground beneath the moonlight. Disbelief flickered in Hyuga Sae's eyes. He looked down at his chest, where a slender arm was now piercing through. You! He opened his mouth, attempting to speak. Hyuga Tsukimi withdrew his hand cleanly, allowing Sae's body to collapse to the earth. Thud! The corpse hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hyuga Geki and Hyuga Kusuk stared in horror, the alcohol leaving their bodies as cold sweat broke out. What had they witnessed? Hyuga Sae, a member of the main family, had been slain by Hyuga Tsukimi from the branch family. Treason. This was rebellion. Rage followed swiftly. Hyuga Kusuk shouted angrily, "Do you realize what you're doing? Hyuga Tsukimi? As a branch family member, killing the main family, you will perish like a caged bird. Even your own kin will pay the price with their lives." Hyuga Geki stomped the ground and shot skyward. His pupils turned pure white as he bellowed, "Hyuga Tsukimi, I will make you die in excruciating agony." His hands began forming seals. At this moment, Hyuga Tsukimi felt a tinge of pleasure. Killing Hyuga Geki. His mind chimed with a notification. Forgive clan kin-s sins. Self-evolution increased by 12%. His Byakugan was rapidly evolving. He lifted his gaze to Hyuga Geki. Cold and merciless. Excruciating agony, you say? I have already savored that once before. The great snowfall when I was 5 shattered all the hopes of my 2 past lives. Does my heart still feel pain? Perhaps it does. Otherwise, I wouldn't be tearing through Hyuga Sae's chest with my hand. I should have used a kunai, that would have been quicker. Bastard! Hyuga Geki roared midair. The cage bird technique was nearly complete. But at that moment, Poochie. A kunai pierced directly into his back, stabbing straight through his heart, then twisted violently. As his heart shattered, Hyuga Geki spat a mouthful of blood, his chakra in turmoil. Then he plummeted earthward. At that moment, he saw Hyuga Kusuk's head severed by a single stroke of a shinobi blade wielded by Hyuga Tsukimi. And yet Hyuga Tsukimi, the same who had pierced Hyuga Sae's chest, still stood beside Sae's corpse. He turned his head upward. Beneath the moonlight, a cold-eyed Hyuga Tsukimi gazed down at him. A clone jutsu. But when had that happened? Filled with resentment and suspicion, Hyuga Geki fell from the sky to the ground. Thud. Hyuga Tsukimi looked down at the 3 lifeless bodies and retrieved 3 scrolls from his bosom. These were material scrolls, capable of sealing dead matter within for storage. He always carried several for emergencies. He tossed 2 scrolls to his other Earth clones. Then he bent down, squatting beside Hyuga Sae's corpse. He unfurled a scroll over the body and began forming hand seals. Ripples appeared in the air. A whirlpool formed on the scroll. Whoosh! With a faint sound, the whirlpool swallowed Hyuga A's corpse whole. He then rolled up the scroll, stood, and glanced toward his 2 Earth clones. The other 2 clones had finished gathering the bodies and approached, handing the scrolls back to Hyuga Tsukimi. Taking the scrolls, Hyuga Tsukimi immediately dispelled the Earth clones. Dust drifted slowly away. His eyes turned toward the bloodstained main road. Fortunately, Konoha's technology was not very advanced yet. The Hyuga clan's road to Konoha was not paved with concrete. Otherwise, erasing the traces would have been far more difficult. He placed the scrolls back into his bosom, then formed hand seals once more. Indifferently, he intoned, water style, flowing water technique. Suddenly, several streams of water materialized in the air, accompanied by the twisting of chakra. One stream crashed onto the ground, then began to spiral, soaking the earth beneath. The soil became loose and soft, while the dark crimson blood grew murky, seemingly merging with the earth itself. Then, Hyuga Tsukimi formed hand seals once more and spoke with indifference. Earth release. Dust rising. Instantly, a vast cloud of yellow sand and dust appeared before Hyuga Tsukimi. The dust swiftly adhered to the soaked soil, and as more particles floated down, the earth dried up. The dark red bloodstains were smoothed over. Observing the path restored to a state that bore no trace of the prior assassination, Hyuga Tsukimi prepared to depart. In truth, he could not quite comprehend it. Such a low-level jutsu was evidently easy to develop, an effective means to conceal a murder scene. Yet, whether in his previous life watching Naruto or after reincarnating into the shinobi world, it seemed no one had ever bothered to research it. After killing, no one ever covered their tracks. Since embarking on missions, he had begun studying this aspect. By cleaning up battlefields, he had escaped assassination attempts many times during his youth. It was an extremely efficient and low-cost method. With a step, he performed a swift body flicker technique, darting straight into the sky. Against the backdrop of the crescent moon, the figure of Hyuga Tsukimi appeared, clad in a black ninja vest, his eyes cold and detached. Swish, his silhouette vanished into the forest. Only after distancing himself far from the assassination site did he come to a halt. The reason he stopped instead of heading to the wasteland to retrieve the explosive tags was this. Upon killing Hyuga Sae and the other two, his Bakugan had accumulated enough progress to undergo the first stage of an upgrade. Leaning against a tree, he silently recited within his mind, opening a cerulean interface box visible only to himself. Bakugan 103, upgradable by slaying Hyuga Sae. His count rose from 74 to 84. Eliminating the other two brought it up to 103. After consecutively killing 11 Hyuga clan members who possessed the Bakugan, the interface finally displayed the word, upgradable. Without hesitation, Hyuga Tsukimi chose to upgrade. Immediately, his Bakugan began to transform. Veins bulged fiercely across his face, giving him a grotesque appearance. Piercing pain surged through his mind. But the intense agony rendered him unable to stand. He collapsed onto the ground. Waves of suffering crashed over him relentlessly. His body curled up like a boiled shrimp. His complexion grew increasingly flushed, veins pulsating with flowing blood visible even on his face. A faint golden hue gradually emerged in the center of his pupils. But the pain, it was unbearable, more excruciating than having his skin torn off alive. Hyuga Tsukimi recalled the torment of being trapped in the cage bird jutsu years ago. That agony paled in comparison to this by a wide margin. Yet this was the price of power. He made no sound. Only when the golden spot in his pupils solidified completely did the tide of pain begin to ebb. Gasping for breath, he finally drew deep, ragged breaths. His clothes were drenched with cold sweat, and his face was deathly pale. After several minutes of panting, he regained sufficient strength and slowly rose, bracing himself against the tree behind him. Moonlight bathed his face. The bulging veins vanished entirely, yet he still maintained the activation of his Bakugan. The golden speck in his eyes shone like a constellation, breathtakingly beautiful and unparalleled. Hyuga Tsukimi reached up to touch his face. For the first time, he found no trace of the bulging veins. Slowly, he lifted his gaze skyward. The world before his eyes was so vivid, so exquisitely clear. White clouds were rendered in exquisite detail. The moonlight flowed like a silver river. He took a step and soared to the treetops, beginning to survey Konoha. The village that had once seemed so vast, overwhelming, and frightening now revealed no secrets to his eyes. He could clearly see a boy 5 kilometers away reading manga in his living room. He could also detect Umbu operatives moving covertly in the shadows. These eyes, Hyuga Tsukimi murmured softly, trembling with excitement. The first stage of evolution was even more formidable than he had imagined. Nothing within a 5-kilometer radius could elude his gaze. Even moving objects within 10 kilometers could be vaguely observed. If he focused intensely, he could even discern targets as far as 20 kilometers away, albeit with mosaic-like distortion. This enhancement was simply too powerful. It should be noted that the future princess, Hinata Hyuga, a scion of the main family with an exceptionally potent bloodline, could only observe targets 10 kilometers away in mosaic form, and only if the targets were large. For detailed observation, her range was no more than 1 kilometer. In the shinobi world, intelligence gathering often equated directly to strength. His ability to freely observe within a 5-kilometer radius meant he was inherently superior to most opponents by a significant margin. Most importantly, this evolution shattered the blind spot created by the cage bird jutsu for branch family Bakugan users. The branch family's Bakugan had a 1-degree visual blind spot extending backward from the spine, a vulnerability engineered by cage bird. Now, he no longer possessed that 1-degree blind spot. Instead, his Bakugan offered a full 360 degrees of unobstructed vision. Hyuga Tsukimi touched his forehead, where the blue cage bird curse mark remained vivid. Yet he already sensed the encroaching freedom. As long as he exterminated the Hyuga clan and amassed sufficient evolution points, he would surely be able to break free from cage bird's shackles. Freedom, Hyuga Tsukimi whispered, gazing toward the Hyuga territory. His eyes gleamed with a killing intent as biting as a blizzard. He was determined to obtain freedom, no matter the cost. Swish. His figure vanished instantly among the treetops. He had not forgotten that tonight, he still had one task to complete: collecting the explosive tags left behind by the Kirigakure village in Konoha. These explosive tags. It would greatly aid him. Sunlight cascaded upon the Hokage rock. The pale golden rays settled into the colossal eyes of Senju Hashirama, as if imbuing them with a willful gaze directed toward Konoha. Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at the Hokage rock. Then, he turned his head toward the guard division. Standing at the entrance of the guard division were all his clansmen. Yet, at this moment, every one of his kin regarded him with disdain and contempt. Spying on his own clan, willing to do anything to ascend in rank. Uchiha Tetsu angrily struck the cement wall beside him. "That's enough, Tetsu. No need to vent your anger here," Uchiha Hakadai said with a somber expression. Their words were utterly unrestrained. Uchiha Itachi heard them distinctly but harbored no intention of rebuttal. His comrade beside him, Asakura Misaki, could not help but speak. "Squad leader, shouldn't we be a bit more discreet?" Asakura Misaki looked at Uchiha Itachi, puzzled by what the squad leader was thinking. If ordered to surveil, then surveil. But to appear so openly at the guard division's gates, was he afraid that the Uchiha would take offense? No need. Uchiha Itachi shook his head lightly and spoke calmly. He intends to do this openly and above board. If the Uchiha's volcano is destined to erupt, then he chooses to ignite it sooner rather than later. Only by acting thus can the village's losses be minimized. After all, a coup born of unchecked emotion is entirely different from one executed with thorough preparation. Having made his choice, he must bear his own fate. He chooses peace. A figure slowly emerged from the street. Uchiha Itachi tilted his head to look. The newcomer also turned toward him. Their gazes intersected in midair. The visitor was Hyuga Tsukimi. Hyuga Tsukimi regarded the composed expression of Uchiha Itachi. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the guard division's main entrance. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly as he watched Hyuga Tsukimi's retreating back. He knew Hyuga Tsukimi and could surmise Hyuga Hizashi's purpose in placing Tsukimi within the guard division at this moment. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing Hyuga Tsukimi, a wave of unease welled up inside him. A faint smile curved at the corner of Hyuga Tsukimi's mouth. Everything was beginning to unfold according to his plan. Hyuga Tsukimi stepped steadily into the guard division building. Uchiha Tetsu turned his head, eyes filled with disdain as he glared at him. Serving as a dog for the Hyuga main family? Selling your loyalty? Is it truly worth it? Hyuga Tsukimi paid no heed, his expression serene as he crossed the threshold. The words of others held no bearing on him. Insults directed at me, what do they matter? What he needed to do now was proceed to the guard captain's office and, based on the intelligence he had acquired from Hyuga Hizashi yesterday, secure another deal. Uchiha Hakadai observed Hyuga Tsukimi's calm countenance and waved a hand toward Tetsu, speaking calmly. There's no use wasting breath. He and Itachi are the same kind of person. Neither will be swayed by others' words. Uchiha Tetsu cast a resentful glance at Hyuga Tsukimi, then turned back to Uchiha Itachi. He could not comprehend why Itachi, the clan leader's son and the prodigy of the Uchiha, would side with Konoha, betraying his own clan. He simply could not understand. Hyuga Tsukimi ascended the stairs and reached the second floor, then proceeded directly to the guard captain's office door. He raised his hand and tapped the door lightly with his knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by the rhythmic tapping, Uchiha Fugaku's steady voice came from within. Come in. Hyuga Tsukimi pushed open the door, entered the office, and casually closed the door behind him. Then he looked toward the desk. Uchiha Yakumi stood beside the desk, his eyes wary as he regarded him. You have no business being here. You have already been reassigned to the prison. I have yet to plan any action against the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes darkened as he stared at him. Guard Captain, I have come to provide you with new intelligence and propose a novel strategy. This plan will greatly increase the Uchiha clan's chances of success in their uprising, Hyuga Tsukimi said. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. When he first met Hyuga Tsukimi yesterday, 8 Hyuga clan members had died, and now, Tsukimi came to propose a new plan. More killing? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's furrowed brow, a smile flickered across Hyuga Tsukimi's face. He knew his actions had already instilled fear in Fugaku. After all, in this world that valued blood ties above all, it was only natural that his ruthless slaughter of his own kin would breed distrust. Yet he was confident his proposal would not be rejected. So he spoke without hesitation. Guard Captain, yesterday I returned to the Hyuga clan estate, and reported the reassignment order to the clan head. Then Lord Hizashi instructed me to challenge Uchiha Yakumi within the guard division within 3 days. I believe this matter will bring tremendous benefits to the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes. He could analyze Hyuga Hizashi's motives behind ordering Tsukimi to challenge Uchiha Yakumi. But that it would bring great benefits to the Uchiha clan? He did not understand. His eyes revealed doubt as he asked, "What exactly do you mean by saying that your challenge to Yakumi will grant the Uchiha clan great benefits?" Then, from Hyuga Tsukimi's lips came words that shocked him. To strike at Hyuga Hizashi and thereby utterly deprive a powerful clan in Konoha of the opportunity to besiege the Uchiha. That is the great advantage the Uchiha will gain. As his words fell, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yakumi wore expressions of disbelief. To move against Hyuga Hizashi, how could that be possible? He is the head of a great clan. Should the Uchiha act against Hyuga Hizashi now, given our current circumstances, it would inevitably provoke Konoha's entire elite to besiege us. How could there be any scenario in which the Hyuga would abandon their siege of the Uchiha? Hyuga Tsukimi, I should have killed you yesterday. Uchiha Yakumi's eyes blazed with fury, his words bristling with tension. He had anticipated some kind of proposal from Hyuga Tsukimi, but never that it would involve striking at Hyuga Hizashi. Was this a desire for the Uchiha to perish even faster? He took a step forward, ready to act, but Uchiha Fugaku waved him off. Shursui Uchiha regarded Tsukimi Hyuga with an inscrutable expression. You may continue. Observing Shursui's countenance, which seemed to evoke some recollection, Tsukimi's lips curved into a faint smile. He had anticipated as much. To serve as the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku could never be a fool. Those who underestimated him were effectively questioning the innate genius of a man capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fixing his gaze upon Fugaku Uchiha, Tsukimi spoke calmly. During my duel with Yakumi Uchiha, following the strategic design of Hizashi Hyuga, he was certain I would either perish or be grievously wounded in that confrontation. This would provide ample justification to interfere with the security division, and where he chose to intervene would inevitably be the Council of Elders. The council convenes once every month, gathering the clan leaders of all ninja clans and the heads of critical departments. At that juncture, he would undoubtedly openly impeach the chief of security, seeking to seize a piece of flesh from him. However, chief of security, since you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, a sudden assault that severely injures Hizashi Hyuga should pose no difficulty whatsoever. A look of sudden comprehension dawned in Fugaku Uchiha's eyes. He released the hand that had restrained Yakumi, his countenance revealing complexity. I had not expected you to conceive such a plan. Indeed, it could buy the Uchiha clan some precious time and also facilitate the Hyuga clan's exit. Yet the ensuing backlash will be exceedingly fierce. Tsukimi Hyuga's expression remained indifferent. Is the current situation not already intense? Itachi Uchiha presently stands at the gates of the security division. The Hokage has shown no hesitation. Regardless of your actions, Chief of Security, the Uchiha clan is destined to face a cataclysmic tempest. Yakumi Uchiha's face was filled with confusion. He could not keep pace with their conversation. What is to be done? Fugaku sighed, glancing at Yakumi. Let Tsukimi explain it to you. Having spoken, he rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the main gate. There stood his son, a source of great pride. Yet now, his son was tasked with surveilling him. Tsukimi met Yakumi's puzzled gaze, then calmly laid bare the objective. He and Fugaku had reached a consensus to stage a spectacle during the duel. He would feign grievous injury and withdraw, affording Hizashi ample cause to strike back. Subsequently, during the Council of Elders, when Hizashi impeached, Fugaku would erupt in fury, wielding overwhelming power to grievously wound Hizashi. Given that all ninja clans were aware of the Uchiha's volatile temperament, such conduct would be rationalized. After all, everyone believed Tsukimi's entry into the security division would provoke the Uchiha clan. Moreover, with Tsukimi's deliberate provocation, Hizashi, as head of the Hyuga clan, would bare his fangs at the Uchiha. However, this display of even greater strength by Fugaku would inevitably draw heightened vigilance and scrutiny. This, Fugaku termed the exceedingly fierce backlash to come. Because after witnessing the might of Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, the third Hokage and Danzo would surely marshal greater forces to counter the Uchiha clan. Yet this moment would also be the Uchiha's opportunity. If they had planned in advance and resolved their course of action, the Uchiha could exploit the element of surprise, launching a coup or breaking through if overwhelmed. No matter the choice, the Uchiha would hold the advantage. Upon hearing Tsukimi's words, Yakumi's expression shifted to understanding, and he could not suppress his mounting excitement. Now that all hawkish members of the Uchiha clan imprisoned had been released, their strength had markedly increased. With such an information gap, victory might well be within reach. Clan leader, resolve yourself. Yukumi turned to Fugaku, his demeanor animated. A smile flickered in Tsukimi's eyes. He knew the Uchiha could not refuse this plan, which was also profoundly advantageous to him. Once Hisashi was wounded, his strength would inevitably wane. Unaware of the Uchiha's impending action and unwilling to expose the Hyuga clan's weakness, he would almost certainly recall all members to their homeland. At that point, the entire Hyuga clan would be gathered in their territory. For Tsukimi, only one problem would remain: how to annihilate every member of the Hyuga clan. This challenge was formidable. No matter how stealthy the assassination, it was nearly impossible for him alone to eliminate the entire assembled Hyuga family. Thus, after conceiving this plan yesterday, he considered employing the explosive tags left behind by the Sunagakure village in Konoha against the Hyuga. Yet relying solely on explosive tags was insufficiently reliable. If his eyes could, like the Uchiha's, possess the innate enhancement of Genjutsu, execution would be far simpler. Regarding his eyes, after upgrading his Bakugan to the second stage yesterday and spending half the night experiencing it, he found it vastly more powerful than before, though still far inferior to the reincarnated eye. Addressing this concern within his authority, he was provided with an enumeration of all stages preceding the reincarnated eye. His Bakugan currently ranked at level 2, with an evolution meter at 2. In fact, upon reaching level 2, the remaining evolution meter, originally at 3, compressed to 2. According to the authority's indication, this was because each Bakugan upgrade demanded exponentially greater energy. After all, it was evolution. While the progress bar remained conveniently scaled at 100 for ease of viewing, the original 3 units of evolution condensed to 2. He still required 98 evolution units to upgrade to level 3. After ascending to level 3, he needed to advance to level 4 and then fill the progress bar to 100 to evolve into the reincarnated eye. Currently, he was 192 units shy of level 4, and 298 units short of a full progress bar at level 4. In other words, after 3 more evolutions, his Bakugan would transform into the reincarnated eye. Having quantified the progress bar and tangibly felt his freedom to advance, he now burned with impatience to eliminate every Bakugan-wielding member of the Hyuga clan within Konoha. He was eager beyond measure to ascend into the reincarnated eye. Tilting his head, he looked toward Fugaku Uchiha, a smile gracing his countenance. Honorable Captain of the Police Department, let us cause a grand commotion. Through the glass of the window, Fugaku Uchiha gazed upon his son, whose expression was cold and indifferent. Slowly, he turned his head, his eyes now filled with unwavering resolve. Very well. He then walked over and took a seat behind his desk, scrutinizing Tsukimi Hyuga. So, how do you intend to begin? The Elders' Council meeting will commence in 12 days. Tsukimi Hyuga remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward the window, toward the direction where Itachi Uchiha stood, and spoke calmly. I believe that regardless of the choice Itachi Uchiha makes, having him stand there is an ill-advised decision. It will greatly provoke the ordinary Uchiha clan members' resentment toward Konoha, which could easily lead to chaos. Fugaku Uchiha's eyes revealed a hint of difficulty. Naturally, he was aware of this matter, but he lacked an effective solution. Even if he had made up his mind, what was he to do with Itachi's current actions? Kill Itachi outright? Present, there was still restraint between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. But if the clan head behaved too rashly, it would immediately trigger a tsunami-like backlash. Itachi had precisely calculated this. That was why he came to provoke the Uchiha clan members at the entrance of the police department. Tsukimi Hyuga was right. This matter had to be dealt with. With this in mind, Fugaku took a deep breath and his gaze hardened with determination. What is your plan? Whatever Tsukimi Hyuga decided to do, Fugaku was prepared to support it. He was the head of the Uchiha clan. He must bear the responsibility for the Uchiha. I believe that when Yukumi achieves victory, it would be best for the honorable captain of the police department to appear before all the Uchiha clansmen and decisively shatter the dignity and reputation that the genius has accumulated within the clan over the years. What does the captain think? Tsukimi Hyuga said calmly. He had proposed a plan. Although it was somewhat ruthless, it required a father who deeply loved his son to drag him into the mire with his own hands and then deliver a harsh blow. But he believed that Fugaku Uchiha would do just that. After all, he was the head of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's eyes revealed an indescribable expression. Then his voice turned cold as frost and snow. I understand. Since the honorable captain understands, then Yukumi, the exhibition match begins now. Tsukimi Hyuga looked toward Yukumi Uchiha with a serene expression. His hands began to form seals. HM? Yukumi Uchiha glanced at Tsukimi Hyuga, still not fully aware of what was happening. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A terrifying flame transformed into a blazing fireball. At the critical moment, Yukumi formed hand seals. Body flicker technique. Asakusa style. His entire body instantly dispersed into countless grass-like ashes. In the next instant, the terrifying flames roared forward. Boom! The wall where the window was shattered outright. Shattered glass scattered through the air. Flames and black smoke billowed forth. Yukumi Uchiha's figure appeared suspended in midair, his eyes filled with both shock and fury. He had not expected Tsukimi Hyuga to begin without any warning or discussion. Yukumi Uchiha, I Tsukimi Hyuga, today stake the dignity and honor of the Hyuga clan and will use your blood to wash away the shame you have brought upon me. His enraged voice echoed throughout the entire police department. Veins bulged on his face as he activated the Bakugan. Clutching a ninja blade, Tsukimi Hyuga pierced through the smoke. With a single stroke, he slashed toward Yukumi Uchiha. Swift as thunder, the blade sliced through the air, sunlight reflecting off the edge like a radiant white sun. Dazzling and blinding, it was impossible to look directly at it. A flame of anger surged within Yukumi. Initially, he had intended to hold back. After all, this was merely an exhibition. But Tsukimi's sudden attack caught him off guard, compelling him to stop restraining himself. He wanted to make Tsukimi suffer, to show him that the Uchiha clan was not merely empty reputation. His eyes instantly glowed blood red, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning in reverse. Sharingan, activate. With his right hand, he swiftly drew a kunai from his ninja pouch. Without yielding, he slashed the kunai's blade directly against the sword. Clang! The sharp sound rang out as their figures crossed midair. Then, using each other's momentum, they both fell backward. Yukumi's hands were already forming seals while still airborne. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. With a fierce shout, a terrifying flame erupted from Yukumi's mouth, transforming into a colossal dragon of fire. Boom! The air itself was seared by the flames. The ground where Tsukimi landed was engulfed entirely in fire. The fiery dragon's devastating power demolished every tile at the police department's entrance. Thud! Yukumi landed steadily, his eyes vigilant as he observed the burning flames and swirling black smoke. At this moment, Tetsuhiro Uchiha and several others rushed over. Yukumi, what happened? Those Hyuga bastards dared to attack the Uchiha. Kill them. Several Uchiha clan members displayed intense agitation. The long-standing atmosphere of vigilance and exclusion toward the Uchiha clan from other ninja clans within the village had created immense pressure, causing countless Uchiha to feel oppressed and enraged. They did not understand what they had done wrong to deserve such injustice. These emotions were like magma beneath a volcano, long suppressed by Fugaku Uchiha. But at this moment, witnessing Yukumi's attack firsthand, these feelings erupted uncontrollably. In their heightened emotions, some even sought to strike Tsukimi Hyuga down. Yukumi looked at Tetsuhiro and the others' furious expressions, a chill running through his heart. He was aware of the true circumstances. This was merely a show, a performance, designed to facilitate the Uchiha's future actions. With a cold expression, he commanded, "This is Tsukimi Hyuga's challenge to me. All of you, stand aside. Do you truly believe that I cannot defeat a mere 15-year-old shinobi from the Hyuga branch family?" Utterly reprimanded by Uchiha Yukumi, the clan members, though visibly angered by his scolding, still kept their distance. Yukumi, deal with that brat mercilessly. Make him understand that the Uchiha clan will not tolerate humiliation, Uchiha Tetsuho declared furiously. He had reached his limit. First, Itachi came blatantly to surveil them, and now this Hyuga Tsukimi. Amidst the ruins shrouded in flames and black smoke, Hyuga Tsukimi stepped forward with a kunai in one hand, his gaze sweeping over the Uchiha clan with fury. The Uchiha will not suffer disgrace. Do you think the Hyuga clan can be humiliated? The moment I reported to the security division, our entire clan was imprisoned. This is an insult to me, to the Hyuga clan. With a swift motion, he pointed the kunai directly at Uchiha Yukumi, his eyes blazing with a fire-like wrath. Faced with such humiliation, only by personally defeating you, Uchiha Yukumi, the distinguished talent of the Uchiha clan, can I cleanse this shame. Only then can I prove that the Hyuga clan is not inferior to anyone. Inwardly, Hyuga Tsukimi felt nauseated by his own words. Not inferior to anyone. Such melodramatic nonsense. Moreover, he had to conceal his Bakugan. After his evolution, upon activation, his Bakugan no longer showed the entire pupil white with bulging veins on the face. Instead, a golden spot appeared in the center of the iris. Compared to the ferocious appearance of the original Bakugan, this bore a nobler aura. He was quite fond of it. Yet now he must keep it hidden. The more tricks he saved, the more formidable the eventual outburst would be. Before he finished speaking with a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from his spot and reappeared beside Uchiha Yakumi, slashing directly at Yakumi's neck with his kunai. The three Magatama in Uchiha Yakumi's Sharingan shifted subtly. He raised his kunai to block the attack. However, the force was negligible. Hyuga Tsukimi had merely thrown the kunai rather than slashing, disguising his true intention. Forming hand seals, earth release, earth clone. Accompanied by a resounding chant, 3 mounds of earth erupted from the ground, transforming into clones of Hyuga Tsukimi, which immediately lunged at Uchiha Yakumi. Despite this sudden assault, Uchiha Yakumi remained unshaken. His Sharingan with 3 Magatama rotated continuously as he sneered coldly. Foolish. Expending vast amounts of chakra to form clones is merely courting death before these eyes. He could clearly discern the chakra levels of the 3 earth clones. Now, he pondered how to feign weakness without being detected, since all 3 clones bore identical chakra quantities, a glaring weakness under the Sharingan's scrutiny. His plan was to survive this encirclement and strike directly at Hyuga Tsukimi's true form. He could not comprehend why Hyuga Tsukimi would opt for such a flawed strategy. Perhaps Tsukimi had never confronted an Uchiha wielding the Sharingan before. Uchiha Itachi observed the scene unfolding before the security division building, his brows slightly furrowed. Captain, with such impulsive clone techniques, Hyuga Tsukimi stands no chance under the Sharingan's gaze. His reckless provocation of Uchiha Yakumi will likely lead to severe injury. Standing beside Itachi, Asakura Misaki shook her head, a trace of pity in her eyes. Another branch family shinobi brainwashed by the Hyuga main house. Truly pathetic. It might be a failure if you employed this tactic, but not necessarily so for Hyuga Tsukimi, Itachi said indifferently. Having undertaken many missions alongside Hatake Kakashi, Itachi had encountered Hyuga Tsukimi on 1 or 2 occasions. The impression this man left was always of caution and prudence. He could not believe such a cautious man would suddenly resort to such a reckless tactic. There had to be a hidden move. Asakura Misaki scratched her chin, puzzled by Itachi's words. Is there really a chance? The Sharingan can observe chakra flow, with intentions already discerned. I can't fathom how Uchiha Yakumi might lose. Uchiha Yakumi released his kunai, letting it fall to the ground, and began forming hand seals with both hands. He was confident that he could use body flicker technique to escape before the 3 earth clones completed their encirclement. Yet, at that moment, the 3 earth clones leapt into the air unexpectedly, causing Yakumi to halt his hand seals and focus on their movements. Then, a resounding shout echoed in his ears. Earth release. Decapitation technique. His expression changed drastically. Boom! He was dragged beneath the ground, leaving only his head exposed above the surface. At that instant, Hyuga Tsukimi's true form burst forth from the earth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Accept your defeat, Uchiha Yakumi. The 3 airborne clones simultaneously formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. Water release, water formation pillar. A fierce gale, a blazing fireball, and a towering water pillar manifested simultaneously. After unleashing these 3 ninjutsu, the clones vanished instantly due to chakra depletion. Yet to all observers, victory was already decisively claimed. The wind fanned the flames, turning the fireball, originally over 1 meter in diameter, into countless streams of flowing fire that surged toward Uchiha Yakumi. The water formation pillar condensed into meteor-like water spheres, crashing down upon Yakumi's head. Yakumi! Uchiha Tetsuho's eyes flashed with urgency as he was about to intervene, but was held back by the 8th Uchiha. Trust Yakumi. Aside from Itachi, he is the clan's finest, Uchiha Hakadai said sternly. He was unwilling to let Tetsuho interfere in this battle. Even if they won, to his eyes, it would still be a disgrace to the Uchiha name. Misaki Asakura's eyes widened in astonishment. He was utterly dumbfounded, having never anticipated that Tsukimi Hyuga would execute such a maneuver. A feint, followed by a decisive strike. Enduring these 3 ninjutsu techniques, Uchiha Yakumi was undoubtedly destined for defeat. He could not help but glance toward his squad leader, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Itachi Uchiha foresaw this very moment from the outset? Itachi Uchiha's expression shifted subtly. He had to concede that this tactical sequence was indeed commendable. First, expending a vast amount of chakra to materialize clones, creating the illusion of an encirclement. Then a feint to disrupt the opponent's line of sight. At this juncture, the true body would launch a surprise attack with the heart's decapitation technique. Most shinobi, caught unawares, would fall into this trap. Even Yakumi, when provoked, was likely to succumb. Yet, immediately, a look of deep emotion surfaced in his eyes. Boom! A terrifying sonic wave reverberated through the security division. Flames scorched the earth directly beneath. As a water sphere descended and reacted with the fire, the intense heat instantly vaporized the moisture, generating copious amounts of steam. However, Uchiha Yakumi's figure materialized behind Tsukimi Hyuga. His fingers twisted and deformed slightly. Clearly, at the critical moment, he had forcibly formed a seal on the ground. Employing body flicker technique, he evaded the attack. You dare underestimate the Uchiha? Pay the price. Tsukimi Hyuga. Yakumi's cold voice echoed through the security division's gates. His right hand's kunai pierced directly into Tsukimi's midsection, followed by a powerful kick that sent Tsukimi flying several meters away. Blood poured profusely from his wound. The Hyuga clan shall never concede so easily. Struck down and bleeding from his torso, Tsukimi Hyuga struggled to rise, supporting himself with one hand upon the ground. His face bore the fury of one determined to defend the honor of the Hyuga clan to the death. Seems you truly desire death, Tsukimi Hyuga, Uchiha Yakumi declared coldly, gripping his kunai as he advanced cautiously. A profound doubt gnawed at his heart. Should Tsukimi not have withdrawn after sensing the tide turning? Was he merely pretending? Step. A figure suddenly appeared before Tsukimi Hyuga. Enough, Yakumi. If this continues, someone will die. Itachi Uchiha spoke calmly, fixing his gaze on Yakumi. Though he wished to see the Uchiha clan's emotions erupt and thus conclude this prolonged contest, he could not bear to witness Tsukimi Hyuga perish for the sake of that laughable Hyuga clan's honor. Tsukimi was an innocent man, whose life should not be lost here. Tsukimi Hyuga looked at Itachi standing before him, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, the last protagonist had arrived. Now, it was time for Fugaku Uchiha's performance. Here, he would unite the will of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tetsuhiko and the others, upon seeing Itachi's intervention, displayed clear displeasure. Itachi, we accept your surveillance of the village, no objections there. But now, this Hyuga fellow insults the Uchiha, and you side with him? Do you have no regard for the honor of the Uchiha clan at all? Voices of indignation rose in succession, yet Itachi's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely fixed his eyes on Yakumi, warning him not to advance further or else he would take action. At that moment, a figure leapt directly from the shattered second floor. As he appeared, the Uchiha gathered at the security division's entrance fell silent. For he was none other than Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan. Itachi met Fugaku's gaze without flinching. Then Fugaku approached Itachi and raised his hand. A sharp slap echoed crisply at the gate, stunning everyone present. Since Itachi's birth, no one had ever witnessed Fugaku reprimand him, let alone publicly strike him so humiliatingly. Such disgrace was unbearable. Itachi himself was stunned. Since his earliest memories, his father had never laid a hand on him as he had always excelled, in ninjutsu training and every other aspect. Tsukimi Hyuga was also taken aback. He had not expected Fugaku's ruthlessness. Yet, with this act, Fugaku had achieved his purpose. Then, Tsukimi collapsed to the ground, eyes reflecting unyielding defiance before slipping into unconsciousness. At this moment, no one paid attention to him anymore. All eyes were fixed on Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi. What followed at the gate sent shockwaves through all Uchiha clan members. Yakumi fights for the honor of the Uchiha. And you? You defend someone who provokes the Uchiha's pride. Would Yakumi truly deal him a fatal blow? He merely wishes to uphold the Uchiha's honor. You are my finest son, the one who should most protect the Uchiha's glory. Yet look at what you are doing now. Itachi lifted his head, meeting Fugaku's cold, unyielding gaze. He opened his mouth to speak. Smack. Another resounding slap silenced everyone. None could have imagined Fugaku would be so severe today. He forced Itachi's face to the ground, trampling him mercilessly. From this day forth, you are no longer my son. The Uchiha clan has no place for someone like you. Do you understand? Fugaku's chilling words pierced the air. Though his heart was torn with anguish, he knew this was necessary. Only by doing so could the will of the entire Uchiha clan be unified, and only thus could Itachi be prevented from stirring the clan's emotions. Uchiha Tetsuhiko and the others gazed upon Fugaku with newfound reverence. Their prior assumptions had been mistaken. A clan head who could make such resolute decisions, unshackled by paternal affection, would surely lead them to victory. In the depths of Itachi Uchiha's eyes, there was a fleeting moment of vacant disbelief. Though he had braced himself for this moment, hearing such words from one of the most significant people in his life still tore through his heart with excruciating pain. He pressed his lips tightly together, uttering not a single word. Now that you understand, take this brat from the Hyuga clan and get out of the security division. Fugaku Uchiha commanded coldly. Without a word, Itachi lifted Hyuga Tsukimi, who had long since fainted without anyone noticing, and turned to leave. Every member of the Uchiha clan watched his retreating figure, yet not one stepped forward to stop or comfort him. A traitor to the entire clan naturally would be forsaken by the whole clan. Under the blazing sun, Itachi's shadow stretched out long and thin, but it never extended to the feet of Fugaku Uchiha. Konoha Hospital, room 407. The sterile scent of disinfectant pervaded the entire chamber. The open window allowed a gentle breeze to stir the white gauze curtains softly. Siko Hanzawa stood by the bedside, her expression impassive. Seated beside her was Danzo Shimura. Danzo's eyes flickered as he gazed at the person lying on the bed. Only yesterday, he had been pondering the right time to approach Hyuga Tsukimi. Yet he had not anticipated that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. He was certain of one thing. Hyuga Tsukimi's challenge against Uchiha Yakumi was not of his own volition. After all, a Hyuga branch family ninja capable of surpassing rude-esque covert watchers would never foolishly confront an adversary he could not defeat, especially not under the banner of family honor. If Tsukimi truly fought for the clan's glory, why then had he not demonstrated his ability to vanish instantly before Siko Hanzawa in front of Hyuga Hisashi? From this, Danzo deduced that this duel must have been ordered by Hyuga Hisashi. Tsukimi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as if he were about to open his eyes. Seeing this, Danzo tightened his collar to appear more authoritative. A white light shone into Tsukimi's gaze, his vision blurred. He then attempted to look at the clock directly opposite his bed. His fainting was entirely self-inflicted. By his estimation, he had been unconscious for no more than 5 hours. After all, he was to be busy every day to come, with no time to truly lie in bed. As his vision cleared, a figure appeared before him. Seeing the silhouette, his spirit instantly revived. Danzo Shimura. Why was he here in the hospital room? Tsukimi, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Danzo greeted with a smile carved from deep wrinkles. Half of his head was wrapped in bandages, making the smile appear more terrifying than comforting. It would have been better if he had not smiled at all. Thank you, Lord Danzo, Tsukimi replied with a forced smile, pretending to be strong. He was still uncertain of Danzo's intentions, so his response was to maintain composure, adapting to the ever-changing situation without faltering. No need to push yourself, Tsukimi. Don't be too concerned with the outcome of this battle. Losing to Uchiha Yakumi is no shame. After all, the Sharingan is superior to the Bakugan in combat. Moreover, Yakumi is the strongest young ninja in the Uchiha clan after Itachi and the late Shursui, Danzo said calmly. His eyes concealed a calculating gaze. Though his words seemed to comfort Tsukimi, they were deliberately meant to provoke his pride. Danzo believed these words would wound Tsukimi's ego because Tsukimi had been enduring silently, and endurance implies scheming. Yet, in the world of shinobi, any scheme requires strength. Danzo had also obtained first-hand intelligence from the morning's battle at the security division. Judging by Tsukimi's performance, there was no concealment. Or rather, for a 15-year-old ninja to simultaneously create 3 clones and execute tactics instantly was already remarkably impressive. Not to mention that Yakumi was nearly buried alive. Therefore, Danzo was convinced that this was Tsukimi's true strength. Even if the battle was not initiated from his own heart, being so decisively defeated must have dealt a heavy blow to a branch family ninja who had been suppressing himself within the Hyuga clan. After all, a shinobi's greatest confidence lies in his own power, especially for one who endures in silence while plotting. Hence, Danzo deliberately provoked Tsukimi's pride to instill a sense of wounded honor. Only then could he extend the olive branch. A trace of absurdity flickered in Tsukimi's heart. How could he care about the fight with Uchiha Yakumi? It was merely a performance. But he keenly sensed Danzo's true purpose, to humiliate him. Since Danzo wished to play this game, he would naturally cooperate. He had already vaguely guessed Danzo's intentions, to win him over. Thus, his expression revealed a mixture of endurance and a fleeting flash of resentment as he spoke slowly. Lord Danzo, a defeat is a defeat. I will not make excuses for myself. However, Yakumi's victory today does not guarantee he will always win. As long as I continue to train diligently and refine my chakra, one day, I will defeat him honorably. As he spoke, Tsukimi's right fist clenched tightly, his eyes burning with immense unwillingness and humiliation. Danzo caught every subtle emotional nuance perfectly and inwardly brimmed with delight. Youth indeed. Although he understood endurance and had some talent, he still cared deeply about victory and defeat. But that was exactly what Danzo wanted. Otherwise, he would never have the opportunity to recruit Tsukimi. Danzo sighed, regret flickering in his eyes. Unfortunately, you are not of the main family. If you were, your Bakugan would have no blind spots. Without that one blind spot, perhaps you would not have been defeated by Uchiha Yakumi. After all, with complete, unobstructed surveillance, Yakumi could never have ambushed you so swiftly. A cold smile curled within Hyuga Tsukimi's heart. This Danzo had begun to empathize with him, to feel indignation on his behalf. He was truly an old master of manipulation. Soon, a trace of reluctance and loneliness flickered across his face as he turned his head away and said, "Lord Danzo, please cease your words. This is all my fate." Observing Hyuga Tsukimi's expression, Shimura Danzo felt a surge of satisfaction. "Young man, you still fall for this trick," he thought. Then, a solemn expression settled upon his face as he declared, "Tsukimi, do not be so pessimistic. My previous promise still stands. Should you join Root, I will devote myself to breaking the caged bird curse that binds you. Moreover, Uchiha Yakimi's victory over you stems largely from his accumulated mastery of ninjutsu. Though you, as a branch of the Hyuga clan, have reached the rank of Jonin, your ninjutsu reserves cannot yet surpass his. If you join Root, all the ninjutsu I have collected will be made available for your study." Listening to these words, Hyuga Tsukimi remained utterly unmoved internally. It was just like his previous life's experience before starting a job. The HRS grandiose promises, all empty boasts. But after joining, none of it materialized. Promised 13 months' salary? At the end of the year, receiving a mere carton of milk was considered generous. He did not believe for a moment that Shimura Danzo would truly break the caged bird curse for him. This act of championing his cause and humbling himself was merely a ploy. Yet, coincidentally, Tsukimi harbored ambitions regarding the Senju Hashirama cells within Root. It was a perfect match. A look of gratitude appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Lord Danzo, for you to go to such lengths for someone of branch family lineage like myself, I do not know how I might ever repay you." Shimura Danzo's countenance grew even more solemn. Rising to his feet, he gazed out at the iconic Hokage rock. "There is no need for repayment. There are too many talents born from humble origins like you, gifted yet neglected. Helping you is only natural. Just as I established Root to protect Konoha. All I ask is that once you grow stronger, you wield your power to safeguard the village." Hyuga Tsukimi's expression brimmed with deep emotion. He propped himself up against the headboard, sitting upright. "Lord Danzo, please allow me to join Root." Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered slightly. He had finally secured it, the pawn that would enable him to seize power. Turning to Tsukimi, his face softened with kindness. "Welcome to the fold, Tsukimi. Is there anything you need to do?" "Lord Danzo." Hyuga Tsukimi's face revealed a look of earnest determination to prove himself. Danzo smiled inwardly. "Excellent. Here was already a fine sacrificial piece." His tone gentle, he said, "There is nothing required of you now. You are injured, focus on your recovery. In a few days, seek out Siko at Root. She will guide you to my collection chamber to fulfill my earlier promise." Hyuga Tsukimi responded with excitement. "Very well, Lord Danzo." Yet inside, he sneered bitterly. In barely 2 exchanges, the promise to break the caged bird curse was completely erased. And from start to finish, Danzo never uttered a word about what would happen if a Hyuga branch family member bearing the caged bird curse joined Root. Would Hyuga Hizashi tolerate a branch family member in Root? If so, then over all these years, there would surely have been Hyuga clan shinobi appearing in Root. If he were truly some naive youth unaware of the world's harshness, joining Root would mean one thing: death. "Recover well. I shall take my leave," Shimura Danzo said with a look of encouragement, patting Hyuga Tsukimi's shoulder. "Farewell, Lord Danzo." Tsukimi's eyes gleamed with hope. Danzo nodded and turned away, followed silently by Hanakawa Siko. Upon leaving Ward 407, Danzo's expression hardened into cold indifference. His pawn was ready. He was certain Hyuga Hizashi would make a move at the Elders' Council. Once Hizashi struck, he would immediately take Hyuga Tsukimi to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. All covert maneuvers were unfit for daylight. Once exposed, a question would confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha within the security division were destined to be expelled, and Hyuga Hizashi had employed unscrupulous means to seize control. As for himself, Shimura Danzo, he had discerned this dirty scheme and laid it bare before Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, could Hiruzen permit Hyuga Hizashi to usurp the security division? If he allowed it, would he still be the revered and respected Hokage? If he did not, then the security division's authority must fall into Shimura Danzo's hands. Across all of Konoha, only 3 houses could immediately operate the security division's functions after the Uchiha's expulsion. The Umbu, but they were directly under the Hokage and could not assume security division duties, and the other 2 were the Hyuga clan and Shimura Danzo himself. Now, he had preemptively eliminated his rivals. The security division's power would inevitably belong to Shimura Danzo. He even felt inclined to thank Hyuga Hisashi. If not for Hisashi provoking Hyuga Tsukimi to challenge Uchiha Yukimi, he would never have conceived such a confident plan. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Hanakawa Siko and spoke calmly. Have the movements of the Hyuga clan elder returning to the village been ascertained? Hanakawa Siko replied respectfully. We have roughly tracked the area of movement. At this, Shimura Danzo nodded slightly. Though he had verbally persuaded Hyuga Tsukimi, he still felt uneasy. Raising a dog requires not only feeding it but also putting a leash on it. The Hyuga clan elder would be the leash he intended to give Tsukimi. He would compel Tsukimi to personally slay the clan head, and in that mixture of guilt, exhilaration, and fear, utterly submit beneath Shimura Danzo's feet. Inside Ward 407, Hyuga Tsukimi listened as footsteps faded into the distance. His complexion gradually returned to normal, and he rolled out of bed. He was unaware of Danzo Shimura's intentions. Yet, whatever those intentions might be, they were of no consequence to him. He would consume all the candies himself, leaving the burden of the explosives to Danzo Shimura alone. He glanced at the clock above the hospital bed. The time was precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He had been unconscious for just over 5 hours. With the approach of midnight, there was still some time before he needed to retrieve the detonators. He had no intention of wasting this interval. He moved to the bedside table and carefully laid it flat on the floor. He intended to carve a rectangular groove into its base. However, if he were to cut it harshly, the wood shavings would be difficult to manage. Moreover, he required those shavings for backfilling. Therefore, he approached the mesh window, closed it, and then returned to his task. Crouching down, he took a handkerchief from his pocket and placed it beneath the area where he planned to cut. Next, he drew a kunai from his ninja tools pouch. Holding the kunai, Hyuga Tsukimi began meticulously hollowing out the base. Sparse wood shavings fell intermittently. After an hour, the rectangular groove was completed. Then, Hyuga Tsukimi retrieved a ninjutsu scroll from his chest. This scroll contained all the detonators he had acquired the previous night. Through some modifications to the technique, he could directly detonate the explosives embedded within the scroll by activating the jutsu inscribed on it. Since the detonators were sealed inside the ninjutsu scroll, they emitted no chakra fluctuations unless triggered. He placed the detonators into the groove and began backfilling with the wood shavings. Once the fillings were complete, he formed hand seals and calmly intoned, water release, adhesive slime technique. Using minimal chakra to activate the technique, a globule of sticky slime adhered to the base. Hyuga Tsukimi then used the kunai to evenly smooth the slime, thereby firmly securing the scroll in place. Afterwards, he carefully repositioned the bedside table. Thus, even if someone activated the Bakugan, as long as the table was not overturned, the ninjutsu scroll would remain concealed. The reason for such elaborate measures was his conviction that the Elder Council meeting would be a bustling affair in Konoha. Deploying this detonator scroll within Konoha Hospital would undoubtedly yield an unexpected and effective outcome. After all, once he eliminated the Hyuga clan, his plan was to escape Konoha. Weakening Konoha's strength as much as possible was ideal, and no one was easier to weaken than patients lying in hospital beds. The quantity of detonators embedded in the scroll was sufficient to obliterate the entire hospital. Having completed his preparations, Hyuga Tsukimi lay back upon the bed and closed his eyes. Tonight, he would once again be engaged in killing and retrieving the leftover detonators from Karasumura. It was exhausting. The golden light diffusing across the sky gradually dimmed, replaced by the faint, chilling glow of the moon enveloping the earth. Konoha Hospital, room 407. Hyuga Tsukimi rolled off the bed. He then took 2 pillows from the bedside, placing one firmly against the headboard, centered on the bed. The second pillow he positioned vertically against the first. He covered them both with the blanket. After completing this, he gently drew the white curtain facing the hospital room door. In this way, any medical ninja on duty peering through the window, unless activating the Bakugan, would assume Hyuga Tsukimi was asleep in bed. The reason for fabricating the illusion of someone resting was that his time for action had arrived. It was now 11 o'clock at night. He was to hunt the Bakugan-wielding Hyuga clan members under the cover of darkness to evolve his own Bakugan. Hyuga Tsukimi approached the window, drew back the white curtain, opened the window and then bent down to climb out. Before closing the window, he fully pulled the curtain back into place. Thus, even from outside, without a close examination, the interior of the bed could not be discerned. After all, who would be so bored as to spy on a heavily injured branch family ninja of the Hyuga clan at such a late hour? Even the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, had never sent anyone to visit him, seemingly oblivious to his plight. Whoosh, an instantaneous body flicker technique, and Hyuga Tsukimi vanished from sight. Using the darkness as cover, he swiftly sped toward the Hyuga clan territory. The Hyuga clan estate, with the head family mansion as a point of reference, lay westward, directly opposite the Hokage rock. Under the cloak of night, the dense forest was unnervingly silent. The defense of this area was entrusted to Hyuga Yuto of the main family, who commanded 7-branch family ninjas who had awakened the Byakugan. This defensive force was formidable. In a small nation like the Land of Waves, which lacked a ninja village, such a power could effectively govern the entire country. This was the might of Konoha's noble families. Hyuga Yuto lay atop the treetops, his expression tinged with boredom. He longed to find some amusement in the village. Yet, recently, Hyuga Hayashi had intensified security within the clan's territory. The reasons were twofold: the tense atmosphere between the village and the Uchiha, and the recent disappearance of Hyuga Sai and 2 others. However, Hyuga Yuto paid little heed to these matters. He even thought that, as the clan head, Hyuga Hayashi was overreacting. He did not believe the Uchiha would irrationally assault the Hyuga clan. As for Hyuga Sai and his companions, Yuto suspected they had secretly left the village to seek entertainment, driven by boredom. Outside the village, there were countless ways to indulge. As ninja, they wielded absolute power over life and death in many places beyond the village's borders. For example, they could choose women at will and ruthlessly trample upon lives, things forbidden within the village. Outside the village, such acts could be committed freely, so long as the evidence was erased afterward. Yuto surmised that the recent heavy pressure from the clan head had driven Hyuga Sai and the others to recklessly venture out. After all, it was inconceivable that someone would kill a member of the Hyuga main family. The Hyuga clan, as one of Konoha's noble families and a renowned great clan in the ninja world, was infamous for their fanatical defense of the Byakugan. In such a peaceful time, who would dare strike against the Hyuga family unless they were insane? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hyuga Yuto found himself reminiscing about a previous mission, when he had his romantic encounter in a certain village. He had shamelessly indulged in the company of a woman right before her husband's eyes. Gazing into the eyes of that man writhing in agony and incessantly wailing, Yuto Hyuga felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. At that thought, he longed to stealthily slip out of the village and relive the experience once more. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes now watched coldly and mercilessly from the shadows. Tsukimi Hyuga concealed himself atop an ancient tree with a dense canopy. A faint golden gleam shimmered within his gaze. Using his Byakugan, he scrutinized all the Hyuga guard forces in the vicinity, 8 in total. 7 of them were all shinobi from branch families. The figure lying upon the treetop was the commander of these 7. Regarding Yuto Hyuga, the intelligence Tsukimi possessed was scant. From the rumors he had overheard and the general pattern of missions, it was surmised that Yuto was a shinobi approaching the rank of Jonin. Should he engage head-on with the 8-man squad led by Yuto, the odds were that he would not prevail. After all, his chakra reserves were limited. A direct confrontation with Yuto's squad would result in him being surrounded and slain, given that they all possessed the Byakugan. Yet fortunately, in this battle, Tsukimi had already gained the upper hand in terms of intelligence. At this moment, Yuto had yet to discover his presence, and Tsukimi was poised and ready. He intended to deliver a fatal strike to Yuto Hyuga. White hand release. Tsukimi Hyuga struck his right palm against his abdomen. The pain etched on his face vanished in an instant. As his chakra replenished, he began forming hand seals. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Accompanied by a detached voice, a terrifying slash charged forward with the force of thunder, instantly slicing toward the treetop where Yuto was concealed. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ancient tree was cleaved in 2 by the fearsome wind blade. A multitude of leaves drifted through the sky. Yuto's figure was obscured among the swirling foliage, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Had he not sensed the chakra fluctuation of the ninjutsu at the last moment, he would have perished then and there. Yet to think someone dared to strike at the Hyuga clan, that meant Sei Hyuga and the others were not merely missing. They were truly dead. This was an affront to the dignity of the Hyuga clan. His eyes instantly turned completely white, veins bulging on his face. His right hand gripped the hilt of the ninja sword strapped to his back. You bastard. You actually dared to attack the Hyuga clan. Today, you shall not die so easily. His voice seethed with anger. Clang, the ninja sword was drawn. The 360-degree vision granted by the Byakugan flooded his mind. But in the blink of an eye, a shadow appeared behind him. Thanks to the Byakugan's power, his mind immediately registered the attacker's face. It was Tsukimi Hyuga. Disbelief flashed across his expression. The one who struck him was a branch family shinobi. Was he insane? As his thoughts raced, the ninja sword in his hand thrust backward without hesitation. But a hand moved faster than his. Thud! Amidst the muffled sound of flesh tearing, Yudo's chest was pierced through. A wave of helplessness surged into his mind. Through the Bakugan, he clearly saw the hand that had broken through his chest clutching his heart, which still throbbed with a faint pulse. Yudo's grip on the sword slackened and fell weakly. He struggled to speak. Why? Thud. His heart was crushed directly by the pale palm. Then Tsukimi's face remained impassive as he withdrew his hand. A mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Forgive the sins of kin. Personal evolution increased by 7%. Letting Yudo's lifeless body fall to the earth, Tsukimi pivoted his body, aligning vertically with the ground. His feet adhered to the tree trunk by chakra. His hands began forming seals. He regarded Yudo's face, frozen in death and defiance, with absolute indifference. Why would there be any reason? When the main family had cast the cagebird curse upon him, there was no why then either. Meanwhile, the other 7-branch family shinobi had also come to realize what had transpired. They stared at the fallen corpse with terror in their eyes. According to Hyuga clan customs, if main family shinobi lead branch family shinobi into battle and the main family shinobi fall, the remaining branch family shinobi would be subjected to the 1 in 10 punishment. The so-called 1 in 10 meant that out of every 10 people, 1 would be arbitrarily executed to discipline the branch families. Thud. The corpse crashed heavily to the ground, stirring leaves and dust. The branch family shinobi rushed forward in fury. They would never allow Tsukimi Hyuga to live. How dare you, a branch family shinobi, attack the main family, murdering your own kin? You are truly a beast. Tsukimi Hyuga, you deserve to die. Watching the enraged branch family shinobi charging at him, Tsukimi's expression remained utterly unmoved. These branch family members had already been brainwashed, implanted with the cagebird curse, doomed to a lifetime of subjugation, slaves and servants, without a thought of resistance, yet still devotedly playing the role of dogs. He truly could not understand it, but he did not need to understand. He would simply kill them all. Under the surveillance of his evolved Bakugan, he detected 3 shinobi directly ahead, 2 to the left and 2 behind. Judging from their chakra signatures, they were all of Chunin rank. At that moment, the seals he had been forming were complete. Since this technique consumed an extraordinary amount of chakra, he had only just finished forming it now. Wind release, great scythe Itachi. With a detached voice, the air was instantly sucked away. Then a terrifying tempest materialized between Tsukimi's hands. He grasped the dreadful storm, shaping it into an invisible whirlwind extending over 100 meters in length. With a flick of his hands, boom, 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 more than a dozen ancient trees were snapped in half. Countless dust clouds spread in all directions. Shattered wood fragments exploded outward like bullets. 3 prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Forgive the sins of kin. Personal evolution increased by 5%. Forgiving the transgressions of his kin. His personal evolution advanced by 4%. Forgiving the transgressions of his kin. His personal evolution advanced by 6%. At this moment, the remaining 4 shinobi of the Hyuga branch family had completed their encirclement. Fire release, Phoenix Blossom technique, wind release, net formation, earth release, earth dragon bullet, water release, exploding water surge. The terrifyingly boiling waves surged across the land, obliterating Hyuga Tsukimi's foothold. The earth dragon reared and roared, launching into the air to strike him. More than a dozen blazing fireballs shaped like phoenix blossom seeds hurtled forward at tremendous speed. The wind-formed net descended from above Tsukimi's head like a fishing net. This coordinated barrage of ninjutsu, even at the cost of 3 fallen comrades, could be hailed as a paragon of team combat. The fearsome water waves created by the water release forced Hyuga Tsukimi to rely on the remains of an ancient tree beneath him to perform the substitution technique, which was practically useless under these circumstances. As for the swift body movement technique, whether executed through taijutsu or ninjutsu, as long as it was not a space-time ninjutsu, it was impossible to escape the grasp of the wind release net. The Phoenix Blossom technique sealed Tsukimi's range of movement, while the Earth Dragon Bullet, a finishing move, possessed the destructive power to demolish an entire house. Yet, the essence of a shinobi battle lay in intelligence warfare. Tsukimi's evolved Bakugan monitored the hand seals of the 4 shinobi in real time. By observing the sequence of hand seals and the fluctuations of chakra within them, he had already anticipated the nature of the assault before they launched their techniques. His countermeasures were prepared well in advance. His hand seals were always slightly delayed, deliberately waiting for the appearance of the water release. Water release, water prison technique. With a faint, indifferent voice, a surging tide of water instantly rose beneath Tsukimi. In an instant, a 360-degree, flawless defensive water sphere enveloped him. Hud hud hud. The dozen scorching phoenix blossom flames collided with the water sphere and were immediately extinguished, leaving only tendrils of black smoke drifting upward. At this moment, the wind-formed net was just beginning to fall. However, Tsukimi had already completed the hand seals for his second ninjutsu. Water release. Water clone. Again with an indifferent tone. The water sphere surrounding him dispersed and transformed into two clones. One clone charged unhesitatingly at the wind net, while the other immediately formed hand seals for earth release. Earth returned to land. A stone slab shot up from the ground almost instantaneously, blocking the earth dragon bullet. All of this transpired in a near-instant flash. The eyes of the four Hyuga branch shinobi revealed utter disbelief. How could anyone possibly predict their ninjutsu in such a brief span of time and then counterattack with such precision? Tsukimi was only a branch family shinobi, not one of those legendary elites. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound, shattered stones scattered in all directions, dust rising. As the dust settled, the stone slab riddled with cracks was revealed to the four-branch shinobi. Yet, the slab was broken but not shattered. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately leapt skyward. But it was too late. 8 trigrams reversal heaven technique. An indifferent voice sounded again. A rotating pale golden chakra emerged amidst the four shinobi, expanding instantly to envelop their forms. As the pale golden rotating chakra enveloped them, a terrifying suction force latched onto the four. Swish. They were almost completely uncontrollable as they were drawn toward Hyuga Tsukimi. A kunai appeared in Tsukimi's palm. His figure began to spin, arms moving like a crane's wings. Puchi. Blood splattered. Forgiving the transgressions of his kin, his personal evolution advanced by 4%. The kunai slashed across a neck. Forgiving the transgressions of his kin, his personal evolution advanced by 5%. A head soared into the air. Forgiving the transgressions of his kin, his personal evolution advanced by 6%. The pale golden chakra dissipated. The kunai plunged straight into a heart. Thud. Forgiving the transgressions of his kin, his personal evolution advanced by 3%. Blood splattered onto Tsukimi's face. He stood up and slowly wiped the blood away. Surveying the devastation before him, he began to tidy up. 8 scrolls were used to package all 8 corpses. However, this time he did not restore the scene. The commotion had been too great. Instead, he used an earth release technique to alter the location where he had performed the reversal heaven technique, preventing anyone from deducing the use of such a ninjutsu from the battle traces. Having completed everything, he immediately departed. For the Hyuga clan would soon arrive. Not long after his departure, a figure reached the battlefield. Hyuga gazed coldly at the scene. Someone had attacked the Hyuga clan, and had even taken a main family shinobi. This was a provocation against the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tsukimi had arrived at a desolate area. He stripped off all of his clothes and directly stored them in a ninjutsu scroll. He chose not to burn them, as burning would leave ashes and other traces. By storing the items in a ninjutsu scroll and then concealing it, it would be exceedingly difficult to trace any clue back to him. Yet, he sensed that the Hyuga clan was not as he had previously understood. Before his Bakugan had evolved, his knowledge of the clan was limited to several dozen clan members who had awakened the Bakugan. But today, as he infiltrated the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's territory, he sensed the chakra fluctuations of at least 100 shinobi at the Chunin level or above. He had lived in the Hyuga territory for over a decade, but had never encountered so many shinobi. He could not help but recall the intelligence that had been revealed by Kakashi. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was recalling a vast number of shinobi. Was Hyuga Hizashi, aware of the village's shifting power dynamics and vying for influence, also beginning to make his move? All in all, this was good news for him. Among the Chunin-ranked members of the Hyuga clan, it is an absolute certainty that they have awakened the Bakugan. In fact, many Hyuga clansmen manage to awaken the Bakugan even during their genin years. Since Hayashi Hyuga has begun to unveil the latent power of the Hyuga clan, the number of such individuals is undoubtedly far greater than the mere 100 or so currently known. While donning his attire, he cast a glance back toward the direction of the Hyuga territory, his eyes betraying a faint indifference. It seemed as though he harbored intentions to kill some among them. Once fully dressed, he turned his gaze to his personal display panel, which showed Bakugan, level 242. Bakugan, level 242. Observing the progress bar on the panel, Tsukimi Hyuga felt an overwhelming surge of motivation welling up within him. Every action he undertook yielded a tangible reward, a feedback that was not only visualized but updated in real time. Had such a reward system existed during his previous life's academic pursuits, gaining admission to a top-tier institution would have been effortless. Reflecting upon this, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. The reverse return technique he showcased on the battlefield today was a product of his own ingenuity, melding the principles of Tai Chi from his former life with the gravitational pull of the Rinnegan to invert the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Today marked its inaugural deployment in combat, and its effectiveness was remarkable. It could draw all adversaries in his vicinity toward him against their will. However, while executing the reverse return, he realized something crucial. The 4 ninja from the Hyuga branch family possessed less chakra than he did, and their taijutsu skills were unremarkable. This was why they succumbed instantly to his maneuver. Yet, if he were to employ this technique against those with extraordinarily vast chakra reserves, or against taijutsu masters like Might Guy, its efficacy would undoubtedly diminish. After all, the technique's principle was to make himself a point of gravity, forcibly enveloping those around him with chakra. Nonetheless, when it came to clearing out low-level foes, the technique seemed unexpectedly potent. If time permitted in the future, he resolved to deepen his mastery of ninjutsu fundamentals. Relying solely on such cunning, unconventional techniques was precarious. Once his methods were fully deciphered, his strength would, to some extent, wane. After all, intelligence was paramount in a ninja-esque combat. With these thoughts swirling, he closed his panel and activated his Bakugan. A faint golden glimmer appeared in his eyes. Drawing kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Tsukimi Hyuga approached an ancient tree and commenced the excavation of explosive tags. In roughly 10 days, he would have collected every explosive tag in the vicinity, amounting to about 10 explosive ninjutsu scrolls. Each bore the same destructive power as the explosive scroll he had buried within the hospital. Upon detonation, they could obliterate the entire Konoha hospital in an instant. The dense forest lay in profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional call of wild animals. Squatting down, Tsukimi Hyuga began unearthing the explosive tags. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's territory, the scene of death for Yudo Hyuga and others, Hayashi Hyuga surveyed the chaos with a shadowed gaze. Once again, someone was attempting to pry into the secrets of the Hyuga clan's Bakugan. Since the failed abduction attempt on Hinata 2 years prior by the Hidden Cloud Village, he had taken measures to conceal the whereabouts of Hyuga clansmen outside Konoha. Even those remaining within Konoha were bound by strict rules forbidding nocturnal absences. All these precautions aimed to prevent the loss of the Bakugan. When he learned of Sai Hyuga's disappearance yesterday, a vague unease gnawed at him. Consequently, he had reinforced the defenses and intensified the search efforts for Sai and others. Yet, he had not anticipated that the assailant lurking in the shadows was so formidable. Led by Yuto Hyuga, an elite Chunin, along with 7 branch family Chunin who had awakened the Bakugan, they still could not hold out until the clan noticed and intervened. If the assailant was not of an Umbu captain-esque caliber, then they must possess an intimate understanding of the Hyuga clan. Neither scenario boded well. The former suggested that one of the other 4 great shinobi villages, rivaling Konoha, was attempting to emulate the Hidden Cloud Village's plundering of the Hyuga's Bakugan. Why had no Umbu captain from Konoha intervened? Because at this juncture, all of Konoha's Umbu captains were preoccupied with the Uchiha clan. An unprovoked attack on the Hyuga clan would only complicate matters within the village to no one's benefit. Conversely, if the assailant was not an Umbu captain, then someone well-versed in the Hyuga clan had orchestrated the attacks beginning with Sai Hyuga. Only Konoha's ninja clans possessed such intimate knowledge. If not the intervention of a high-ranking Umbu captain, then a mid-tier ninja clan was likely seeking to exploit the turmoil surrounding the Uchiha to stir discord and claim a share of the spoils. Hayashi Hyuga's brow furrowed deeply. Based on the evidence at the scene, these were the only plausible conjectures. A figure clad in a green vest approached him. It was Mitsuki Hyuga. With a troubled expression, Mitsuki spoke, "Clan head, the enemy fled swiftly and covered their tracks meticulously. We have no means to trace them. Judging from the battle traces, they came from the direction of the village into our clan's territory." At Mitsuki's words, "They came from the village into the clan's territory." A cold glint flickered in Hayashi's eyes. He was now certain. Some ninja clan, dissatisfied with their current standing, sought to drag the Hyuga clan down with them. But which clan exactly? The Yamanaka, the Aburame, the Nara, the Akimichi. There were too many mid-tier ninja clans in Konoha. The thought stirred a murderous intent within Hayashi's heart. Yet he knew that at this moment, his foremost duty was to respond with overwhelming force. Otherwise, such assassinations would continue unabated. Under this relentless onslaught, the Hyuga clan would lose its chance to vie for the leadership of the security division. After all, a ninja clan that could not even protect its own members would never earn the respect necessary to command the security division. Suddenly, Mitsuki spoke again, "Clan head, what shall we do now? Should we notify the Umbu and request their assistance in tracking the perpetrator?" A faint rage shimmered in Hayashi's eyes. Anyone who dared to kill his clansmen within Hyuga territory. He swore that if he caught that scoundrel, he would make him endure every torment imaginable. There is no need to report to the Umbu. This matter shall be resolved solely by the Hyuga clan itself. Go summon Nagi, and then erase all traces of the battle here. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes were icy cold as he commanded. At your service, Lord Head of the family. Hyuga Hikaru responded with a nod, then turned to seek out Hyuga Nagi. Hizashi watched Hikaru's retreating figure and sighed inwardly. Hikaru's talent was indeed remarkable, and he had the potential to achieve the rank of Kage in the future. Were it not for his overly innocent disposition, he would be well suited to assist Hinata in leading the Hyuga clan. Yet, as things stood, Hikaru's role would be confined to that of a combat pillar. The true guardianship of the Hyuga clan required individuals of greater maturity, such as Hyuga Nagi. Hyuga Nagi soon appeared before Hizashi, her expression serene. Having arrived promptly at the scene, she already understood what was to come and recognized that she was the most fitting person for the task. If Danzo was the root of Konoha, then the elder branch to which Hyuga Nagi belonged was the very root of the Hyuga clan. This branch enjoyed the highest privileges within the clan. Each successor was granted command over a special squad, whose sole purpose was to annihilate all adversaries of the Hyuga clan from the shadows, by any means necessary and at any cost. My lord, Hyuga Nagi spoke calmly. Nagi, it seems some in the village have forgotten the former glory of the Hyuga clan. You must remind them, make sure they never forget. The Hyuga once had the power to destroy them at will, and we still do. Hizashi's eyes radiated a chilling murderous intent. He intended to exact reciprocal retribution. Although he did not yet know which ninja clan had struck, that was of no consequence. Not knowing the culprit meant he could select any clan at random. It was better to strike a single blow than to suffer 100 in return. By baring their fangs fiercely enough, those who schemed against the Hyuga would be deterred. After all, no one fared well when the proud Hyuga clan went berserk. Yet, Hizashi's plans extended beyond mere intimidation. Displaying their ferocity to dissuade covert attacks was only a short-term goal. Once he acquired authority over the security division, he would immediately use his power to conduct a thorough investigation throughout Konoha. Any clan involved in the assault on Hyuga Sae, Hyuga Yuto, and others would be utterly destroyed. He would not only reclaim the lost Bakugan of the main family but also exterminate any clan daring enough to lay hands on the Hyuga. Without this, the dignity of a great clan could never be established. No ninja clan would be spared. A faint excitement began to flicker across Hyuga Nagi's features. She had been killing since the age of 4, raised to be the sharpest blade in the shadows of the Hyuga clan, charged with eliminating all threats to the main family. Thus, she had only ever known killing and had come to love it. The act of taking many lives brought her profound exhilaration and fervor from the depths of her soul. However, as a member of the main branch, opportunities to kill in great numbers were rare, for she did not revel in slaying the weak, but rather in dispatching formidable ninja. The stronger the opponent who fell by her hand, the greater her excitement. But these were not times of war. There were not many ninja for her to kill. Now, with Hizashi's words, she had been granted a license to kill at will. She could choose her prey freely. For her, nothing in this world could compare to such an opportunity. Any clan lacking a Kage-level powerhouse was fair game. The Hyuga clan had lost 8 members with 3 missing, thus, she would reclaim 22 lives from them. Hizashi's voice was cold and solemn, like winter frost and snow, plunging all who heard it into an icy abyss. Yet, a flush of excitement colored Nagi's cheeks. She was simply too delighted. At your command, Lord Head, she said with a fleeting glint of morbid zeal in her eyes, then bowed respectfully. As Hizashi resolved to commence his indiscriminate reprisal to intimidate the other ninja clans, atop a telephone pole in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi crouched, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He remained convinced that the Hyuga branch family ninja, Hyuga Tsukimi, was peculiar. He decided that he must meet with her personally and have a conversation. With a swift motion, Itachi vanished from the pole, swiftly darting toward the Konoha hospital. His masterful use of the body flicker technique brought him quickly to the hospital's exterior. Perching on a telephone pole, he gazed toward the hospital's 4th floor. Itachi had escorted Hyuga Tsukimi into the hospital himself, so he knew that room 407 was hers. His eyes gradually manifested the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. The powerful dynamic vision instantly enhanced his sight, rendering previously blurred windows crystal clear. The tightly shut glass windows, the fully drawn white curtains, and the faintly visible bedding beneath them all indicated that Hyuga Tsukimi was resting in bed. A flicker of hesitation crossed Itachi's eyes. Tsukimi had been stabbed earlier that day and was gravely wounded. Was it truly appropriate to seek her out at this hour for a conversation? His identity was sensitive, an Uchiha clan member, a captain within the Umbu. Most critically, he only found Tsukimi's behavior strange but lacked any evidence. Approaching her like this might cause her to suspect he was pressuring her on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Reconsidering, Itachi deactivated his Sharingan, deciding to return by daybreak under the pretense of a visit to express concern, hoping to glean some information. But as he turned, his eyes suddenly contracted sharply. A thought struck him. If one were gravely wounded in battle, would they, upon awakening, immediately draw the curtains? That was clearly impossible. Because when injured and in a safe environment, no one would. Everyone desires more rest. Yet, the sheer curtains in Hyuga Tsukimi's hospital room remained drawn. Within the medical unit of Konoha Hospital, those medical ninjas would never engage in such negligence. Their numbers were far too few, constantly overwhelmed with treating injuries. How could they possibly afford the meticulous care required by a mere branch family member of the Hyuga clan? A cold, cutting expression surfaced on Itachi Uchiha's face before he vanished from sight in an instant. Swish, within the blink of an eye, his silhouette appeared outside the window of room 407. Without hesitation, he extended his hand. Bang, he flung open the window directly. The night's fierce wind swept up the white curtains. Their gazes locked, half reclining on the bed, leaning against the headboard. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes brimmed with surprise as he looked at Itachi Uchiha standing outside the window and spoke. Itachi Uchiha, what brings you here in the dead of night? A shiver of apprehension stirred within Hyuga Tsukimi. He had only just returned less than 5 minutes ago. Had Itachi appeared 5 minutes earlier at the window, his absence from the ward tonight would have been exposed. The fact that he had managed to stay out so late was entirely due to the cover of darkness. If his alibi failed, then all his abnormal behaviors would be uncovered, and the consequences would be inevitable. Staring at Itachi's impassive face, a weight settled heavily in Tsukimi's heart. He had to uncover the reason for Itachi's presence here. With a step, Itachi climbed through the window and entered room 407. His gaze casually swept across the room before he remarked coolly, "You were grievously injured for the honor of the Hyuga clan, yet it seems not a single clan member has even brought you a fruit basket to visit. Hyuga Tsukimi, why do you possess such an intense sense of honor toward the Hyuga clan?" Itachi's eyes fixed on Tsukimi. At last, he understood. The source of the dissonance he had sensed all along. It was this, the overwhelming sense of Hyuga clan honor Tsukimi displayed, despite being merely a branch family member. The pale moonlight filtered into the hospital room, and a gentle breeze stirred the white curtains. Tsukimi looked at Itachi, realizing why he had come. He never imagined that the subtle unease he had felt during their exhibition match would be enough to alert Itachi to something amiss, prompting this visit. As Itachi had said, Tsukimi was just a wounded member of the Hyuga branch family, unvisited by any kin. Why then did he harbor such a profound sense of clan honor? If this question were posed to other Hyuga branch family ninjas, it would be irrelevant, for they were bound to possess a sense of honor toward the clan. They had blood relatives, unbreakable ties. Without such honor, they would be painfully aware of the harshness of the ninja world. But in Tsukimi's case, the issue was different. His parents had perished at the hands of the main family. This information was no secret. Any faction with even a modicum of power could ascertain it easily. With his parents slain by the main family, no blood relatives, and subjected to years of oppression by the main family, why would Tsukimi maintain such a fervent sense of Hyuga clan honor? Others might have unconsciously accepted the branch family's subservience to the main family, the absolute control over life and death, the shackles of being caged birds. But Itachi Uchiha had transcended this habitual mindset, viewing Tsukimi's every action from an individual perspective. This was an exceedingly perilous matter for Tsukimi. Once someone detached from the branch family's reverence for the main family scrutinized his deeds, they would see that everything he had done defied human nature. His parents had been slain by the main family, he himself oppressed and enslaved, devoid of any blood ties. Even if controlled by the caged bird technique, unable to resist, he should not possess such an intense sense of clan honor. A subtle flicker passed through Tsukimi's eyes. Indeed, Itachi Uchiha, who had ventured onto the ninja battlefield at the tender age of 4 and begun pondering the meaning of life, possessed a sensitivity to human nature surpassing even the likes of Hiashi Hyuga and Hiruzen Sarutobi, masters of political acumen. Those political creatures chiefly considered interests and dominion, but Itachi's reflections had always been grounded in humanity itself. That is to say, a person's thoughts inevitably correlate with their experiences. This mode of thinking enabled Itachi to keenly perceive the discordance within Tsukimi. Yet Tsukimi was not without means of coping, or rather, If confronted by a purely rational individual posing these questions, Tsukimi would find it exceedingly difficult to deceive them. But Itachi, the man who had contemplated the meaning of life since the age of 4 and who regarded peace and life as paramount, afforded Tsukimi some room to maneuver. Thus, a trace of wistfulness crept across Tsukimi's face. Itachi Uchiha, I believe before you came here, you must have already understood my background, perhaps even down to the details of my first love ending in heartbreak. After all, for the captain of the Umbu, such knowledge is hardly difficult to acquire. Then you must also know that I have no family, no friends. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, apart from carrying out village missions, I have only fulfilled the tasks of my clan. My life has been reduced solely to the honor of the Hyuga clan. Or rather, if I were to abandon this honor, I would not even know what value my life could possibly hold. A ninja must possess value to exist. Without value, a ninja is simply discarded. At these final words, Tsukimi's eyes reddened slightly, his gaze suffused with a sorrow that stirred the heart. Itachi's expression remained indifferent. Indeed, a ninja must possess value to survive. Yet no ninja, regardless of their strength, can contravene human nature. Even the formidable White Fang of Konoha ultimately perished under the weight of rumors and slander. He harbored disbelief that anyone could truly defy human nature. Judging by Hyuga Tsukimi's upbringing, he had never been subjected to psychological brainwashing. Those traumatic memories could not possibly fail to kindle hatred within Tsukimi's heart. Once hatred takes root in a person, the chains of vengeance begin to gnaw relentlessly. Your parents perished under the senseless orders of the Hyuga main family. Do you not harbor resentment toward them? Uchiha Itachi's eyes revealed a faint scrutiny as he spoke calmly. Upon hearing these words, a sharp glint flickered in Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes. His previous remarks were deliberately crafted to prompt Uchiha Itachi to voice this very question. If Itachi did not ask this, Tsukimi would be unable to rationalize his motives in Itachi's eyes, failing to dispel suspicion. Without dispelling suspicion, Itachi could appear at any moment, and such an event would inevitably impose tremendous obstacles upon Tsukimi's plans. Yet, killing Uchiha Itachi was out of the question. Empowered by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi was not far from his prime. At his current level of strength, Tsukimi had no means to eliminate him. Thus, once he understood why Uchiha Itachi had appeared, he had already devised every detail of his strategy. He intended to lead Itachi to pose that fatal question and then justify all his own actions. Tilting his head toward Itachi, his expression grew grave, tinged with a hint of self-mockery as he said, Itachi Uchiha, you should understand what kind of creature humans are. Humans change with their environment. They become warped by it. A coward surrounded by the brave will become brave. A brave person surrounded by cowards will become cowardly. This is the environment and atmosphere created by humans. The collective will distorts the individual will. At this point, Tsukimi's voice quivered slightly, tears slowly welling in his eyes. Gazing at Uchiha Itachi, his voice could no longer be controlled, carrying a trace of collapse as he said, what else could I do? All the branch family shinobi around me only know to obey the main family. Apart from following orders, what choice did I have? My eyes are Byakugan, not Sharingan. There is a cage bird marked on my forehead. What can I do? All I can do is stay in the cramped house left by my parents. A house full of memories. Before he finished, tears streamed down his cheeks, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the Hyuga clan's territory. His entire being was overwhelmed with grief. Witnessing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression softened with emotion. Although Tsukimi had never directly spoken of rebelling against the main family, Itachi could discern the immense anger and hatred that brewed within Tsukimi's heart, born from being a branch family member whose parents had died by the main family's reckless commands. Yet, the environment around him, everyone in the branch family, remained loyal to the main family. His anger and hatred became something peculiarly isolated. His own life was controlled like a caged bird. Without choice, he followed the atmosphere and environment of the branch family. Consequently, he possessed a profound sense of honor for the Hyuga clan. Under such circumstances, Tsukimi's inner torment was palpable. Yet his only form of resistance was to reside in the house his parents left behind. Having acquired most of Tsukimi's information in advance through intelligence, Uchiha Itachi's sense of discord completely vanished at this moment, for he found no inconsistencies. Thus, Tsukimi's life appeared somewhat pitiable in Itachi's eyes. A flicker of compassion shone in his gaze as he looked upon the emotionally shattered Tsukimi. His expression bore a hint of regret as he said, I originally thought your sudden actions were driven not only by the Hyuga main family's orders but also by some deeper reasons. But now, I must apologize for coming here so late tonight and stirring up your sorrow. Leaning against the headboard, Tsukimi stared motionless at the ceiling, offering no response to Uchiha Itachi. Inwardly, a bitter smile curled on his lips. To make a lie believable, one must intersperse it with truth. The more truth, the better. Ideally, 10% should be genuine. Every sentence he had just uttered was indeed true, yet none were complete. Collective will can distort individual will, but his will had never been twisted, for he was not truly of this world. He was not under the influence of the Ketsuyugen. Branch family shinobi of the Hyuga clan indeed only knew obedience to the main family, and so did he. Yet, beyond obedience, he could have killed those from the main family. The sole reason he remained in the house left by his parents was to secretly study ninjutsu, unwilling to squander more money on meaningless matters. His words traced an emotional journey from unwillingness and anger to numb despair. His genuine feelings were persistently unwillingness and anger. He merely narrated a version of events aligned with the branch family's environment, a story Itachi could accept, concealing what ordinary human nature could not achieve. For instance, he had maintained his rage for over a decade. Under this intense fury, his mind had become warped. His greatest wish, his deepest hope, was the total annihilation of the Hyuga clan. This wretched main family did not deserve to exist in this world. All those main family shinobi who enjoyed the clan's privileges, perched high above, deserved death, regardless of gender or age. After all, just as in a past life, many domestic nobles never set foot on the battlefield or engaged in slaughter, yet they profited from war. Were these nobles innocent? No, they were guilty and deserved clan extermination. Without their support, how could war have been waged? Likewise, within the noble and privileged main branch of the Hyuga clan, it is true that many have not personally oppressed the branch families. Yet, they have undoubtedly reveled in the benefits derived from the main branch's subjugation of the branch families. Is it not culpable to silently condone murder, to bask in the dividends of bloodshed without directly committing the act? To Hyuga Tsukimi, such reasoning is utterly untenable. He would mercilessly and thoroughly annihilate the entire Hyuga clan. Itachi Uchiha observed the vacant expression on Hyuga Tsukimi's face, bowed slightly with a look of regret, and then turned to exit the hospital room through the window. Long after Itachi's departure, the expression on Hyuga Tsukimi's face finally shifted. He rubbed his persistently stiff and somewhat numb visage. Once he felt a bit better, he gazed toward the window. Itachi Uchiha was astute. Today, he managed to bluff his way through by leveraging the immense informational advantage he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. However, moving forward, his strides would grow bolder, and his vulnerabilities would become increasingly apparent. Inevitably, he would be exposed. When that time comes, the guilt Itachi Uchiha feels today will be matched only by the intensity of his murderous intent. What Tsukimi must do is to expedite the evolution of his Bakugan. The first evolution of the Bakugan granted him unparalleled insight and reconnaissance capabilities. Therefore, should an ocular technique akin to the Mangekyo Sharingan arise, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Once endowed with such a unique power, even if his eyes do not ascend to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they may still rival its potency. With these thoughts stirring within, Hyuga Tsukimi withdrew beneath the covers, closed his eyes, and began to rest. He had many tasks awaiting him the next day and needed to restore his energy fully. The clock by his bedside ticked slowly. The night was gradually dispelled by the golden light rising bit by bit, the daylight governed by the sun, gently descending upon the world. Today marked exactly 11 days until the Elder Council meeting. Hyuga Tsukimi slowly opened his eyes and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He had a considerable number of matters to attend to and could not afford to linger in bed. He planned to journey shortly to the Aoba forest, located some 20 kilometers from Konoha. Though the terrain was not a major thoroughfare, and thus Konoha had not stationed many shinobi to monitor it, the very fact that it was not a principal route made it an ideal conduit for certain ninja clans to smuggle goods into Konoha for sale. After all, commercial caravans entering Konoha to sell merchandise were obliged to pay taxes. The evasion of these taxes constituted a substantial profit for some ninja clans. Tax evasion and smuggling were habits Tsukimi had grown accustomed to in his previous life. The reason he intended to visit Aoba Forest was not to purchase anything, but because members of the Hyuga clan themselves engaged in such illicit trade. Based on the information he had gathered the previous night, with the increase in the Hyuga clan's population, their demand for resources had inevitably grown. To maximize profits, the individual involved in tax evasion would undoubtedly amplify the volume of transactions, making their presence in Aoba Forest highly probable. Once that happened, from a merchant's perspective, that person would surely be accompanied by a group of branch family shinobi tasked with transporting the goods. At that point, Tsukimi would secure a significant influx of evolutionary progress. With these thoughts in mind, Hyuga Tsukimi began his morning ablutions. Within the Hyuga clan territory, at the ninjutsu training grounds, 20 individuals clad in black ninja vests stood in formation. Their foreheads bore no Konoha headbands, their skin unblemished, unmistakably members of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Their spacing was methodical. Merely from their stance, one could discern their rigorous training, distinguishing them from ordinary foot soldiers. Each exuded chakra equivalent to that of a Chunin. Before them stood 3 Hyuga clan members radiating Jonin-level chakra. Hyuga Sho, aged 32, with a resolute expression, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in a black ninja vest. Hyuga Seiji, aged 20, wearing a black ninja vest, his demeanor flippant with shoulder-length hair. And Hyuga Yuhi, aged 17, appearing indifferent, donning a white kimono with a sword at his waist, and possessing waist-length hair. The sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, 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 causing the trio to glance sideways. Hyuga Nagi appeared, clad in a white short-sleeved vest. Her eyes flickered with excitement, accompanied by a fleeting distortion. She was on the cusp of losing control in the face of the impending slaughter. She advanced to the front of the assembly and raised her hand. Gentlemen, in the name of the Hyuga, let us utterly purge our adversaries. Her words resounded, prompting the 20 Hyuga shinobi on the training grounds to respond in unison with solemn expressions. In the name of the Hyuga, purge the enemies. Subconsciously, Hyuga Nagi licked the corner of her mouth, then revealed a smile tinged with madness. Let us depart. Before her words concluded, she surged skyward, with the 23 immediately following suit. Today, she was to execute the orders of Hyuga Hizashi, to randomly select a ninja clan and hunt them down, issuing a warning to the vermin lurking in the shadows. The glory of the Hyuga clan was inviolable. The direction Hyuga Nagi headed was the Aoba forest. Golden sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, weaving patterns of light and shadow upon the forest floor. With a swift motion, Hyuga Tsukimi landed upon a tree branch. His figure moved rapidly among the trunks. A faint golden gleam appeared at the center of his eyes. Since leaving the hospital, he had activated his Bakugan. Under this gaze, all defenses seemed illusory. To him, the world was awash in color. Creatures imbued with life energy radiated a crimson hue. Even if concealed behind trees or beneath the earth, their presence was unmistakably clear. The range extended 5 kilometers. Shinobi on fixed patrol routes could be scrutinized at a glance, revealing weaknesses in their defensive lines. Hidden Umbu operatives, even when masking their chakra fluctuations and surges of life force, appeared as red silhouettes in his vision. It was as though his eyes had pierced through the world's very essence. Such mastery over the battlefield was akin to possessing omniscient vision, as if he had unlocked the entire map in a game in his previous life. Tsukimi Hyuga lifted his gaze slightly, and dozens of intertwined red and blue figures began to emerge in his eyes. These were ninjas whose chakra fluctuations were unmasked. Swish, his figure vanished in an instant from where he stood. In the next moment, he was perched atop the treetops. His pupils contracted sharply as the distant scene before him began to magnify continuously. Then, an image enlarged by several dozen times appeared within his vision. 2 Konoha Umbu operatives, clad in the dark vests of the Umbu and wearing animal masks, stood blocking a dozen or so ninjas. The 2 sides were engaged in a heated dispute. Tsukimi Hyuga fixed his gaze on the person quarreling with the Umbu. This individual wore a loose-fitting brown kimono, bore a displeased expression, and notably lacked the Konoha ninja forehead protector. Yet, a strong chakra fluctuation emanated from him. Then, observing the pure white of this man's eyes, a smirk curved at Tsukimi's lips. His luck was extraordinary. He had found his target directly. He recognized this man, Hyuga Hazuki, a member of the main family. Known for his greed and lust, he showed little enthusiasm for mastering ninjutsu. His modus operandi was simple, exploiting the branch families, shirking labor, and living a life of idleness and indulgence. Truly, a subject most deserving of leniency. Without hesitation, Tsukimi Hyuga's figure vanished, and he swiftly advanced toward Hyuga Hazuki's location. Yet, as he neared Hazuki, 6 kilometers behind him, Hyuga Nagi was leading her direct subordinates, the Hyuga Umbu, toward the Aoba forest. Her eyes gleamed with impatience. She was genuinely eager for blood. Beside a river and stream, a dozen ninjas, each dressed distinctly, stood motionless, burdened with massive packs. Among them were branch family members of the Hyuga clan, their foreheads marked with the caged bird curse seal, as well as ragged-looking wandering ninjas from small villages. All stared ahead with numb expressions, awaiting the resolution of the dispute between Hyuga Hazuki and the Konoha Umbu. What is the meaning of this? If the Ogawa clan can pass through here, and the Okita clan as well, then why can't our Hyuga clan? Does the Hokage look down on us? Does he deny us the right to make a living? Hyuga Hazuki spoke with fervor, spittle flying as it nearly landed on the umbu standing before him. Kogawa Haneo's heart brimmed with anger. He pleaded repeatedly, but the obstinate fat man refused to listen. His gaze shifted to the ninjas behind Hazuki, each carrying packs 3 meters tall. He could no longer endure it. Yes, this route is widely recognized as a smuggling path. But the Ogawa clan and the Okita clan, at most, make 1 shipment per month with only 5 or 6 people involved, and the goods are limited. But you, damn it, carry 3-meter-high packs alone and make 5 or 6 trips a month. If this continues, the market will collapse. Once the market prices plummet drastically, commodity prices will spiral downward, crushing a vast number of small civilian shops. When these shops close, it will lead to massive unemployment. The village is already in a sensitive period. If many civilians lose their livelihoods and have no food, chaos will surely ensue. The village's situation, already precarious, will deteriorate rapidly. Hyuga Hazuki, as a noble of Konoha, you are so reckless during such a critical time, engaging in rampant smuggling. You must not hold the Hokage in contempt. Kogawa Haneo's eyes blazed with impatience as he spoke. I have repeated this many times already. I do not wish to say it again. Unload your goods, and today's matter will be considered settled. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to imprison you in the Security Division's jail. Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Hazuki's expression grew even more agitated. He rolled up his sleeves, took 2 steps and then a leap forward, standing directly before Kogawa Haneo. Come on, arrest me. Let us see how you explain this to the Hokage. A cunning gleam flickered in his eyes. As a slothful parasite who relied solely on his main family status to oppress the branch and wandering ninjas, he understood the village's current state perfectly. The village was in a standoff with the Uchiha clan. At such a time, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would certainly seek to unite with the Hyuga clan. He did not believe that the umbu would truly dare to take action against him. He was of the Hyuga main family, born into nobility, commanding a legion of branch family ninjas to serve him as beasts of burden. Hyuga Hazuki, you are so wanton and unruly. Even if I capture you right here and now, your clan head will not trouble the Hokage. Do not think that your status in the Hyuga main family grants you impunity. Kogawa Haneo's eyes flared with fury as his right hand gripped the hilt of the ninja blade at his waist. He could no longer restrain himself. Even at the risk of reprimand from the Hokage, he was determined to teach this fat man a lesson. Yet, his companion Atsushi Kiya suddenly reached out and pressed down on his hand, preventing him from drawing his sword. Witnessing this, Hyuga Hazuki's expression turned disdainful. Planning to lay hands on me? Look at your comrade. He understands the cost of attacking me and knows you cannot bear it, so he stopped you. Hyuga Hazuki observed the hesitant umbu with a faint sense of triumph. He was certain the umbu would never truly dare to act against him. I only intend to let Haneo-kun vent his frustration without incurring the Hokage's wrath. As a member of the Hyuga main family, if we truly took action, it would only exacerbate tensions between the Hokage and the Hyuga clan. But these wandering ninjas you hired, and these branch family ninjas who secretly smuggle with you, if I were to break their legs, I believe Lord Hyuga Hizashi would not pursue the matter. Atsushi Kiya glanced at the expressionless wandering and branch family ninjas standing behind Hyuga Hazuki and spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hazuki's expression changed dramatically. He knew that Kiya's words were not without merit. Wandering ninjas and members of the Hyuga branch family are utterly disregarded by the esteemed head of the main family. Should Kayatani Atsushi take such actions, he would suffer a grievous loss. His countenance darkened instantly. Behind him stood a dozen or so ninjas, their expressions even more grim. Wandering ninjas resort to such menial labor because they have no other means of livelihood. They come to serve Hyuga Hodaka as beasts of burden, earning a meager wage through hard toil. Yet, if they were to have their legs broken over such paltry earnings, it would be utterly unjustifiable. The fate of the Hyuga branch family ninjas is even more pitiable. Bound to obey the will of the main family, every time they assist Hyuga Hodaka in transporting goods, they are treated as mere beasts of burden. They bring their own provisions and disperse once the work is done. Not a single penny is given to them by Hyuga Hodaka. Under such circumstances, if their legs were broken, they would be unable to earn a living for at least several months, plunging them into even greater hardship. They do not live solitary lives. Some must provide for wives and children, others care for elderly parents. Without any source of income, their very sustenance would become a struggle for survival. After all, though they are ninjas, They cannot seize control of Konoha. Lord Hodaka, a Hyuga branch family ninja, cast a pleading glance toward Hyuga Hodaka and spoke. At that moment, Hyuga Hodaka, realizing he was cornered and powerless, was consumed by frustration. Seeing a kin ninja dare to address him, he strode over without hesitation. Smack! A sharp slap landed squarely across the man's face, the force so great it sent him sprawling to the ground. Yet Hyuga Hodaka did not relent. Raising his foot, he delivered a harsh kick. As he struck, he vented his fury with scornful words. You worthless wretch! If you could walk any faster, you wouldn't be so burdened. Hasn't it always been like this all these years? Have you ever truly trained in the way of the ninja? Thud! With an enraged curse, Hyuga Hodaka's boot connected with the man's forehead, sending him flying several meters away. Witnessing this brutal assault, the other's eyes filled with terror, and one after another they fell silent, fearing they might be next. Kuchikawa Haneo watched the scene with immense satisfaction. He gave Kayatani Atsushi an approving glance. This is exactly how Hyuga Hodaka should be handled. However, Kayatani Atsushi paid no heed to Kuchikawa Haneo. He turned to the panting Hyuga Hodaka and said gravely, You've vented enough. Since you realize your impotence, have them lay down their burdens. That way you can at least maintain some dignity. Hearing these words, Hyuga Hodaka turned around, clutching his waist with a cold sneer. Lay down their burdens? Then break every one of their legs. These useless creatures deserve punishment. If they could move faster, how would I have been stopped by you two curs? As his words fell, the Hyuga branch family ninja who had just been beaten to a bloody pulp immediately scrambled to his feet. Desperation etched on his face. Lord Hodaka, please know, I have 3 children under the age of 5 at home. If my legs are broken, how am I to support them? Hyuga Hodaka looked back with a cruel laugh. They're all low-born scum. They survive somehow. If not, they can scavenge scraps from wild dogs and still live. SNT that how that Jinchuriki survived? Hearing such ruthless and heartless words, despair flooded the eyes of the speaking branch family ninja. He had never imagined that his diligent servitude would ultimately reduce him to mere refuse, a vessel for Hyuga Hodaka's wrath. And he was not alone. The 7 or 8 other branch family ninjas standing nearby would suffer the same fate. Kayatani Atsushi sighed, then bypassed Hyuga Hodaka and drew the sheathed ninja swords from his back. Standing before the hopeless branch family ninjas, he coldly slammed the swords down. Crack! Accompanied by anguished cries, Kayatani Atsushi shattered the man's legs. Why not just one leg? Because Kayatani Atsushi knew that if these men could still move, once they left, Hyuga Hodaka would relentlessly force them to carry supplies through the forest. Breaking both legs was an act of mercy. Kuchikawa Haneo cast a disdainful glance at Hyuga Hodaka, then joined Kayatani Atsushi in the task. Amidst a chorus of wails, the two soon had broken the legs of every one of them. Having completed this grim task, Kayatani Atsushi approached Hyuga Hodaka and said coldly, I will notify the security division to come and escort them back to the village. All those goods will be confiscated. Remember this, Hyuga Hodaka. If you dare smuggle again, I will break the legs of whoever you conscript once more. Let us see how many from the Hyuga branch you can command then. With that, Kayatani Atsushi and Kuchikawa Haneo departed toward Konoha. Watching Kayatani Atsushi's retreating figure, Hyuga Hodaka ground his teeth in rage. He wished he could devour the man alive, but being held in check he was powerless. Though he could do nothing against Kayatani Atsushi, he still had means to deal with the wandering ninjas and branch family ninjas. Turning around, he spoke with a cold, merciless expression. Remember, these goods were confiscated because of your negligence. This loss will be charged to your account. Of course, I am not without compassion. You only need to repay it within 1 year. Hearing this, all the branch family ninjas' eyes darkened with even greater despair. They knew well the market value of the goods in their packs. To repay it within a year meant selling off everything they owned, shattering their families and lives. Some of the wandering ninjas had already fainted, unable to accept it. At that moment, a slow clap sounded from nearby. Clap, 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 clap. Accompanied by the applause, a detached voice resonated. How intriguing. Humans, indeed, in every era, every world, and every place, relentlessly enslave their own kind. Hyuga Hadu turned his head. Then, the visage of Hyuga Tsukimi emerged before his eyes. A gleam of delight soon surfaced on his expression. He pointed directly at the fallen shinobi scattered on the ground and urged hastily, Hyuga Tsukimi, you've arrived just in time. Quickly, gather all these bodies and bring them back to the village. Hyuga Tsukimi's demeanor remained cold and indifferent. He had intended to act the moment he arrived, but instead, he heard the resolute judgment from the Umbu shinobi. so he concealed himself. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat personally was nowhere near as comfortable as coming out now to reap the spoils. As he observed Hyuga Haru's furious countenance, his resolve to annihilate the Hyuga clan only deepened. Hyuga Haru's recent actions were even more ruthless than those capitalists he had encountered in his previous life at work. This was pure and unadulterated slavery oppression. By comparison, those capitalists now seemed almost noble and virtuous. Gazing at the motionless Hyuga Tsukimi, Hyuga Haru's face twisted with anger as he shouted, "Are you listening to me? A mere shinobi from a branch family. Who gave you the audacity to ignore my orders? Pick up the bodies immediately." A cold sneer curled at the corner of Hyuga Tsukimi's lips. Bodies? You'll never need them again. Confusion flickered in Hyuga Haru's eyes. What do you mean? But before he could finish speaking, the detached voice rang out once more. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A blazing fireball struck Hyuga Haru directly. Boom. The ground was scorched black in a vast expanse. Hyuga Haru was completely carbonized. A mechanical voice echoed within Hyuga Tsukimi's mind. Forgiving the sins of kin, personal evolution level increased by 2%. A look of displeasure crossed Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes. This Hyuga Haru was truly a worthless fool. Fortunately, he still possessed a vast amount of evolution points. He glanced toward the Hyuga branch family, shinobi lying on the ground with broken legs, then unsheathed his ninja blade without hesitation and strode forward. In the fearful eyes of the Hyuga branch family, he dispatched them one by one with a single strike each. Before long, every last one was slain. Having eliminated all the Hyuga clan members present, Hyuga Tsukimi opened his status panel. His total evolution level now stood at Bakugan, second stage 73. Understanding dawned in his gaze. This batch of Hyuga shinobi was of poor quality. Their low evolution level was only natural. After all, they had been manipulated by Hyuga Haru into such a state. How strong could they possibly be? Nonetheless, he was steadily approaching his next level. Hyuga Tsukimi stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had now killed Hyuga clan members from the security division, attacked the Hyuga clan's territory, and wiped out Hyuga Haru's group of shinobi. Those who could be easily disposed of were almost all dealt with. His next move would prove more challenging. Which direction should he strike next? As he pondered, suddenly a crisp sound emitted from a button at his waist. Beep. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes instantly hardened with coldness. Before coming to intercept Hyuga Haru, he had strategically placed numerous special explosive tags nearby. Once these tags detonated, a specially configured jutsu would synchronize with the ninja tool at his waist, emitting a sharp tone to alert him that someone was approaching. A glint of gold appeared at the center of his pupils. Then he saw dozens of figures sprinting wildly, their chakra openly radiating. Zooming in his vision, Hyuga Nagi's face came into view. Upon seeing Hyuga Nagi, Hyuga Tsukimi's expression changed dramatically. He did not understand why she was in Aoba Forest, but he knew he had to leave immediately. Yet, the scene was still unresolved. He glanced at the charred remains of Hyuga Haru and the dead Hyuga branch family shinobi. He knew there was no time left. Without hesitation, Hyuga Tsukimi vanished in a flash step. Barely 5 minutes later, Hyuga Nagi, leading the Hyuga Umbu, arrived at the scene. She gazed upon the carnage strewn across the battlefield, and the forehead etched with the caged bird technique. Her entire body trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. She had unexpectedly encountered the mastermind behind the massacre of the Hyuga clan. A wild laugh broke across Hyuga Nagi's face. Search everywhere. Seal off the entire Aoba forest. Dig as deep as you must. Find them all. Kill every last one. As her voice fell, dozens of shinobi responded in unison. At your command, Lady Nagi. The group then split into 3 directions, each led by a Jonin Hyugashozo among them. They immediately began the pursuit. Under the command of the 3 Jonin, the squads skillfully formed a net radiating outward from their starting point, spreading frantically in all directions. With the power of the Hyuga Byakugan, the killers would find no escape. Thud. Hyuga Tsukimi's foot pressed firmly upon a tree trunk, and his figure came to a halt. He turned to gaze at the dozens of rapidly expanding figures 3 kilometers away, choosing not to flee further. He had considered that, given his speed, he could indeed outrun these Hyuga clan members and leave Aoba Forest ahead of them. But what then? Should he fail to be caught within Aoba Forest, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly mobilize a large number of kin to aid Konoha's defenses in capturing him. Moreover, he had no time to erase the scene before departure, a fatal flaw. The Yamanaka clan of Konoha's mountains possessed the ability to extract memories directly from a person's mind. Prior to Orochimaru's defection, the Yamanaka clan could only retrieve memories from living individuals. However, after Orochimaru's human experiments were exposed and he defected, the Yamanaka clan, having absorbed some of Orochimaru's techniques, could extract memories directly from brains that retained activity. The higher the brain's residual activity, the more intelligence he extracted, the better. But would the Hyuga clan seek assistance from the Yamanaka clan? Hyuga Tsukimi's gaze fixed upon the site where Hyuga Hodo and the others had perished. Hyuga Nagi was methodically severing the heads from each corpse, then casting these heads into jars filled with a medicinal liquid. He recognized those jars, liquids capable of preserving the vitality of human cellular tissue. Submerged in such jars, when the Yamanaka clan acquired them, the amount of information extractable from the brains would be immense. The answer had already surfaced. Therefore, he had no intention of fleeing. Or rather, from the very beginning, he had never contemplated escape. Instead, he aimed to annihilate the elite of the Hyuga clan entirely. Only by doing so could he obliterate the intelligence and continue hunting from the shadows. Though this was a gamble. A madness indeed. For the Hyuga clan's elite consisted of more than 20 skilled ninjas, including 4 Jonin. Hyuga Nagi's strength undoubtedly exceeded that of an ordinary Jonin. Furthermore, the Umbu stationed in Aoba Forest were returning to the village to report to the guard squad, meaning reinforcements would imminently arrive. Yet, he was not without opportunity. Firstly, his Byakugan was on the verge of a second evolution, lacking but a mere 20%. Once evolved, regardless of the nature of the enhancement, his power would surge tremendously. Secondly, the Hyuga clan would never anticipate that he would neither flee nor shy away but boldly hunt them. This psychological divergence was also one of his chances. Thus, without hesitation, he resolved to gamble everything. His plan was to first create distance. A direct confrontation with the Hyuga elite force, led by Hyuga Nagi and consisting of 3 Jonin and over 20 members, would leave him utterly helpless. But if these warriors scattered, his opportunity would arise. His right hand pressed against his abdomen. Byakugan seal, accompanied by a cold voice, the golden hue of Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes vanished. His entire being ceased to emit any chakra or life aura, resembling a lifeless stone. No jutsu could detect him, only the naked eye could perceive his presence. Correspondingly, Hyuga Tsukimi's Byakugan and chakra became utterly unusable. He retrieved an Umbu-style animal mask from his bosom and donned it, then poured 2 small red vials upon his neck and upper torso. Having completed these preparations, he lay flat upon the ground. Swiftly, Hyuga Yuhi led 7 Hyuga ninjas in a rapid sweep ahead. With all 8 of their Byakugan combined, no living creature within 2 kilometers could elude their gaze. Suddenly, Hyuga Yuhi's eyes shifted subtly. He spotted a bloodied corpse, its face still bearing an Umbu mask. Had someone slain an Umbu ninja? Killing a member of the Hyuga clan with such audacity, even striking at the Umbu? His thoughts stirred. Hyuga Yuhi halted upon a tree trunk, and his 7 subordinates followed suit. Then he pointed toward the corpse's direction. 1 Hyuga ninja descended carefully from the tree and cautiously approached the body. His carefulness stemmed from the knowledge that many ninjas, after killing, set traps around the corpse to eliminate enemies seeking intelligence from it. After employing both jutsu and physical detection methods to confirm the absence of explosive tags or other mechanisms, the ninja turned and gestured to Hyuga Yuhi. Receiving the signal, Hyuga Yuhi descended from the tree and advanced to the corpse. His right hand rested on the hilt of his blade, preparing to sever the head for preservation, facilitating the extraction of further intelligence. Though the Umbu belonged to the Hokage and possessed numerous classified secrets, severing the head was tantamount to offending the Hokage and probing village secrets. Hyuga Yuhi cared not. They were the Hyuga clan, the prestigious family of Konoha. They acted in pursuit of the murderer who had slain their kin. With this justification, even the Hokage could only acquiesce. After all, they were unlike the Uchiha clan. Clang. The ninja sword was drawn. Hyuga Yuhi gripped the hilt with both hands and prepared to strike. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes flew open. Hyuga Yuhi's expression froze instantly. At that very moment, Byakugan release, accompanied by a cold voice, Hyuga Tsukimi, who had been feigning death, sprang up. Brilliant blue chakra shimmered upon his palm as he launched a punch directly at Hyuga Yuhi. The sudden turn caught him off guard. Yet Hyuga Yuhi's battle acumen was swift. He dodged aside, slashing his blade downward. Should Hyuga Tsukimi's fist connect, it would be cleaved in twain. Bang! Hyuga Tsukimi's form dissipated into a white mist. The blade struck only a split tree trunk. It was a substitution jutsu. Hyuga Tsukimi had no intention of attacking. He had formed hand seals to execute the substitution technique. Realizing this, Hyuga Yuhi did not hesitate. He gripped the hilt with both hands, preparing to unleash his sword technique. Yet, at that moment, a palm materialized behind him, Byakugan seal. With a chilling voice, the palm struck his back. A bizarre and unsettling chakra invaded Hyuga Yuhi's body. Instantly, his Byakugan was nullified. Filled with shock and fury, Hyuga Yuhi wasted no time. Maple leaf flow, remnant heart. Shouting fiercely, he unleashed a powerful chakra burst. The blade instantly enveloped everything within a 30-meter radius around him. The terrifying white light shattered all in its path. Yet Hyuga Tsukimi harbored no intent to assault him. This strike was merely a prelude. Hyuga Tsukimi formed hand seals with both hands, his eyes cold and detached. This sealing technique, specifically designed to suppress the Byakugan, had been developed over 5 years. Today, a spectacular display is imminent. Earth release, heavenly descent cover, accompanied by a detached voice, a colossal circular green wild boar-shaped cover, spanning over 100 meters in diameter, plummeted from the heavens. Boom! Upon impact, the cover unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Countless towering trees were severed instantly. Dust billowed skyward. The figures of Hinata Tsukimi and her companions were utterly swallowed by the descending cover. Within the verdant expanse of Aoba Forest, all the Hyuga ninja engaged in pursuit lifted their gazes upon sensing this commotion. Hinata Nagi, staring at the towering dust cloud, revealed both excitement and a touch of morbidity in her eyes. She had not anticipated this. The assassin did not flee after delivering the fatal blow. Instead, he lay in wait like a hunter, continuing the slaughter. Her excitement was nearly overwhelming. Such an adversary. She resolved to personally dismember him into a myriad of pieces to satiate her. With that, she unfolded a ninjutsu scroll with both hands. After sealing the jar containing the severed head, she dashed straight toward the site where the heavenly descent cover had landed. Meanwhile, inside the descending cover, a masked figure relentlessly assailed Hinata Yuhi. In the pitch-black surroundings, deprived of the Byakugan's insight, Hinata Yuhi found himself at a disadvantage. At that very moment, anguished screams erupted incessantly. Hearing these cries, Hinata Yuhi's eyes brimmed with shock and fury. He shouted in wrath, "Despicable scoundrel! If you have the guts, face me in single combat. Slaughtering the weak is no true skill." Hyuga Tsukimi, who moments ago had fatally pierced a Chunin, remained utterly unmoved by these provocations. He was impervious to such baiting. They were dealing in life and death, not courteous dueling. Forming hand seals, under the mechanical prompt echoing in his mind, he dispatched an earth clone to restrain Hinata Yuhi. The more they fought, the angrier Hinata Yuhi grew. He understood his opponent was employing clone techniques to stall him. Yet, without the Byakugan, enveloped in utter darkness, he found it impossible to shake off the clone's harassment. Suddenly, the clone that had been relentlessly attacking vanished. Sensing this, Hinata Yuhi, gripping his ninja blade tightly, displayed a trace of sorrow and indignation. He knew, without a doubt, that this was the villain who had massacred his entire clan. Still, clinging to a shred of hope, he called out, "Yamato, Hinasori, Tensei." His voice reverberated fiercely throughout the heavenly descent cover, but no response came. An eerie silence enveloped the interior. Hyuga Tsukimi pressed his left hand over a mouth he recognized. Hyuga Hinasori, a remarkably beautiful and gentle member of the main family, beloved by many. Rumors had it she was to be married within these few months. Her eyes pleaded desperately, tears welling up as her chest was pressed by a knee and a kunai plunged into her neck. Clad in a black mask, Hyuga Tsukimi's expression remained impassive. He stared unflinchingly at the beseeching Hyuga Hinasori, gradually withdrawing the kunai from her neck. Splat! Blood splattered across his mask. The light faded from Hyuga Hinasori's eyes. Soon, a mechanical prompt sounded in Hyuga Tsukimi's mind. "Forgive the sins of your kin." Personal evolution increased by 4%. Slowly straightening, Hyuga Tsukimi felt a strange delight within. Truly, these elite Hyuga clan members were incomparable to the feeble Hyuga surge. With only 7 individuals, his evolution gauge was already full. He turned his gaze toward Hinata Yuhi. He had no intention of upgrading his Byakugan immediately. He had experienced the process before and knew it left him utterly powerless. He resolved to kill Hinata Yuhi first, then evolve. Yet, deprived of his subordinates and Byakugan, Hinata Yuhi was but a fish caught in a net, a bird trapped in a cage, a mere plaything to Hyuga Tsukimi. Lowering his stance deliberately, Hyuga Tsukimi prepared to strike. He had to act swiftly before Hinata Yuhi could lift the Byakugan's seal. Boom! Hyuga Tsukimi's formidable presence surged forth. Hearing the commotion, Hinata Yuhi immediately turned his head, eyes blazing with rage. He was mere moments away from breaking the accursed seal using chakra. Despite his fury, Hinata Yuhi hesitated not and unleashed his swordsmanship. Without the Byakugan, his vision was engulfed in darkness. Moreover, he surmised his opponent had employed some special method to annihilate his subordinates. He opted for a defensive tactic, confident that the loud disturbance had summoned reinforcements. If he could merely hold out until their arrival, he would slay this cursed foe. Maple leaf flow, swirling wind. Hinata Yuhi's body moved with the grace of a gentle breeze. Countless blades of light shimmered around him. This technique was not for offense, but a pure defense against all assaults. Yet it could only guard the ground beneath him. Earth release, mud technique, water release, evil mouth. The detached voice sounded again as two ninjutsu manifested in swift succession. The earth beneath was transformed into soft mud by chakra. The water release coalesced into a sinister dragon, which, laden with mud, surged like a mudslide directly toward Hinata Yuhi. In the blink of an eye, Hinata Yuhi felt his feet sink into the mire. He knew this was his adversary's stratagem to restrict his swordsmanship and further diminish his combat effectiveness. But if they thought this would suffice, they gravely underestimated him. He was the youngest sword prodigy of the Hyuga clan, hailed as possessing a bearing comparable to that of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hinata Yuhi. Maple leaf flow, one slash. With a fierce shout, Hinata Yuhi's figure exploded forth like thunder. His blade struck with the force of a tempest. The sound of the slash roared as an immense chakra enveloped his body. This strike was not intended to secure glory, but merely to thwart his opponent's scheme. Yet compelling him to leave his original position was precisely the intent of Tsukimi Hyuga. He lacked the luxury of time to shatter a tortoise shell. However, if the tortoise were to emerge from its shell, that would be an entirely different matter. Tsukimi Hyuga's eyes, cold and merciless, fixed upon Hinata Yuhi as he launched his assault upon the clearing. The hand seals he formed were completed at that very moment. Earth release, tremor core. A detached voice resonated. The ground beneath Hinata Yuhi's landing spot immediately caved inward, forming a pit several meters in diameter. Caught utterly unprepared, Hinata Yuhi plummeted directly into the abyss. Amidst the terrifying sensation of weightlessness, fear flickered in Yuhi's eyes. This move, he had not anticipated it. From the depths of the pit, a figure suddenly emerged. Raising his hand, he unleashed water release, water prison technique. The indifferent voice echoed once more. A colossal sphere of water instantly encased Hinata Yuhi, immobilizing him completely. At this moment, Tsukimi Hyuga's true form appeared above the pit. His expression remained impassive as he gazed down at Yuhi. Forming hand seals, he invoked fire release. Scorching blaze, torrents of flame surged downward, illuminating the entire pit. Yet this was far from the end. He then employed the clone technique, conjuring two earth clones. The three figures took turns unleashing fire release techniques. The flames rapidly heated the water sphere, yet without evaporating it or damaging the earth clones. Under Tsukimi Hyuga's golden glowing pupils, water and fire intertwined harmoniously. In mere moments, a rich aroma of roasted flesh wafted from the pit. Simultaneously, a mechanical prompt echoed within Tsukimi Hyuga's mind. Forgive the sins of kin. Evolution progress increased by 10%. Forgive the sins of kin. Evolution progress increased by 10%. Listening to the prompt within his mind, Tsukimi Hyuga immediately opened the interface frame. It displayed, Byakugan, second stage 110, upgradable. Eliminating the 7 elite Chunin had granted him 27 evolution points. Then, by slaying Hinata Yuhi, his evolution progress reached 110. Now, his Byakugan was ripe for evolution. Yet, to evolve his Byakugan safely and fully, one more task remained. One of Tsukimi Hyuga's earth clones leapt down into the pit, then tossed the cooked corpse of Hinata Yuhi onto the ground. He cast a glance at the thoroughly roasted familiar figure, then vaulted into the pit himself, lying flat upon the earth. Once he lay down, several earth clones emerged from the pit and formed hand seals. Earth release, earth creation technique. The soil at the pit's bottom surged upward instantly, forming 4 pillars of mud near Tsukimi Hyuga's shoulders and feet. Subsequently, vast amounts of earth converged atop the pillars, shaping a rectangular mud slab. 4 pillars beneath the slab supported it. Tsukimi Hyuga lay flat beneath this earthen platform. With the slab completed, a ninjutsu was then applied to it. Earth release, rock formation technique. The once soft mud slab instantly hardened into rock-like solidity. After the slab's transformation, a final ninjutsu manifested. Earth release, earth gathering technique. The earth torn apart by the tremor core was swiftly filled with abundant soil, but the newly filled surface was dry and smooth. Thus, 3 earth clones expended their last chakra to unleash fire release. Fireball technique. Fire release. Scorching blaze. Fire release. Blazing flame. 3 distinct forms of fire immediately appeared upon the earth. As the flames scorched the ground, all traces were obliterated. At this moment, the 3 earth clones vanished one after another. Beneath the surface, Tsukimi Hyuga lay calmly, placing his hand upon his abdomen. White hand seal, accompanied by the detached voice. His chakra and life energy were entirely sealed away. Thus, the mere Bakugan of the Hyuga clan was powerless to perceive him concealed beneath the earth. Having completed all these preparations, he wasted no time and directly chose to evolve his Bakugan within the interface frame. This action was reckless, for evolving the Bakugan equated to a leap in the level of life itself. Now, with his life force and chakra sealed, the overwhelming power of life's transcendence would relentlessly batter his body. The agony he would endure would far surpass the pain endured during his initial Bakugan evolution. Yet, he had no alternative. To annihilate the Hyuga Umbu completely and conceal his intelligence, he had to evolve now. Then, he would strike again unexpectedly. Endless torment descended upon Tsukimi Hyuga's body the moment he made his choice. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. Bulging veins surfaced on his neck and face. The terrifying life force continuously battered his seals. Yet each time, he suppressed the excruciating pain and maintained the seals. After several attempts, the life force suddenly shifted course, beginning to infiltrate his mind. Unspeakable agony swept through Tsukimi Hyuga's consciousness instantly. With a muffled groan, he lost consciousness. At the very instant he fainted, a dreadful rumbling echoed throughout the entire Aoba forest. Endless yellow dust obscured the sky. Vast clouds of debris surged through the forest like a tidal wave. Countless towering trees were shattered. When the dust settled, at the epicenter of the tremor, the colossal heavenly cover had been blasted to fragments. Hinata Nagi crouched beside Hinata Yuhi's corpse. She could tell that this outstanding subordinate of hers had not mounted any effective resistance before death. Yet Nagi harbored no anger. Rather, her excitement grew ever stronger. She delighted in tearing apart the strong. The mightier the opponent, the more exhilarated she became. But up to now, she had not grasped even a shred of her adversary's garment, instead losing an elite squad. This was something she could not accept. Lord Nagi, what shall we do now? Should we summon reinforcements from the clan? Hinata Sho approached her, eyes stern. Summon reinforcements? That is but a mere rat. Only by ambush could they kill Yuhi. At such a level, calling for reinforcements from the clan, how would Lord Hisashi view us? Hinata Seiji, his expression tinged with a hint of defiance, spoke disdainfully. He had examined the traces of the battle and deduced that the opponent was but a solitary figure. Moreover, the adversary was not some formidable powerhouse. He had merely triumphed over Hinata Yuhi through the tactic of ambush. Such a foe, Seiji was confident, could be slain outright in a direct confrontation. Calling for clan reinforcements? How then could he prove his valor and honor? He had vowed to wed Lady Nagi and ascend to become a clan elder. He would not allow his life to be blemished with such a stain. Hinata Akira's eyes revealed a measure of irritation. He despised those who, relying on a modicum of talent, fancied themselves extraordinary. The opponent had already demonstrated his strength. Now, summoning clan support was the safest course of action. To outnumber the enemy was prudent. Why risk one's life foolishly? He was about to voice his objection when, at that moment, Hinata Nagi rose and declared, "Have you forgotten? I am the shadow elder of the Hinata clan. You have no right to decide what is to be done." With a cold tone, Hinata Nagi's icy gaze swept over Hinata Akira and Hinata Seiji. Their expressions changed instantly, and they both respectfully responded in unison, "We shall obey Lady Nagi's orders in all things." None dared to contradict Hinata Nagi, the heir to the shadow elder position of the Hinata clan. She was merciless and bloodthirsty not only to enemies but also to her own people. Should anyone defy her rules, she would show no leniency whatsoever. Observing the two men fall silent, Hinata Nagi snorted coldly. Her eyes then scanned the battlefield, a scene of utter devastation. She licked the corner of her mouth, her gaze revealing cruelty. He favors ambush and skulking in the shadows. Does he? Then set fire. Burn the entire Aoba forest to the ground. Let us see where he can hide then. Her words hung in the air. Even the arrogant Hinata Seiji was stunned. Burn the entire Aoba forest? This forest, lush with vegetation, was one of the least guarded areas on the outskirts of Konoha. A few traps set at key points and 2 Umbu operatives could surveil the whole forest. To set it ablaze, even if they, the Hinata clan, were pursuing the murderer of a clan member, the consequences would be severe. It would anger the Umbu. After all, it would be the Umbu who would have to clean up the mess. At present, the Umbu headquarters was left leaderless, directly overseen by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This would be a direct affront to the Hokage, escalating the matter considerably. Hinata Akira's face revealed shock before his expression hardened. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let Lady Nagi issue such a decree. They had the moral high ground in hunting down and killing the perpetrator who had slain a Hinata clan member. Being a little excessive was acceptable, but to burn down the entire Aoba forest, that was crossing the line. Resolute, he stepped forward and said firmly, "Lady Nagi, you cannot do this. Burning the Aoba forest will worsen the relations between the Hinata clan and the Hokage. This is detrimental to our clan." But before his words had fully fallen, a heavy thud echoed. Hinata Nagi delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Taken by surprise, Hinata Akira crashed through several trees before collapsing against one. Blood spurted from his mouth as he looked up at Hinata Nagi, his expression weary and dispirited. A wave of sorrow and indignation surged within him. He understood that Lady Nagi's madness and bloodlust had been unleashed in full. His admonitions were futile. The Hinata clan would pay an incalculable price to quell the Hokage's wrath. Hinata Nagi regarded Hinata Akira coldly, her eyes brimming with unrestrained cruelty and bloodthirstiness. "I have already spoken. Burn the Aoba forest. Hinata Akira, by the rules of the shadow lineage, you have just committed insubordination. I have spared your life out of respect for your many years of service to the clan." She then turned to Hinata Seiji, her voice icy. "What are you waiting for?" The cold command echoed in Hinata Seiji's ears. Gazing at Hinata Akira, bloodied from the kick, he immediately responded with reverence. "At your command, Lady Nagi." With a swift body flicker technique, he led his subordinates as they dashed in all directions, preparing to set the forest ablaze. Hinata Akira was helped to his feet by his own men, his heart heavy with helplessness and sorrow as he too began to carry out Lady Nagi's orders. Amidst the efforts of a dozen or so Hinata clan shinobi, the once quiet and serene Aoba forest grew oppressively hot. Fire release, great fireball technique. A Hinata shinobi unleashed a giant fireball, igniting over a dozen towering trees. Then he combined it with wind release. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, causing the fire to spread rapidly. Through the coordinated efforts of the Hinata ninjas, it was not long before the entire Aoba forest was engulfed in flames. From a bird's eye view, the forest was consumed by a terrifying inferno racing across it with alarming speed. At the outskirts of Konoha, Uchiha Tetsuhi watched the towering flames, his expression one of shock as he turned to Umbu Mukai Jun, who had come to report. "Are you sure you only broke Hinata Hodo's subordinate's legs? You didn't kill his entire family, did you?" Mukai Jun stared at the raging fire, disbelief evident in his expression. He had never imagined Hinata Hodo would dare order the Hinata ninjas and wandering shinobi to torch the Aoba forest. How could he be so reckless? So bold? Enough talk. Whatever the case, we must hurry and stop the fire. Kogawa Hanabi barked irritably, disappearing instantly with a body flicker technique. Taking point, she was followed by a dozen or so Uchiha Security Division shinobi and Mukai Jun. By a strange coincidence, the two Umbu operatives had already concluded that the great fire in the Aoba forest was orchestrated by Hinata Hodo. After the dozen figures departed, two more shadows appeared, one following the other. Itachi Uchiha gazed at the towering flames in the distance, disbelief flickering within his eyes. He had not anticipated this. Tasked with surveilling the Uchiha clan members within the security division, he had followed them here, only to witness the Aoba forest engulfed in fire. Moreover, according to communications between the Umbu and the security division, this blaze was ignited by Hizumi Hyuga of the Hyuga main house. He knew who Hizumi Hyuga was, a good-for-nothing layabout from the Hyuga main house. Such a worthless individual possessed the audacity to set the Aoba forest ablaze? Misaki Asakura stared at the inferno reaching toward the heavens and swallowed nervously. "Squad leader, should we report to Lord Hokage first?" Itachi Uchiha shook his head. "A fire this massive doesn't require our report. Lord Hokage will be aware of it. For now, let us investigate what madness Hizumi Hyuga is up to. I find it hard to believe this is truly his doing." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Itachi vanished into thin air. Misaki hurriedly followed. Flames engulfed the entire Aoba forest, turning the earth unbearably scorching. It was under these conditions that Tsukimi Hyuga awoke. He felt an overwhelming thirst, as if trapped inside a colossal steam chamber. Unaware of what had transpired, he sensed no pain in his mind and chose to open his system panel first. Bakugan 3-5. As before, after the Byakugan's leap, more energy was required. Originally at 10% energy, the progress now displayed was 5%. But this was not the most critical matter. What truly mattered was the evolution of his Byakugan, what new abilities it had gained. His eyes began to shimmer with a pale golden hue. Unlike before, when only the center of his pupils glowed faintly gold, now his entire iris had transformed into a golden color. The small golden point at the center had become a four-pointed star, exuding an air of noble elegance. With the Byakugan activated, a seemingly innate ocular jutsu manifested. Its name and effects were instantly understood by him. The technique was called Takamagara. Once Tsukimi Hyuga unleashed this ocular jutsu, he could instantly drag a single enemy within his line of sight into an illusory realm named Takamagara. Everything presented to the victim's eyes within this illusion was exactly what the caster wished them to perceive, even if it defied all logic. For example, a kunai thrust at the victim might be warped into the image of a branch swaying in the wind. If this illusion were not an ocular genjutsu, it would be somewhat weak. After all, once a genjutsu is cast, experienced shinobi can detect anomalies in chakra flow and begin to dispel it through their own skills. The essence of genjutsu is to manipulate the opponent's neural chakra flow. However, if the illusion is a genjutsu cast through an ocular technique, the situation is entirely different. For instance, the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karatachi was continuously controlled by Uchiha Obito through such an ocular genjutsu, utterly unable to resist. There are only 4 ways to break an ocular genjutsu. All are either exceedingly difficult or require a bloodline heritage. The first method is if the victim has a teammate nearby who is not under genjutsu, who can disrupt the chakra flow of the victim and dispel the ocular genjutsu. On a battlefield teetering on the edge, detecting a teammate under genjutsu and providing aid is immensely challenging. The second involves a Jinchuriki reaching consensus with the tailed beast within their body and not being simultaneously controlled. Theoretically, a Jinchuriki who has reached such harmony is immune to genjutsu, but this is conditional. Their immunity arises from mutual awakening and chakra infusion. If both are controlled, they cannot awaken one another, let alone resist genjutsu. By exploiting genjutsu and intelligence to the utmost, one can achieve effects like Uchiha Obito's, controlling the perfect Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage. If one first controls the tailed beast inside the fourth Mizukage before controlling him, the Jinchuriki and the beast, unable to alert each other, will both succumb to the ocular genjutsu. The third is less a method of breaking the genjutsu than a protection bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths upon certain individuals. The Indra bloodline's genjutsu is ineffective against Ashura and his reincarnations who possess the Sage's body. Since all ocular genjutsu stem from Indra and his bloodline, they are naturally ineffective against Ashura and his reincarnations who have the Sage's body. However, the first reincarnation, Senju Hashirama, is no longer alive, and the second, Naruto Uzumaki, is still too young, so this is not currently a factor. The final method requires the victim to possess formidable ocular prowess and an indomitable spirit, forcibly expending ocular strength to break free from the genjutsu. Yet even if they succeed, the toll is tremendous. In summary, acquiring this ocular jutsu has significantly elevated Tsukimi Hyuga's power. Unlike Itachi Uchiha's pure mental genjutsu, Tsukimi's Takamagara does not merely inflict severe mental trauma. Once activated, it drags the opponent directly into the illusion. Furthermore, his ocular technique can be cast anywhere within his line of sight. Given the current level of his Byakugan, theoretically, he can precisely lock onto a target within a radius of 5 kilometers. At maximum range, he might even strike an unfortunate soul with this ocular jutsu from 20 kilometers away, unless the opponent acts like Might Guy, the blue beast of Konoha, who closes his eyes and fights within a 20-kilometer radius. They will inevitably fall prey to his ocular jutsu. In a sense, this technique is somewhat godlike, an over-the-horizon strike. Who can guard against an ocular jutsu fired from 5 kilometers away? Not even Senju Hashirama. After organizing his ocular jutsu, Tsukimi Hyuga's eyes gleamed with excitement. With this technique, he could accomplish far more. However, at present, his priority was to burrow out from underground. He felt an unbearable heat surrounding him, as if trapped inside a steam oven. But instead of first employing earth release to escape, he closed the interface panel and then, with his Byakugan-activated eyes, gazed toward the ground, measuring the distance from the stone slab. His Byakugan possessed the uncanny ability to pierce through the subterranean earth, granting him sight of the world beyond. What then unfolded before his eyes was the silhouette of a figure emanating a radiant aura of red and blue hues. To his astonishment, it was none other than Hinata Nagi. Hinata Tsukimi's gaze shifted subtly. Hinata Nagi was present here, then where were the other shinobi of the Hyuga clan? His eyes swept across the surroundings, and he was immediately struck dumb. More than a dozen Hyuga clan shinobi were scattered about, setting fires indiscriminately. The entire Aoba forest was engulfed in flames. A smile slowly spread across his lips. This raging inferno, ignited by the Hyuga clan, was nothing short of divine providence for him. His Byakugan had undergone a second evolution. Amidst this chaotic blaze, with the environment in utter disarray, it was the perfect setting for him to carry out assassinations. Within this maelstrom of confusion, his dojutsu would receive tremendous augmentation in effectiveness. Hinata Tsukimi fixed his gaze upon Hinata Nagi on the ground, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Perfect. He would begin by testing his technique on Hinata Nagi first. He sought to discern how his dojutsu would fare against a formidable opponent possessing ocular prowess. The four-pointed star within his eyes began to rotate slowly. Takamagara. With a detached voice, he activated his dojutsu. On the ground, Hinata Nagi's eyes revealed a trace of impatience. The inferno had already ravaged the entirety of Aoba Forest. Yet that scoundrel still had not been driven out. She was on the verge of losing her patience. Suddenly, a swift whooshing sound sliced through the air. Hinata Nagi instantly turned her head, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she licked the corner of her mouth. So it's not an escape attempt, but a choice to hunt me down. How intriguing. A figure cloaked in black, wearing a black mask and hooded cape, spoke coldly. Hunting the weaker Hyuga clan members has long ceased to interest me. Killing a strong adversary such as yourself might just offer a different kind of thrill. Upon hearing this, a bloodthirsty madness flashed across Hinata Nagi's face as she laughed heartily. You certainly have the audacity to say that. I was just about to kill you. The moment her words fell, Hinata Nagi's form vanished from sight. She was eager beyond measure to taste the blood of a formidable foe. Terrifying chakra surged into her clenched fists. Fierce lioness bite. Accompanied by a roar, the blue chakra took the form of a lioness gaping maw, lunging at the masked man. Yet, in the next instant, the masked figure vanished from the spot. A wooden stake appeared suspended in midair, only to be shattered by a single punch from Hinata Nagi. Immediately, she activated her Byakugan, seeking to track the masked man's movements. But the following moment, her body froze. An expression of fury darkened her face as she realized she had been ensnared by an illusion without knowing when. The abnormal fluctuations of chakra within her body were clearly detected by her Byakugan. She hastily attempted to dispel the illusion by adjusting her chakra flow, employing methods that usually counter ordinary genjutsu, but to no avail, for the flow of chakra within her was being manipulated by ocular power. This was a dojutsu illusion. Instinctively, her mind turned to a certain clan, the Uchiha. For throughout Konoha, only the Uchiha clan possessed ocular power capable of casting such illusions. Could it be that this ambush was orchestrated by the Uchiha clan behind the scenes? Filled with rage, Hinata Nagi shouted into the surrounding air. Nearby, Hinata Tsukimi regarded her with a detached expression, analyzing the effects of Takamagara. He had just used Takamagara to manipulate Hinata Nagi's five senses, crafting an illusion that made her believe she was witnessing the perpetrator hunting the Hyuga clan. After all, even a cursory thought would reveal that Hinata Nagi had ordered the Hyuga shinobi to burn down Aoba Forest to flush out the hidden assassin killing the clan members. He had then utilized this information to construct the illusion. This experiment with the genjutsu could be deemed a success. Before activating her Byakugan, Hinata Nagi had been completely unaware she was under a dojutsu illusion. As for the other shinobi without Byakugan, they likely remained oblivious from beginning to end. This outcome was precisely what Hinata Tsukimi had anticipated. After all, the Byakugan not only perceives the chakra of others but also has heightened sensitivity to one's own chakra flow. Yet the true power of the ocular genjutsu lay in the fact that even if the victim realized they were ensnared, escaping was extraordinarily difficult. For instance, Hinata Nagi had already discerned the illusion but was powerless to break free immediately. Such was the formidable strength of the ocular genjutsu. Even now, though Hinata Nagi was aware she was trapped, Hinata Tsukimi continued to manipulate her five senses. Though he stood not far beside her, she could not perceive his presence. He was highly satisfied with the performance of Takamagara. Moreover, the chakra expenditure was minimal. Activating the dojutsu consumed roughly 30% of his ocular power when controlling a strong opponent like Hinata Nagi. For an average chunin, even 10% would suffice. Presently, he awaited the final manifestation of this dojutsu, the price Hinata Nagi, possessing ocular power, would pay to break free from Takamagara. Hinata Nagi stared into the empty, flame-engulfed forest. Her Byakugan wide open, veins bulging across her face. Her expression was one of fury. She had begun to marshal her ocular power to shatter the invasive abnormal chakra within her mind. Her anger stemmed from the fact that, though ensnared by the genjutsu, the wretched Uchiha shinobi had yet to make a move. Was this a slight against her? With her willpower blazing, a vast surge of ocular power amassed within her mind to expel the intrusive chakra. Then, a searing pain erupted in her head. She could not help but contemplate surrendering, for the agony was unbearable, like nerves being pulled out one by one. The intense torment stirred a fleeting desire to give up. If she relented, the pain would subside. Bloodshot veins flooded Hinata Nagia's eyes, now a deep crimson. Give up? What nonsense is that? I am a shadow elder of the Hyuga clan, a voracious man-eating tiger. How could I possibly surrender? Release it at once. With a furious roar, Nagi Hyuga unleashed a torrent of ocular power that instantly shattered the seal imposed upon her extraordinary eye technique. Amidst piercing agony, the truth finally revealed itself in her gaze. With a sickening squelch, a kunai pierced through her chest, crimson blood scattering through the air. You fought hard, Lady Nagi. A cold, indifferent voice echoed beside her. Drained of nearly all her ocular energy and utterly weakened, Nagi Hyuga struggled to lift her head. What met her eyes was a delicate, refined face. Tsukimi Hyuga. Anger flared in Nagia's eyes as she looked at Tsukimi before attempting to raise her hand. With a wet sound, the kunai was drawn out. Her body collapsed helplessly to the earth, blood flowing like a stream beneath her. You are of the Hyuga clan, Nagi Hyuga whispered through bloodied lips, her breath faint as a wisp. With a metallic ring, Tsukimi Hyuga sheathed the kunai. Gazing at the feeble Nagi, he formed hand seals. His eyes were cold and detached as he said, "A Hyuga clan member? I am but a slave of the Hyuga." Before he finished speaking, ninjutsu manifested. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A blazing orb of flame emerged. With a thunderous explosion, vibrant flames erupted across the flat ground. Thus perished the shadow elder of the Hyuga clan. Casting a glance at the charred form of Nagi Hyuga, Tsukimi Hyuga opened the system panel. Bakugan, 312. Having slain Nagi Hyuga, he gained 7% evolution. This outcome was within his expectations. Yet it was hardly encouraging news. It proved that even a Hyuga superior to an ordinary upper-rank ninja such as Nagi Hyuga could only yield a modest amount of experience points. However, if one individual was insufficient, quantity could compensate. Closing the panel, Tsukimi Hyuga turned his gaze toward the Hyuga ninjas setting fires in all directions. He had just tested the limits of Takamagara. It took Nagi Hyuga 2 seconds to gather all her ocular power to decipher the calculations. For those with weaker ocular strength, even if they perceived it, they could not break the technique. And even for someone as powerful as Nagi Hyuga, breaking it left them utterly drained, their spirit shattered, as if under the moonlit prison's torment. Such an effect, he had to admit, was exceedingly satisfactory. Considering Takamagara's might and uniqueness, few ninjas could withstand this ocular technique and still oppose him. His thoughts shifting, he gathered Nagi Hyuga's corpse and pillaged the ninjutsu scrolls placed with her severed head before vanishing from the spot. 3 kilometers from the Aoba forest, Tetsuhi Uchiha and Haneo Kakawa were hastening toward the scene. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Sho Hyuga formed hand seals as a fireball hurtled toward a dense cluster of ancient trees ahead. Boom! An intense roar accompanied the ignition of the forest. Sho Hyuga sighed softly as he watched. Once today's matter was concluded, even if the culprit were found, what price would the Hyuga clan pay to quell the Hokage's wrath? Sho, why are you so slow? A somewhat defiant voice rang out. Sho Hyuga turned his head to see Seiji Hyuga strolling toward him with hands in pockets and a casual expression. He furrowed his brow. Have you finished all the tasks Lady Nagi assigned you on your side? Of course. I am no slowpoke like you, Seiji replied, raising his head and gesturing southward. Sho Hyuga tilted his head toward the south, witnessing towering flames burning fiercely. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Although Lady Nagi gave the orders, couldn't you, Seiji Hyuga, have delayed a bit? Show some loyalty to the clan? Just as he was about to lecture Seiji, his pupils suddenly contracted. Something was wrong. Seiji's direction was at the opposite end of a straight line from his own. Even if Seiji had completed his tasks swiftly, he could not possibly be standing before him now. The person before him was definitely not Seiji. His Byakugan snapped open, veins bulging on his face. But it was too late. A kunai ruthlessly severed his head. Forgive the brethren's sins. Personal evolution increased by 5%. Tsukimi Hyuga flicked blood from the kunai. Hearing the system's alert in his mind, he looked down at the corpse before him, his eyes cold and indifferent. He had acted quickly just now because he sensed Hyuga had seen through his genjutsu. Sho's instant activation of the Bakugan confirmed his suspicion. Reflecting, Tsukimi realized Sho's rapid genjutsu breakthrough was due to the illusion's lack of realism. While the opponent's five senses were manipulated, their memories remained untouched. Thus, the effectiveness of Takamagara's ocular technique improved the more he understood his opponent's information. After a brief summary, Tsukimi Hyuga unfurled a ninjutsu scroll and began clearing the bodies. Dispatching Hyuga had consumed 20% of his ocular power. Now, he retained 50%, 10% to sustain the Bakugan and 40% available for use. The hunt was about to commence. Swish, 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 Seiji Hyuga's figure dashed swiftly along tree trunks, intermittently releasing fire release jutsu. His remarkable speed allowed him to burn the Aoba forest faster than Hyuga. From a fiery sea 1 kilometer away, Tsukimi Hyuga observed Seiji, eyes filled with contemplation. His current available ocular power stood at 40%. According to his practical experience, this was sufficient to control 1 ordinary upper-rank ninja and 2 ordinary mid-rank ninjas. If he wished only to kill Seiji Hyuga and 2 regular Hyuga mid-rank ninjas and then leave, it would suffice. But his ambition extended beyond 3 individuals. He aimed for total annihilation. To accomplish this, he could not afford the casualness he displayed when killing Hyuga. He must devise a more intricate illusion, one crafted to manipulate Seiji Hyuga, compelling him to issue the order for the squad's annihilation. Only then will his gains be maximized. The 4-pointed star within the gaze of Tsukimi Hyuga rotated. In an instant, he infused his ocular power into Seiji Hyuga's eyes. Takamagahara, activate. Seiji Hyuga suddenly halted in his tracks, for he perceived an unusual sound. He turned his head toward the forest engulfed in flames. A solitary figure moved swiftly through the woods, crouching low while covering mouth and nose. Upon sighting this figure, Seiji Hyuga's eyes gleamed with delight. He was about to claim the first merit. At this moment, in this very place, who else could be weaving through the inferno to conceal their form but the very assassin who slaughtered the Hyuga clan? Filled with joy, he reached to draw the signal transmitter from his pocket, intending to summon Nagi Hyuga. Yet, at that instant, the running figure suddenly faltered, spewing a mouthful of blood before rising and sprinting onward with reckless haste. Witnessing this, Seiji Hyuga's hand paused mid-reach, hesitation flickering in his eyes. The distinction between the glory of discovering the killer and that of slaying the killer was vast and consequential. And now, the assassin was coughing up blood as he fled. What did that signify? It meant the killer was weakened. A wounded and debilitated shinobi was the finest prey. The reason Seiji Hyuga did not suspect the figure was feigning injury was because he had personally witnessed the death of Yuhi Hyuga. After all, Yuhi Hyuga was a high-ranking shinobi of the Hyuga clan, leading a squad of chunin. Only a shadow-level powerhouse could have eliminated the entire team unscathed. But why would a shadow-level warrior pretend to be injured? They could simply have charged straight at him, and Seiji Hyuga would have been powerless to stop them. Therefore, only one conclusion remained. The opponent had fought Yuhi Hyuga with all their might, sustaining grievous wounds, yet had succeeded in killing Yuhi and the others. With this realization, greed shone in Seiji Hyuga's eyes. He was a man determined to become the elder of the branch family. Securing the merit of slaying the clan's murderer would surely allow him to display his valor before the clan head. Without a moment's hesitation, Seiji Hyuga dashed toward the figure ahead. He was intent on claiming the first merit. 2 figures sped forward in pursuit, one following the other with remarkable swiftness. Swish, swish, swish. Annoyance flickered in Seiji Hyuga's gaze. Despite the opponent vomiting blood while running, he simply could not catch up. The distance remained frustratingly just out of reach. Suddenly, a gleam of joy appeared in his eyes, for his subordinates had appeared ahead between him and the fleeing figure. He immediately resolved to order them to intercept. Yet, at that moment, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Sending a mere chunin-level subordinate to intercept was far too reckless, as the fugitive's escape route directly overlapped with his men's positions. He must gather all his subordinates to block him. With this thought, Seiji Hyuga called out loudly, "Hisami, inform Oishi and the others to set up defenses 2 kilometers ahead. We must stop this man." Seiji Hyuga's voice was transmitted with a special chakra technique, enabling Hisami Hyuga to hear it clearly despite being several hundred meters away. Without delay, he sprang into action, swiftly retreating and then employing a unique method to relay the message to the other subordinates of Seiji Hyuga. Observing Hisami's movements, Seiji Hyuga's eyes brimmed with pride. Once he drove this man into the trap and consolidated the strength of all his subordinates, claiming the first merit would be effortless. Viewed from above the forest, one could see Seiji Hyuga sprinting straight ahead, while 7 figures rapidly converged on a small open plain. At last, a slightly broadened plain appeared before Seiji Hyuga, and one by one, his subordinates emerged into view. The figure he had been unable to catch finally came to a halt. Excitement and fervor radiated from Seiji Hyuga's eyes. The glory that belonged to him was within reach. Clang. The ninja blade at his back was drawn without hesitation, and with a swift strike, he lunged at the halted figure. Splat. Blood blossomed like a flower upon the chest. Greed and triumph glimmered in Seiji Hyuga's eyes, while Hisami Hyuga and the others stared in shock and disbelief. The blade was withdrawn from the figure's chest. Seiji Hyuga flicked the blood from his sword impatiently and glared at his subordinates, scolding, "You're utterly useless. You saw the murderer and didn't even try to intercept. What good are you to the main family?" Hearing Seiji Hyuga's words, Hisami Hyuga looked at him with fear and trembling. "Lord Seiji, you say Hataru is the killer?" Hataru? Seiji Hyuga's eyes narrowed in confusion. The person before him was grotesquely ugly, hardly resembling the renowned beauty of the Hyuga clan. Hataru. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Earth release. Heart-severing technique. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from Seiji Hyuga's ankles and yanked downward. Thud. Seiji Hyuga was dragged into the mud in an instant. Then, a shadow appeared above him. A ninja blade gleamed with a chilling light beneath the sun. Thud. The blade pierced straight through his eye, then plunged into the earth. Blood flowed like a gentle stream, spreading across the ground. Though caught unawares, the Hyuga clan members immediately realized they had been ambushed and sought to retaliate. But within the crowd, 2 ninjutsu were unleashed first. Wind release, vacuum consecutive waves. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. The terrifying wind blades and scorching fire dragon instantly engulfed them. In the next moment, Tsukimi Hyuga employed a ninjutsu. Wind release, wind cutting technique. The clearing of the battlefield was complete. Countless blades of wind swept across the field. The Hyuga Chunin, betrayed and stabbed in the back by their comrades, were instantly annihilated. Hyuga Tsukimi gazed upon the ravaged battlefield with eyes cold and devoid of mercy. In less than 30 seconds, under the control of Takamagara, he had slain 7 Hyuga Chunin and 1 Hyuga Jonin. This dojutsu of his, when wielded with thorough knowledge of the opponent's information, was, to a certain extent, equivalent to a shadow-level power. Take the recent battle as an example. He first manipulated Hyuga Seiji's 5 senses with Takamagara, then suppressed Seiji's will to activate the Bakugan. Consequently, Seiji remained completely unaware that he had fallen under a genjutsu cast by the dojutsu without activating the Bakugan. Later, at a critical moment, when Seiji intended to have his subordinates intervene, he again used Takamagara to influence Seiji's emotional fluctuations. Initially, he had no certainty in this approach. However, if he had not stopped Seiji then, he would have been unable to annihilate the entire ninja squad. Through his attempt, he discovered that those under Takamagara's influence experienced a certain degree of alteration in their desires. Although this was not a complete domination of the mind like the other celestial beings, it was sufficient to exert partial influence. After affecting Hyuga Seiji's mind, he flawlessly achieved his objective, the total eradication of the ninja squad. Another reason for his unscathed condition was the instantaneous nature of the dojutsu ninjutsu. After killing Hyuga Seiji, he immediately cast Takamagara on another Hyuga Chunin, manipulating him to release ninjutsu, then promptly dispelled the dojutsu's control. Instantly, he took control of another Hyuga Chunin and forced him to release ninjutsu. Under such rapid successive operations, the 7 Chunin inflicted no harm upon him and were wiped out outright. After carefully savoring the various impressions of this battle, he opened the system interface. Having now slain Hyuga Seiji and 7 Chunin, his evolution level had reached Bakugan 336. Although several members of the Hyuga clan remained alive, his Dokiryoku had dwindled to only 10%, his remaining Dokiryoku reserved for maintaining the Bakugan. This amount of Dokiryoku could sustain the Bakugan at full power for only half an hour. He estimated that the Konoha ANBU reinforcements summoned by the security division should be arriving soon. It was time for him to make his exit. Surveying the corpses on the ground, Hyuga Tsukimi began packing up. Once finished, his figure vanished from the spot. At this moment, Kayatani Atsushi and Uchiha Tetsuhi, among others, finally arrived at the Aoba forest, engulfed in roaring flames. Staring at the fiery forest, Kukawa Hineo's face turned ashen as he cursed, "Damn the Hyuga clan. Enough talk. Extinguish the fire first," Kayatani Atsushi said grimly. Then, glancing at the amused faces of Uchiha Tetsuhi and his companions, he added, "I'll leave it to the security division." Uchiha Tetsuhi could not help but chuckle. With a blaze this large, our numbers alone are insufficient. Let us call in the ANBU for backup. Kayatani Atsushi's face darkened with fury at Tetsuhi's schadenfreude. In the past, it was always the ANBU monitoring the Uchiha clan. When did the tables turn? And the Uchiha began watching the ANBU's misfortunes? But the situation was beyond his control. Kayatani Atsushi lowered his posture with a formal 90-degree bow and said, "Much obliged." Seeing Kayatani Atsushi humbled, Uchiha Tetsuhi and the others dispersed to commence water-style techniques to douse the flames. Watching their figures fade into the smoke-filled forest, Kayatani Atsushi swore to himself that he would report to the Hokage precisely how the Hyuga clan had been acting with utter lawlessness. They were showing complete disregard for the Hokage's authority. Amidst the forest ablaze with fierce fire, Uchiha Itachi moved like a ghost through the inferno. His eyes revealed the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. He refused to believe that this conflagration was the work of Hyuga Nadar, who was known only for exploiting the branch family. He sought the truth. Then he spotted a Hyuga ninja igniting the forest with fire-style jutsu. Without hesitation, he vanished from sight using the body flicker technique. Instantly, a kunai pressed against the opponent's neck. "Cease your jutsu immediately. Otherwise, I will arrest you for treason against the village." Uchiha Itachi's cold voice whispered into the Hyuga ninja's ear. Noticing the ANBU attire and the 3 tomo Sharingan in the visitor's eyes, the Hyuga instantly recognized the identity of this visitor, the Uchiha clan's prodigy. The one who walked against his own kin, Uchiha Itachi. His eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness, but he ceased his jutsu and spoke coldly, "Uchiha brat, we are apprehending the murderer who killed members of our Hyuga clan and stole the Bakugan. According to the rules established at Konoha's founding, we are protecting the village's bloodline limits from being leaked. If you obstruct me, are you aiding the murderer?" Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed. Someone was attacking the Hyuga clan? Hunting the Bakugan? He felt inexplicably that a major incident was unfolding. Without hesitation, he pressed the kunai deeper into the Hyuga's neck, piercing the skin and letting blood seep forth. Then, his gaze icy, he said, "Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I guarantee you will suffer." Feeling the stabbing pain in his neck, the Hyuga's eyes narrowed sharply. Uchiha Itachi was serious this time, yet he had no intention of hiding the truth. After all, Hyuga Nadar's actions were so conspicuous that the village surely knew, and the ANBU could not be ignorant either. So he recounted everything in detail. Upon hearing that several Hyuga clan members had died in succession over the past 2 days, Uchiha Itachi immediately sensed the scent of conspiracy. This was a premeditated assassination targeting the Hyuga clan. But who was the culprit? Soon, like Hyuga Hayasu, he ruled out any forces outside the village and focused his attention within Konoha itself. He cast his gaze toward the direction of Konoha, his eyes clouded with a somber haze. In a time when the village and the Uchiha clan were so deeply at odds, those people still harbored ambitions of power and gain. They did not even pause to consider how such actions would provoke the Hyuga clan. With that thought fleeting through his mind, he sheathed the kunai that had been pressed against the neck of the Hyuga ninja and spoke in a cold voice, "I shall report this matter to the Hokage-sama. The Hokage-sama will see to it." Observing Itachi Uchiha's indifferent expression, the Hyuga ninja scoffed disdainfully before departing without another word. Meanwhile, as Itachi Uchiha entered the Umbu and security divisions, Hyuga Tsukimi had already bypassed the Aoba forest. Relying on his exceptionally keen eyesight, he evaded the numerous Umbu and security division shinobi rushing toward the forest. Later, when Konoha mobilized a large number of personnel to combat the fire, he was leisurely reclining back on his hospital bed. From his hospital bed, Hyuga Tsukimi gazed out at the towering flames and billowing black smoke and murmured slowly, "Truly, a most peculiar spectacle." At the very moment Hyuga Tsukimi returned to Konoha Hospital, all that had transpired in the Aoba forest had already been reported into the hands of Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga clan estate, head of the family's residence. Tatami room. A breeze swept through the room, dispersing the steam rising from the teacup before Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga Mitsumasa stood beside him, his gaze grave. Have Nagi and Seiji's parties found no bodies at all? Hyuga Hizashi's voice was cold, his eyes as frigid as frost. A burning, uncontainable fury blazed within his heart. He could still accept the losses among the Hyuga clan's common folk. After all, they were merely unworthy individuals. But the losses suffered by the branch of Hyuga Nagi, the elder of the shadow, were immense. So great that it pained him deeply. 3 ordinary Jonin, 1 elite Jonin, and over a dozen Chunin, these constituted the backbone of the Hyuga clan. Under the current circumstances in Konoha, such a blow was enough to shake the Hyuga clan to its core. Moreover, after losing so many hands, he did not even know who was behind the attack on the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hisashi lifted his head and fixed Hyuga Mitsumasa with a cold, detached gaze. Order all clan members scattered across the nations to lay down their tasks and return to the clan immediately. Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Mitsumasa's eyes revealed shock. Hyuga Hisashi had already commanded more than half of the Hyuga clan members to return to the village, a number that was already staggering. Currently, over 100 Chunin and 3 Jonin had returned to the clan. Should all Hyuga clan members be summoned back, including those from branch and main families, even after the losses of Nagi's branch, the clan's strength within the village would approach the magnitude of nearly 10 Jonin and 200 Chunin. Such power was extraordinarily formidable, yet, such a course was not without cost. The prestige of the Hyuga clan's noble house was maintained not only by their bloodline limit, but also because many clan members operated throughout the shinobi world, earning wealth and acquiring resources. If all clan members were suddenly summoned back to Konoha, many enterprises would be temporarily abandoned. Even if those members returned, reclaiming these enterprises would not be instantaneous, and significant financial losses would be inevitable. Head of the family, is this truly necessary? Hyuga Mitsumasa could not help but speak. Even his brief estimation made him feel the losses were already astronomical, excruciatingly painful. Mitsumasa, you must understand that every endeavor demands sacrifice. In making this decision, the Hyuga clan will indeed suffer greatly, but once we gain control over the security division, all of this will be restored. Indeed, we shall gain even more. Those lurking in the shadows possess such voracious appetites that they believe they can swallow my Hyuga branch whole. Let us see if they dare to strike at the Hyuga clan united as one. Hyuga Hisashi's eyes darkened with icy resolve. His mind was made up. He was determined to seize authority over the security division and simultaneously crush those who dared to assault the Hyuga clan so brazenly. He would make them understand that the honor of the Hyuga clan was not to be defiled. Seeing Hyuga Hisashi's unwavering determination, Hyuga Mitsumasa immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Very well, head of the family. As Hyuga Mitsumasa rose to leave, Hyuga Hisashi suddenly added, also, deploy the caged bird technique within the clan estate to sense the locations of the branch family shinobi. Search every suspicious site thoroughly. At the same time, order all clan members below Jonin rank to remain within the clan estate. No one is to leave. Hyuga Mitsumasa paused briefly, then respectfully replied, as you command. With those words, he turned and departed to carry out Hyuga Hisashi's orders. Watching Hyuga Mitsumasa's retreating figure, Hyuga Hisashi slowly finished the tea on the table before rising. The incident in the Aoba forest had caused a great uproar. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had undoubtedly received the full report as well. He needed to meet with the esteemed Hokage. While the losses among his clan pained him deeply, since they had already occurred, he would leverage them to his advantage. Having lost Hyuga, he could no longer wait until the Elder Council meeting to vie for power. Today he would make his move. At the very moment Hyuga Hisashi resolved this course, in Konoha Hospital, room 407. Lying on the hospital bed, Hyuga Tsukimi lifted his head and looked at the person entering the room. Why have you come? Our appointment time has not yet arrived. Has it? Hafuga Siko regarded Hyuga Tsukimi, clad in hospital garb, with a detached expression. Danzo-sama is concerned about you and sent me to check on you. Upon hearing this, a subtle hint of puzzlement flickered across Hyuga Tsukimi's face. Concerned about me? Has something happened? Nothing major. It's just that the Hyuga clan was attacked. Danzo-sama fears that those assailants might become reckless enough to target you here in the hospital. So he sent me to check, Hafuga Siko replied coolly. At her words, Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes shifted slightly. It seemed that his actions in the Aoba forest had already reached Danzo's ears. This was only natural. The blaze had been so enormous that anyone unaware would be blind. However, he intended to test just how much Danzo had learned. Did he know only that someone had attacked the Hyuga clan? Still knowing the precise casualties within the Hyuga clan, the disparity between these two sets of data provides a direct insight into Danzo's grasp over Konoha. The more he understands Root, the better he can adapt on the fly to eliminate Root itself. Who was responsible? Did the attackers target only the main family, or were both the main and branch families indiscriminately victimized? Hyuga Tsukimi's expression remained indifferent. Having already been tested by Danzo, he no longer needed to feign the appearance of someone willing to lay down his life for the main family. The assailants' identities and numbers remain unknown, but they were highly professional. After their attack, they erased all traces from the battlefield. However, no Hyuga bodies were found on the scene. Perhaps your clan members are still alive. Do not expend your energy on this matter. Of course, if you are worried, I can remain at the hospital to guard you. Moreover, Lord Danzo has specially promised that you may report to Root tomorrow and receive your rightful allocation of resources, Siko Hanzawa said calmly. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tsukimi's heart instantly grasped the situation. Though Danzo's control over Konoha was formidable, his infiltration into the noble clans remained weak. This could be inferred from Siko Hanzawa's words. The killing of Hyuga Sai and others was unknown to Danzo. Naturally, such intelligence would be elusive without noble clan ninjas joining Root. He had previously suspected as much, but now, with concrete proof, his understanding of Root deepened. Henceforth, some of his plans would likely be executed with greater assurance. After all, his Takamagara's most flawless execution rested on striking with superior intelligence, exploiting the information gap. He then spoke with a detached tone. No need. I doubt they would dare act within Konoha Hospital. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Danzo. I shall report to Root tomorrow. Hearing this, Siko Hanzawa nodded approvingly. When she learned of the attack on the Hyuga clan, she had speculated internally. She surmised with high probability it was a power struggle concerning the security division. Yet, regardless of the conflict, such battles could never extend to Konoha Hospital. This place symbolized Konoha's honor. To act here would compel the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to intervene personally. Then take good care of your recovery. I shall take my leave, Siko Hanzawa said calmly. Having spoken, she turned and exited the ward. After Siko Hanzawa's departure, Hyuga Tsukimi closed his eyes to rest. He still had matters to attend to that night. The explosive tags in the wasteland were far from fully planted. Moreover, having acquired the dojutsu, a new method had formed in his mind. In a few days, this would surely excite the Hyuga clan. However, not long after Siko Hanzawa left, Hyuga Tsukimi sensed his chakra beginning to stir erratically. The caged bird curse seal on his forehead emitted a pale blue radiance. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. This sensation was all too familiar and utterly detestable. It was the main family using the caged bird technique to sense the branch family's location. He rose from the hospital bed and donned his standard ninja attire. He knew the main family would soon send someone. This was no surprise. 10 minutes later, a figure entered the ward. Yet upon seeing the visitor, Hyuga Tsukimi's heart stirred with mild surprise as he spoke. Lord Hikaru. Such a trivial matter as sensing the branch family's location. Why do you personally come? Hyuga Hikaru replied calmly. The clan head has decreed that no one below the rank of Jonin may leave the Hyuga territory, so I came to check on you. His gaze casually swept across the room. Hearing Hikaru's words, Hyuga Tsukimi's heart tightened. The prohibition against anyone below Jonin leaving the Hyuga lands was far from good news. Though Chunin were fewer in number, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. If he only targeted Jonin, given the current situation, in less than a fortnight, the Hyuga clan would have no Jonin left for him to ambush. Jonin were the elite force, and especially Jonin with bloodline limits like those of the Hyuga. If they were frequently killed without the culprit being found, Konoha would be placed under martial law, and the upper echelons would unite in response. Yet he understood that the Hyuga clan's measures were a consequence of how many of their members he had slain. He must find a solution. Otherwise, his hunting progress would be delayed. But how could he afford to fall behind? Unless he rapidly improved his strength, when the true night of clan annihilation came, he would lack the capability to destroy the entire Hyuga clan. He must resolve this problem. He then wore a slightly puzzled expression and deliberately asked, Has something happened? Hyuga Tsukimi posed this question intentionally, for Hyuga Hikaru was unaware that Root had just been here. Hikaru looked toward Tsukimi and said lightly, Do not worry. It's nothing serious. You should focus on your recovery. The clan head remembers well the contributions you have made to the family. If there are no urgent matters in the coming days, stay within the hospital. Once healed, return immediately to the security division to resume your duties. Listening to Hikaru's words, Hyuga Tsukimi sneered inwardly. What a masterful act. Nothing serious. Yet the noble Hyuga clan was so shaken and fearful, treating every rustle as a threat, forbidding anyone below Jonin from leaving the clan lands. Yet his expression remained respectfully composed as he replied, Understood, Lord Hikaru. Hikaru nodded and then turned to leave. He had merely come to confirm Tsukimi's whereabouts and to remind this branch family member not to forget to report to the security division instead of lingering in the hospital. After watching Hikaru depart, Hyuga Tsukimi sat back on the bed and began an intense mental brainstorming session. The clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, had issued the lockdown order on the Hyuga territory. What might Hayashi do next? A sly smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated. Given that political creature's modus operandi, he would undoubtedly seek an audience with the Hokage and strive to offset his losses. And what better way to compensate than to take a bite out of the security division? Although the Council of Elders meeting has yet to convene, the Hyuga clan suffered a grievous loss of many members while serving in the Uchiha clan's security division. This is a clear dereliction of duty. It was precisely this thought that brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Hyuga Tsukimi's heart. The Uchiha are now his comrades. If Hyuga Hisashi truly takes this course of action, then he will have a means to extricate those Chunin from the clan territory. Without hesitation, he executed a clone technique. The clone then employed a transformation jutsu, becoming a bird that flew straight toward the security division. Not long after the bird entered the security division, Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the division and headed directly to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, cast a grim look at Hyuga Hisashi and said, "Hisashi, your actions will provoke the Uchiha clan's sensitive nerves. You are a member of this village. Can you not endure a bit more for the sake of the village?" Hyuga Hisashi's expression was heavy with sorrow as he replied, "Hokage-sama, it is not a matter of endurance. Present, an unidentified force is ruthlessly attacking members of the Hyuga clan, seeking to seize the Bakugan. If I do not personally intervene in the security division's affairs, I cannot rest easy nor explain myself to my clan. I act with the village's best interests in mind. For the bloodline limits must never be allowed to leak beyond Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Hisashi's pained expression with growing irritation. Since receiving intelligence from the Aoba forest, he had felt unease. And sure enough, it was not long before Hisashi arrived, reporting that someone was coveting the Bakugan and ruthlessly slaughtering the Hyuga clan. He did not trust the Uchiha clan's security capabilities. For the sake of his clan and to protect other bloodline-possessing ninja clans in the village from this threat, Hisashi had resolved to dispatch the clan's Jonin to directly participate in the security division's work. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered this matter to be nothing more than dogs biting each other's fur. His reasoning was that nearly all of the village's upper echelons tacitly accepted that the Uchiha would eventually be confronted. Only the timing was uncertain. Those with some measure of influence were eager to compete for the security division's authority that would be vacated after the Uchiha. In Hiruzen's view, Hisashi's blatant deployment of Hyuga Tsukimi into the security division would inevitably invite hostility. Although the current actions of those ninja clans were egregious, perhaps even having killed a branch of the Hyuga's main elder line, this was not the critical moment. Moreover, no bodies had been found. Perhaps the victims were still alive. Could the Hyuga clan not show greater discernment, consider the larger picture, and endure a while longer? Would it not be better to wait for the Council of Elders meeting, and once a consensus was reached, then make a move? Why foment internal strife now? Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly unwilling to permit Hisashi to send Jonin into the security division at this juncture. He did not wish to see matters spiral beyond his control. "Hisashi," Hiruzen began, but before he could finish, the office door was abruptly thrown open with a bang. Uchiha Fugaku appeared before them. His expression darkened. Both Hiruzen and Hisashi were taken aback. Why had Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared at the Hokage's office? The office doors stood wide open. The ANBU guards at the entrance exchanged awkward glances as they observed Fugaku standing inside. Just moments ago, Fugaku had forcefully barged in, and there was no way to stop him. At that moment, the voice of the third Hokage resounded from within the office. "Nishinaji, close the door and step back." Upon hearing this, Nishinaji felt as if granted reprieve, hurriedly closing the office door and quickly retreating with hurried steps. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the somber Fugaku with uncertainty. He was unsure what business brought Fugaku here at such haste. Yet, as Hokage and a master strategist, his reaction was swift. He immediately spoke. "Fugaku, you came in such a rush without even reporting first. Is there something urgent?" With this single sentence, he gracefully offered Fugaku a way to save face for his abrupt intrusion, while reaffirming the superior-subordinate relationship. The originally awkward atmosphere dissolved instantly, and the situation fell firmly under Hiruzen's control. Hyuga Hisashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes flickering with admiration. The old fox was indeed seasoned. The third Hokage had maintained control over Konoha for so many years. There were undoubtedly many lessons to be learned from him. "Hokage-sama, I believe you already understand without my saying," Hisashi continued. "After all, some have come demanding authority over the security division, even though they have yet to find the bodies of their clan members. I suspect this may well be a staged act. Set a fire and then use it as a pretext to attack the Uchiha, thereby seizing control of the security division. How convenient." As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, his gaze darkened as he turned to look at Hyuga Hisashi. Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but ache with a headache. He had anticipated that the Uchiha clan would become sensitive over this matter. The Uchiha were like those fragile souls who blushed red at the slightest provocation. Now, with what they held being threatened, how could they remain calm? Nonetheless, Hiruzen intended to speak first to soothe Fugaku. Though he had already summoned all the village's external ninja back and resolved that if the Uchiha showed any sign of rebellion, they would be swiftly suppressed. The situation had not yet reached that point. Even if it came to dealing with the Uchiha clan, it would have to be at the Council of Elders meeting, with unanimous agreement. He did not wish to shoulder the blame of annihilating a clan alone. Any such decision must be known, acknowledged, and approved by all the ninja clans. No one would be able to claim ignorance afterward. He would not bear that burden on his own. With these considerations, he was about to open his mouth to assuage Fugaku when Hyuga Hisashi spoke first. What do you mean by staged act? When did the Hyuga clan stoop so low as to deceive others with the lives of our clan members? Hisashi glared coldly at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, have you been off the battlefield for so long that you have even forgotten the practice of collecting enemy ninja corpses? He could never allow Fugaku Uchiha to portray this matter as a self-orchestrated scheme by the Hyuga clan. Therefore, he had to speak up and refute it. Otherwise, after having already lost so many subordinates, he would be left empty-handed, without even a morsel of meat to savor. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Fugaku Uchiha cast a disdainful glance at Hisashi Hyuga and remarked, "Who can say? After all, if someone truly valued their clan, how could they assign their own prodigy to the security division instead of letting him achieve great deeds elsewhere?" Hisashi Hyuga's temper flared in response to that contemptuous look. He retorted coldly, "I serve the village's interests, unlike certain individuals who cannot even properly raise their own sons, resulting in discord and estrangement." Seated in his chair, Hiruzen Sarutobi heard Hisashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha devolving into personal attacks. He immediately struck the table with his hand. Boom! The tremendous noise abruptly interrupted their quarrel, followed by Sarutobi's stern voice. "Enough! This is the Hokage's office. Do you still have any regard for me as the Hokage? If you want to argue, take it outside and have at it. You are the leaders of Konoha's noble houses, not shrews." Observing Sarutobi's wrathful demeanor, Hisashi Hyuga took a deep breath and said with a cold expression, "Hokage-sama, I harbor no intention of quarreling. I have come here today simply to seek justice." Sarutobi listened to Hisashi's unyielding words and felt a headache coming on. Are you really trying to force the Uchiha to rebel right now? You truly don't want this Hokage to enjoy even 2 proper meals, do you? But at that moment, Fugaku Uchiha's words stunned them both into silence. What justice do you seek? Isn't it simply the authority over the security division that you desire? You want that power? Very well, I shall grant it to you. Starting tomorrow, I will order all Uchiha clan members to leave their posts. Except for the prison, they shall go nowhere else. Let us see if the so-called Hyuga clan can bear the weight of Konoha's security division. Hisashi Hyuga's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Fugaku Uchiha. Surely he had not misheard? Had the Uchiha just so straightforwardly relinquished their authority? Hiruzen Sarutobi was also somewhat incredulous. No, if the Hyuga were to seize power like this, given the Uchiha clan's temperament, wouldn't they have erupted into violence immediately? Why are they handing over authority so readily now? He instinctively began to speak. Fugaku, don't speak in anger. Hisashi has not usurped power, but before he could finish, Fugaku Uchiha interrupted him sharply. What is this? Does the Hyuga clan's head believe the Hyuga cannot shoulder this heavy responsibility? Hisashi Hyuga looked upon Fugaku Uchiha's sullen face. Though he did not understand why Fugaku suddenly made this decision, wasn't this exactly what he desired? To gain control over the security division. He promptly declared, since the Uchiha do not wish to bear this responsibility, it naturally falls upon the Hyuga clan. With that, he turned to the bewildered Sarutobi and said, Hokage-sama, please bear witness. I do not seek to usurp power. Rather, the Uchiha clan themselves have surrendered the security division. Sarutobi felt a twinge of helplessness. How had things come to this? He looked at the grim Fugaku Uchiha and the eager Hisashi Hyuga. Something about this situation felt amiss. Yet, with the dispute having reached this point, could he force the Uchiha to continue their duties against their will? Given the Uchiha clan's nature, if they refused, they would simply cease their efforts. Fortunately, Fugaku Uchiha had not entirely withdrawn from the security division but had retained responsibility for the prison's custody. This left some room for maneuver and the possibility of bringing the matter before the Council of Elders. At this thought, Sarutobi regarded Fugaku Uchiha with a peculiar feeling. Could it be that Fugaku still harbored hopes that the Council of Elders would speak on behalf of the Uchiha? Just then, Hisashi Hyuga's impatient voice rang out. Hokage-sama. Seeing Hisashi's eager expression, Sarutobi inhaled deeply and exhaled a smoke ring slowly. The time for words had passed. He needed to make a decision. Fugaku, the authority over the security division was not bestowed upon you by me alone, but granted by the entire Konoha village at the Council of Elders meeting. If you now insist on abandoning your duties in the security division, I shall have no choice but to temporarily entrust its responsibilities to Hisashi. However, the final determination regarding the security division will be made at the upcoming Council of Elders meeting in a few days. As he finished speaking, excitement sparkled in Hisashi Hyuga's eyes. He had not expected such a significant gain from this visit to the Hokage's office. He immediately responded, I have always supported Hokage-sama and the Council of Elders. I will abide by their decisions. A trace of mockery flickered across Fugaku Uchiha's gaze. Then, I shall take my leave, Hokage-sama. With that, Fugaku Uchiha turned and departed. After his exit, Hisashi Hyuga also took his leave. At last, only Hiruzen Sarutobi remained alone in the office, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. He had never imagined matters would unfold in such a manner. Yet there was nothing he could do. With the dispute at such a point, if he opposed Hisashi's temporary stewardship of the security division, to whom else could he entrust it? The root or the umbu? He had long intended to prevent root's power from expanding. The umbu already bore too many responsibilities and were ill-suited for this task. Beyond root and umbu, only the Hyuga clan remained. Unless he immediately convened a special assembly of the lesser ninja clan's leaders, but that was unnecessary. It would be too troublesome and would directly ignite conflict between the Uchiha and the village. With no other options, he could only allow Hisashi Hyuga to temporarily assume most of the security division's authority. After all, at the Council of Elders meeting, he had ample means to restrain the Hyuga clan. As the power struggle in the Hokage's office drew to a close, Itachi Uchiha sat in the umbu office, gazing at a map marked with a red line, his eyes brimming with deep contemplation. After extracting intelligence about the Hyuga clan through relentless interrogation, he commenced tracking the trail of the culprit who had slain the Hyuga. The trail, however, proved elusive. It was only upon employing the Mangekyo Sharingan that he could barely reconstruct a single retreat route. The red line on the map represented the path Uchiha Itachi had painstakingly pieced together. Yet, the more he scrutinized it, the more perplexed he became. Judging by this trajectory, the adversary would have to stride straight through 3 layers of defense comprising the umbu, the security division, and root, to penetrate Konoha directly. But that was impossible. Even if root were involved in the Aoba forest raid, the umbu would never partake, and the Uchiha, amid the volcanic turmoil, would certainly not be complicit. If one considered it from this perspective, matters became intriguing. This faction, whose identity and numbers remained unknown, had brazenly breached every overt and covert watchtower of Konoha and infiltrated the village itself. Such capability was far beyond what a minor or medium shinobi clan could achieve. But if it was not the work of mid-tier clans, then accomplishing this feat must have involved Konoha's noble houses intervening personally, colluding with at least 2 departments, either the security division with the umbu or the umbu with root. Yet, such a scenario was inconceivable. If this possibility was dismissed, then only a conceivable explanation remained: the involvement of a Kage-level shinobi. However, there were scarcely any such figures openly residing within Konoha. Presently, the Kage-level shinobi remaining in the village included Uchiha Fugaku, who concealed the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Hyuga clan head, Hisashi Hyuga, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the enigmatic Kage-level shinobi, Danzo Shimura, suspected of harboring numerous hidden trump cards. Finally, there was himself, who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Outside Konoha, there were a few more Kage-level shinobi: the rogue Orochimaru, the lecherous sage Jiraiya, and Konoha's princess, Tsunade. None of these individuals had any motive to massacre the Hyuga clan. Even Orochimaru, despite his defection, would not attack the Hyuga, for there was no advantage to be gained. The Bakugan's power was of no interest to him. As these thoughts surfaced, a chilling notion emerged in Uchiha Itachi's mind. Could it be that within Konoha itself, there lurked a concealed Kage-level shinobi? One who, hidden in the shadows, had deliberately orchestrated the assault on the Hyuga clan? What was this individual's identity? What was their motive? Gazing at the map in his hand, unease began to settle within Itachi's heart. He yearned to report this matter at once to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet he found himself unable to explain how he had deduced the retreat route. It was through the Mangekyo Sharingan. This ace up his sleeve was a secret weapon he intended to reserve for protecting his younger brother after bearing the full weight of responsibility. He would not deploy it lightly. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Itachi set the map ablaze. He resolved to investigate independently, and once he uncovered clues, He would then find a way to report his findings to the third Hokage. Armed with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he harbored no fear of ordinary Kage-level shinobi. Without delay, Itachi rose and stepped out of the office. The instant he emerged, the piercing sunlight caused him to narrow his eyes. Then, with a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from sight. The sun, suspended high above, silently observed Uchiha Itachi before beginning its slow descent westward, following the eternal cycle of sunrise and moonset, moonrise and sunset. When the sun disappeared and the moonlight emerged, a shadow silently slipped into Konoha Hospital's room 407. The clan leader has already set your plan in motion. Now it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Standing beside the bedside, Uchiha Tsukimi fixed a cold gaze upon Hyuga Tsukimi. Earlier that day, Hyuga Tsukimi had infiltrated the security division using the clone technique and then proposed a bargain. In exchange for possessing enough explosive tags to destroy Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Fugaku would voluntarily relinquish the security division's authority, except for retaining control of the prison to conceal the prior Hyuga casualties caused by Tsukimi. All other rights would be transferred to the Hyuga clan. Now, Uchiha Tsukimi had come to collect the final payment. Hyuga Tsukimi produced a ninjutsu scroll from within his robes and spoke lightly. Why would I deceive you? Here you are. He tossed the explosive tag scroll to Uchiha Tsukimi. Taking the scroll in hand, Uchiha Tsukimi inspected it carefully. Upon confirming the vast number of explosive tags contained within, a trace of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he looked at Hyuga Tsukimi. Such a quantity of explosive tags. How did a branch member of the Hyuga manage to acquire so many? These are not inexpensive. He immediately asked, do you have any more explosive tags? No matter how many, the Uchiha want them all. At these words, Hyuga Tsukimi barely bothered to respond. He himself lacked sufficient explosive tags. The remnants from the village hidden in the leaves of heat could at most produce 10 scrolls of explosive tags. He had buried one at the hospital, which was enough for Uchiha. The remaining 8 had significant use for him. For instance, in a few days, he planned to test controlling a shinobi through his dojutsu and then remotely detonate the explosive tag scroll to see how many shinobi he could eliminate. He then brusquely urged the visitor away. Do you think I could obtain more? Explosive tags are not cheap. If there's nothing else, you may leave. It wouldn't be good if someone discovered you coming here at night. A hint of regret flashed in Uchiha Tsukimi's eyes, but he nodded and promptly slipped out through the window. Once he disappeared, Hyuga Tsukimi closed his eyes to rest. He still needed to dig up more explosive tags and had to preserve his strength. Cool moonlight cascaded through layer upon layer of dense foliage. In the desolate, abandoned district, Hyuga Tsukimi, clad in a black cloak with a hood and wearing a black mask, deftly plucked a single explosive tag using a kunai in his hand. Possessing an advanced Bakugan, the explosive tags hidden within the desolate district of the village, hidden in the leaves of heat shone like beacons to him, making the search remarkably convenient. The kunai in his hand danced freely, and one explosive tag after another slid into his palm. While he toiled diligently to repay the Hyuga clan through his efforts, outside the abandoned district, Uchiha Itachi wandered aimlessly across rooftops and utility poles. His eyes reflected deep contemplation. Where could the hidden Kage-level shinobi possibly be concealed? Within the span of a single day, he had already covertly investigated every conceivable location. The territories of various ninja clans, inns where outsiders lodged, and even the root division, all had been entered under some pretext. Under the scrutiny of his Mangekyo Sharingan, the unidentified Kage-level powerhouse had not manifested in any of these places. Could it be that this Kage-level adversary was concealed within the home of a civilian? Contemplating this possibility, Itachi Uchiha felt a chill crawl over his scalp. If that were truly the case, the difficulty in uncovering the intruder would be immense. The population of Konoha numbered 100,000. To search for a deliberately disguised Kage-level warrior among them was akin to seeking a needle in a vast ocean. At this thought, a weight settled heavily upon his heart. Gazing upon the desolate district before him, he stepped forward and descended directly into it. Before his eyes lay the somber, silent forest. Itachi's gaze reflected a touch of wistfulness. His younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, had always clung to him, begging to be taught ninjutsu and kunai throwing techniques. He loved his brother dearly. Whenever time permitted, he would bring Sasuke to this forsaken area, where they would play and learn side by side. This place was steeped in memories shared between the two siblings. Reflecting upon his brother, a shadow of melancholy crossed Itachi's eyes. He made a decision. He hoped, in time, his brother would come to understand. With a complex mixture of emotions, he slowly advanced into the abandoned district, drinking in the all-too-familiar scenery. Itachi's eyes brimmed with longing. Suddenly, his figure halted. His eyes instantly turned a vivid scarlet, and within the center of each pupil appeared a black dot. Around this dot, a black ring emerged, from which extended 3 willow leaf-shaped tomo markings. Finally, 3 black dots appeared, each positioned between the individual tomo. He had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi lowered his gaze to the fine, hair-thin transparent thread beneath his feet. Moments ago, he had nearly kicked this nearly invisible filament. That slender thread had instantly dissolved all his complex emotions. For such transparent threads were commonly used by ninjas as alarm traps during missions. Alarm traps in the abandoned district? In an instant, Itachi connected the events unfolding before him with the inexplicable assault on the Hyuga clan. By all logic, the abandoned district was merely akin to a park within Konoha. It was a place for leisurely strolls with perhaps a few ninjas practicing jutsu. The presence of an alarm trap in the dead of night was highly abnormal. Thus, he directly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Regardless of whether his suspicions were accurate, prudence dictated a cautious approach. This was the vigilance expected of a covert squad captain. Whoosh! In a flash, the chakra and life energy radiating from Itachi vanished swiftly. His form melded seamlessly into the darkness, becoming utterly undetectable, like a phantom lurking within the shadows. He darted forward rapidly, disturbing not a single alarm trap. Hyuga Tsukimi carefully rolled up the ninjutsu scroll in his hands. He had been working in the abandoned district for an hour already. A prepared scroll containing a detonation tag was complete. To be cautious and avoid exposure, he planned to withdraw for the time being. Then, turning his head to survey the surroundings, he suddenly spotted a black shadow hurtling toward him like lightning. Tsukimi's eyes narrowed sharply. He had been exposed. There was no time to ponder further. Instinctively, he prepared to activate Takamagara. Yet, almost simultaneously, a voice rang out, "Tsukimi, Takamagara." Golden eyes met crimson ones in the air. 2 formidable ocular jutsu were unleashed at once. Takamagara instantly seized control of Itachi Uchiha's 5 senses, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. At the same moment, both Itachi and Hyuga Tsukimi's gazes grew vacant. Together, they were plunged into the illusion of Tsukimi. In the midst of an endless plain stood a cross. Crimson light poured down from the heavens. Clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask, Hyuga Tsukimi was tightly bound to the cross by black chains. Tsukimi stared at the iron chains restraining his limbs. He knew he had entered the realm of Tsukimi's illusion. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he also sensed the successful activation of Takamagara. In other words, within this time-stopped illusion, he was ensnared by Itachi's Tsukimi. But in the real world, Itachi was caught in his Takamagara. Truly, a mutual torment. At that moment, Itachi's voice broke the silence. "Who are you?" Tsukimi lifted his head, meeting Itachi's cold gaze. Instantly, he comprehended a great deal. He was trapped within Tsukimi, yet his outward appearance was a disguised facade. Meaning, as long as he remained silent, there was no risk of exposure. With this realization, he resolved not to continue this game within Tsukimi. According to the principles of dispelling ocular illusions, by expending a vast amount of ocular power and mental stamina, he could break free from Tsukimi. Thus, he closed his eyes. Itachi watched Tsukimi's closed lids with a cold sneer. "Do you think that by remaining silent, I am powerless against you? In this world, I control all factors, time, place, mass, and more. The suffering you endure here will mirror exactly what you experience in reality." As he spoke, countless Itachis brandishing ninjato appeared before the cross. They advanced slowly, preparing to administer torment. Yet, at that very moment, the entire Tsukimi space began to tremble. Disbelief flickered in Itachi's eyes. Tsukimi was powered by the ocular strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan. To forcibly dispel such an illusion required ocular power on par with his own and extraordinary mental fortitude. Furthermore, breaking free would drain immense ocular power and mental energy. However, logically speaking, in this world, it is inconceivable that anyone could possess ocular prowess comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi. His eyes are none other than the Mangekyo Sharingan. The inscriptions on the clan's ancestral shrine, explicitly revealed by the sage of the 6 paths, clearly declare that the eyes of the Uchiha clan stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. How could there possibly be any other eyes not of the Mangekyo Sharingan that rival his ocular power? Yet, the impossible unfolded right before Uchiha Itachi's very eyes. Those pale golden irises opened once again, cold and merciless. An overwhelming surge of terrifying ocular power erupted instantaneously. In but a fleeting moment, the Tsukimi space was obliterated. The world forged by Genjutsu collapsed outright. In the very next instant, Hyuga Tsukimi returned to the real world, his complexion as pale as parchment. He had expended 70% of his ocular power to forcibly break free from Tsukimi, simultaneously suffering a massive drain of his mental energy. At that moment, his head throbbed as if pricked by needles, and his legs felt as if mired in quicksand, utterly immobilized. The first action he took was to lower his gaze. Since Tsukimi is a visual genjutsu, merely seeing Uchiha Itachi's eyes meant inevitable entrapment. By lowering his head, he could circumvent this threat. Moreover, with the capabilities of his Bakugan, even with his head bowed, he could maintain a 360-degree, unobstructed awareness of the battlefield. The second thing he did after lowering his head was unleash the senbon, accompanied by a voice devoid of emotion. Hundreds of senbon needles from his pouch swept toward Uchiha Itachi like a torrential downpour. His ocular power severely depleted, his head aching as if pierced by needles, and his chakra in disarray. He had to buy time for recovery. Nothing was more effective at this juncture than sheer mastery of the art of projectile weaponry. However, Uchiha Itachi acted simultaneously. Both he and Hyuga Tsukimi lowered their heads nearly in unison, their faces pale. Forcibly dispelling Takamagara, Itachi also suffered discomfort from the exertion. Facing the storm of senbon needles hurtling toward him, Uchiha Itachi retaliated with an equivalent barrage of projectile weapons. Several kunai were flung directly at Hyuga Tsukimi. Kunai clashed with senbon midair. Clang! The sharp ring of metal meeting metal suddenly resounded. The fierce collision sparked terrifying showers of sparks. Neither Hyuga Tsukimi nor Uchiha Itachi yielded an inch in the face of the other's offensive, prepared to endure this wave of assault head-on. They both understood their opponent's intentions clearly. Each sought to restore the flow of chakra first. Neither were purely taijutsu specialists. They could not simply use swift body movements to close in on the other, for by the time they reached their opponent, the other would have already restored chakra flow, gaining the upper hand in a fully primed state to suppress the opponent's compromised condition. A forceful flash step could avoid the damage from this volley of projectile weapons, but it would also mean a complete descent into disadvantage thereafter. Why did they strive to recover chakra flow before the other? Because, for those who are not solely taijutsu users, the strongest state is only achieved when chakra is actively flowing. Countless powerful ninjutsu could annihilate an opponent whose state was less than optimal in an instant. Batter. Blood blossomed across Hyuga Tsukimi's body. Hud. Scores of senbon were embedded in most parts of Uchiha Itachi's torso. It could be said that both combatants were wounded everywhere except where their hands shielded their faces. Yet, at that very moment, both moved. Hyuga Tsukimi and Uchiha Itachi leapt backward almost simultaneously, hands forming seals. Fire release, phoenix flower technique. Water release, mist concealment technique. Two voices sounded in unison. Dozens of phoenix seed-like flames assaulted Hyuga Tsukimi from all directions, sealing off every place where he might land. At the same time, an ominous thick mist spread throughout the forest. Without hesitation, Hyuga Tsukimi employed a substitution technique to evade the phoenix fire, then swiftly turned and departed. If he did not retreat now, should the umbu or root arrive, he would be forced to battle the entire leaf village alone. He was not a fool. He lacked such strength. Uchiha Itachi sprang forth from the mist, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. He knew his adversary had fled. He understood the reason for the escape, the fear of drawing the attention of the leaf village by continuing the fight. Standing upright, he began plucking the senbon embedded in his body one by one, while pondering this sudden encounter. First, why had the opponent come to the abandoned district in the dead of night, and why had so many warning traps been set up? Was there some secret hidden here? Or was it that the opponent intended to conduct a transaction with someone from Konoha, but had been unexpectedly discovered by him? After contemplating the adversary's motives, he began to organize the intelligence gained from tonight's confrontation with Hyuga Tsukimi. The foremost was that terrifying ocular jutsu, an ocular technique that could rival the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had never heard of such a thing. It was impossible. According to the inscriptions Itachi had studied, the eyes of the Uchiha descended from Indra, the son of the sage of the six paths, and were the strongest in the shinobi world. There could be no equal. Recalling those pale golden eyes, a weight settled heavily upon Uchiha Itachi's heart. He had expended 80% of his ocular power and dreadful mental energy to unravel the opponent's ocular jutsu. In other words, if he were caught again, he would be utterly at the mercy of the enemy. The emergence of such a perilous individual demanded immediate reporting to the third Hokage. The thought passed swiftly, and he headed directly toward the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tsukimi tended to his injuries in an alley, reflecting on the battle. Uchiha Itachi, one could call him wicked, label him a traitor, but never dismiss him as weak. He had broken through Tsukuyami at the cost of 70% of his ocular power. If caught again, he would endure 72 hours of torment. Once subjected to such punishment, he would be no different from a lamb led to slaughter. Next time, in facing this opponent, the first priority would be to guard against Tsukuyami. Ideally, from a great distance, he would strike Uchiha Itachi first with Takamagara, seizing the initiative. He believed that since breaking Tsukuyami had cost so much, Itachi's expenditure could not have been insignificant either. If taken lightly, their responses could never be identical. Pondering this, he involuntarily glanced toward the abandoned district. There still remained the explosive tags from Kajiro village that he had yet to retrieve. Having just engaged in an encounter with Itachi Uchiha, he anticipated that retrieving them alone would prove challenging. For he firmly believed that Itachi Uchiha would promptly report the recent incident to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Subsequently, the Umbu would undoubtedly commence surveillance over the abandoned district. Attempting to retrieve the tags alone would be exceedingly difficult. But that was of no concern. Did he not still have allies, the Uchiha clan? While it might take him many days to retrieve the tags solo with sufficient manpower, it could be accomplished in a remarkably brief span. It simply required meticulous planning. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward the Hokage's office. Presumably, Itachi Uchiha had already gone to report to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, despite Itachi's immediate departure to see Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had no intention of seeking out Fugaku Uchiha at this moment. The Umbu's surveillance was now an established fact. Rather than recklessly approaching Fugaku Uchiha and risking provoking the Uchiha clan, it was wiser to return to Konoha Hospital first and establish an alibi. Only after collecting the reward given by Danzo the following day would he carefully strategize and launch a decisive operation. As this line of thought passed through his mind, Hyuga Tsukimi executed a swift body flicker technique, heading toward Konoha Hospital. Meanwhile, at the Sarutobi clan estate, the Patriarch's residence and reception tea room, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat before a desk, his attire disheveled and appearance unkempt, his eyes betraying anxiety. Opposite him, seated cross-legged, was Itachi Uchiha. Though abruptly roused from sleep in the dead of night, Itachi bore no hint of displeasure, for he understood that an event significant enough to warrant such a late summons could not be trivial. Has the Uchiha clan rebelled? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, his unease mounting. Itachi's expression grew solemn as he replied, Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan has not rebelled. At least, not yet. The matter concerns another issue entirely. Within the village lurks a deeply concealed, ANBU-level shinobi endowed with an exceptionally potent ocular genjutsu. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a momentary relief. After all, the gravest concern for Konoha at present was the Uchiha clan. If the problem lay elsewhere, it was somewhat less alarming, at least in his mind. However, when Itachi continued with further details, Sarutobi's pupils dilated with shock. There is an ANBU-level shinobi in Konoha who possesses ocular genjutsu? As a seasoned ANBU-level veteran who had participated in the three great ninja wars, Hiruzen Sarutobi was acutely aware of the devastating power of ocular genjutsu, visual illusions that invariably ensnared the victim. Coupled with ANBU-level strength, such a formidable individual was a terrifying presence. When had such a figure appeared within Konoha? Impatiently, he demanded, Itachi, when did you discover this individual? Have you uncovered any clues regarding his identity? His face tightened with tension. With the Uchiha clan's status precarious, neither fully rebelling nor fully loyal, the sudden emergence of an uncontrollable ANBU-level shinobi unnerved him profoundly. In response, Itachi recounted the encounter he and Hyuga Tsukimi had experienced. Concealing the existence of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he linked this incident to the recent assault on the Hyuga clan. After Itachi finished his narration, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. So, according to your speculation, the Hyuga clan members were most likely slain by this unidentified formidable shinobi. His appearance in the abandoned district late at night strongly suggests he was meeting with some faction within the village's ninja clans. Is that your inference? As he spoke, Sarutobi's frustration became palpable. He had been adamant in recent times. No internal strife, no civil conflict. The Uchiha issue remained unresolved. Yet now outsiders had been brought in to clash with the Hyuga clan. His anger surged fiercely. Do you even comprehend the meaning of the Konoha spirit? Where leaves flutter, the flame burns eternal. The fire's light shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the growth of new leaves. Under this noble spirit of Konoha, how could you commit such acts? Yes, Lord Hokage. Itachi inclined his head. On the way here I pondered carefully. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, It seems highly probable that the Hyuga clan members were eliminated by this unidentified shinobi. Such a figure venturing into the abandoned district at night and setting numerous traps must have intended to rendezvous with a certain ninja clan within the village. Otherwise, his motives remain inexplicable, surely not merely to admire the moon in the dead of night. Following this line of thought, the picture becomes clearer. Hyuga Hayashi dispatched Hyuga Tsukimi into the security division to gain influence. Some factions within the village, unable to tolerate this, colluded to hire this ANBU-level shinobi to assassinate members of the Hyuga clan as a warning. Do not meddle with the security division. The absence of bodies on the battlefield aligns with this theory. It is likely that the Hyuga main family S members were not killed but rather detained, serving as hostages to prevent further interference in the security division S affairs. Everyone knows how fanatical the Hyuga clan is about protecting the Bakugan, even developing the caged bird technique. While the branch family S Bakugan can be destroyed by this technique, the main family S cannot. If this is a power struggle, it would be illogical to kill the main family members. Abduction as hostages makes more sense. These people lack any sense of the greater good. Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed angrily, pounding his fist heavily upon the table with a resonant thud. Fixing his gaze coldly upon Itachi, he declared, "Since these factions wish to play such games, we shall play along." Fugaku Uchiha transferred the security division S authority to Hyuga Hayashi. "Tonight, you disrupted the meeting between those ninja clans and the ANBU-level shinobi. According to your analysis, the meeting was likely intended to reveal the location where the Hyuga clan hostages are held. Now that the meeting has failed and the security division S authority has reverted to Hyuga Hayashi, they will surely attempt to act again. From this moment forward, I grant you command authority over 5 Ambu squads. Comprehensive surveillance on the Hyuga clan. The moment they dare to show themselves, you must immediately coordinate with Root and eliminate that Kaga-level powerhouse. Any participating ninja clans who fail to disclose their identities at the first opportunity shall also be executed without exception." These ruthless words were laden with the iron resolve of a battle-hardened veteran. After all, as a seasoned ninja and politician who had endured the first great ninja war, he understood that swift, decisive action was the only way to untangle such chaos. Konoha could not afford disorder at this juncture. The struggle for control over the security division must be resolved only after the Uchiha matter was settled. Taking advantage of the fact that it was merely a budding issue, a decisive and overwhelming strike to end it swiftly was the optimal course. Upon receiving the order, Itachi Uchiha bowed his head and accepted it without hesitation. "Understood, Hokage-sama." His eyes radiated confidence. 5 Ambu squads, each squad commanding 5 teams, each team consisting of 5 members, authorized by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He could mobilize as many as 125 ninja. Moreover, Sarutobi had permitted him to call upon Root at critical moments. The number of operatives at his disposal was staggering. Within 10 minutes, at least 300 elite ninja could arrive on the battlefield. Even a Kaga-level powerhouse, despite possessing ocular genjutsu, could be subdued with such forces and methods. After all, chakra and ocular power were finite resources. Subsequently, Itachi Uchiha departed from the Sarutobi clan S domain. The very first action he took was dispatching 2 Ambu teams in pairs to conduct round-the-clock surveillance over the abandoned district. Even though the probability was high that the abandoned district would no longer serve as a meeting place, Itachi still insisted on this precaution, no other reason but to prevent vulnerabilities beneath the lamp's light. Under the moonlight, Ambu operatives were being mobilized one by one. They would become a vast net in Itachi's hands, designed to ensnare the Kaga-level beast that had suddenly appeared within Konoha. As time passed, the moonlight faded and the sun slowly ascended. When sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha, Hyuga ninja clad in green vests emerged throughout the alleys and avenues. Upon their arms were tied red silk armbands embroidered with the word Security Division. The fact that such supplies had been assembled in such a short time spoke volumes. Hyuga Hizashi had long been scheming. Dark circles formed beneath Itachi Uchiha's eyes as he observed the Hyuga ninja patrolling the streets, his gaze indifferent. He had already set the trap. Now, all that remained was to see when that wild beast would blunder right into it. Konoha Hospital. Sunlight streamed through the windows, warming the bed. Hyuga Tsukimi rose leisurely after a restful sleep, feeling revitalized beyond measure. The injuries from the previous night seemed to have no effect whatsoever. This was only natural. His physique was unlike that of an ordinary man in his previous life. His speed was so immense that even the retina could not capture it. After donning a white ninja vest and freshening up, he had breakfast at the hospital before stepping outside. His eyes shifted slightly as he noticed Hyuga ninja approaching him. Their arms adorned with red armbands marked Security Division. His gaze flickered. Hyuga Hizashi was indeed eager. Then a smile appeared on his face as he waved greetings to his clanmates. Yosuke, Daiki, Shinya, the named clan members returned his gestures warmly. He then proceeded toward the location of Root headquarters. Though not concealed, few knew of its existence due to its ominous reputation. On the western outskirts of Konoha lay the surface structure of Root headquarters. It took Hyuga Tsukimi about 10 minutes to arrive. Before him stood a towering gray steel edifice, starkly different from Konoha's wooden architecture. The top formed an inverted triangle, its surface crisscrossed with large pipes, devoid of any windows. Two Root ninja with cold expressions stood motionless by the steel gates. Hyuga Tsukimi approached and calmly stated, "I am Hyuga Tsukimi. Lord Danzo sent me here today." Upon hearing this, the two Root guards parted to the left and right, and one pressed a button on the gate. With a loud bang, the massive door gradually opened. Tsukimi meticulously observed everything before him. Seeing that the gate was at least 30 centimeters thick and composed entirely of various steels, he could not help but inwardly scoff. How fearful of death was Danzo to require such a thick gate for the exterior building. As the door fully opened, a Root ninja spoke indifferently, "Lady Siko awaits you 3 floors underground." Hearing this, Hyuga Tsukimi nodded, though a heavy seriousness settled within him. He had sensed no chakra fluctuations nor any signs of communication. Yet the Root ninja beside him had clearly established contact with Hanzawa Siko underground. By what means was this accomplished? If an enemy were unaware of this and rashly infiltrated Root, failing to perceive this would mean that even if they killed one person without revealing themselves, the entire Root organization would already be alerted. His swift and accurate deduction was simple. If prior instructions had been issued, the Root ninja would have directed him to meet Siko somewhere in advance. Since no prior instructions were given, yet Siko appeared promptly, there was only one possibility: instantaneous communication of information. Despite the tumultuous thoughts stirring within, his expression remained calm and composed as he stepped through the gate. What greeted his eyes was an elevator-like apparatus, flanked by 2 thick iron walls. On this first level, outsiders could see nothing beyond this elevator. Danzo truly concealed everything deeply. Under the watchful eyes of Root ninja, Hyuga Tsukimi did not linger and entered the elevator. Pressing a button labeled 3, the elevator began its descent. When it came to a halt, Hanzawa Siko was already before him. Her face bore an indifferent expression as she said, "Welcome, Hyuga Tsukimi. Please, no need for such formality. Where is the item Lord Danzo promised me?" Hinata Tsukimi spoke calmly. Dealing with an organization like Root required nothing more than directness. "Follow me," Siko Hanzawa replied in a composed tone, turning around and leading the way. Hinata Tsukimi trailed behind her as they began to move through the Root base on the underground 3rd level. The longer they walked, the more uneasy Hinata Tsukimi felt. The entire architectural style of Root was cold and forbidding, constructed entirely from steel, with corridors appearing at intervals. Sudden gusts of chill wind would sweep over him. Even with the lights on, the atmosphere was eerie, sending a shiver down his spine. It made him feel as if this place was less a ninja base and more akin to a burial ground from the ghost stories of his past life. It was the kind of place where the likes of Chino Uemi could appear at any moment. After all, the environment was dampened and oppressive. After navigating 7 or 8 corridors, an iron gate sealed by various ninjutsu seals came into view. Hinata Tsukimi knew they had arrived. Siko Hanzawa showed no intention of letting him leave and began methodically undoing the seals on the iron gate. Watching the unsealing process, Hinata Tsukimi understood why she was unafraid of his presence. The gate bore 10 seals, each requiring a complex hand sign to undo, taking 1 full minute per seal. Only after one layer was removed could the next be tackled, making it impossible to use shadow clones to speed up the process. Under these conditions, even with an exceptional memory, memorizing the sequence after one viewing and practicing it in secret would still take 10 minutes to fully unlock all 10 layers. 10 minutes of silently removing seals without Root's awareness was simply impossible. Along the way, Hinata Tsukimi had already spotted dozens of small warning traps, not to mention the presence of the Aburame clan's insects as part of the immobile defenses. Unless Root was completely annihilated, this room housing their collected ninjutsu could never be infiltrated unnoticed by outsiders. After 10 minutes, a mechanical click echoed as the iron gate swung open. Siko Hanzawa turned to Hinata Tsukimi and said calmly, "It's open. You may enter. The ninjutsu inside are yours to select, ordinary techniques or forbidden jutsu, all at your disposal. But your time is limited to half an hour. When time is up, you must leave." Hinata Tsukimi met Siko Hanzawa's gaze, his eyes flickering slightly. "Miss Siko, may I ask what ninjutsu the guards at the gate used to communicate with you? If such a technique exists, I believe it could further enhance my abilities." Although my Bakugan grants me exceptional battlefield insight, it does not enable me to relay intelligence to my comrades in real time. He did not conceal his intention. To Root, he was currently an ally. No one suspected that his desire for this ninjutsu stemmed from a plan to infiltrate Root at the opportune moment. After all, to everyone else, he was merely a newly promoted Jonin, lacking both the strength and motive for such a scheme. Siko Hanzawa glanced at Hinata Tsukimi. That ninjutsu is no secret. Moreover, you are someone Danzo wishes to recruit. I will tell you without hesitation. The technique is called the mind-to-mind transfer technique. It's located inside on the third column, fourth row, sixth scroll from the left as you enter. She added cautiously, but I fear this jutsu may not fulfill the purpose you have in mind. Hearing this, Hinata Tsukimi's heart stirred. There must be some limitation to this technique. He smiled politely. Thank you, Miss Siko. She nodded in acknowledgement. Hinata Tsukimi then stepped into the Root ninjutsu repository. Upon entering, a series of display racks arranged in neat rows immediately caught his eye. Each rack was filled with countless scrolls, each representing a distinct ninjutsu. Judging by the quantity and rows of racks, Hinata Tsukimi estimated the collection contained no fewer than 1,000 techniques. He immediately approached the rack Siko Hanzawa had mentioned. The front of the rack bore the character Perception, indicating it housed perception-type ninjutsu. Hinata Tsukimi swiftly reached the rack, selected a scroll with his hand, and unfurled it. His eyes reflected a thoughtful expression. The technique was not complex. He could learn it with ease. It belonged to the category of perception ninjutsu, readily mastered by those specialized in sensory abilities. However, to achieve a large-scale, real-time communication effect through this jutsu, specialized devices capable of amplifying the ninjutsu would need to be constructed. At this revelation, Hinata Tsukimi recalled the Fourth Great Ninja War, when perception ninjutsu linked tens of thousands of ninja troops. It was likely that such advanced techniques were derived from this very foundation. Having grasped the principle behind the jutsu, Hinata Tsukimi placed the scroll down. Understanding the technique meant recognizing its vulnerabilities. By using his Bakugan to first survey Root's situation, incapacitating the perception ninjutsu users, controlling the devices would be effortless. He then proceeded to perform the shadow clone technique. Though his chakra reserves were not on par with Naruto Uzumaki, creating 5 clones posed no difficulty. Together, his original body and clones began to scavenge through the collection. All the ninjutsu scrolls were unfurled. Valuable ones were recorded, while those deemed worthless were discarded immediately. Before long, Hinata Tsukimi had roughly examined every scroll in the repository. Yet, to him, truly valuable ninjutsu were few and far between. The Uchiha clan's forbidden technique Izanagi was absent, as were the Flying Thunder God technique and the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. What he gained most was a substantial reinforcement of his foundation in elemental ninjutsu, such as various dragon bullet techniques among the 5 elemental jutsu. These would aid him in the long term to develop new ninjutsu of his own, though they would not bring about an immediate qualitative leap in his strength. Reflecting on this, he frowned slightly. It seemed that to truly obtain something of great value, he would have to plunder Danzo's treasury. With this thought, he activated his Bakugan and cast his gaze over the Root facility. Although he currently lacked the opportunity to seize control of Root, it was prudent to first ascertain where the valuable assets lay. Preparation in advance was never a folly. The cells of Hashirama Senju, the eyes of the Uchiha clan, and Danzo's most secret techniques kept under lock and key. Beneath the gaze of Hyuga Tsukimi, he discovered a place unmistakably a human experimentation laboratory. The lowest level of Root's complex, 5 stories underground. Within a chamber filled with countless jars and bottles, each containing various human body parts, and even ninjas in a state of slumber. Among these, what captivated his attention most was a jar labeled Hashirama Senju, within which a piece of flesh and blood was preserved. Gazing upon that piece of flesh, a yearning flickered in Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes. So this was the bodily tissue of Hashirama Senju. If only he could successfully transplant this tissue, his strength would surge instantaneously. The terrifying amount of chakra, the formidable would release. Should he succeed in evolving the Rinnegan, who in the ninja world could stand against him? The 6 paths would not emerge. Who could rival him then? Why bother with schemes? He could simply shatter Hyuga with a single punch, crush Konoha with 2, and topple the 5 great nations with 3. He would be the god of the new world. Yet Hyuga Tsukimi swiftly suppressed the ripples of ambition stirring within. Transplanting Hashirama Senju's flesh was no trivial matter. Otherwise, Root would long ago have produced countless would-release ninjas, and Danzo would have ascended to the title of Hokage outright. Matters must be undertaken step by step. One must eat a meal bite by bite. Nonetheless, This piece of Hashirama Senju's flesh was destined to be his. Just as Hyuga Tsukimi committed the layout of the terrain to memory, the voice of Hanzawa Siko echoed from the doorway. "Tsukimi-kun, time is up." Hearing the voice, Hyuga Tsukimi immediately lifted his gaze toward the entrance and replied, "Very well, Miss Siko." He then closed his Bakugan and proceeded toward the door of the secret chamber. Upon his emergence from the chamber, Hanzawa Siko promptly shut the iron gate behind him and said, "Come with me. Lord Danzo is waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tsukimi nodded without surprise. Through his Bakugan, he had already seen Shimura Danzo within route. Without a doubt, he knew the benefits had been granted. What followed now was surely to be work. What kind of task Danzo would assign him remained unknown. Following Hanzawa Siko, Hyuga Tsukimi soon found himself in Rude's office, where he met Danzo. After escorting him there, Hanzawa Siko withdrew and closed the door behind her. Hyuga Tsukimi respectfully addressed Lord Danzo. Danzo, seated and smiling, regarded him with a calm expression. Though the situation in Konoha had shifted rapidly, with the Uchiha relinquishing control and the Hyuga clan assuming command of the security division, Hyuga Tsukimi still held considerable value in Danzo's eyes. Indeed, a great value, although this value differed from Danzo's original intention, which had been that after Hyuga Hizashi's challenge at the Elders' Council, he would accompany Hyuga Tsukimi to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and expose Hizashi's conspiracy, forcing Hiruzen to make a choice. But now, with the Uchiha having surrendered the security division and the Hyuga clan firmly in control, Danzo had lost the initiative. To seize power at the Elders' Council, he would have to confront the Hyuga clan head-on. In such circumstances, the task he was about to assign Hyuga Tsukimi was of utmost importance. What could be more damning to the Hyuga clan than the branch family assassinating the main family, thereby casting suspicion upon the entire Hyuga clan? Thus, Shimura Danzo smiled and said, "Tsukimi, how is your injury healing? Will it affect your mission?" Observing Danzo's smile, a look of gratitude appeared on Hyuga Tsukimi's face. "Lord Danzo, it is but a minor wound. Nothing will impede me. Should there be a mission, you need only order it. Even if it costs me my life, I shall repay your kindness." Seeing the resolve in Hyuga Tsukimi's expression, Shimura Danzo nodded slightly. An impoverished ninja like him required only scraps to keep his loyalty. The scrolls of ninjutsu in the secret chamber must have been the most he had ever encountered in his life. Now that his heart was settled, Danzo was ready to make his move. He spoke slowly, "Tsukimi, have you ever considered how unreasonable it is that the main and branch families of the Hyuga are arranged? The main family sits high above, while the branch family suffers oppression. Though nominally kin, as a member of the branch family, you are more like a slave." Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Tsukimi inwardly sneered. Did Danzo really need to say this? Who in Konoha did not know? Yet no ninja clans voiced their discontent. The world was uniformly corrupt. Still, Tsukimi displayed a sympathetic expression and said bitterly, "Lord Danzo, you speak true. Not a single day has passed in all these years without oppression by the main family. Yet I have no means of resistance. The caged bird seal upon my forehead is not merely a jutsu but a prison that confines me." Shimura Danzo carefully observed every subtle change in Hyuga Tsukimi's facial expression. He sensed genuine and intense hatred toward the Hyuga main family. This was not the sentiment of those born into the branch family but spiritually aligned with the main family. Danzo felt reassured. He then spoke directly, "Tsukimi, to be frank, I have just received intelligence that Hyuga Haruki is returning to Konoha with a contingent of the Hyuga clan. However, according to my information, they have already been turned by Kirigakure. Their return is to aid Kirigakure in stealing Konoha's secrets. Tsukimi, are you willing to protect the village by stopping them?" After speaking, Shimura Danzo fixed his gaze upon Hyuga Tsukimi. He was confident the other would not refuse. Yet he was prepared to kill him on the spot should he dissent. As for the claim that Hyuga Haruki had been turned, it was a fabrication. Danzo's sole purpose was to stir the flames of anger within Hyuga Tsukimi against the main family, compelling him to slay the main family himself. Once achieved, Danzo could strike directly against Hyuga Hizashi at the Elders' Council. After all, if your own kin rise in rebellion, how could we trust Hyuga Hizashi to replace the Uchiha and protect our Konoha? At that moment, overwhelming joy surged within Hyuga Tsukimi's heart. The corners of his mouth were now even harder to suppress than AKS. He was troubled by the difficulty of assassinating members of the Hyuga clan at this moment. When Shizumura Danzo presented him with a grand gift, after forcibly stifling the joy welling up in his heart, his face betrayed a look of hesitation and inner struggle. Ultimately, he spoke in a tone fully befitting a branch family member of the Hyuga clan. "If this is your command, Lord Danzo, then I shall execute it faithfully." Upon hearing Hyuga Tsukimi's response, Shizumura Danzo nodded with satisfaction and said, "Excellent. I knew your heart burns with the will of fire. Now go find Siko. She will guide you there." Hyuga Tsukimi respectfully replied, "Understood, Lord Danzo." He then turned and left the office. As he stepped out, he saw Hankawa Siko waiting for him. "Come with me," Hankawa said calmly. Hyuga Tsukimi followed her and they departed from route together. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Didn't Hankawa Siko bring anyone else? Just the two of them. How could they possibly ambush a team led by an elder of the Hyuga main family? The elders of the Hyuga main family were at least Jonin-level shinobi. His doubts were dispelled upon arriving at the mission site, Kateryu village, a small hamlet located 50 kilometers from Konoha, home to roughly 200 inhabitants. At that moment, he and Hankawa Siko stood inside the village. 15 root shinobi stood before them. Have all the unfavorable elements been eliminated? Hankawa Siko asked the root shinobi with a cold gaze. "Lady Siko, all have been thoroughly dealt with," one of the root shinobi replied respectfully. Hyuga Tsukimi's curiosity was piqued. Unfavorable elements? Just then, a heavy object fell to the ground with a thud. Thud. Hearing the sound, he instinctively looked over, his pupils contracting slightly. A male corpse lay sprawled at the doorway, blood slowly seeping out beneath him. Could it be that the unfavorable elements referred to the villagers? Is this what you call having everything handled? Hankawa Siko's expression darkened immediately, and she said coldly, "Enough." The previously speaking root shinobi, sweating profusely, hurriedly explained, "We were pressed for time." "Enough. There are only 15 minutes until the target passes through here. I do not want to hear any excuses. Finish it now." Hankawa Siko cut him off sharply. "Yes, Lady Siko," the root shinobi shouted loudly, then gestured, and they all began meticulously checking for any oversights. At that moment, Hankawa Siko turned to Hyuga Tsukimi and said calmly, "Tsukimi, all of this is for the village. These are necessary sacrifices and you should understand that." Hearing this, Hyuga Tsukimi smiled faintly. "Of course I understand. All of this is for the village." A smile graced his face, yet within his heart, an icy chill spread. During previous missions, the Konoha shinobi at worst had been ruthless toward enemy civilians. Such actions, while brutal, were somewhat comprehensible given the long-standing blood feud between the nations. But Root spared not even the residents under Konoha's protection. For the sake of a mission, for the sake of the village, an entire village's civilians could be slaughtered without hesitation. For the first time, a thought arose within him. Is a world like this truly necessary to exist? When his strength grew to a certain level and he broke free from the cage of a trapped bird, would he still wish to live in such a world? Yet, his reflection was quickly interrupted. The root shinobi had swiftly finished cleaning the scene. Hankawa Siko instructed him to lie in ambush with them, waiting for the Hyuga clan members to pass by. Not long after he concealed himself, more than 20 figures swiftly approached from afar. Leading them was Hyuga Haruki. Clad in a gray jacket, Hyuga Haruki's face bore the marks of hardship. Now in his 40s, he had long been traveling on behalf of the Hyuga clan. This time, upon receiving an urgent summons from the clan, he immediately led everyone back. Including him, there were 24 individuals. Aside from him as a Jonin, the rest were elite Chunin. He gazed upon Kateryu village ahead, his expression slightly relaxing. Having entered this territory, only 50 kilometers remained. With their pace, it would take about an hour to reach Konoha. The final stretch should theoretically pose no risk, as they had already entered Konoha's sphere of influence. But that was precisely what Root desired, to see Hyuga Haruki's mind slip into such complacency. Once a shinobi's spirit wavered, the difficulty of an ambush would drop dramatically. As Hyuga Haruki's figure swept into Kateryu village, drawing ever closer to Konoha, the laxity in his eyes deepened. At that very moment, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the ground. A single strike sliced directly toward Hyuga Haruki. It was Hankawa Siko, clad in a black shinobi vest. Her gaze was cold and merciless. Her Kekei Genkai Amber was not only excellent for surveillance but even more effective for stealth attacks. The slash came as swift as thunder. Hyuga Haruki had no time to react. Before he could even complete the substitution jutsu's hand seals, the blade pierced his abdomen. Blood dripped down, fluttering through the air. Disbelief flooded Hyuga Haruki's eyes. He had been attacked within Konoha's territory. Fortunately, just as Hankawa Siko prepared to deliver the finishing blow, he completed the substitution jutsu's seals. Thud. Amid a puff of white smoke, Hyuga Haruki's figure instantly appeared several dozen meters away from Hankawa Siko. Instinctively, he sought to have his clanmates form a formation, but the long-awaited Root would not give him that chance. The moment he was ambushed, the root shinobi struck simultaneously. 3 root shinobi formed hand signs midair, unleashing the water release. Great waterfall technique. A tremendous torrent instantly materialized, transforming into a genuine waterfall. The overwhelming volume of water struck with the force of a 10,000-ton hammer. Kateryu village was submerged under the flood. The Hyuga clan's formation was shattered. And the root shinobi, who had long planned this, did not stop with this single attack. Amid the relentless flood that swept like a deluge, several root ninjas, having long prepared their jutsu, immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. Multiple water dragons surged directly toward the disorganized formation of Hyuga ninjas. Amidst this, the remaining root ninjas, who had not formed seals, swiftly advanced, trampling through the torrent. In an instant, under the sudden and unprepared assault, 10 Hyuga clan ninjas fell lifeless. Their blood stained the crystal-clear waters crimson. Hyuga Tsukimi hovered midair, gazing coldly at his clan members who were desperately trying to reorganize a counterattack formation. The root's ruthless slaughter of Hokoryu village unsettled him. Indeed. Yet, in light of this effortless advancement, he was determined to seize the opportunity. His target was none other than Hyuga Haruki, who, clutching his bleeding abdomen with one hand, was commanding the Hyuga ninjas to form a defensive stance. Earth release. Use earth walls to block them. Under Hyuga Haruki's fierce roar, towering walls of earth erupted from the ground. In a flash, they split the raging stream apart and, using the walls as anchors, formed a defensive formation for the clan. The situation was finally brought under control, albeit with great difficulty. Hyuga Haruki was about to catch his breath and tend to his wound when a figure clad in a black ninja vest, masked and shrouded such that even the eyes were obscured, suddenly appeared behind him. Without hesitation, a kunai was thrust mercilessly toward his heart. Thanks to the Bakugan's keen insight, Hyuga Haruki reacted instantly. With a swift step, he propelled his body forward, simultaneously drawing a kunai to slash at the incoming blade. Clang! Sparks flickered in the air. Hyuga Haruki narrowly evaded the fatal strike. Witnessing the attack on him, several Hyuga ninjas immediately encircled the assailant. Seeing no advantage gained, Hyuga Tsukimi promptly withdrew, his gaze cold as he surveyed the root ninjas around him. Were it not for their joint assault, a single dojutsu from him could have ended Hyuga Haruki in an instant. Now, forced to conceal his eyes, the task of killing Hyuga Haruki had become significantly more arduous. As Hyuga Tsukimi leapt backward to escape the encirclement, Hyuga Haruki shouted furiously, "Who are you? Attacking the Hyuga clan within Konoha's territory? Are you not afraid of igniting a ninja war?" Hyuga Tsukimi met Hyuga Haruki's gaze with indifference. "The dead need not know such things," he replied coldly. Before his words had fully faded, a silent shinobi sword emerged within the earth walls. Swish! A Hyuga ninja's head was severed on the spot. The attacker was none other than Hanchuan Siko. As blood gushed like a fountain, she declared coldly, "Kill." With Hanchuan Siko breaching the defenses, the Hyuga clan, whose formation had just been organized, was instantly shattered by the onslaught of root ninjas. Various ninjutsu clashed in rapid succession. The Hyuga ninjas could no longer maintain their formation and were systematically overwhelmed by the well-coordinated root forces. Witnessing this scene, Hyuga Haruki's eyes burned with rage. He locked his gaze onto Hanchuan Siko with the Bakugan, chakra surging wildly around him. 8 trigrams empty palm. With a roar, he struck forward with his right palm. A vacuum was drawn out, forming a shockwave that cut toward Hanchuan Siko. Confronted with this move, Hanchuan Siko did not attempt to endure it but instead evaded with a substitution jutsu. Just as she was about to strike again, Hyuga Tsukimi stepped before her, extending a hand to stop her. "She is mine," he said coldly, looking at Hanchuan Siko. "He can no longer kill many Chunin. This Jonin must be taken alive." Hanchuan Siko met Hyuga Tsukimi's gaze deeply, then silently turned away and joined the hunt for the Hyuga ninjas. Hyuga Tsukimi then turned toward the enraged Hyuga Haruki and slowly approached. He had no intention of using ninjutsu. Fighting Hyuga Haruki with ninjutsu without activating a higher-level Bakugan would only waste chakra. The insight of the Bakugan was no mere boast, it was genuinely formidable. Though the root was currently overwhelming the Hyuga ninjas with a fierce, decisive assault, this was due to the element of surprise, their initial momentum, and the highest-level fighters being engaged elsewhere. Since he would not employ ninjutsu, he would rely on taijutsu instead. After all, the Hyuga clan was most renowned for their prowess in taijutsu. Hyuga Tsukimi planted his stance firmly, drawing his right hand back as a sonic boom echoed through the air. Boom! Observing Hyuga Tsukimi's movements, Hyuga Haruki's eyes blazed with humiliation and fury. The Hyuga clan's greatest strength lay in taijutsu. Now this man was forsaking ninjutsu to confront him with taijutsu alone. Was it a deliberate attempt to humiliate and torment him? Despicable and shameless. You attack us. And now you seek to disgrace me. Bastard. I will make you regret this. Hyuga Haruki roared, stepping forward as chakra flowed around him. He unleashed a palm strike. The gentle fist technique 8 trigrams 64 palms. Beneath his feet, a vast 8 trigram diagram appeared, spanning over 30 meters, representing the range of his attack. As the diagram unfolded, before his fist reached its target, his chakra struck first. This chakra attack aimed at pressure points on Hyuga Tsukimi's body from a distance. If successful, it would disrupt his chakra flow, rendering him vulnerable and helpless. However, Hyuga Tsukimi, who also possessed the Bakugan, sidestepped the strike with ease. He then delivered a swift sidekick. Having never learned the main family's secret 8 trigrams 64 palms, nor interested in studying it like Niji, his taijutsu philosophy drew from a renowned martial artist of his past life, Bruce Lee. Jeet Kune Do emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness. This sidekick targeted Hyuga Haruki's waist with brutal intent. If it landed, it would shatter his kidneys. Hyuga Haruki's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Hyuga Tsukimi effortlessly evade his chakra-sealing strike. Could the opponent also possess a bloodline limit enhanced by insight? Otherwise, how could he avoid that attack? Yet, faced with this fierce kick, Hyuga Haruki activated the 8 trigram 64 palms and vanished from his original spot in an instant. The 8 trigram diagram not only enabled him to strike at a distance but also allowed rapid movement within its bounds, effectively granting him a taijutsu-based instantaneous movement technique. Aside from the excessive consumption of chakra and ocular power, there were no other drawbacks. Boom! Hyuga Tsukimi delivered a sideways kick into the air, producing a tremendous sound as it resonated through the atmosphere. He was not disappointed by this outcome. If the 8 trigrams 64 palms were so feeble, it would not be a secret technique passed down exclusively within the main family. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Then, a battle-axe-style downward chop was directed toward Hyuga Haruki. His taijutsu, especially in short-distance movement, was no less formidable than the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Facing Hyuga Tsukimi, who had latched onto him, Hyuga Haruki's eyes gleamed with ruthless intent. He directly struck a palm toward Tsukimi's groin. Although this move was rather vulgar, it was typically effective, especially against male ninjas. After all, one's lineage was of utmost importance. However, Tsukimi seemed to have anticipated Haruki's tactic long ago. His waist twisted sharply, and his entire posture shifted into a diagonal stance aimed at his opponent. His left foot aligned precisely with Haruki's right palm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as palm met foot. Haruki's complexion flushed crimson, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Already having been ambushed with a blade, engaging in this exchange with Tsukimi was simply unbearable for him. Upon witnessing Haruki's bloodied state, Tsukimi hesitated not in the slightest. He leveraged Haruki's palm midair and his left leg lashed out like a whip. Bang! Haruki was flung away instantly, crashing heavily onto the ground and splashing water in all directions. Relentless in his advantage, Tsukimi's figure appeared directly above Haruki's head. His eyes were cold and indifferent as his foot, like a battle-axe, came crashing down. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous noise, the ground was crushed into a pit. White fluid and crimson blood stained the sole of Tsukimi's shoe. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed inside his mind. Forgive the sins of the clan. Self-evolution degree increased by 6%. Hearing this mechanical prompt, Tsukimi turned his gaze toward the battlefield, sensing the presence of his evolution degree. Then, clutching his kunai, he plunged into the hunt. One Hyuga ninja's neck was pierced clean through by his kunai. Forgive the sins of the clan. Self-evolution degree increased by 4%. A grand fireball technique instantly incinerated another Hyuga ninja into a charred husk. Forgive the sins of the clan. Self-evolution degree increased by 5%. A battle-axe-style downward strike shattered a Hyuga ninja's skull, scattering white matter into the air. Forgive the sins of the clan. Self-evolution degree increased by 3%. A ninja sword severed a Hyuga ninja's upper body, leaving blood and intestines spilled across the ground. Forgive the sins of the clan. Self-evolution degree increased by 4%. Before finishing off the root members, Tsukimi's swift hands claimed the heads of 4 Hyuga ninjas. Hankawa Siko's eyes flickered with a peculiar expression as she looked at Tsukimi. She understood that Tsukimi might harbor some resentment toward the Hyuga clan. Yet, looking at the corpses, nearly all the Hyuga clan members killed by Tsukimi met gruesome ends. Bisected, burnt to charcoal, or with skulls shattered. Was this the result of long-standing hatred, a mind already twisted? Tsukimi had no time to speculate on what Hyuga Tsukimi was thinking. He was busy reviewing today's haul. 1 Jonin, for Chunin. His evolution degree had now reached Bakugan 358. 42 more points of evolution were required for him to evolve the Bakugan once more and acquire new abilities. He was already somewhat impatient. Then he glanced at Hyuga Tsukimi and said indifferently, "Miss Tsukimi, may I leave now?" Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tsukimi nodded. Without further ado, Tsukimi vanished instantly using the body flicker technique. Shortly after his departure, a root ninja appeared beside Hyuga Tsukimi, speaking coldly, "Has everything been recorded?" From his appearance to donning the mask and participating in the assault, Lady Tsukimi, "Everything has been recorded," the root ninja replied respectfully, producing a videotape from his bosom. The ninja world had long developed videotape technology. Some had even begun filming movies. Naturally, Root sometimes made use of such devices. Hyuga Tsukimi accepted the tape, her eyes flickering with a hint of relief. With this, her mission today was complete. At this moment, did the departing Tsukimi know of the tape's existence? When he had ambushed at the Northern Flow village, he had covertly observed the entire village with his Bakugan and noticed a root ninja secretly filming with a camera. Yet, he paid no mind. Could this be his blackmail material? When the time came to use this tape, Tsukimi would become a ruthless figure who shocked the entire ninja world. Tsukimi moved swiftly toward Konoha. He was satisfied with Danzo's hospitality today, but he was not yet fully gratified. Next, he intended to negotiate with Uchiha regarding how to divide the explosive tags hidden in the abandoned district. The dense foliage swayed under the gentle breeze like rolling waves. Standing within the grass, Tsukimi removed his black ninja vest and replaced it with a new white one. After completing these changes, he unleashed a fire release technique, incinerating his clothing to ashes. Caution was paramount when carrying out his plans. If anyone became alert due to the scent of blood on him, it would spell trouble. After tidying up his traces, Tsukimi employed the body flicker technique and vanished toward Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi crouched atop a utility pole, his eyes coldly scanning the village. Since the Hyuga clan had taken over the security division's authority and begun their duties, he had already dispatched 2 ANBU squads to monitor all Hyuga clan ninja movements. The remaining 3 squads, except for 2 teams lying in wait in the abandoned district, were assembled within the ANBU headquarters. Today, if any ninja clans dared to emerge, he would wipe them out entirely. For peace, for life, he would show no mercy. Outside the security division, Tsukimi activated his Bakugan, standing atop the treetops. The ANBU members hiding outside the security division to surveil the Uchiha were fully exposed to his gaze. Then he shut off his Bakugan. The reason he did this was because he intended to enter the security division openly and without concealment. The reason he did not conceal his presence when entering the security division was that he needed eyewitnesses to confirm that he had indeed been there. After all, once he had discussed matters with Fugaku Uchiha, he intended to immediately proceed with stealing the detonator tags from the abandoned district. Since he was about to commit a crime, the first priority was to clear himself of any suspicion. And as for an eyewitness, there was no better option than the Umbu. Hyuga Tsukimi performed a swift body flicker technique, vanishing into the treetops. Moments later, his figure leapt down from midair and landed steadily outside the security division building. Upon seeing Hyuga Tsukimi's silhouette, the Umbu ninja assigned to watch over the Uchiha frowned slightly. He promptly began recording the incident in his work log. At the entrance of the building, where the Uchiha clan emblem hung prominently, stood 2 members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tetsuhiko and Uchiha Yashiro. Upon spotting Hyuga Tsukimi, their expressions immediately darkened with anger. "Hyuga Tsukimi, what are you doing here? This is the Uchiha security division." Uchiha Tetsuhiko's eyes widened as he snapped angrily. His eyes bore the distinct 3-tomo Sharingan, clearly indicating his rising temper and readiness to resort to violence at any moment. The reason was straightforward. The various secret agreements made between Hyuga Tsukimi and Fugaku Uchiha were unknown to the ordinary Uchiha clan members. All they knew was that, under pressure from the Hyuga clan, they had reluctantly relinquished control of the security division, leaving them only the grueling task of guarding the prison and the security division building. Now, with Hyuga Tsukimi's sudden appearance, Uchiha Tetsuhiko saw it as a sign that the Hyuga clan no longer wished to leave even the security division building to them. Even the usually composed and mature Uchiha Yashiro was visibly annoyed at this moment. Although he was seasoned, he was not made of stone. Being provoked repeatedly, he was still an Uchiha. How could he tolerate such affronts? Just as the tension reached a boiling point, a stern shout pierced the air. "What do you think you're doing? This is the security division. Do you intend to lay hands on the villagers here? Step aside." Hearing this authoritative reprimand, Uchiha Tetsuhiko turned around, glaring defiantly at the newcomer. Brother Yukumi. Uchiha Yukumi looked at Tetsuhiko's face, full of defiance and anger, and sighed wearily. The sudden surrender of control over the security division the previous day had already caused a tremendous uproar within the Uchiha clan. Many had approached him last night, some even seeking out Fugaku. Even the conservatives were clamoring to petition the Hokage to reclaim control of the security division, while the radicals were ready to overturn the table altogether. With the clandestine dealings between the Hyuga clan and Tsukimi as a premise, Yukumi had no choice but to repeatedly reassure the clan members, insisting that the clan head had a plan and would not let them suffer losses, urging them to endure a few more days until the Elders' Council convened. To calm the agitated Uchiha, Yukumi had barely slept all night. His eyes were still darkened from fatigue. He had intended to catch a brief nap, but, upon hearing Tetsuhiko shouting Hyuga Tsukimi's name, he immediately sprang to his feet and hurried over. Hyuga Tsukimi was their ally. Although every deal this ally proposed gave him and Fugaku a headache, the benefits were tangible. The detonator tag scroll from the previous night, if used properly, could significantly reduce casualties among the clan should conflict with Konoha arise. He could not allow Uchiha Tetsuhiko to clash with Hyuga Tsukimi. Therefore, seeing Tetsuhiko's defiant expression, Yukumi adopted a stern demeanor. Tetsuhiko, you are an outstanding member of the Uchiha clan. Do you intend to lay hands on a fellow ninja from this village here and tarnish the name of the Uchiha? Upon hearing the clan name invoked, Tetsuhiko's face remained defiant, but he snorted coldly and stepped aside. After Tetsuhiko withdrew, Yukumi glanced at Yashiro. Though still irritated, Yashiro turned away. Having settled the two clan members, Yukumi then fixed his gaze on Hyuga Tsukimi and spoke coldly. The Hyuga clan has already seized control of the security division. What are you still doing here? His words implied that the situation was too sensitive now for Tsukimi to be here. The Umbu were still watching. If he had business, shouldn't he have come secretly? Sensing the underlying meaning in Yukumi's words, Hyuga Tsukimi responded in kind. I am a member of the security division. Am I not allowed to come here? Chief Fugaku has not dismissed me. I have important intelligence to report to Chief Fugaku. Stand aside. His words implied that he must enter the security division openly and transparently, as he had a matter of great importance to discuss with Fugaku. With that, Hyuga Tsukimi stepped forward into the security division. Witnessing this, both Uchiha Tetsuhiko and Yashiro's eyes seemed ready to spit fire. After digesting the implications in Hyuga Tsukimi's words, Yukumi immediately moved to cover for him. His expression was one of anger as he growled, "Bastard." Yet despite his anger, Yukumi did not physically prevent Tsukimi from entering the security division. As Tsukimi ascended the stairs, Yukumi walked alongside him, muttering, "Even if the Hyuga clan has matters to discuss with the clan head, it is not for a mere branch family like you to handle." Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja who had been observing the scene recorded everything meticulously in his work journal. Hyuga Tsukimi forcibly entered the security division under the pretext of possessing important intelligence. Inside the security division office, Fugaku Uchiha rested his elbows on the desk, fingers interlaced, his face showing signs of weariness. After all, anyone who had spent an entire night pacifying radicals and guiding them would be exhausted. He looked at Hyuga Tsukimi and spoke slowly. So, what matters require you to meet me under the watchful eyes of the Umbu? Of course, the detonator tags, Hyuga Tsukimi replied calmly, then produced the detonator tag scroll he had crafted the previous night from within his robe. Upon seeing the scroll, Fugaku's eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment. After Yukumi had brought back the detonator tags last night, Fugaku had thoroughly examined them. Although the design was somewhat outdated, their power was far from lacking. Once fashioned into a scroll of detonator tags, even a single scroll could send Konoha's hospital to the heavens. Upon learning from Yukumi that Hyuga Tsukimi could no longer supply these detonator tag scrolls, Fugaku felt a tinge of regret. If there were more of these tags, should conflict truly erupt, he would have more trump cards at his disposal. Wait, didn't you say there were none left? Uchiha Yukumi gazed at Hyuga Tsukimi with a shame and indignation he could hardly contain. He had truly believed him yesterday, given such an enormous quantity of explosive tags. Even if Hyuga Tsukimi had the fortune to secure one batch, acquiring a second was impossible. After all, explosive tags were akin to munitions, and such items were far from inexpensive. Yet now Hyuga Tsukimi had come knocking again, wearing an expression that suggested he was still well supplied. Hyuga Tsukimi cast a cold glance at Uchiha Yukumi. Under that calm gaze, Yukumi felt as if he were a clown being toyed with, much like a goddess telling her admirer to take a bath, when in truth she was off to share a tender moment with her true beloved. He felt a sudden urge to lash out. However, a single phrase from Hyuga Tsukimi immediately quelled his anger, rendering him docile as a well-behaved child. I know a place in Konoha that lacks heavy guard, yet holds a large stockpile of explosive tags, enough to craft 7 scrolls like these. Hearing Tsukimi's indifferent tone, Uchiha Yakumi's heart no longer burned with shame or indignation. Rather, it surged with excitement. Such an arsenal. If the Uchiha could get their hands on it, they would blow Konoha to smithereens. He immediately turned to Uchiha Fugaku, eyes brimming with anticipation. Clan leader, seize this juicy opportunity from Hyuga Tsukimi. The clan's future must not falter. Uchiha Fugaku did not disappoint. He spoke without hesitation. We want 70%. 50-50 split. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes remained cold and unyielding. He had no desire to engage in a bargaining game with Fugaku. Both were 1,000-year-old foxes, not players in some ghostly tale. If he could extract the stockpile alone, he would not have involved the Uchiha. Without his involvement, Fugaku would not have made an offer. Seeing his attempt at negotiation fail, Fugaku's eyes betrayed a trace of regret. Yet, satisfied with 50%, he asked, "When do we start?" At this, Hyuga Tsukimi turned his gaze toward the direction of the wasteland and replied calmly, "Immediately." On his way to the security division, he had already scanned Konoha with his Bakugan. The wasteland was currently guarded by 10 Umbu operatives. The entire village also saw a surge of Umbu in secret, seemingly protecting the Hyuga clan. He did not know why the Umbu had taken this stance, but it mattered little. He already had a comprehensive plan in place. The reason he wished to strike the wasteland swiftly to seize the explosive tags was simple. He intended to slowly hunt down the Hyuga clan. Yet the situation was escalating, and the Uchiha were becoming like a volcano on the verge of eruption. It was uncertain if the conflict could be postponed until the Elders' Council convened. Konoha might descend into civil war at any moment. In such times, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Exploiting the information gap, a direct strike on the wasteland to confiscate all explosive tags was the only way to secure peace of mind. After all, the more weapons one possessed, the greater the sense of security. "Do you already have a plan?" Uchiha Fugaku asked in a low voice. "Indeed," Hyuga Tsukimi replied. "The last group you released from the prison, Uchiha Setsuna and his team, are ideal for this mission. The location is the wasteland, guarded by only 10 Umbu. With the insight granted by my Byakugan, a preemptive strike is sufficient to eliminate them. Then, within 15 minutes, we retrieve the explosive tags." Upon hearing this rough plan, Uchiha Yakumi could not help but interject. "There will be a major Umbu operation today, hundreds of Umbu operatives active in the village, and the Hyuga clan has mobilized many of its members. Under such circumstances, can there really be 15 minutes of safe time?" Hyuga Tsukimi glanced at the explosive tag scroll in his hand and said calmly, "Of course." A few days ago, he had experimented with using his dojutsu to manipulate a ninja and test the destructive power of a ninja's self-detonation truck. Today was the perfect opportunity to employ that. Undoubtedly, the chaos wrought by a single explosive tag scroll would be sufficient to mask all activity in the wasteland. Observing Tsukimi's composed demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes blazed with fervor. "What's the plan?" "I desperately want those explosive tag scrolls." Hyuga Tsukimi replied serenely, "Have Uchiha Setsuna lead 20 Uchiha clan members to arrive at the wasteland 15 minutes later. I will synchronize my arrival. After eliminating the Umbu, they will begin excavating the explosive tags." Fugaku turned to Yakumi and said gravely, "You must return to the clan immediately and dispatch Setsuna and the others." Fugaku did not question this seemingly crude and flawed plan. The reasons were straightforward. First, Hyuga Tsukimi would never harm the Uchiha. Otherwise, they would already be under siege. Second, Tsukimi was even aware of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activation, a testament to his formidable intelligence capabilities. The stronger one's intelligence, the greater one's grasp of the situation. Fugaku had no doubt Tsukimi could create a 15-minute window. Moreover, he suspected Tsukimi would use the precious explosive tag scroll in his possession to achieve this. Since Tsukimi was willing to make such a sacrifice, Fugaku trusted him without reservation. Uchiha Yakumi then slipped away through a secret passage, evading Umbu surveillance, and silently returned to the clan. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tsukimi discreetly departed the security division. He intended to select suitable materials to serve as the self-detonation truck, while also seeking additional benefits. Having resolved to expend such a precious explosive tag scroll, he saw no harm in enhancing its potency. In Yuding Street, now clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, Hyuga Tsukimi concealed himself in the shadows of an alley. His eyes shimmered with a pale golden hue. A patrolling Hyuga ninja casually scanned the surroundings, and when his gaze landed toward the alley, Tsukimi's eyes shifted. "Takamagara," In an instant, Takamagara sprang into action. Hyuga Shiino's eyes flickered with golden light, and then he saw a figure standing in the alley. Upon seeing the figure, he hurried forward, but as he stepped into the alley, a pungent stench of blood caused his face to pale drastically. He quickly looked toward the shadows, where a corpse lay on the ground, its face concealed beneath an umbu mask. Standing beside the umbu corpse was Hyuga Hikaru. Witnessing an umbu body in his patrol area, and the appearance of Hyuga Hikaru, who had replaced Hyuga Hinari as the head of the security division, Hyuga Shiino's vision blurred, and dread filled his heart. These were elite umbu directly under the Hokage's command. In normal years, only a handful would fall. Now, with the Hyuga clan initiating operations against the security division, they had already suffered casualties. No matter the circumstances, the Hyuga clan must provide an explanation to the Hokage. And since this incident occurred within his jurisdiction, he must bear the full burden of responsibility. His future prospects would be jeopardized. At that moment, he heard the words of Hyuga Hikaru. Shiino, in less than an hour, 3 umbu operatives have perished under the watch of our Hyuga clan. Do you understand the significance of this? Hyuga Shiino was utterly stunned upon hearing this. He hurriedly asked, "Young Master Hikaru, what is going on?" "This is a conspiracy aimed squarely at our Hyuga clan, designed to strip away the hard-won authority we have over the security division." Hyuga Hikaru glared at Shiino with a voice dripping with hatred. Shiino was completely thrown into panic. He had just been preparing to showcase his talents. How had things come to this? But at that moment, Hikaru withdrew a scroll from his bosom, his gaze grave as he looked at Shiino. "Fortunately, I have uncovered some clues. This scroll contains the evidence I have gathered. You must take it back to the clan head immediately. If I do not return, this scroll will serve as proof of our Hyuga clan's innocence." Upon hearing this, Shiino's heart surged with determination. He looked at Hikaru and said, "Young Master Hikaru, how can we allow you to face such danger alone? I can accompany you, or rather, we must gather reinforcements at once." Hikaru's expression hardened, his tone solemn. "Shiino, there are too many forces involved behind the scenes. Summoning the clan will only place us Hyuga in a disadvantageous position. Do you understand?" At these words, Shiino's mind raced with visions of power struggles. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, unwilling to see the Hyuga clan grow too powerful. Other shinobi clans harboring discontent. Root eliminating umbu operatives and framing the Hyuga, and so forth. His eyes darkened with gravity as he took the scroll from Hikaru's hand, resolved as if ready to face death. "Young Master Hikaru, I vow that your sacrifice will not be in vain. Shiino, do not worry too much. I am Hyuga Hikaru. I may not be in as much danger as you think." Hikaru smiled faintly. He then lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Hyuga clan's territory. "Time is pressing. You must go now." Shiino nodded and immediately vanished with a body flicker technique, heading toward the Hyuga domain. Edo Tsukimi watched Shiino depart with an indifferent expression. From beginning to end, he had been alone in the alley. Everything Shiino had witnessed was but an illusion. Moreover, under the manipulation of the 5 senses, all of Shiino's impassioned words were but whispers. Then Tsukimi's figure dissipated. He had already planted a mine, awaiting its eventual trigger. However, his dissatisfaction lay in the fact that Hyuga Hizashi was not residing in the clan head's mansion within the Hyuga territory, but rather in a temporary outpost near the outskirts of the clan land. The appearance of this provisional base clearly imitated the Uchiha security division. Hizashi's intentions were not difficult to surmise. Now that he had taken over the authority of the security division, he naturally required a corresponding security division building. He looked down on using the Uchiha's facility, so he had built his own, choosing a location outside the clan territory. After all, the security division was a public institution serving the entire Hidden Leaf village. It would be inappropriate to situate it within the Hyuga clan lands, where anyone with grievances could directly enter the Hyuga estate. Shiino, fraught with anxiety, darted swiftly over various structures, no matter who attempted to block his path. He was prepared to risk everything for the scroll in his grasp. That was the life and death trust bestowed upon him by young Master Hikaru. Meanwhile, outside the wasteland, Uchiha Setsuna crouched on a patch of grass, surrounded by 20 Uchiha clansmen. His expression was cold as he stared toward the desolate area. His murderous intent was nearing a breaking point. Umbu, the Hokage's lackeys. They all deserve to die. Suddenly, a figure appeared in an instant before the Uchiha shinobi. Setsuna looked up at the robed and masked individual and said calmly, "You must be Hyuga Tsukimi. What are your orders?" "Let the kunai continue flying for a while longer." Hyuga Tsukimi replied coolly, his gaze fixed on the Hyuga clan's direction. Pale golden pupils shimmered in his eyes. Setsuna's expression revealed a hint of doubt. The pale golden Bakugan penetrated space itself, and through his extraordinary vision, Tsukimi witnessed a scene unfolding over 10 kilometers away. Shino appeared drenched in sweat before a hastily erected building adorned with the Hyuga clan crest. Facing the puzzled gaze of the guards at the entrance, he hurriedly said, "Is the clan head present? I have urgent intelligence." Seeing Shino's anxious and disheveled demeanor, the Hyuga guard did not hesitate. "The clan head is inside." Relieved to hear that Hisashi was at the outpost, Shino quickened his pace. Thanks to his status as a branch family member, he was able to enter Hisashi's office without difficulty. Hisashi looked at Shino with a puzzled gaze. "Shino, weren't you on patrol in Konoha? Why have you returned in such a hurry?" Upon hearing this, Shino's expression grew grave. He reached into his bosom, preparing to present the scroll and relay the information Hikaru had entrusted to him. In the wasteland, Hyuga Tsukimi watched as Shino reached into his bosom. Without hesitation, Tsukimi formed hand seals with both hands. Inside Hisashi's office, Shino withdrew the scroll and spoke solemnly, "Clan," but no sooner had he uttered the first word than the scroll in his hand erupted with fierce red light. Hisashi's pupils shrank abruptly. Chakra surged violently around him. Boom! A terrifying explosion rocked the temporary outpost constructed by the Hyuga clan. Hyuga branch family shinobi, weary from building the structure, stood nearby. The main family members chatted amiably, their expressions relaxed. Guards stood watch at the entrance. In an instant, red flames engulfed them all. All the buildings were reduced to ashes in a blink of an eye. Dust billowed outward like a shockwave. The intense blast wind blew away vast stretches of forest outside the Hyuga territory. A visible mushroom cloud rose from the direction of the Hyuga lands. The force of the explosion was so immense that even the entire Hidden Leaf village trembled. Perched on a utility pole, Uchiha Itachi stared at the mushroom cloud with disbelief. "Are you mad? It was just a security division building." Then a murderous gleam surfaced in his eyes. In the relentless struggle for power, he swore that no matter who it was, he would spare no one. Without hesitation, he immediately commanded all 5 of the Umbu under his control to converge upon the Hyuga clan's territory. Simultaneously, he dispatched messengers to Konoha's root division to inform Danzo and request reinforcements. Whoever was responsible for the incident at the Hyuga lands today would be dealt with mercilessly. At the security division, Fugaku Uchiha stared in a daze at the slowly rising mushroom cloud. Though he had anticipated the destructive power of the explosive tag scrolls, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Yet, a smile soon crept across his face. With scrolls of such potency, he, Fugaku Uchiha, was soon to acquire 4 more. Within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's complexion darkened as he fixed his gaze on the Hyuga territory. How dare they? How dare they? With fury, he slammed his palm onto the desk. Bang! The desk, a silent witness to the legacies of 4 Hokages, shattered instantly. In the wasteland, Senya Uchiha watched the ascending mushroom cloud, momentarily stunned. He glanced at Tsukimi Hyuga. "Is this what you meant by letting the kunai fly a bit longer? This is more like letting the tailed beast orb soar for a while." "Begin," Tsukimi Hyuga said indifferently, looking toward the wasteland. Just now, he had achieved a 57% advancement in his evolution. This explosion left him quite satisfied. Moreover, it served as a test to measure the extent of damage that an explosive tag surprise attack could inflict upon a shinobi. His Byakugan evolution had now reached Byakugan 3115. He then strode directly toward the wasteland. Observing Tsukimi Hyuga's composed demeanor, Senya Uchiha clicked his tongue, rose to his feet and waved his hand. 20 Uchiha ninja followed him as they advanced into the wasteland. Silently, the carnage blossomed. At the Hyuga clan's domain, a large number of Hyuga shinobi scoured the ruins of temporary structures in search of survivors. Hinata Hyuga, tense and anxious at the epicenter of the explosion, was lifting wooden planks and stones, for Hisashi Hyuga was trapped beneath. After shifting a massive stone, Hinata's eyes shone with excitement. Faint and barely breathing, Hisashi Hyuga appeared before him, though in a pitiful state. His hair was entirely carbonized, his skin badly burned and peeling, with huge blisters blooming one after another. "Medical team, over here. The clan head is here," Hinata exclaimed urgently, turning around and removing another wooden plank pinning Hisashi down. Hisashi barely opened his eyes, watching as the medical team rushed to his aid. At the moment of the explosive tag's detonation, he had activated Kotai, the Hyuga clan's strongest defensive technique. Yet, the sheer number of explosive tags was overwhelming. Despite draining his chakra completely, he could not withstand the assault, ending up gravely wounded. Staring at the ruined building, his eyes overflowed with fury and grief. Who was it who was so treacherous as to control his clan members with genjutsu, causing them to be tricked into bringing an explosive tag scroll into the Hyuga lands? So many of his people, lost for nothing. At that moment, hundreds of figures rapidly approached from afar. In no time, Itachi Uchiha arrived beside the injured Hisashi, his expression grave. When he set out, he had expected to intercept some of the perpetrators attacking the Hyuga clan along the way. Yet, he had encountered none. This only deepened his sense of foreboding. Upon seeing the numerous corpses within the temporary structure, his heart grew heavier. Looking at Hisashi, covered in bandages, Itachi spoke solemnly. "Clan head, what exactly happened during the attack just now?" Hinata met Itachi's gaze and stepped before Hisashi, his expression icy as he glared at him. He despised Itachi Uchiha, a traitor who had abandoned his clan to serve the village. Had such a thing happened within the Hyuga clan, he would have slain Itachi long ago. Now, with Itachi assuming an interrogative stance toward Hisashi, Hinata's displeasure was evident as he immediately declared, "Clan head has just been attacked and needs to rest." Before he finished, Hisashi spoke, "Hinata, there is no need. This matter is no longer something the Hyuga clan alone can handle." Though displeased, Hinata stepped aside. Hisashi looked at Itachi with a grave gaze. "The Hokage has obtained more intelligence, hasn't he? Otherwise, why would so many Umbu arrive so swiftly?" Itachi nodded without concealment. The actions of the Umbu proved they were aware of certain truths. Concealing them now would only insult Hisashi's intelligence and hinder the exchange of information. Seeing Itachi's nod, Hisashi slowly said, "I sense an invisible hand relentlessly dragging the Hyuga clan toward the abyss." Today, Shino mentioned something important. As Hisashi recounted the recent events befalling the Hyuga clan, Itachi's expression grew even more solemn. From Hisashi's description, Itachi realized his previous assumptions were entirely mistaken. It was not a coalition of ninja clans targeting the Hyuga, but only one individual from beginning to end, the man wearing the mask. At this thought, Itachi abruptly turned his head toward the wasteland. According to current deductions, the wasteland was certainly not a rendezvous point for ninja clans. If not a meeting place, then it must hold some special significance for the masked man. Yet only 10 Umbu had been stationed there. Most of the Umbu had followed Itachi to the Hyuga lands, and even Root had been ordered to leave Konoha. Under these circumstances, if the wasteland was important to the masked man, then the 10 Umbu there were in peril. Without delay, Itachi addressed Hisashi, "Lord Hyuga, an urgent situation has arisen. I must act immediately. I will report the intelligence you provided to the Hokage afterward." Observing Itachi's tense demeanor, Hisashi's eyes flickered. He knew that Itachi had gleaned more information from his intelligence. Yet, now was not the time to detain Itachi and demand disclosure, for immediate action meant the village was in danger. He nodded. "Go." Itachi nodded in return and promptly led over 100 Umbu straight toward the wasteland. His eyes radiated profound gravity. Under no circumstances must his mistake lead to the death of a comrade. "Wait for me. I am arriving immediately." Hinata Hisashi cast a glance at the departing figure of Itachi Uchiha, then turned to Hyuga Hikaru and spoke solemnly. "From this day forth, every member of the clan shall assemble within the clan grounds. 50 clan members will be selected and divided into teams of 5, each taking turns to patrol the clan area with Bakugan 24 hours a day. Any clan members who must venture outside are required to travel in groups of at least 3, and whenever outside the clan territory, at least one among them must activate the Bakugan at all times." He had just reflected on why the explosive talisman scroll had succeeded this time. Because Hyuga Shino had been manipulated by genjutsu, and genjutsu, even those cast through ocular techniques, can be dispelled as long as one has allies. Not to mention the Hyuga clan's Bakugan, with its extraordinary perceptiveness. No genjutsu can remain concealed beneath a pair of Bakugan eyes. This loss shall never be suffered a second time. The wasteland. Countless trees were impaled with senbon needles. Uchiha ninja swiftly used kunai to excavate the spots where the senbon were embedded, rapidly retrieving the explosive talisman scrolls one by one. Hyuga Tsukimi stood atop the treetops. His expression was indifferent as he observed Itachi Uchiha racing toward him at incredible speed. 5 minutes remained. All the explosive talismans would soon be removed. The corpses of 10 Umbu operatives lay sprawled upon the damp earth. Blood soaked into each small pit in the soil. The blood slowly congealed into a single droplet, falling into a hollow formed in the ground. Plop! The blood burst apart. The red 3-tomo appeared within Itachi Uchiha's eyes. He gazed at the wasteland ahead and waved his left hand. Shouting fiercely, squads, disperse and advance in net formation, using small teams as the basic units. At his command, the Umbu operatives, moving at lightning speed, instantly scattered. A bird overhead lowered its head to watch the shinobi spread out like a tide, advancing in a semicircle toward the wasteland. It cried out loudly before flying away without looking back. Tension flickered in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. At this moment, he fervently hoped his judgment had been mistaken. The 10 Umbu left behind here. May nothing befall them. Within the wasteland, Uchiha Setsuna looked at Hyuga Tsukimi with a puzzled expression. Can you handle them alone? It's just about blocking them, not wiping them out. It's not difficult. Hyuga Tsukimi tilted his head, his gaze fixed indifferently on the Umbu rushing forward like a tidal wave. Hearing such calm, composed words, Uchiha Setsuna could not help but glance at Hyuga Tsukimi. Those were at least 100 Umbu. To hold off so many elite Umbu single-handedly, unless he possessed overwhelming confidence in his strength, he would be a fool. And judging by Hyuga Tsukimi's demeanor, he did not seem a fool. So, what kind of power did this man before him truly possess? Uchiha Setsuna longed to witness it with his own eyes. He felt the hot blood, long restrained within him by imprisonment, beginning to burn anew. He was born to fight and destined to die in battle. A shinobi of the Uchiha, but he quelled the restlessness within his heart, because he needed to lead his clan away. The Uchiha must not be exposed at this time. Let us go, Uchiha Setsuna said in a low voice. Without hesitation, he led 20 Uchiha shinobi away. As the Uchiha shinobi departed, Hyuga Tsukimi began forming hand seals with both hands. He intended to erase all traces of construction at the scene to prevent Konoha from deducing the presence of explosive talismans here. Although the likelihood was slim, even the slightest chance was a chance. Hyuga Tsukimi would not afford to err. Over 100 figures brazenly stormed into the wasteland. Countless birds took flight in alarm. Hyuga Tsukimi's pale golden eyes gazed distantly at Itachi Uchiha, who had activated his 3 Kamatomo, his voice cold and indifferent. Water release. Great exploding water surge. A vast torrent of chakra poured forth. A terrifying wave emerged from the void. Boom. Everything within several hundred meters was obliterated by the fearsome flood. A colossal elliptical water prison materialized within the wasteland. Countless trees were scattered by the rushing water. Over 100 Umbu halted in unison, then dispersed to encircle the water prison in a ring. Thud. Itachi Uchiha landed on the ground and looked up at the elliptical water prison before him, grief flickering in his eyes. He saw it. The corpses of his subordinates. He was still too late. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask slowly floated up from the water, rising to the center of the water sphere before gazing down imperiously at the Konoha shinobi. Hyuga Tsukimi's gaze was indifferent. This technique, though generally used to create a vast water prison to restrain opponents, could also serve as a formidable defense if one adopted a different perspective. As the caster, he was able to freely soar within this body of water, concealing your identity, infiltrating Konoha, launching a sneak attack to assassinate the Hyuga clan's shinobi, orchestrating conspiracies. What exactly is your purpose? Itachi Uchiha raised his head and looked at Hyuga Tsukimi, his voice cold. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tsukimi could not help but smile. Then, controlling his chakra, he caused the enormous water sphere to vibrate, projecting his voice outward. The Hyuga clan is simply damned. Hearing Hyuga Tsukimi's words, filled with disdain for life, Itachi Uchiha could no longer restrain himself. He had known from childhood the preciousness of life. Every independent life was a magnificent miracle. Killing intent surfaced in his eyes as he spoke coldly. You scoundrel who despises life. Today your life shall be claimed by me. Despise life? Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes turned mocking as he regarded Itachi Uchiha. Despise life? Life originates from one's parents, and you, Itachi Uchiha, who have forsaken the very source of life, accuse me of despising life. I have never slain innocent civilians. Yet among you in Konoha, how many shinobi slaughter civilians after battles to vent their frustrations? Or perhaps, the Hyuga clan's main family, who have been enslaved by kin, cherish life? When you stand upon the moral high ground to accuse others, perhaps you ought to first consider whether you are worthy. Itachi Uchiha raised his hand, his eyes as cold as frost. You may think you understand me well, but in the end, you are nothing but a coward hiding in the shadows. I will never allow you, who killed your comrade, to leave the village alive. As he spoke, he slashed downward with his hand, shouting fiercely, attack! Over 100 Umbu surrounding the giant water sphere formed hand seals in unison. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Flame thrower technique. Fire release. Fire Dragon Bullet. Endless flames burned the air, as if determined to incinerate all in their path. Before the flames obscured his vision, Tsukimi Hyuga cast a mocking glance at Itachi Uchiha and said, "You who value your comrades less than blood relatives, do you even deserve the title of a human being?" Flames blazed into the sky, completely enveloping the massive elliptical water sphere. Under the fire-style jutsu of over 100 Umbu shinobi, the water sphere shrank visibly before the naked eye. A dense mist began to rise. At that moment, Tsukimi Hyuga had completed his hand seals. Water style, mist concealment technique. A vast amount of mist, mixed with steam evaporated by the flames, wafted through the forest. For a short while, everything within a radius of several kilometers was shrouded in thick fog, leaving nearly all the Umbu shinobi able to see only their closest companions. Second squad, use wind style. Head toward Misaki Asakura. Itachi Uchiha shouted sharply. The three tomo in his eyes shifted continuously as he sought Tsukimi Hyuga's figure. Misaki Asakura immediately appeared behind him, accompanied by 3 elite Umbu operatives. Each gazed in different directions, all sensory-type ninjas. The most vulnerable aspect of ocular genjutsu lies in the fact that once the opponent knows you possess ocular illusions and has time to strategize, they will immediately employ multiple combatants to neutralize the genjutsu. Meanwhile, having received orders, the second squad had already completed their wind style techniques. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, gust. Wind style, fierce assault. The terrifying gale instantly dispersed the thick fog. Without needing Itachi's command, all the Umbu immediately formed squads and surged in all directions. They would never allow Tsukimi Hyuga to escape. Itachi Uchiha prepared to lead his subordinates in a direct pursuit of Tsukimi Hyuga. Yet at that moment, a cold, indifferent voice echoed, Earth style. Mind turn and head twist technique. Itachi's eyes snapped down to the ground, shrinking fiercely. A pair of hands gripped his ankles. Tsukimi Hyuga had no intention of fleeing. Although combining the mist concealment technique with a large volume of steam could provide a chance to break through the encirclement, escape was impossible. Casting an A-rank ninjutsu and releasing such an extensive mist concealment had already drained his chakra significantly. If he fled now, his chakra would soon be depleted by the body flicker technique. Given Itachi Uchiha's abilities, it was impossible for Tsukimi Hyuga to escape before his chakra ran out. Itachi would relentlessly track him through every trace. Therefore, to flee, he had to first deal with Itachi, to prevent him from pursuing. Having devised the strategy, Tsukimi Hyuga immediately used Earth Style to burrow underground after deploying the mist concealment technique. With a muffled thud, Itachi Uchiha was abruptly pulled into the quagmire. Tsukimi Hyuga's figure leapt into midair, his eyes cold and indifferent. Itachi instantly closed his eyes, knowing Tsukimi Hyuga was about to activate his ocular power. Unable to expose his Mangekyo Sharingan and engage in ocular combat, he had no choice but to shut his eyes to evade Tsukimi's genjutsu. But he trusted his comrades. As long as Misaki Asakura held on for a moment, he could break free after that fleeting instant. A detached voice issued from Tsukimi Hyuga's lips. Takamaji Ehara. Without hesitation, Tsukimi Hyuga activated his ocular power. Almost instantaneously, Misaki Asakura thrust a kunai into the neck of a comrade. Blood erupted in a spray. Immediately afterward, his ocular power was nullified, and a ninja blade pierced his body. The pale gold in Tsukimi Hyuga's eyes flickered wildly. Blood scattered through the air. The surging plasma drenched Itachi Uchiha from head to toe. Thud. Tsukimi Hyuga landed firmly. For elite Umbu operatives collapsed slowly. At the cost of exhausting his ocular power, Tsukimi had wiped out 4 Umbu in a single encounter. A complete annihilation. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha also broke free. His fingertips were tinged with a dark bluish hue. Then, a volcanic fury erupted in his eyes. Misaki Asakura, the comrade who had undertaken dozens of missions alongside him, fighting shoulder to shoulder and guarding each other's backs, now lay on the ground, his breath fading. He should have sensed it, if he had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. A profound mixture of guilt and remorse overwhelmed Itachi's heart, crystallizing into a single word: death. With a fierce roar, Itachi lowered his head and instantly appeared before Tsukimi Hyuga. The kunai in his hand became a blur as it stabbed toward Tsukimi's neck. Tsukimi's figure flickered, evading the strike. Looking at the enraged Itachi Uchiha, Tsukimi's expression remained indifferent. His initial offensive strategy was complete. Roughly 80% of his ocular power had instantly eliminated 4 Umbu and neutralized Itachi's allies. Then, before the remaining Umbu could recover, he would crush Itachi Uchiha. Today's mission would be accomplished. Though his ocular power no longer sufficed to fully control Itachi with Takamajihara, Itachi was unaware. Moreover, to conceal the existence of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi dared not unleash its full power. With only 20% of his ocular power left, Tsukimi could barely restrain Itachi for a moment. The operation's success probability was extremely high. Clang! The kunai sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing whistle that sent a painful shockwave into the eardrums. Tsukimi Hyuga struck Itachi's wrist with his elbow, then kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying before sneering coldly. At this point, still hiding your Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi Uchiha, you are far more hypocritical than I imagined. It was deliberate. Tsukimi intended to force Itachi to constantly hold back his Mangekyo, preventing him from fully activating it. A despicable rat lurking in the shadows. How dare he accuse others? Itachi's eyes reddened with bloodshot veins as he retorted coldly. Even if it means severing ties with my family and village, bearing all infamy, I will keep my last trump card for my younger brother. Lowering his head, Itachi formed hand seals. 2 clones appeared instantly, launching a direct assault. Kunai, sunban needles, and ninja blades whizzed past Tsukimi Hyuga as his body soared into the air. Hands forming seals, his eyes cold, he said, "And what about you, Itachi Uchiha? Aren't you the despicable rat lurking in the shadows?" Completing his seals, he unleashed fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Dozens of phoenix-shaped flames erupted instantly, engulfing the forest in roaring fire. Itachi's 2 clones were struck and dissolved into smoke. A ninja blade appeared above Tsukimi Hyuga's head. Then, with a sudden slash, swish, the sound of the air being torn apart pierced the ears. Hyuga Tsukimi formed hand seals. Bang! A substitution jutsu. He instantly swapped places with a nearby tree trunk. The blade cleaved the trunk cleanly in 2. Uchiha Itachi released his kunai, formed hand seals with both hands, closed his eyes, and directed his words toward Hyuga Tsukimi. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A terrifying sphere of blazing flames descended from the sky like a small meteorite. The very air seemed to be scorched through. This was precisely the opportunity Hyuga Tsukimi had been awaiting. Their battle had already stirred considerable commotion, and reinforcements from the Umbu were close at hand. A vast chakra began to manifest on Tsukimi's palm. The secret, unspoken finishing move of the Hyuga clan. Gentle fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged directly at the great fireball technique. Yet, this move was less a gentle fist than a martial arts strike from a past life. Baji. Half-step crushing fist. Boom. Accompanied by a violent muffled explosion, the great fireball technique detonated. Uchiha Itachi opened a sliver of peripheral vision, only to be met by a pair of pale golden eyes. Takamagara. In an instant, Itachi's 5 senses were manipulated. However, the next moment, his complexion slightly pale, he broke free from the genjutsu. But it was precisely at this moment that a figure, like a high-speed train, collided headlong into him. Bay. Iron Mountain Crush. Bang! Uchiha Itachi was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He clearly felt 2 of his ribs snap. Despite the pain, after rolling painfully to his feet, Hyuga Tsukimi's figure had already vanished. Only a single phrase echoed through the empty forest. "You who chose to become an orphan of your own accord, what exactly do you fight for?" This sentence caused Uchiha Itachi to involuntarily spit another mouthful of blood. At that moment, a large contingent of Umbu appeared not far behind him. Hyuga Tsukimi's robes were scorched and torn. He swiftly moved through the treetops, his eyes revealing fatigue. Just moments ago, he had employed the gentle fist combined with the Baji style from a previous life to withstand the great fireball technique. To mitigate the damage, his chakra reserves were nearly drained, and under the strain of overusing his ocular power, he could no longer activate the Bakugan. In that final instant, he had used the Baji half-step crushing fist to collide headlong with the great fireball, nearly suffering grievous injury from the blast. Yet, it was precisely because of that desperate gambit that he managed to appear before Uchiha Itachi with Iron Mountain Crush, forcibly employing his ocular power to cast Takamagara and seize control over Itachi. Had he not withstood the great fireball, he would never have had the chance to execute Takamagara. He would have simply been pinned down by Uchiha Itachi. Yet, even after successfully casting Takamagara, he had nearly suffered backlash from the genjutsu. Given that controlling a Jonin-level opponent ordinarily requires 30% ocular power, and Itachi's strength far exceeded Jonin rank, flawlessly manipulating Itachi's senses without any cost would demand at least 50% ocular power. In their previous encounter, Tsukimi had used only 20% ocular power to activate Takamagara, successfully controlling Itachi without backlash because Itachi had simultaneously deployed his own ocular technique. The clash of genjutsu between eyes was like two unprotected computers simultaneously disabling their firewalls. However, without Itachi's genjutsu, perfect control over his senses would require Tsukimi to expend 50% of his ocular power. Reflecting on this battle, Hyuga Tsukimi swiftly disappeared into the wasteland zone. Whoosh! His figure darted through the forest. Shattered leaves drifted down under the sunlight. Thud! Tsukimi landed on the ground and quickly removed his garments, donning the ninja vest he had worn earlier when heading to the security department. This time, however, he did not incinerate his damaged black robe with fire release but sealed it within a ninjutsu scroll. Since this was the border between the wasteland and the residential district, using fire there to destroy clothing would leave traces. If such evidence were discovered, it would greatly complicate his efforts to conceal his identity. Indeed, it might even lead to exposure, for Konoha was no mere assembly of incompetence but truly stood atop the ninja world. Placing the ninjutsu scroll into his bosom, Hyuga Tsukimi employed a transformation jutsu, adopting the guise of an ordinary resident. He then entered the residential area, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Using a secret passage, he returned to Uchiha Fugaku's office without arousing suspicion. "You are truly audacious," Uchiha Fugaku remarked, gazing at Hyuga Tsukimi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "You are the first to use such a powerful explosive tag scroll within Konoha. The security chief is too kind. I merely wish to survive," Tsukimi replied calmly. "By the way, how are things arranged at the prison?" Upon hearing mention of the prison, Uchiha Yakumi, standing beside the desk, spoke up. "There are no breaches there for the time being. Every day, someone uses a transformation jutsu to impersonate the Hyuga clan members you previously killed. However, this ruse will not last long. The Hyuga clan suffered heavy losses today and will surely recall their members." As Yakumi's words concluded, Fugaku's expression grew solemn as he looked at Hyuga Tsukimi. "The Hyuga clan members ostensibly stationed at the prison have actually been killed by you, and this is a significant vulnerability. Should the Hyuga clan choose to recall these individuals, the incident of their deaths within the security department will be exposed. Given the current situation, once this is confirmed, Konoha will be forced into war against the Uchiha. Even with 5 large-scale explosive tags now in Uchiha hands, such a full-scale conflict would inevitably cause heavy casualties." Fugaku wished to hear what strategy Hyuga Tsukimi might propose. Even if there was no solution, it would at least give him clarity on how to proceed. "Regarding this, security chief, there is no need for concern. I shall return shortly to the Hyuga territory, meet with Hyuga Hizashi, and reveal the atrocities committed by the Uchiha. Taking this step will at least buy us 2 days. However, those 2 days will be enough time for the Umbu operatives to complete their investigation of all clues and list me as a suspect," Tsukimi added. "Therefore, security chief, I propose a surprise attack on Konoha at dawn 2 days hence. With the power of the 5 explosive tag scrolls in Uchiha possession, we could obliterate the Hokage rock, the Hokage's office, and devastate more than half the residential area, plunging the entire village into chaos. Once Konoha descends into turmoil, we will immediately defect, minimizing losses for the Uchiha clan." Hyuga Tsukimi spoke with cold detachment, his eyes serene and resolute. Upon hearing his plan, Fugaku and Shomyaku's expressions both altered. Shomyaku's eyes flickered with a trace of anger as he said, "You are well aware of the explosive tag scroll's destructive power, aren't you? I can understand launching a surprise attack on the Hokage to fabricate the illusion of the enemy leader's death and sow chaos. But obliterating residential districts? Do you not realize how many innocent civilians will perish? Most of them are ordinary people, not shinobi." Yet, before his impassioned words could conclude, he was abruptly interrupted by Hyuga Tsukimi's cold, stern voice. "I am fully aware they are all ordinary people. I know this will result in significant casualties. I understand it will create a vast chain of hatred. The living will despise me, despise the Uchiha. But if we do not proceed this way, merely destroying the Hokage's office and the Hokage rock, we will be pursued, restrained, surrounded, and slaughtered by the overwhelming number of Konoha shinobi within less than 30 minutes. Uchiha Shomyaku, do you know how many shinobi Konoha has? Excluding those deployed along the borders or executing covert missions, the resident shinobi within the village number no fewer than 10,000. Not to mention those recalled by the 3rd Hokage over this period. The total exceeds 12,000. What does that mean? The entire Uchiha clan barely surpasses 400 members. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi orders a pursuit, we will not even be able to leave the land of fire. We will be utterly annihilated. However, destroying a large portion of the residential area will create a situation advantageous to us. The buildings demolished by the explosions will generate numerous casualties, and Konoha, as their protector, will inevitably provide aid. A vast number of shinobi will remain behind to treat the wounded. Sarutobi will only dispatch elite ANBU and root operatives to chase us, whose numbers are negligible compared to Konoha's massive shinobi force. At that point, we can easily escape the land of fire, and what awaits afterward is freedom. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes revealed an icy resolve as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Shomyaku, emanating a formidable pressure that caused Shomyaku's heart to tighten with a suffocating sensation. His hands and feet trembled slightly. He was no stranger to killing, but he was a shinobi, a warrior, born to fight. Dying in battle was an honor. Slaughtering the weak was beneath his contempt. In truth, Hyuga Tsukimi was fully aware of the countless innocent lives this plan would claim. Yet he had no choice. Even though he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, lacking the Sage Mode, he could not, like Otsutsuki Shoten who dwelled on the moon, open the eye of the moon with a single strike. His chakra reserves were finite. If Konoha's shinobi trapped him in a battle of attrition, he would perish. He did not wish to die. Hence, he made this choice. He knew he was selfish. After making this decision, every person in Konoha would hate him, and all children born in the future would regard him as a blood enemy. If he had a choice, he would not do this. He was no bloodthirsty maniac, but upon his forehead was the mark of the caged bird. He was born a slave. His only beloved parents died without dignity. He had no choice. Had he been born into a civilian family, becoming an ordinary person, he would never have pondered such matters. He would only have considered how much money he needed each month to support his family. He, too, longed to live a simple and happy life, but the caged bird on his forehead had never granted him that choice. He was a slave. If no opportunity arose, so be it, but now that there was one, his sole option was to rebel against the clan master family as a slave, to rebel against Konoha standing on the clan master family's side, for those innocents who would perish under his plan. He bore deep remorse in his heart, but he would not alter the plan because it was the most suitable course of action. He would not wager his life on whether he and the Uchiha could escape a pursuit by over 10,000 shinobi. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Hyuga Tsukimi, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Then, what do you intend to do once you achieve freedom? His voice trembled slightly. He was no stranger to the battlefield and had personally slain countless shinobi, but killing ordinary Konoha civilians he had once protected weighed heavily on his conscience. Hence, he posed this question. After paying such a great price for freedom, what will you do then? Tsukimi? Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's question, Hyuga Tsukimi did not respond immediately but instead looked toward the direction of Kateryu village. Once, he had no answer to this question. He had only harbored hatred for the Hyuga clan's main family, and upon gaining power, his sole desire was to exact revenge and rebel. But today, after revealing the plan he had long harbored in his heart, he found the answer to this question. He detested the root-s slaughter of innocent civilians in Kateryu village, yet he had made the same choice, to use the deaths of innocents to create an advantage for himself. In this regard, he was as vile and selfish as those in root. However, one difference remained. His conscience bore a tremendous burden of guilt for this decision. The root operatives did not. As long as necessary, even if it meant massacring an entire nation, they would hesitate not. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the window, Hyuga Tsukimi spoke in a low tone. I will personally sever all chains of hatred in this world. I will ensure that future lives born into this world will never have to face choices like the one I have made today. I will end oppression and forge true peace. Struggles flickered in his eyes, but they were soon replaced by a resolute expression, for he had made his choice. Today, his life was exchanged for the lives of many others, so having survived and gained freedom, he must maximize the value of this life. He was indeed selfish and despicable, yet he had once witnessed a glorious era. Since he could not tolerate the events in Kateryu village, then the future version of himself would personally end the root cause of hatred's birth in this world. He knew this task would be arduous, hence the flicker of struggle in his eyes. Yet, his past life had seen a group of ordinary people without authority carve out a flourishing era. If they could, why could he not? The future would be difficult, but he would accomplish it. Because today he chose to survive at the cost of many lives. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shomyaku both revealed expressions of disbelief. They were no children. One was a Jonin, the other the clan head, and both understood fully the profound implications behind Hyuga Tsukimi's declaration. The Uchiha clan of old was not despised by the entire village of Konoha as it is today. All these changes began when they took control of the security division. Commanding the security division meant wielding authority, and born and bred as warriors, the Uchiha did not concern themselves with those who sought favor or leniency beyond the scope of their official power. Excessive refusals led to alienation. Thus, the Uchiha were isolated, The number of those who opposed them grew, and the clan, who held their honor above all else, struck back. The conflict escalated relentlessly. Until this day, the Uchiha and Konoha have become irreconcilable. The root cause of it all lies in humanity's refusal to accept fairness. Greed, factionalism. Once people form small groups, they inevitably seek to exclude those who differ. For instance, in managing an industry, a few dominant giants collude to control the market. When several giants unite, they merely dominate one sector. But what if a multitude of giants join forces? What would emerge then? The authority held by the Uchiha over the security division spans from defending against enemy shinobi to investigating smuggling and mediating domestic disputes. The scope of discretionary power is vast. The Uchiha treat everyone with equal fairness. But that is to offend everyone equally. Hence, the Uchiha were rejected, isolated. And how difficult is true fairness? Those exploited by the giants yearn for fairness, but once they transform into giants themselves, do they still desire fairness? They do not. Everyone despises those who oppress them, yet everyone aspires to become the oppressor. Thus, Fugaku Uchiha and Yukumi Uchiha were shocked, incredulous, and silent, for they understood the profound difficulty of this truth. The Uchiha's equal rejection of all stems from their nature as pure warriors who cherish love and honor, but care not for oppressing or exploiting others. How many shinobi clans or people like the Uchiha exist? Too few. You know how difficult it is to realize all that you speak of? Fugaku Uchiha gazed earnestly at Hizuki Hyuga and spoke. Hizuki's eyes mirrored the sunlight. He certainly knew the hardship, but he had asked himself, could he accept indiscriminate slaughter and exploitation of others for his own gain? He could not. He could mercilessly kill the Hyuga main family and the branch families standing beside them, but he could not casually slaughter countless ordinary people. Nor could he, like Konoha during the Shinobi World Wars, send 6-year-old children to the battlefield when manpower ran thin. Yet even now, he has made a choice akin to that of the root division. He bears guilt. He feels remorse. Above all, he harbors anger, an anger difficult to articulate, but whose source he knows well, this fractured world. Had he remained a mere Hyuga branch family member, a caged bird destined to die at any moment, he would have grown numb and indifferent. But now he is different. Since he feels guilt, remorse, and anger, then he will vent them. He will shatter this long-broken world utterly and reshape it into a form he desires. This is his resolution. He will become the god of a new world, the second sage of the 6 paths. Hizuki Hyuga's cold, stern gaze sent a chill down Fugaku's spine. He believed in the other's sincerity. But how many lives would this path claim? Instinctively, he asked, what of the Hyuga clan? How do you intend to handle them? I have no time to engage the Hyuga clan in a game of revenge. After the day after tomorrow, I will be the last one left of the Hyuga. Hizuki said calmly, though his words sent a shiver down the spine. You intend to annihilate the entire Hyuga clan? Yukumi Uchiha's eyes revealed shock. He could not fathom the words he had just heard in this world that reveres blood ties. Rebellion and opposition like Itachi Uchiha's were already the gravest of betrayals. Yet now, Hizuki's meaning was to exterminate the entire Hyuga clan. Yukumi's worldview crumbled utterly. The Hyuga clan's system and ideology are the greatest cancer in the new era I envision. I will not allow this cancer to survive. This is the necessary path to sever all chains of hatred and achieve true peace, Hizuki said with cold resolve. How can you be certain you will reach the outcome you desire? If you fail, you will be remembered with infamy forever. Fugaku's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed. You will understand why I can achieve this the day after tomorrow, Security Division Captain, Hizuki replied calmly. After speaking, Hizuki fixed his gaze upon Fugaku and Yukumi and continued. Now then, have we reached consensus regarding the attack on Konoha at dawn the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Yukumi struggled briefly before turning his head away. He was evading. He passed the responsibility of that choice entirely onto Fugaku. But this was only natural. Deciding to kill so many of one's own kind inevitably bears immense moral burden. Yukumi was merely a warrior. Fugaku's expression stiffened slightly, 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind. As a warrior, he was blameless. Yet as clan head, he had failed greatly, hesitating over Konoha matters due to his son's rebellion. Only with Hizuki's arrival did he steel himself fully. He recalled the day he met Itachi at the mansion. His son had long decided, upon learning that Fugaku knew of his Mangekyo Sharingan, to stand with Konoha and fight to the bitter end. A heavy yet resolute resolve filled Fugaku's eyes. Now it was his turn, the father's turn, to make the decision. At dawn the day after tomorrow, the Uchiha clan will join you in launching the attack, Fugaku declared in a low voice. He knew the repercussions his decision would bring, yet he was prepared. for he would protect the Uchiha clan and lead them out of this cage called Konoha. Very well, Chief of the Police. By the early hours of the day after tomorrow, I shall deliver the Jinchuriki into the hands of the Uchiha, fulfilling our accord. For now, I will return to the Hyuga clan's territory to buy some time. Hyuga Tsukimi spoke calmly. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Hyuga Tsukimi turned and left the security department office, heading directly to the Hyuga clan lands. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was profoundly grim. He gazed at Uchiha Itachi before him and spoke in a low voice. Just now, Root and the heads of the Aburame clan all surrendered their logbooks. You were right. There is no conspiracy among the shinobi clans behind the targeting of the Hyuga clan. It is the act of a single individual. Moments earlier, Uchiha Itachi had conveyed his suspicions to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without hesitation, as Hokage, Sarutobi immediately summoned Root and the leaders of various medium-sized shinobi clans, ordering them to hand over their logbooks. These so-called logbooks, known as operation records within Root and the Umbu, meticulously document each ninja's movements, as well as their leave and duty schedules. Since Konoha is a shinobi village structured around individual clans, each clan is essentially an organizational unit. During the era of the second Hokage, they were compelled to maintain operation records akin to those of the Umbu, submitting them regularly. Falsifying these logbooks is an exceedingly difficult feat. This is because the Umbu, as a direct subordinate of the Hokage, commands the entire intelligence network of Konoha. Any falsification would be deemed an act of treason. Even if clans sought power struggles, none would dare to forge records in this matter. Therefore, when the clans and Root promptly surrendered their logbooks, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted Uchiha Itachi's hypothesis as truthful. All of this was orchestrated by a single individual. As for why Sarutobi believed Itachi's account despite the absence of the Uchiha's logbook submission, it was because Itachi himself embodied the essence of the logbook. It had been only a few days since his estrangement from the Uchiha clan. Such intelligence could not be distorted. Considering Itachi's current sensitivity, Sarutobi refrained from sending the Umbu to retrieve the logbook from the security department, instead taking Itachi's report as authoritative. According to Itachi's speculation, this individual's presence predates his split from the Uchiha, thus exonerating the clan. Hokage-sama, judging from my confrontation with that individual, he has lived in the village for at least half a year. Otherwise, he could not be so intimately familiar with Konoha, leaving no trace each time, Uchiha Itachi said with a grave gaze. Listening to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. A shadow-level shinobi residing in Konoha for over half a year, wielding potent dojutsu, such a person would not be easy to capture. Moreover, at this critical juncture, Konoha must apprehend this individual swiftly. Should the Uchiha volcano erupt, who knows what calamities might ensue. He involuntarily looked toward Uchiha Itachi, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. If you were to lead the investigation, how long do you think it would take you to catch this person? At the question, Uchiha Itachi fell silent, rapidly analyzing various data within his mind before asserting with certainty. With the logbooks from all clans en route, and once I secure the security department's logbook, it will take me no more than 2 days. No matter under what guise he hides within Konoha, I will unmask him. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately struck the table, a hint of exhilaration crossing his features. I hereby appoint you as the Hokage's temporary special assistant. The entire Umbu shall obey your commands, and Root must comply unconditionally. With a swift motion, Uchiha Itachi rose, his expression solemn. Understood. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi then departed the Hokage's office. His first order was to dispatch someone to retrieve the logbook from the security department. Simultaneously, he secured an exceptionally spacious office within the Umbu headquarters and assembled 50 ninjas, establishing a temporary operations center to commence the search for Hyuga Tsukimi's traces. As Uchiha Itachi began his efforts, Hyuga Tsukimi had already arrived outside the Hyuga clan territory. He gazed at the temporary encampment reduced to ruins, his expression tinged with anger as he addressed the Hyuga guards at the entrance. What is the meaning of this? The Hyuga branch family ninja on guard looked bitter as he replied. Lord Tsukimi, we were attacked. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tsukimi's anger deepened. He demanded sternly, who dares assault the Hyuga clan? The branch family ninja at the gate immediately broke into a cold sweat. Lord Tsukimi, we do not know. Young Master Hikaru is investigating this matter. He is currently within the clan. Perhaps you should return and inquire with young Master Hikaru. A useless lot. Hyuga Tsukimi scolded coldly, then stormed into the clan lands, looking as though he intended to identify the culprit and immediately exact vengeance. As he strode toward the clan leader's residence, his eyes scanned the territory. He still held 4 explosive tag scrolls in his hand and had to allocate them wisely. Should the 4 explosive tags prove ineffective, removing this malignant tumor from the Hyuga clan would require even greater effort. There was much to accomplish in the early hours of the day after tomorrow. He could not afford to expend too much energy within the Hyuga clan. Therefore, these 4 explosive tag scrolls had to be utilized flawlessly. Upon reaching the clan leader's residence, he had already decided where to conceal the 4 explosive tags to maximize their effect. At the entrance to the residence, after stating his desire to meet the clan leader, a figure soon appeared before him. It was Hyuga Hikaru. "Tsukimi, you've arrived just in time. I was about to come to the security department to find you," Hyuga Hikaru said with a grave expression. Hyuga Tsukimi's heart stirred, but his face betrayed no emotion. "What is it, young Master Hikaru? Come with me to see the clan leader. He will explain everything," Hyuga Hikaru sighed, then waved for Hyuga Tsukimi to follow. Hyuga Tsukimi promptly fell into step behind Hyuga Hikaru and entered the clan leader's residence. There, he immediately noticed that compared to his last visit, the number of guards had multiplied several times over. It seemed Hyuga Hizashi's severe injury had made the venerable clan leader more cautious of his own life. Moreover, this time, the place where Hyuga Tsukimi met with Hyuga Hizashi was no longer a tatami room but a chamber guarded by several Hyuga ninjas. Upon entering the room, Hyuga Tsukimi was greeted by a strong medicinal aroma. Without hesitation, he knelt on both knees, bowed his upper body, and pressed his forehead to the floor, respectfully addressing Hyuga Hizashi, who lay on the bed. "Tsukimi, I have come to pay respects to the clan leader." "Enough, rise." Hyuga Hizashi waved his hand weakly from the bed. "Very well, clan leader," Hyuga Tsukimi replied with reverence as he rose. Subsequently, Hayashi Hyuga gazed steadily at Tsukimi Hyuga and spoke with measured calmness. "Just moments ago, the esteemed Hokage commanded all ninja clans to surrender their logbooks. Shortly after we complied, the Umbu informed us that an unidentified shadow-level formidable adversary is targeting our Hyuga clan. This individual possesses an extraordinarily potent dojutsu genjutsu. Tsukimi, I had originally intended to send Hikaru to the security division to fetch you, urging you to return briefly, but unexpectedly, you came back on your own accord. Perhaps this is fate woven by the heavens. Tsukimi, would you be willing to make certain sacrifices for the sake of the Hyuga clan? I assure you, upon accomplishing this task, you shall be elevated to the status of clan elder as a branch family member." Upon uttering these words, Hayashi's expression bore a grave seriousness. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, he would never have made such a promise to Tsukimi. Yet, among the branch family, Tsukimi Hyuga stands alone as a Jonin capable of undertaking this mission. Hearing this, Tsukimi instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. He swiftly controlled his facial expression, revealing a mixture of gratitude and elation. "Clan head, I have always considered myself a member of the Hyuga clan. From childhood, I have cherished the honor of our family as my very life. No matter the sacrifice, I am willing to make it." Hayashi silently exhaled in relief upon hearing these words. After all, this plan required Tsukimi's wholehearted willingness. Coercion would not yield the desired outcome. Then, a somber tone returned to Hayashi's countenance. At present, the Hyuga clan faces a dire threat. That unknown shadow-level adversary has already slain dozens of our kin. Though I do not comprehend the source of his intense hatred toward the Hyuga, my deductions suggest that the more powerful a Hyuga ninja is, the more likely he is to become the target of this hunter. I hope you can act as bait to lure this individual out. Rest assured, he continued, this plan has already been coordinated with the Umbu. Uchiha Itachi, now serving as the Hokage's assistant and wielding full command over the Umbu, will dispatch operatives to protect you covertly. Once that person reveals himself, he will be surrounded and eliminated immediately. Tsukimi had no reason to hesitate upon hearing this. Hayashi's intention to use him as bait greatly facilitated his own plans. However, he needed to conclude matters within the security division first to delay the risk of exposing himself. With a solemn expression, Tsukimi replied, "Clan head, I am prepared to sacrifice everything for the Hyuga clan. Yet, the Uchiha in the security division harbor strong antipathy toward us Hyuga. When I proposed leading our clan members out of the security division to return to our homeland, they refused. They insist on forcing the noble Hyuga clan to associate daily with those filthy prisoners." Upon hearing this, Hayashi responded firmly, regarding the security division. "Disregard the Uchiha clan's disposition for now. Prioritize the success of this mission. To me, the greatest threat is the shadow-level adversary lurking in the shadows. We will address the Uchiha's authority in the security division later." As he spoke, Hayashi's gaze softened toward Tsukimi. Do not overly concern yourself with your safety. The Hyuga ninja stationed outside the village have all returned. Once that person manifests, not only the village but the entire clan will mobilize to encircle and eliminate him. These words completely reassured Tsukimi. He had previously pondered how to eradicate the threat if Hyuga ninja were still deployed outside. But now that Hayashi had gathered everyone back to the clan's territory, there was no need for further worry. Clan head, I vow to accomplish this mission, even at the cost of my own life, Tsukimi declared solemnly. Excellent, Tsukimi. I look forward to the day you become a clan elder. Go forth and fulfill this task. Hayashi encouraged with a smile. Understood, clan head. Tsukimi responded with fervor. Thereafter, he turned and departed from the heavily guarded chamber. Yet, before leaving the clan leader's residence, he subtly concealed a detonating tag scroll, his most potent one, inconspicuously. Upon exiting the clan leader's mansion, Tsukimi did not immediately leave the clan lands. Instead, he first returned to his own home. Within the residence, Tsukimi approached a black and white framed photograph in the living room. Slowly, he knelt on both knees and, with slightly reddened eyes, bowed his head thrice in solemn reverence. After completing his bows, he gazed upon the smiling couple within the frame, the only individuals who had ever bestowed warmth upon him in his 2 lifetimes of memories. His closest kin. A faint smile graced his lips as he whispered softly, Father, Mother, soon I shall avenge you. I will also bring an end to all the shackles of hatred in this world, so that the tragedies that befell our family will never recur in the new world to come. Every child deserves to grow up happily. With a faint voice, Tsukimi pressed the select button heavily within this virtual frame. Bakugan. The evolution begins. Immediately, blood vessels burst forth in his eyes. His face contorted, veins bulging. Pain, piercing into the marrow of his bones. Every sinew in his body seemed to be stretched and torn as blood surged rapidly beneath his skin, turning his flesh as red as a boiled prawn. In his mind, it was as though 1,000 needles were stabbing him at high frequency. Pain agonizing beyond words. Yet this is the price of power. Tsukimi's eyes became suffused with bloodshot veins. These veins gradually converged, ultimately transforming his irises into a deep crimson. After an indeterminate span of time, the blood-red hue in his eyes slowly receded. Then, his brand new eyes emerged into the world. The unparalleled and unprecedented Bakugan. At the center of the white scara, a square-shaped pattern with thunder-like veins extending outward rotated slowly, shimmering with golden light. Before these eyes, all things in the world paled in comparison. An incomparable beauty. Panting heavily, Tsukimi touched his right eye with his hand. This time, the Bakugan's evolution had granted him a formidable dojutsu. Unlike the previous genjutsu, this was a teleportation technique. Teleportation technique. This jutsu, in its rudimentary form, was mastered even by genin, allowing movement over mere meters. Advanced teleportation techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God mastered by Senju Tobirama and Minato Namikaze, could achieve astonishing distances. According to the data Tsukimi had once read in the Root Division's ninja laboratory, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had even attained teleportation spanning several kilometers. When he first read this information, Tsukimi was profoundly shocked. He had previously believed the Flying Thunder God technique could only cover distances of 1,000 meters at most. Regrettably, with the 4th Hokage's death, this technique had been lost to time, a fact that left Tsukimi deeply lamenting. When it comes to the body flicker technique, one cannot help but mention the ocular jutsu possessed by the Otsutsuki clan, the Yomi Bairasaka. This instantaneous movement technique even allows traversal across the cosmos, enabling members of the Otsutsuki to appear at will on any planet with coordinates. Meanwhile, the body flicker technique attained at the 4th stage of the Hyuga Bakugan, known as the Golden Bridge, serves a distinct purpose. This ocular jutsu permits Hyuga Tsukimi to freely open a spacetime node within his line of sight. Provided that location lacks an energy defense, he can instantly teleport himself or any object he wishes to convey there. Such energy defenses, however, can obstruct the Golden Bridge's ability to open spacetime nodes. For instance, forcibly implanting an explosive tag inside a person is impossible, as the human body is shielded by life energy and chakra. Similarly, a living tree is protected by vital life force. Wherever such energy defenses exist, they block his Golden Bridge from opening spacetime nodes, an unfortunate limitation for Hyuga Tsukimi. Without this restriction, he could simply implant explosive tags directly into the minds of every member of the Hyuga clan, thereby securing his freedom. Subsequently, he could swiftly cleanse the ninja world and reshape the entire realm into the fairness and justice he envisions. Regrettably, this is not the case. Regarding the consumption of ocular power, he finds it rather satisfactory. The chakra expenditure of the Golden Bridge technique correlates closely with the energy density of the object being transmitted. For example, his Bakugan currently allows him to visually target objects up to 12.5 miles away. Teleporting himself over that distance consumes half of his ocular energy. Conversely, sending a single kunai costs almost negligible chakra, perfectly adhering to the principle of energy conservation. After assimilating the information about this ocular jutsu, Hyuga Tsukimi rose to his feet, drenched in sweat that saturated his clothing, necessitating a change of attire. Yet his spirits were high. By his calculations, filling the progress bar of the 4th stage of the Bakugan, with all clan members recalled, was entirely feasible. In other words, after the day following tomorrow, upon completing his plan, he would ascend to the reincarnated eye. Moreover, this upgrade at the 4th stage of the Bakugan not only doubled his ocular power but also granted him a formidable ocular jutsu that directly compensated for his shortcomings. Nothing pleased him more than this. However, with the abilities of the Golden Bridge, he needed to slightly revise his upcoming plans. Although it was somewhat regrettable to have to abandon the explosive tag scroll at the clan leader's mansion, he still possessed 3 such scrolls. Indeed, Hyuga Tsukimi no longer intended to use the explosive tag scrolls directly. With the Golden Bridge, he could execute genuine over-the-horizon strikes using the Bakugan's capabilities. While this technique might not be fatal to top-tier fighters, it sufficed against the current Hyuga clan. In fact, he could scarcely conceive how the Hyuga could resist when the Golden Bridge was combined with a multitude of explosive tags. After removing his sweat-soaked garments and donning fresh, dry clothes before departing the clan territory, he instructed Hyuga ninjas to notify the Umbu of his whereabouts. Though his tactics against the Hyuga clan had evolved, his objectives remained unchanged. Sancho Street, Hyuga Tsukimi sat at an outdoor table of a cafe, basking in the abundant sunlight. He wore sunglasses, behind which his eyes shimmered with a faint golden glow. From his current vantage point, nothing within the entire Hidden Leaf Village could escape the gaze of these eyes. The reason he chose to sit there was twofold. Firstly, because he had promised Hyuga Hizashi to act as bait for fishing. Secondly, to track the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki and to monitor the current movements of the ninja forces within Konoha. The scene unfolding in a room 4.5 miles away gradually appeared before his eyes. A young boy with blonde hair, no more than a few years old, stood on a stool. He vigorously tore open the instant noodle packaging, then carefully poured hot water inside. Once the water reached the fill line, the boy immediately set down the kettle, covered the lid, and gazed at the noodles with eager anticipation. This boy, named Naruto Uzumaki, was the son of the 4th Hokage, who had once rendered tremendous service to Konoha. Due to various circumstances, the once heroic son now resided in this cramped room, surviving on a stipend barely sufficient to afford instant noodles regularly. Although the hero's son lived in humble conditions and endured hardship, in Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes, the protection around him was arguably the most formidable in Konoha. No fewer than 30 Umbu operatives secretly guarded or surveilled Naruto's vicinity, a level of security comparable to that of the Hokage's office. Given the current state of affairs in Konoha, such vigilance was understandable. After all, Naruto was a strategic asset to the village, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Presently, a shadow-level powerhouse lurked within Konoha, and relations between the village and the Uchiha clan had deteriorated to an extreme degree. It was only natural for Hiruzen Sarutobi to be concerned about the Jinchuriki's safety. Notably, during the Nine Tails rampage years ago, multiple individuals witnessed the enormous Sharingan emblazoned within the beast's eyes. The current turmoil involving the Uchiha clan bore a significant connection to that event. The Nine Tails incident served as a catalyst that propelled the Uchiha and Konoha to the brink of rupture within a few short years. Hyuga Tsukimi's reason for observing Naruto here was clear. He intended to deliver Naruto to the Uchiha clan by dawn the day after tomorrow, enabling them to unleash the Nine Tails. Given the present composition of the Umbu, achieving this goal had been challenging. Yet, with the advent of the Golden Bridge ocular jutsu, the difficulty plummeted. Provided the timing was right, he could, at the cost of immense ocular power, transport Naruto away in an instant. But that opportune moment had yet to materialize. Hyuga Tsukimi slowly scanned the movements of the Umbu within Konoha and the gathering of ninja forces. He no longer cared whether it was the day after tomorrow or not. Once the appropriate moment arrived, he would promptly deliver Naruto to the Uchiha clan and liberate the Nine Tails. He believed that moment would coincide with the Umbu discovering his whereabouts. At that instant, the Umbu would mobilize en masse, and the assembling ninja forces would commence their operation. That split second would be his opportunity, a chance to sever Konoha from end to end, to execute his clan's annihilation plan, and to seize the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama held within root. Indeed, Hyuga Tsukimi harbored designs on the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama stored in root. After all, compared to other ninja clans in the world, the Senju clan's constitution was nothing short of extraordinary. The life force within ordinary clans was already staggeringly potent. Hashirama's chakra reserves were akin to an ocean, seemingly boundless. Though Hyuga Tsukimi was uncertain how long it would take to integrate Hashirama's flesh and blood and gain chakra enhancement, it was always wise to be prepared. Tsukimi Hyuga slowly sipped his coffee. He had already noticed several Umbu operatives appearing nearby. Presumably, this was also orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi. Umbu Temporary Operations Command Center. Uchiha Itachi stood beneath a vast, pieced-together blackboard, deep in contemplation. He had affixed the logbooks of all the ninja clans onto this board, then commanded the Umbu operatives to methodically investigate each suspicious point as he deemed fit. Up to this point, given the efficiency of the Umbu, he had scrutinized over 1,000 suspects. He had even examined every moderately renowned chunin, yet found no trace whatsoever. Where could that shadow-level powerhouse, hidden in the darkness, possibly be lurking? Itachi felt certain he must have overlooked something. Otherwise, a living, active presence in Konoha could not have left absolutely no trace. He tugged at his hair while pacing beneath the blackboard, his eyes scanning the various names on the logbooks. Suddenly, his gaze halted. Moments later, a flicker of uncertainty darkened his eyes as a conjecture surfaced in his mind. But to prove this hypothesis, the entire chain of evidence had to align perfectly. Without hesitation, Itachi approached his desk, retrieved a sheet of paper, and began writing while continuously cross-referencing the logbooks on the board. Tsukimi Hyuga promoted to Jonin. Tsukimi Hyuga transferred to the security division. A mysterious shadow-level powerhouse emerges. Members of the Hyuga clan begin to disappear. Tsukimi Hyuga hospitalized. Hyuga clan members die. An explosion occurs within the Hyuga clan. Tsukimi Hyuga at the security division building. Itachi meticulously compared Tsukimi Hyuga's whereabouts against the timeline of the Hyuga clan members' deaths. In the end, he found no suspicion attached to Tsukimi Hyuga. Yet, in Itachi's eyes, that was precisely the greatest suspicion. He knew that if he voiced this thought, others would deem him mad. Tsukimi Hyuga a suspect? But he was a ninja from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. The main family could kill him with the caged bird curse at a mere thought. Moreover, Tsukimi Hyuga was currently acting as bait in Sanchome Street, and the reason that mysterious ninja possessed shadow-level strength was largely due to those eyes. How could the Bakugan of the Hyuga clan produce genjutsu or dojutsu capabilities? If such powers existed, Hisashi Hyuga would have been more than barely shadow-level. Given his temperament, he would have directly vied for the Hokage position. Yet, it was precisely because of this that Itachi's suspicion of Tsukimi Hyuga deepened. The Kekkai Genkai could evolve. Although the Bakugan had remained unchanged for a millennium, it was not impossible for it to mutate. What if it mutated? What if, after mutation, it could break free from the caged bird curse and possess dojutsu powers? Just as the Mangekyo Sharingan has become a legend today, most people remain unaware that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan itself has undergone transformations. Itachi himself was the most intimately acquainted with the differences between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Three-Tomo Sharingan. The power of the Mangekyo utterly eclipsed that of the Three-Tomo. The formidable dojutsu was utterly unreasonable. Itachi stared at the blackboard, his expression grave, then rose abruptly. There was one way he could decisively determine whether Tsukimi Hyuga was truly suspicious. Tsukimi Hyuga was currently serving as bait in Sanchome Street. However, the security division once had Hyuga clan ninja, but after Tsukimi Hyuga's transfer, they had all been sent to prison. If his hypothesis was correct, that the shadow-level powerhouse who killed the Hyuga clan harbored intense hatred toward the Hyuga, and that Tsukimi Hyuga was that mysterious force, then the Hyuga ninja within the security division would have long since been exterminated. He only needed to visit Konoha prison to find the truth. After issuing orders to his subordinates, Itachi immediately set off toward Konoha prison. Konoha prison. Uchiha Setsuna leaned against the prison gate, disguised as a Hyuga ninja, observing the Umbu surveilling the area. He yawned out of boredom, his eyes heavy with fatigue. He only wished the clan leader's promised occupational reforms would arrive soon. He had endured long enough. He felt no attachment whatsoever to this decaying, corrupt Konoha, which treated the Uchiha with utter injustice. Kakashi folded his arms, leaning against a tree, his expression calm as he watched the Hyuga ninja stationed at Konoha prison's entrance. He led a small team assigned to monitor the Uchiha. Yet, as time dragged on, the task grew increasingly tedious. A figure rapidly approached. Itachi's eyes darkened with solemnity. If Tsukimi Hyuga was indeed the shadow-level powerhouse concealed within Konoha, then immediate action was imperative. He dared not imagine the turmoil that would erupt within the already volatile Uchiha Security Division if such a presence was among them. If that volcano erupted, it would destroy all of Konoha. Swish, Itachi's form instantly darted forward dozens of meters. He drew ever closer to Konoha prison. His pupils contracted. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, he withdrew kunai from his pouch. If his conjecture was accurate, then the Hyuga ninja guarding Konoha prison were merely creations of the transformation technique. And against such ninjutsu without the Bakugan's powerful insight, combat was the best course of action. Kakashi spun around sharply, alerted by the sudden movement, and saw Itachi, Sharingan activated, swooping down from the treetops toward Konoha prison. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What was happening? Why was Itachi attacking Konoha prison? He had no time to ponder further and barked orders immediately. Stop him! Konoha prison housed numerous dangerous criminals, the largest contingent being Uchiha clan inmates. At a time like this, no matter Itachi's intentions, Kakashi could not stand idly by. Several umbu leapt forward instantaneously. Yet Itachi's speed was unparalleled. In a mere moment, he reached the prison's front gate, flinging his kunai. The Thousand Crows technique. Kunai flung from Itachi's hand instantly transformed into a multitude of crows. They screeched as they pecked at the Hyuga ninja before them. The Hyuga ninja guarding the first gate of Konoha prison staggered backward, followed by a series of explosive sounds. White smoke billowed incessantly. Itachi halted his movement, his eyes icy as they fixed on the scene ahead. Kakashi's eyes narrowed sharply. The umbu pursuing Itachi also came to a stop. For as the smoke dispersed, the Hyuga ninja on duty had all transformed into members of the Uchiha clan. Senju Uchiha gazed at Itachi, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he licked the corner of his mouth. Truly worthy of being the clan's prodigy, you uncovered the prison's vulnerability so swiftly. Why have you allied with Hyuga Tsukimi in this? Do you not comprehend the consequences of such actions? You are dragging Konoha down into the depths of hell. Itachi Uchiha's voice brimmed with seething fury. Yet Senju Uchiha merely smiled, gesturing with a finger toward the Hokage rock as he spoke coldly. Dragging Konoha into hell? The Uchiha have long since been dwelling in hell. This village, established by our ancestors, no longer offers the Uchiha a place to live or thrive. The great figures seated in the Hokage's position spend every day scheming how to eradicate the Uchiha. Hearing these words, Itachi's heart ached with sorrow. The Hokage had no genuine resolve to annihilate the Uchiha. Disappointment clouded his face as he said, "It is because clan members like you are so twisted that the village shuns us. The Hokage harbors no plan to exterminate the Uchiha. You have simply taken the wrong path and placed your trust in the wrong people." Before his words could finish, he turned to Kakashi, determination shining in his eyes. "Kakashi, hold them back. I must apprehend Hyuga Tsukimi at once." Kakashi swiftly lowered his mask, revealing the transplanted Sharingan in his left eye, its three-tomo glimmering faintly. "Itachi, though I do not understand what you have uncovered, proceed as you must." Without hesitation, he led the umbu to stand before Itachi, blocking his path. Senju Uchiha's expression twisted into a cold sneer as he formed hand seals and said icily, "You, nurtured at great expense by the clan, choose to oppose your own people. The so-called will of fire has warped you, Itachi Uchiha." With those words, he completed his hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon bomb. A terrifying dragon of flame materialized from the void, yet it did not charge toward Kakashi and the others. Instead, it soared straight into the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the blazing dragon burst into a dazzling display of fireworks, visible to the entire village of Konoha. Itachi's eyes narrowed sharply at this sight. Senju was using ninjutsu to send a signal to both Uchiha and Hyuga Tsukimi. His time was growing ever shorter. In the next instant, his figure vanished entirely. Then, the prison gates erupted into battle. At Sancho Street, Hyuga Tsukimi lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes flickering as he watched the brilliant flames in the sky. A skirmish had broken out near the prison. His plan had failed. He could no longer wait until the day after tomorrow's dawn. He had to initiate action prematurely. Yet he felt no disturbance within. No plan in this world could ever be executed flawlessly. For him to have ascended to the 4th level Bakugan within Konoha's blind eye was already a remarkable feat since war was inevitable. Let it commence now. Rising from his chair, he removed his sunglasses. His pale golden eyes shimmered openly for the first time, unmasked before all. The Umbu assigned to covertly monitor and protect him exchanged puzzled glances. A Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, but with pale golden hues? Yet, in the very next moment, several Umbu were struck with alarm as Hyuga Tsukimi vanished on the spot. Golden Bridge. Swish. His figure reappeared inside a house, standing before a wide-eyed, astonished young boy, Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you? Naruto stared at Hyuga Tsukimi's sudden appearance, but his eyes held no fear or dread, only courage. Clenching his small fists and lifting his chin with heroic resolve, he spoke loudly. Hyuga Tsukimi regarded the brave Naruto with indifference before seizing the boy's collar. Golden Bridge. In the next moment, both he and Naruto disappeared from the room. Within seconds, the Umbu burst inside, their faces etched with terror as they found the room utterly empty. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki missing. Itachi Uchiha raced toward the village, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. No matter the cost, he vowed to kill Hyuga Tsukimi today. This man was more terrifying and dreadful than the one who had once unleashed the Nine-Tails chaos. Yet, his Shunshin no Jutsu was far too slow compared to the Golden Bridge. Before Itachi could even storm into Konoha, Hyuga Tsukimi had already arrived at his home. Within the estate bearing the name Fugaku, Hyuga Tsukimi dropped the unconscious Naruto onto the floor and, meeting the stunned gaze of Uchiha Fugaku, said calmly, "The Jinchuriki has been captured. Now it is your turn to unleash the Nine-Tails, Lord Fugaku." Fugaku Uchiha was momentarily bewildered. He had just witnessed the fire dragon bomb near the prison and new trouble had erupted. He was preparing to contact Hyuga Tsukimi when the latter appeared with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in tow. Such speed, such efficiency. Unbelievable. Still, he forced himself to compose his thoughts and looked gravely at Hyuga Tsukimi. The process of unsealing the Nine-Tails will not be swift. With the Jinchuriki missing, Hiruzen Sarutobi will surely soon surround the Uchiha territory. I will buy you 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, the Nine-Tails must manifest. No problem, Lord Fugaku? Hyuga Tsukimi asked calmly. At these words, Fugaku nodded immediately. If he could not unseal the Nine-Tails within half an hour, then his Mangekyo Sharingan would have been for naught. Hyuga Tsukimi then extended his hand. Give me all the explosive tag scrolls. Upon hearing this, Fugaku shook his head. Do you not still have some explosive tag scrolls on you? To suddenly execute the plan now and hand over all the scrolls would cause heavy casualties among our clan once the army besieges our territory. What I intend to do is use the explosive tags to delay Konoha's shinobi forces, so they will not reach the Uchiha lands too swiftly, Hyuga Tsukimi said coldly, his eyes sincere. He was neither Kurizetsu nor Shirazetsu, scheming to betray his comrades at the brink of the decisive battle. Hearing this, Fugaku's eyes flickered with myriad emotions before he gritted his teeth and withdrew 4 explosive tag scrolls from his bosom, handing them to Hyuga Tsukimi. Taking the scrolls, Hyuga Tsukimi vanished instantly with a Shunshin no Jutsu. Watching the courtyard now occupied only by Naruto Uzumaki, Fugaku inhaled deeply. The situation was shifting too rapidly. He had no choice but to trust Hyuga Tsukimi. Then he raised his voice loudly, Yakuza, placed the entire clan on lockdown. Originally standing outside the courtyard, Yakumi stiffened upon hearing these words, his countenance soon hardening with resolute determination. He was already prepared to face whatever fate awaited him. Under the command of Fugaku Uchiha, Yakumi led the Uchiha clan, who had long been ready, into strategic deployments within their territory. A great battle was on the verge of unfolding. At this critical moment, Itachi Uchiha finally returned to Konoha. He gazed sternly at the several Umbu members standing before him with awkward expressions, his face ashen with gravity as he bellowed, "Where is Tsukimi Hyuga?" Confronted with his reprimand, the Umbu members lowered their heads, and then the captain of the squad spoke quietly, "Lord Itachi." He vanished instantly using a space-time ninjutsu. Judging by the activation, we infer it was a dojutsu. We have already reported Tsukimi Hyuga's disappearance to headquarters, but no intelligence feedback has been received yet. Itachi's face darkened. Without a doubt, he knew that Tsukimi Hyuga had taken action upon sensing the battle fluctuations near the prison. But where exactly would Tsukimi be headed? At the same time, a flicker of relief stirred within him. Tsukimi still possessed space-time ninjutsu. Fortunately, the intelligence was obtained early. Otherwise, the ensuing conflict would have been far more troublesome. Just then, an Umbu member dashed over from afar and, with a swift Shunshin no Jutsu, appeared before him, panic evident in his voice. "Lord Itachi, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone missing." Upon hearing this report, Itachi instantly turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan territory. He knew precisely where Tsukimi Hyuga had gone. After witnessing the battle near the prison, Tsukimi had exploited the suddenness of space-time ninjutsu to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and undoubtedly delivered him directly to the Uchiha, preparing to unleash the Nine-Tails. The thought of the devastation that would follow the Nine-Tails release ignited a fierce urgency within him. He then fixed his gaze on the Umbu before him and commanded sternly, "Relay my orders immediately. Assemble all Umbu and proceed at once to the Uchiha clan territory." The Umbu messenger was momentarily stunned by his words. Then his expression shifted to one of dread. He was a veteran of the Nine-Tails rampage and had witnessed the Sharingan emblem in the Nine-Tails' eyes. Upon hearing Itachi's command, he instantly comprehended where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been taken, and without hesitation executed a Shunshin no Jutsu, racing toward the Umbu headquarters. The Nine-Tails' release must be prevented at all costs. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost. But Itachi's orders did not end there. He turned toward the captain of the Umbu squad assigned to monitor Tsukimi Hyuga and spoke coldly. "Go immediately to Root and have them dispatch all their shinobi to coordinate with the Umbu in launching an assault on the Uchiha clan territory." Without a word, the squad captain dashed off toward Root's direction, fully aware that the situation had become dire. Having issued these two commands, Itachi prepared to depart for the Hyuga clan territory. After all, Tsukimi Hyuga bore the caged bird seal on his forehead. If he could persuade the Hyuga clan head, Hisashi Hyuga, perhaps the greatest calamity could be averted swiftly. Once Hisashi was convinced, Itachi would return to the Hokage's office and urge the Hokage to deploy all shinobi forces to assault the Uchiha clan territory. At that moment, a cataclysmic explosion thundered through Konoha. Boom! Terrifying flames soared skyward. The intense shockwave shook the entire village. Itachi's expression twisted as he looked toward the blazing inferno. It was one of the strategic gathering points for Konoha's shinobi forces.
Tsukimi Hyuga stood atop a utility pole.
His gaze indifferent. Fugaku Uchiha had entrusted him with 4 explosive tag scrolls, but there were 5 deployment sites for Konoha's shinobi forces. This meant he had to sacrifice one of his own explosive tags as well. Without hesitation, he hurled the 4 scrolls in his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 locations densely packed with Konoha's shinobi forces erupted simultaneously. Boom! Terrifying flames and clouds of dust billowed into the sky. The violent shockwaves made Konoha tremble as if struck by a devastating earthquake. Buildings swayed incessantly. People screamed in terror, faces etched with fear as they fled in all directions. At this moment, the entire village was engulfed in chaos amidst the raging inferno. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the rising smoke and flames, his face contorted with fury. How many years has it been? How many years since Konoha's homeland has suffered any attack? No matter who you are, I will kill you. His voice rang with wrath, yet it was drowned beneath the savage gusts that shattered the glass of his office and overturned his Hokage hat. Itachi's eyes burned with anger as he stared toward the successive explosions, roaring, "Tsukimi Hyuga!" Then he sped off toward the Hokage's office. Having endured such a terrifying assault, the losses among the shinobi forces would be grievous. He had to relay all intelligence to Hiruzen Sarutobi and allow the Hokage to make decisive plans. The situation had escalated beyond what he could manage by commanding the Umbu and Root alone. The Hokage himself must intervene, uniting all the shinobi clans of Konoha. The Hokage's office, once resplendent in deep scarlet exuding solemn dignity, was now marred by countless streaks of ash and dust. Cracks ran from top to bottom, permeating the entire structure, as if it could collapse at any moment. Within this building lay the command center controlling every facet of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, a dozen figures stood before shattered desks, their faces grave beyond measure. They were the heads of Konoha's major shinobi clans and key department leaders. Among them were the Nara clan, masters of shadow techniques, the Akimichi clan, inheritors of the multiplication technique and experts in ninjutsu and medicinal pill crafting, the Yamanaka clan, capable of controlling others through ninjutsu and reading the memories of the deceased, the Aburame clan, famed in the shinobi world for their unique insect-controlling ninjutsu, the Inuzuka clan, who raised ninja dogs and fought in unison with their canine companions, the Root commander, Danzo Shimura, and the Umbu commander, Toryun Yamashita. Standing before them all was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage, backed by the formidable support of the shinobi clans. Except for the absent Uchiha and Hyuga clans, those gathered in this room represented the entirety of Konoha's united front. Sarutobi, what exactly is happening? Who is responsible for this attack? Danzo Shimura's expression darkened as he addressed the Hokage. He had been studying Hashirama Senju's cells in the root base when the entire village suddenly shook as if struck by an earthquake. Upon stepping outside and witnessing the vast dust clouds blotting the sky, he knew the situation was dire and wasted no time rushing toward the Hokage's office. As for the others, nearly all found themselves in the same predicament as him. Upon witnessing the assault on Konoha, they made a beeline for the Hokage's office. I have no knowledge of the details. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This attack occurred with such suddenness. He had no prior intelligence whatsoever. At that very moment, bang, the dilapidated office door was violently flung open, and a figure charged inside. Nearly everyone's gaze turned simultaneously towards the newcomer. It was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Once he steadied himself, meeting the scrutinizing stares of all present. He spoke with resolute eyes. Hokage-sama, please issue an order to place Hyuga Tsukimi under immediate manhunt. Mobilize all the ninja clans at once to encircle and annihilate the Uchiha clan. The attack on the shinobi forces was orchestrated by Hyuga Tsukimi. He also abducted the Ninetales Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki and brought him to the Uchiha territory, attempting to unleash the Ninetales. The moment his words fell, shock and then terror swept across everyone's faces. The Ninetales unleashed. The last time the Ninetales was freed, it wreaked catastrophic devastation upon Konoha, leaving nearly every household in mourning. The only reason they managed to resolve that crisis was because Konoha then possessed the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a superlative warrior of unparalleled renown. But now, Konoha no longer has such a formidable protector. Should the Ninetales be unleashed once more, the death toll would reach astronomical heights. Danzo Shimura was the first to change his expression. He glared furiously at Hiruzen Sarutobi and barked, Sarutobi, I told you from the start that leaving the Uchiha alive was a disaster. I ordered you to eradicate them entirely, but you hesitated, and now, the entire Konoha will pay the price for your indecision. You are unworthy of being Hokage. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Itachi's expression darkened subtly, while the other clan leaders, such as those from the Yamanaka clan, also showed flickers of anger in their eyes. Were it not for Sarutobi being the Hokage, they would have outright cursed him by now. They had long harbored resentment against the Uchiha, and now Danzo was placing the blame for Konoha's chaos squarely on Sarutobi's shoulders. Instinctively, all turned their ire upon him. If it weren't for your hesitation as Hokage, would Konoha have fallen into such calamity? Sensing the fury radiating from the clan leaders present, Danzo sneered coldly to himself. See, Sarutobi, this is the consequence of your decisions. If I were Hokage, I would have done better than you. Accept responsibility for your failures and step down. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. He had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such a degree, with Danzo's first move being a power grab. Anger surged within him as he fixed his gaze on the assembly. His eyes grew cold and stern, emitting an oppressive aura that compelled the clan leaders to avert their eyes. Only Danzo met Sarutobi's gaze without flinching. Though the revelation of Hyuga Tsukimi's betrayal startled him, Danzo knew this was his closest chance to seize the Hokage's seat. There was no way he would retreat now. Whoosh! A kunai suddenly flew from Sarutobi's hand, embedding itself deeply at Danzo's feet. The kunai's tail trembled violently from the force. Danzo's face changed slightly upon seeing the weapon. He was about to speak when Sarutobi's enraged roar echoed through the office. Danzo, even if you seek the Hokage's position, this is not the time. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? Sarutobi's sudden fury, coupled with the kunai buried in the ground, altered everyone's expressions. In this moment, the aura he exuded lived up to his former title, the Ninja Arts Professor, a master capable of combining 5 elemental ninjutsu, proficient in all Konoha techniques, famed throughout the 5 nations, and the mentor who nurtured the legendary 3 ninja. Danzo's face turned icy as he prepared to retort, but glancing at the other clan leaders in the room, who were all cowed by Sarutobi's presence and bowed their heads, he cursed silently. Cowards! How can you bring about a better Konoha when you tremble before Sarutobi? Lacking the solidarity of shared resolve, he snorted coldly and fell silent. Observing Danzo's silence, Sarutobi turned to Itachi Uchiha, his expression grave. Itachi, is the intelligence that the Ninetales Jinchuriki has been taken to Uchiha territory accurate? I stake my life on it. Itachi replied immediately. Sarutobi inhaled deeply at those words. The Ninetales, that monstrous force, must never be allowed to be unleashed by the Uchiha. His eyes glinted with icy determination as he addressed everyone present. The situation is urgent. In the name of the Hokage, I hereby temporarily summon all of you and the entirety of Konoha's forces. Spare no cost. Annihilate the Uchiha. As he spoke, He turned his gaze to Itachi and said in a low voice, "And Itachi, you must avoid suspicion in this matter. The Hyuga clan has not yet arrived. You shall proceed to the Hyuga territory and join them in hunting down Hyuga Tsukimi." Itachi nodded at Sarutobi's orders, a trace of unease flickering in his heart. He wished to personally go to the Uchiha territory. He cared little for the others, but his younger brother. He must protect him with his own hands. Yet Sarutobi's arrangement was sound. As a member of the Uchiha clan, if he took part in this extermination campaign, it would unsettle the morale of the forces involved. After all, in this world, bonds of blood and family still matter. No matter how often Itachi professed loyalty to Konoha, when the moment came, others would remain uneasy, so he must avoid suspicion. Itachi resolved then and there. He would swiftly deal with Hyuga Tsukimi and then protect his brother. Just as he made this decision, Sarutobi issued the command. "Now move out. The Yamanaka clan shall be responsible for intelligence communication." Upon his words, all voices rose in unison with their acknowledgments. Except for the Yamanaka clan leader, who remained in the office, everyone else departed under Sarutobi's lead, exiting through the shattered window and heading straight toward the Uchiha territory. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka clan leader began rapidly transmitting information using the clan's secret mind communication technique, mind concentration jutsu. The shinobi forces, previously thrown into chaos by the explosion, as well as the Umbu, began organizing themselves and moving toward the Uchiha lands. Itachi Uchiha swiftly made his way toward the Hyuga territory. At this moment, Hyuga Tsukimi stood before the gate of the root base, his expression indifferent. Hyuga Hisashi was as selfish and hypocritical as he had anticipated. After Konoha was devastated by the explosion, the Hyuga clan immediately withdrew into their own territory, showing no intention whatsoever to mobilize their clan to quell the turmoil in Konoha. Yet it was precisely due to Hyuga Hisashi's actions that he now found himself with the opportunity to first seize the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama from the root. The reason he chose to take Hashirama's flesh before launching an assault on the Hyuga clan's territory was simple. If he began detonations at the Hyuga estate first, the frequent disturbances would inevitably draw Konoha's attention. Even if his operation succeeded, his ocular power and chakra reserves would be severely depleted. In his exhausted state, it would be impossible for him to seize Hashirama's flesh later. He would have no choice but to blend into the main Uchiha forces and attempt to break out. But now, having just completed an airdrop, his ocular power remained sufficient, and his chakra was brimming. After acquiring Senju Hashirama's flesh, he could arrive at the Hyuga territory ahead of Konoha. After all, he possessed the Golden Bridge. Without hesitation, he activated the Golden Bridge. Immediately, Hyuga Tsukimi's form distorted. In the next instant, he materialized within a sealed steel chamber. Beside him were row upon row of glass jars filled with green liquid. He strode directly to the small jar labeled with Senju Hashirama's name and extended his hand. The jar was lifted effortlessly, without the slightest complication. Hyuga Tsukimi gazed at the glass jar filled with green liquid in his hand. He then produced a scroll, sealing the jar containing Senju Hashirama's flesh inside. Upon completing this step, he placed the scroll into his bosom and raised his head. Golden Bridge. His figure vanished instantly from that spot, only to reappear moments later on the surface. His eyes immediately turned toward the Hyuga clan's territory. After multiple uses of the Golden Bridge, his ocular power was insufficient to carry him all the way to the Hyuga estate in a single bound. Of course, even if it were enough, he would not do so. It would be too wasteful. The most rational method was to combine the body flicker technique with the Golden Bridge. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Then, through the fusion of the Golden Bridge and body flicker technique, he advanced toward the Hyuga territory at an astonishing speed. Yet, while he succeeded at the root, a bloody battle had already erupted outside the Uchiha clan's domain. As the Soul Root ninjas who escaped the chaos of the massive explosion, they were the first to arrive at the outskirts of the Uchiha territory. Following Danzo Shimura's orders, they launched an immediate assault. Dozens of ninjas joined forces to unleash water release techniques, conjuring terrifying torrents that blotted out the sky as they surged toward the Uchiha lands. Perched atop a rooftop, bandages wrapped around his body, Uchiha Setsuna's face bore a sickly excitement. Gazing upon the roaring waves towering over 30 meters high, he bellowed, "Boys, show them the pride of the Uchiha." Accompanying his roar, more than a dozen Uchiha shinobi on the outermost defense line formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the Uchiha clan's most renowned and adept ninjutsu, several great fireballs erupted simultaneously, as if multiple suns had appeared upon the earth. The air seemed seared and scorched. The blistering fireballs crashed into the towering waves. Boom! Flames collided with the tidal surge. The terrifying heat instantly evaporated the water, and a dense, scalding steam billowed into the atmosphere. Yet beneath the seemingly endless tide, the blazing fireballs inevitably reached their limits, unwillingly extinguishing in the end. However, what the root commander sought was precisely the steam generated from this clash of ninjutsu. A figure shot skyward, her voice cold as winter frost, water release, mist concealment technique. At her command, countless root ninjas who had prepared in advance unleashed the mist concealment technique. A terrifying fog immediately enveloped the entire Uchiha territory. As the commander and spearhead, Siko Hanshikawa charged into the mist, her eyes icy and resolute. She kept Danzo Shimura's orders firmly in mind. Before the main force arrived, she must earn the root's first victory. Yet, in an instant a figure appeared before her. A kunai gleamed with a sharp, chilling edge, aimed straight at her neck. Siko's expression shifted. She swung her ninja blade in a decisive strike. Clang! Sparks exploded in the air. Both figures fell simultaneously. Just as I wasn't satisfied with that brat from the Hokage clan, now I'll feast on you. Uchiha Setsuna's fanatical and twisted voice echoed. Within the fog, a kunai shot precisely toward Siko's eyes. A flash of anger crossed her face. She slashed the kunai away and instantly appeared before Uchiha Setsuna with a body flicker technique. Her exquisite swordsmanship erupted in an instant. Die here, arrogant Uchiha. A storm of blades sealed every escape route around Uchiha Setsuna. His expression grew more exhilarated. The three tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly. Arrogance. You have no idea just how powerful these eyes are. With a manic laugh, he kicked Siko away. Blood spilled from her mouth. Disbelief shone in her eyes. Her swordsmanship was flawless. How could she lose in a direct confrontation to a wounded ninja? She refused to accept it. Meanwhile, as battle erupted within the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Itachi's eyes revealed the outline of the Hyuga estate. The scenery in his vision rapidly receded. His body flicker technique reached its pinnacle. At this moment, he nearly surpassed his friend, Uchiha Shursui, famed for his instantaneous movement. Yet, no matter how swift the body flicker technique, it could not bridge the gap created by spacetime ninjutsu. A pair of pale golden eyes, cold as frost, fixed upon him. Hyuga Tsukimi stood atop the treetops, now 6 kilometers from the Hyuga estate, while Uchiha Itachi was only 3 kilometers away. He knew full well why Itachi rushed toward the Hyuga lands, to use that cursed caged bird curse to kill him. Forming hand seals, he summoned 2 earth clones. Boom! They appeared and immediately began performing ninjutsu on the ground. A chilling command rang out. Earth release. Earthquake core. The earth trembled. Soil surged and parted, revealing a massive pit. However, the 2 earth clones did not dissipate immediately after deploying this large-scale ninjutsu, for Hyuga Tsukimi had transferred half of his chakra into them. His purpose was clear: to prevent Uchiha Itachi from reaching the Hyuga estate. There are 2 ways to stop a man. 1. Kill him. 2. Prevent him from reaching his destination within a short time. Itachi Uchiha possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and upon summoning Susanoo, Hyuga Tsukimi could not possibly annihilate him instantly. Indeed, with his current ninjutsu, whether he could even break through that turtle shell was debatable. Since he could not kill Itachi Uchiha, he resorted to tactics to thwart his opponent's objectives. There was nothing more effective in buying time than burying the adversary beneath the earth. Golden Bridge. Hyuga Tsukimi instantly activated his dojutsu. In the next moment, his figure appeared before the rapidly advancing Itachi Uchiha. The pale golden Bakugan and the blood-red Sharingan locked eyes abruptly. A fierce expression flickered across Itachi's gaze. His eyes instantly transformed from the 3-tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Words were unnecessary. There was but one inevitable outcome when they met. Hyuga Tsukimi, accompanied by a resounding shout, countless kunai shot forth. Throwing technique, 1,000 crows. Numerous crows materialized in the air. He refrained from using Tsukimi immediately because Itachi intended to conserve his ocular power to counter Hyuga Tsukimi. Yet, Tsukimi's true purpose eluded him entirely. He assumed Tsukimi stood before him to assassinate him, preventing him from reaching the Hyuga clan lands and exposing Tsukimi's betrayal of the village and the murder of his clan members. However, Tsukimi's genuine aim was merely to obstruct him. Tsukimi's eyes radiated indifference as he instantly activated Golden Bridge. Swish, his figure vanished in an instant. The myriad crows collided with empty air. Witnessing this, Itachi, suspended midair, blatantly defied gravity, halting his movement in mid-flight. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Yet a hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Feeling this, a terrifying chakra manifested around Itachi, forming his first layer of defense. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun. He turned his head, prepared to unleash his dojutsu, but in a blink, both his and Tsukimi's figures disappeared simultaneously. Swish, when he reappeared, Itachi and Hyuga Tsukimi were already hovering above a massive crater. Turning his head, Itachi met Tsukimi's cold, piercing gaze. Their eyes clashed in the air. Both discerned the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. That resolute will seem to scorch the very atmosphere. Without hesitation, Itachi prepared to use Tsukimi. Yet Tsukimi vanished in an instant. Golden Bridge. As Tsukimi's figure disappeared, two ninjutsu release sounds echoed from above the crater. Earth release. Celestial clayfall. The sky shattered, opening a vast hole. Countless scorching clumps of clay cascaded from above. The sheer volume of this earth was enough to bury Itachi alive. Simultaneously with this technique, another ninjutsu was unleashed. Earth release. Rock shelter collapse. The enormous pit, carved by the ninjutsu, shattered instantly. Countless rocks plummeted downward, suspended midair with no leverage. Itachi's eyes gleamed with chilling murderous intent. He looked up at the dim, brooding sky and shouted fiercely, "Hyuga Tsukimi, I swear, I will kill you. In the name of Konoha." Having just returned to the ground, Hyuga Tsukimi's expression revealed mockery upon hearing Itachi's words. He glanced back toward the crater. "Kill me in the name of Konoha? Then will you also kill your entire clan in the name of Konoha? Itachi Uchiha, you are truly laughable. Your understanding of peace is to abandon your kin and clan, standing within a vast coalition of interests, exchanging endless compromise and death for so-called peace." At these words, anger surfaced on Itachi's face. "What do you understand? Slaughter only breeds hatred. Compromise and forbearance exist solely to avoid slaughter. Without slaughter, the chains of hatred between people will never form. If it were not for you, the Uchiha would never have come to this. You madman who massacres your own kin." As Tsukimi began forming hand signs, he sneered and spoke. "The Uchiha's downfall is due to this world's injustice. You were also a victim of this injustice. Yet you did not wield your blade against those who oppressed and exploited you. Instead, you turned it against your own clan. Itachi Uchiha, you have truly wasted your genius." Earth release. Celestial clay fall cover. The ninjutsu was formed. A massive circular green wild boar-shaped lid, hundreds of meters in diameter, fell from the sky. 3 earth release techniques combined in a premeditated ambush. For an ordinary ninja, death would have been instantaneous. Yet Tsukimi knew that with Itachi's strength, this could only imprison him briefly. Without hesitation, he turned and vanished with a body flicker technique, immediately followed by Golden Bridge. He rushed frantically toward the Hyuga clan lands. At that moment, upon hearing Tsukimi's words, Itachi's eyes became bloodshot, deep crimson. No one understood him. All he desired was peace in this world. Why could his clan not take a step back? Was honor truly that important? Tsukimi's words ignited the flames of rage within him. Then, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan erupted. Susanoo. With a roar, orange-red chakra distorted space itself. A colossal bone hand, entirely formed from orange-red chakra, slammed into the sky. Boom! The collapsing rocks shattered instantly. The clay was powerless against the bone giant hand formed by Susanoo. Then, the celestial clayfall descending from the sky was caught directly by the bone giant hand. Bang! The fierce impact produced a powerful shockwave. The terrifying blast swept in all directions, blowing away countless stones and gravel. Yet the celestial clayfall was too heavy. One bone hand began to falter under the weight. At that moment, a second bone giant hand emerged. The 2 bone giant hands grasped the celestial clayfall's sides and tore with great force. Crack! The massive celestial clayfall, spanning hundreds of meters, was ripped in two and discarded onto the ground like refuse, raising a cloud of dust. Then, a skeletal giant appeared. With a single leap, it soared out of the giant crater. Itachi Uchiha was enveloped within the skeletal giant, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared toward the Hyuga clan lands. A figure had already become a speck in the distance. U1T escape. With a roar, Itachi dispelled Susanoo and immediately pursued with a body flicker technique. 2 figures, one white and one black, madly chased each other. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes gleamed with cold indifference. The distance to the Hyuga clan's territory reduced to a mere 1 kilometer. Behind him, Uchiha Itachi was 2 kilometers away. This spatial gap was ample enough for him to strike preemptively. At the very moment Tsukimi halted Itachi from advancing toward the Hyuga lands with the advantage of striking first, outside the Uchiha territory, a vast army loomed on the horizon. Thousands upon thousands of shinobi now encircled the Uchiha clan lands. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront amidst the throng of comrades, his gaze fixed upon the now ravaged Uchiha domain, his voice cold and commanding. Surrender. In the name of the Hokage, I guarantee you may spend the rest of your days in the Konoha prison. Before him lay a field strewn with corpses. The bodies of hundreds of root shinobi were sprawled across the ground. The severed head and lifeless body of Hankawa Siko bore eyes wide with terror, refusing to find peace even in death. Amidst the fallen root shinobi lay Uchiha Setsuna, his entire body marred with blade wounds, blood streaming from his wounds. He lifted his head to gaze upon the towering Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A mad smile twisted across his face. Surrender. After surrendering, you would exterminate us all, wouldn't you? His raucous laughter carried a lament beneath its madness. Setsuna cast his gaze about him. The clan members who once formed the first line of defense with him had already been reduced by 2/3. After all, root shinobi were killing machines, not inept fools. For the Uchiha to sustain a 1-to-3 casualty ratio was already extraordinarily exaggerated. With a swift motion, Uchiha Setsuna raised his kunai, pointing it toward Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes shining with a resolute willingness to die, laughing wildly. If you desire the lives of the Uchiha, then exchange them for your own. The Uchiha do not yield. Born for battle, destined to perish in battle. The Uchiha clan shall die before they surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes darkened with a grim, murderous intent. Though he had initially sought to negotiate surrender to minimize casualties and swiftly reclaim the Nine Tails, if the Uchiha shinobi proved so unyielding, he would show no mercy. He waved his hand decisively and commanded coldly, "Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." With his decree, an innumerable horde of shinobi surged forward en masse. Countless jutsus coalesced into a terrifying torrent. Uchiha Setsuna's eyes brimmed with disdain as he wielded his kunai high, charging headlong. The clan members who followed him did not hesitate or retreat. They surged forward relentlessly. They were Uchiha, darting through the rainbow streams of ninjutsu. Setsuna's eyes gleamed with madness. His blade rose and fell with lethal precision. Thud, 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 one head after another fell at his feet. Yet at that moment, a figure appeared beside him with the speed of thunder. This ends here. Uchiha. Wind release. Dust style. Accompanied by a smoking ember glowing with crimson light. A terrifying torrent of dust instantly engulfed Uchiha Setsuna. The newcomer was none other than Sarutobi Asuma. His fist radiated a deep azure chakra as he struck toward Setsuna's head. His eyes burned with unyielding determination. However, at that instant, another figure interposed between him and Setsuna, delivering a punch of his own. Boom! With a muffled impact, both men recoiled simultaneously. Only then did Uchiha Setsuna regain his composure. He glared at the newcomer with fury. "What brings you here? The clan head needs reinforcements more urgently." The newcomer was Uchiha Kusuri, the last line of defense, sent to protect Uchiha Fugaku and ensure the Nine Tails ceiling remained intact. "The Nine Tails is nearly unleashed. The clan head ordered us to support you. After all, the Uchiha cannot afford further losses," Kusuri said coldly, casting a glance at Sarutobi Asuma. Upon hearing this, a wild joy flickered across Setsuna's face, while Asuma's expression instantly darkened. The Nine Tails, that is the most formidable monster in existence. Within the Uchiha Fugaku residence, Sasuke sat in a chair in the courtyard, his eyes occasionally betraying a trace of fear. Where is brother? So many from Konoha have attacked the Uchiha. Where is brother? Uchiha Mikoto knelt calmly before the courtyard gate, clad in a black shinobi vest. She was the final line of defense before the Nine Tails was unsealed. At the center of the courtyard, Uchiha Fugaku's complexion grew increasingly pale. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly in his eyes. "Soon. Just a little longer. Release it for me." "Nine Tails," Fugaku roared internally. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of something shattering, Fugaku, his hand suffused with chakra, pulled back. A terrifying roar instantly shook heaven and earth. A shadow blotting out the sky appeared over the Uchiha lands. Nine Tails whipped about with reckless abandon. Yet within this ferocious figure's eyes reflected the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku slowly collapsed, his face ghostly pale, yet his eyes gleamed with joy. Through his desperate use of ocular power, the Nine Tails was finally unleashed. Then he bellowed toward the direction of the loudest battle beyond the courtyard. "Nine Tails, annihilate them all." The Nine Tails' eyes revealed a struggle, but its body charged forward uncontrollably. Boom! Every building standing before the Nine Tails along its path was shattered into fragments. Uchiha Itachi, who was pursuing Hyuga Tsukimi, heard the Nine Tails' terrifying roar and abruptly turned his head, despair flooding his face, that shadow blotting out the sky. Even from such a distance, he could see it clearly. The Ninetales. It had been unleashed. Tsukimi's eyes glinted with a cold, deadly intent. The Ninetales had been unleashed. Next, it was his turn. Golden Bridge. His figure appeared directly above the Hyuga clan lands. Then he tore open every scroll he carried. Crimson explosive tags instantly blanketed the entire sky. His pale golden eyes revealed a ruthless and merciless expression. The sky was awash with a scarlet hue. Fierce winds scattered wildly. Countless explosive tags formed a massive shadow, enveloping the entire Hyuga territory. The sunlight was swallowed whole. Suddenly, the darkened sky caused countless Hyuga shinobi to look upward in astonishment. What is that? A crow? Voices murmured with confusion, until some Hyuga shinobi activated their Bakugan, revealing the boundless, seemingly endless forest stretching above. A solitary figure hovered in midair. He was clad in a white kimono, his eyes shimmering with a pale golden hue, and his forehead gleaming with flawless smoothness. This silhouette was none other than Tsukimi Hyuga. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the forest, he slightly raised his right hand. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, dozens of colossal ancient trees were uprooted from the earth. The ground trembled violently, countless shards of soil scattered in all directions. A faint golden radiance instantaneously materialized within the passageway. An unending blaze engulfed the entire space. Boom! Boom boom boom! The deafening detonations echoed ceaselessly. The entire underground sewage system of Tenmaru City quaked. A multitude of steel pipes shattered into fragments. Countless iron shards whirled through the air. When all the dust settled and tranquility was restored, behind Conan, a presence emerged. Upon hearing the mechanical, indifferent voice in his mind, Tsukimi Hyuga's eyes momentarily flickered. Then a smile appeared upon his face. Authority, humility. This truly embodied the authority residing within his heart at this moment. Humbly forging justice for the world. How perfectly this aligned with his innermost aspirations. Indeed, every authority was activated when his soul surged with emotion. He fixed his gaze upon the Azure Interface Frame's inscriptions. His heart stirred. Ruling over the land of rain, peace? Hearing these two words uttered from Uchiha Yakushi's mouth and seeing the crimson three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes, Conan's heart brimmed with fury. Is the peace you speak of to be presented before me with such an attitude? Conan's voice was cold as she spoke, her voluminous sleeves fluttering, releasing countless sheets of paper. Uchiha Yakushi gazed upon the swirling papers filling the sky, yet no trace of fear, retreat, or nervousness surfaced on his countenance. Instead, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The rainy season of the land of rain seemed endless. On the northern side of Tenmaru City, a continuous stretch of buildings rose from the ground, with numerous Uchiha shinobi directing laborers recruited from within Tenmaru City to construct vast edifices. The entire construction site bustled with fervent activity. Remarkably, not a single drop of the pouring rain fell within this complex of buildings. The multitude of laborers recruited from Tenmaru City. Suddenly, boom, space seemed to shatter in an instant. A terrifying might swept over Uchiha Obito. Tsukimi Hyuga's eyes were indifferent. The strike was unleashed without restraint, its power comparable to Pain's single-target Shinra Tensei. How could Obito evade it without using Kamui? If he did use Kamui, then this place would effectively be the Uchiha stronghold. Obito stood before Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. The rain poured down relentlessly. The sky roared. Boom! Thunder suddenly cracked. The azure light illuminated Tsukimi Hyuga's face. Those eyes radiating pale golden light looked down upon the vast army of Iwagakure shinobi. Behind him, hundreds of Uchiha stood resolute in the rain like unyielding reefs. Anoichi and Raza exchanged glances, and in an instant, they discerned the thoughts reflected in each other's eyes. The endless downpour gradually softened to a drizzle. Anoichi looked up at Tsukimi Hyuga and spoke in a deep voice. Tsukimi Hyuga, I acknowledge that you possess the power to protect the land of rain. Charging into Tenmaru City without prior intelligence was our defeat. Now speak your mind. The calm, steady voice resonated in Tsukimi Hyuga's ears. His expression remained serene as he observed Anoichi and Raza's faces. He was convinced by these two Kage. Thunder resounded suddenly in the sky. The azure glow manifested across heaven and earth, illuminating the faces of all within the reception chamber. Tsukimi Hyuga rose and smiled. Since the treaty has been reached, the two of you should rest now, to recover your strength for tomorrow's expedition. Anoichi nodded and stood, but then suddenly recalled something and looked at Tsukimi Hyuga. Since the alliance is formed, Lord Raikage, Will you not accompany us to pay respects to the leader of the land of rain? In the Fire Country, at the confluence of the endless mountain ranges, a war fortress towering over 40 meters high, covering thousands of square meters, stood like a giant stake driven into the earth. This war fortress was named Enyaku by Konoha. It was the frontmost and most vital stronghold in the Fire Country's strategic resistance against the land of earth and the land of wind. In every great ninja war, unless the land of earth and the land of wind could eliminate Enyaku, they could not advance further into Konoha's heartland. The shattered earth displayed fissures like cracks on a turtle's shell. A broken Susanoo lay sprawled in the center of the ruins. Uchiha Sasuke ran forward with all his might, tears streaming from his eyes. His brother was just ahead. Uchiha Itachi struggled to lift his head, his gaze dazed. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and from the edges of his Mangekyo Sharingan, mottled with crimson. At this moment, everything within his vision blurred and dimmed, overwhelmed by the recent terrifying power. The torrents of rain fell upon the land of rain's terrain. Yet, on the adjacent land of the Fire Country, not a single raindrop fell. If one stood on the border between the Fire Country and the land of rain, on his left stretched boundless heavy rain, while on his right lay an endless expanse of clear sky. A rift, a tear, or perhaps a proclamation to the world. To enter the land of rain is to face indescribable gales and torrents. Begone. Tsunade's eyes burned with a fury as tangible as flame. She thrust a fist toward Uchiha Shursui. Terrifying chakra enveloped her fist, as if even the very air might be torn asunder. Uchiha Shursui's three-tomo eyes whirled frantically. At the critical moment, he sidestepped her punch with deft precision, simultaneously flicking a kunai from his hand toward Tsunade's neck. When a pillar of rock collapsed, countless shattered stones scattered across the ground. The bodies of numerous Kimogakure shinobi lay sprawled, their deaths tragic beyond measure. These were the first Kimogakure shinobi to arrive when the two wooden constructs rampaged. The fourth Reikage AI stood amid the pool of blood, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable rage. In his hand, he held a jar sealing the berserk Two-Tails Nikomata. Lord Reikage, urgent intelligence. Observing Tsukimi Hyuga's resolute demeanor, Pain rose unsteadily and spoke with a troubled expression. That is Uchiha Madara, the man who ended the Warring States era. Tsukimi Hyuga, who was already walking away, paused briefly before responding without turning his head. So what? Anyone who stands in my path, no matter who he is, must die. With those words spoken, Tsukimi Hyuga departed without a backward glance. The surging flames tore through the earth. The unfallen rain was instantly evaporated by the swirling inferno. A dreadful repulsive force swept with annihilating power toward Uchiha Obito. Obito Uchiha turned his gaze back toward Pain and Konan, his eyes brimming with malice. He could not fathom why Pain and Konan had suddenly betrayed him. Yet it mattered not. Given the opportunity, he vowed to exact his revenge for this grudge. Kamui! The roar of the daimyo reverberated throughout the uppermost chamber of the castle. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment. What had he just heard? Danzo claimed that his adoptive father was the daimyo, and the daimyo did not deny it? Sarutobi looked upon the furious countenance of the Fire Country daimyo. For the first time since the death of Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen was disoriented. Was this an illusion? His mind was in turmoil. Hiruzen, insubordination, what shall be done? A cold voice slowly echoed in the ears of all present. They beheld a figure enveloped in swirling golden light, their eyes filled with dread. Could this be the power of the Six Paths? Pain gazed at the golden prayer beads floating behind Hyuga Tsukimi and uttered in a stunned voice, "Six Paths?" The word resonated in everyone's ears. No one's complexion remained unchanged as they watched the figure of Hyuga Tsukimi materialize amidst the clouds, suspended in the sky. He held a jar in one hand. His ceremonial robes billowed around him, and golden lights began to shimmer around his form. Rinnegan, activate. Golden hues emerged in his eyes, and behind him appeared 8 golden chakra beads. He pointed downward with a phantom finger. One golden chakra bead vanished in an instant from behind him. Amidst the boundless darkness, Killer Bee sprinted toward the hidden cloud with his sword on his back at a tremendous speed. 5 golden chakra beads almost instantaneously manifested before him. Then the radiance surged fiercely. Boom! A violent explosion erupted across the vast plains. Blinding light blotted out the sky. The pitch-black night was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. The form of the Eight-Tails, Yuki, was entirely obscured by the light at this moment. The terrifying blaze and heat mercilessly scorched Killer Bee. His flesh and blood, as resilient as rock, shattered like snow. Fragments of shattered stone splattered across Danzo's face, cutting a bloody gash. His eyes showed shock, quickly turning to wrath. He glared at Hiruzen Sarutobi and demanded, "Sarutobi, are you committing treason?" "Treason? This is no treason. It is merely a restoration of the original truth." Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Standing atop a high platform constructed of earth-style jutsu, he looked down upon Shimura Danzo, then fixed his gaze upon him. The sky suddenly broke open. Golden light slowly pierced the gloomy clouds, descending upon the earth. Above the land of rain, an unusual absence of rain clouds prevailed today. A figure cleaved through the sky, dashing forward. Hyuga Tsukimi, wearing a rain-shadowed straw hat and clad in a white ceremonial robe, bore a weary expression. His eyes gleamed with faint golden light. With the Rinnegan activated, in the distance within his sight, the Konoha shinobi army was advancing in large formations. Hyuga clan? Upon hearing that familiar yet unfamiliar name, Hyuga Tsukimi slowly turned his head. When he saw the paper puppet Shikigami radiating green chakra light, he was immediately enlightened. It was Otatsuki Shatun from the moon. "Otatsuki," he whispered softly, his eyes gleaming with a playful scrutiny toward the white snake sage and the paper puppet Shikigami. Under his amused gaze, the white snake sage's expression betrayed a hint of panic. "D." Sasuke Uchiha's voice, nearly deranged, echoed across the battlefield. Like a giant, his sapphire-blue Susanoo soared into the air and delivered a kick to the fiery orange Susanoo resembling a war deity. "Sasuke!" Itachi Uchiha's eyes revealed helplessness. He shouted loudly and instinctively commanded his fiery orange Susanoo to raise its twin swords, blocking Sasuke Uchiha's assault. Boom! A muffled thunderclap. Golden flames scorched the sky. Splendid flames arced like a rainbow. Above the entire moon, a golden flame appeared. Within the boundless rainbow light stood Hyuga Tsukimi, entirely enveloped in golden radiance, fighting with utmost desperation. Endless golden flames barred the path before the green pillar of energy. Terrifying energy tore through the void. "Let me see your limit, Rinnegan." Hyuga Tsukimi roared with a voice like a tiger's bellow. A meteor far surpassing the scale of the first heavenly disaster star plummeted from the heavens. Despair. This was the thought that crossed the minds of all the allied shinobi witnessing this scene. Such miraculous power they had never seen nor even heard of except in legends. Boom! A deep, resonant sound struck everyone's hearts like a massive bell. It was the muffled noise of the second heavenly disaster star colliding with the first. The sky over the land of rain blossomed with terrifying auroras. The previous generation of shinobi unleashed battles beyond the imagination of today's shinobi. Yet, simultaneously on the moon, an even more dreadful battle reached its fevered pitch. The green flames that had spread throughout the moon now filled the void, creating a magnificent scene of green fire scorching the heavens. The entire moon resembled Jupiter, shrouded in green. Amidst these seemingly endless black flames scorching the void, the silhouettes of those engulfed in the flames were instantly reflected in the eyes of Tsunade and Inoki. In that moment, memories surged forth. Before Madara Uchiha had obtained the Rinnegan, the combined efforts of Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze barely maintained the battle's balance. But after Obito plucked Nagato's eyes, the tide turned drastically. Hashirama and the others would suddenly be struck by terrifying attacks. Yet, excruciating pain swept through Sasuke Uchiha's mind. Fine dust and granular earth floated around him. Blood spurted from his mouth. That heavy, powerful kick utterly destroyed all the advantages he had previously established. The 5-arrow volley combined with spatial teleportation genjutsu had nearly secured his victory. But now his turn was over. Whoosh! Madara Uchiha's figure appeared before him, followed by a series of palm strikes. White skeletal fragments rained down from the sky like a torrent. They struck like lightning. They roared like thunder. The Sage of Six Paths' eyes suddenly contracted. He had witnessed this move from his mother's hand before, but was it not a close combat taijutsu technique? How could it be executed detached from the body? His shock did not prevent him from immediately utilizing Sasuke's Rinnegan power to escape, for the power to annihilate bones was unstoppable, even at the Six Paths level. One after another, hexagonal white snowflakes danced continuously in the air. Hyuga Tsukimi lifted his eyes slightly and clenched his fist. A terrifying explosive sound emerged in the void, and a powerful repulsive force swept forward. Destroy the world? Otatsuki Kagaya, you have no right to speak to me of that. With a tone of indifference, the terrifying repulsive force tore through the countless snowflakes. A boundless ocean of power suddenly manifested before Otatsuki Kagaya. A dazzling blaze flickered within the boundless void. Amidst the endless desert, Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared within this expanse, cradling the broken form of the Six Paths Sage. Her eyes betrayed panic, as her chakra frantically surged into the sage's body. Do not be afraid, Hagoromo. Mother is here. In this moment, a woman of godlike power trembled with the anxiety of a mere mortal. This was maternal love, the deepest affection in the world. Agony. A heart-wrenching, soul-tearing pain spread through Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart. She had believed she had accepted the severance of the bond with her offspring. But upon witnessing Hagoromo's death with her own eyes, she realized she had never truly cut that bond. Just as, even after a millennium, she could not forget the faces of her two sons. It was a mother's love for her children, transcending her so-called divine lineage, pure and unadulterated. Golden radiance slowly drifted through the cosmic starry sky. A man of nearly perfect visage materialized in the void. His eyes gently closed, his slightly long white hair swaying with the wind. Draped in a white divine robe, he lacked the inner garment, revealing his chiseled eight-pack against the starry backdrop. An intense golden glow enveloped him. These interwoven golden lights adorned the man's form, lending his presence an aura of sanctity and nobility. His eyelashes fluttered. A short blade imbued with formidable six paths level chakra gleamed. Ordinarily, with the death god within the Pure Land wielding such chakra, no one but the six-path sage could withstand this strike. Yet now, the two fingers beneath the dagger stood like the mightiest fortress in the world, halting the death god's attack. Who exactly are you? Fear flickered in the death goddess' eyes. For thousands of years after death, transformed into death itself. On a slightly dilapidated street, white garbage bags fluttered in the wind. The single-family house standing by the roadside was as decrepit as the street itself. By all rights, this undemolished district left over from the old era of Tenmaru City should have been utterly quiet. Yet within this house bearing the Shiratori nameplate, a fierce dispute erupted. I've taken care of the old man all these years. Why should this house be split with you? Orochimaru's tone was exceedingly humble and respectful. Not out of sarcasm, but because over the years, he had witnessed Hyuga Tsukimi's heartfelt acceptance of the divine miracles wrought by Takamagara and had come to genuinely respect him. Regardless of whether Takamagara's success was ultimately due to my own efforts, as long as the theory was feasible, Hyuga Tsukimi would immediately verify it. It was astounding. Any researcher who witnessed such phenomena would grow ever more reverent. As the world's Lord Mamashiki, would it be too hasty to pursue that traitor now? Though the insects were severely wounded by us, across the vast northern star region, at least hundreds of breeding planets were still under assault by those insects, Mamashiki Otsutsuki said in a sonorous tone. Upon hearing Mamashiki's words, Mamashiki Momo's eyes showed irritation as he replied, I know, but precisely because of that, Hyuga Tsukimi, you shall have a miserable end. The white snake sage let out a hoarse roar. His massive serpentine body radiated a divine glow, his snake eyes wild with madness. A terrifying energy surged from his mouth, releasing a green energy beam in an instant. Yet, strange and powerful dojutsu swiftly manifested before that green energy beam. Space twisted. White flames emerged within the void. Lowly creature? Are you calling yourself that? Mamashiki Momo? With a deep voice, the great blade surged upward with the force of a mountain. The orange-red energy rod was swept aside, and Mamashiki Momo was forced to retreat fiercely, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Disbelief shone in Mamashiki Momo's eyes. In a pure contest of strength, he had been defeated by this inferior being. A fishhook materialized from the void, then seemingly teleported to latch onto Hyuga Tsukimi's divine robe. Hyuga Tsukimi's eyes shifted slightly, a cold gleam flashing forth as the terrifying power condensing in his left hand pressed backward. The void trembled, the starry dome shuddered, a fearful force tore through space. Countless black turbulent streams erupted in an instant across the cosmic expanse. The pale red fishhook writhed wildly, attempting to break free from the white. The storm clouds pierced by endless golden light swirled and gathered once more. Fine droplets like cow hairs continued to fall to the earth. The atmosphere on the battlefield was peculiarly eerie at this moment. How many years has it been in Konoha? Confusion flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. This question truly stumped him. In the shinobi world, each nation had its own era names. For the Land of Fire, the era name was generally based on the ruling daimyo's decree. Soft golden sunlight slowly spilled over rows of memorial stones, clearly illuminating the engraved names. Hyuga Tsukimi, clad in a white kimono, half kneeling before the monument of Senju Tobirama, bore a look of remembrance tinged with sorrow. Tobirama, I never imagined our next meeting would be separated by eternity. In a deeply mournful tone, Hyuga Tsukimi's right hand gently caressed the memorial stone. To any onlooker, he seemed overwhelmed by profound grief. Night fell deeply. Okagawa Yuto crouched half upon an electric pole, gazing at the flickering candlelight within a residence, his expression hesitant. Should he follow the Umbu's customary procedure and send a summons, or simply knock on the door? The choice represented differing stances of the Hokage. Knocking symbolized the Hokage's courtesy and politeness, treating the other party as an outsider. The Umbu's custom was to enter the residence directly and then convey the Hokage's intentions. Dark clouds drifted across Konoha's sky, sunlight streaming through the gaps to the ground. Before a residence marked with the nameplate Hyuga, numerous workers were unloading goods from wagons, while inside, many were engaged in cleaning and repairs. Broken tiles and moss-covered fish ponds were gradually being restored through extensive manual labor. Tsunade watched this scene, her eyes revealing surprise. Then she, Hyuga Tsukimi, stood upon the ninjutsu training grounds, his gaze nostalgic. He had once honed his various ninjutsu techniques here for many years. Though time and space had shifted, and all had changed, the scenery of this training ground remained much as it was when he first enrolled. The completely even dirt field, the straw targets arranged one by one, simple yet remarkably durable. He looked toward a nearby straw target. His heart involuntarily stirred. Nara Toyanaga, Saikawa, and Tiny raced through the trees. After briefly explaining the situation, Nara Toyanaga set off. After all, it was an urgent order from the Hokage, concerning the ninja war's situation. He could not afford to delay. Whoosh, with a step, his figure instantly darted toward the towering trees ahead. Each leap allowed him to glide over 10 meters. At this speed, in 2 more days he would reach Kirigakure village. A sudden flicker of scorching heat emerged in the air. The blade, like a crashing wave, sliced straight toward the heavens. Shigeru Hataki's figure vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, and in the very next moment, his world-renowned White Fang appeared at the neck of Otsutsuki Urashi. Truly divine swiftness. Monkey. A dangerous gleam flickered in Otsutsuki Urashi's eyes, disdain evident in his expression. He was too indifferent even to wield the fishing rod in his hand. Let me show you the vast gulf between gods and mortals. Accompanied by this declaration, golden light radiated brilliantly across the night sky. Those were the reincarnated eyes of Hyuga Tsukimi. At this moment, everything within the forest was laid bare to these eyes. The location of Otsutsuki Urashi was fully exposed within Hyuga Tsukimi's vision, and he raised his right hand slightly. A traveler from afar. Allow me to perform for you a grand symphony of farewell. The whisper drifted through the air. The golden light instantly pierced the night. Hyuga Kage and Hyuga Misato stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Hyuga Tsukimi. Teacher? Hyuga Misato spoke cautiously. She had no inkling why Hyuga Tsukimi would appear here. After all, she and Hyuga Kage had behaved quite unremarkably these past few days. It seemed unlikely that this enigmatic jutsu instructor would be drawn here. Hyuga Kage rose and immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Hyuga Misato, a smile playing upon his lips as he spoke. A mocking voice descended from the heavens. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes blazed with anger as he looked up and declared sternly, "No one shall act recklessly within the borders of Konoha." Before his words had fully settled, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom! A white mist swirled forth. Summoning beast. Enma. With a single bound, Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt into the air. Enma transformed into a golden Vajra staff, landing perfectly into his grasp. Then, with arms sweeping horizontally toward the sky, he prepared to strike. A dismissive, teasing laugh echoed in Senju Tobirama's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. But soon, a surge of fury welled within his heart. A terrifying chakra fluctuation instantly manifested around Senju Tobirama. You who recklessly strip away life and kill without purpose, your life shall be claimed by me. With a roar, Senju Tobirama vanished from sight in an instant. Flying thunder god. Blood splattered in the air. Crimson hues smeared across the pale canvas. Uchiha Madara's eyes revealed utter disbelief. Never before had he witnessed such overwhelming power. This was no force of mere mortals, nor of shinobi. Transforming into his white Zetsu form, Black Zetsu, symbiotically linked to him, opened the eye embedded in Madara's neck. His gaze reflected a mixture of melancholy and confusion, then swiftly turned to terror, for within him surged struggle, despair, unyielding defiance. A torrent of negative emotions rose from Black Zetsu's heart. He sought to control the eye upon his forehead, but was utterly powerless. Thus, he intoned those 4 words, Infinite Tsukimi. In an instant, the moon blazed with radiant light. Crimson brilliance illuminated the entire world, as Magatama beads appeared on the lunar surface. A vast and terrifying jutsu instantly enveloped everything. Darkness, utter darkness beyond description shrouded Hyuga Tsukimi. Though his eyes were open, all he beheld was a world devoid of light. What has happened? Hyuga Tsukimi was at a loss. Since his reincarnation into the world of the Hokage, he had never encountered such a bizarre sight. A world without brilliance, only darkness, and in this world he alone existed. Then, he attempted to command himself. Golden radiance surged over his body. Upon each of his 8 arms blossomed distinct patterns, intricate, mysterious, and noble. His hair gradually transformed into a golden hue, and his irises glowed blood red. Boom! With a resounding explosion, golden light bathed the island, illuminating heaven and earth. A god, the man knelt on one knee, speaking with reverence. His golden hair, flowing to his waist, danced in the air. He was strikingly handsome. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.